From outside the courtyard came an enraged roar. Tian Fan, get out here. The serene little courtyard was completely shattered by the furious shout. Inside the house, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in black, was sitting cross-legged in meditation. This was Tian Fan, the second son of the Qin family's eldest branch, a so-called failure, who had failed to establish his foundation 3 times in a row. Ah, it's Shua again, throwing a tantrum. Tian Fan slowly opened his eyes, a faint, enigmatic smile tugging at his lips. Good thing I acted quickly and already refined the 7-star flower. The visitor was none other than Qin Fan's cousin, Chen Shua, who was 3 months younger than him. The Chen family, one of the 3 great families in Hupa City of the Longxia sacred dynasty, had always revered strength above all. At this moment, Chen Shua stood outside the courtyard, fists clenched, his anger palpable. Shua, you're always interrupting my cultivation. Should I go and tell second uncle to discipline you properly? Chen Fan leaned casually against the doorway, his tone teasing. You useless failure. All you know how to do is tattle. Chen Shua's fury erupted. Why should you get the 7-star flower? When a gift is bestowed by an elder, it's impolite to refuse. Grandfather gave it to me, how could I decline? Qin Fan replied with an air of indifference. Suddenly, Chen Shua surged forward, his fists emitting twin crimson beams as he blasted the courtyard gate open. I don't know if grandfather is biased or just confused. You, a useless failure who can't even establish your foundation, were given a grade 3 spiritual herb. You've already failed 3 times and wasted countless resources, yet you're still stuck at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Why should you deserve such treasures? Qin Shua advanced step by step, his anger unrelenting. Qin Fan chuckled lightly. Too bad you're late. I've already consumed the 7-star flower. Want to come closer? Maybe I'll burp and let you catch a whiff of it. Just as Qin Shua was about to make his move, a fierce growl echoed through the courtyard. A massive golden retriever, as large as a small horse, charged out from a corner, barking ferociously. Though it lacked any trace of mystical energy, its imposing presence was enough to intimidate most people. Down to Huang, Chen Fan commanded, stopping the dog in its tracks. Shua's anger is understandable. Even I sometimes think grandfather is a little too partial. If letting Shua beat me up would ease his frustration, I might feel less guilty next time I consume a spiritual treasure. Chen Shua's expression flickered with a hint of conflict. Though he despised Qin Fan, they were still family, and no one wanted to see their kin remain useless. But after 3 failed attempts at cultivating his foundation, could there really still be hope? As Chen Shua turned to leave, an elderly man with a pale complexion hurriedly approached. In that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. Uncle Zhou, what happened? Chen Shua asked. Greetings, young Master Shua. The old man bowed before glancing nervously at Qin Fan inside the courtyard. In a low voice he said, it's about young Master Fan's fiancée, Miss Gou. Gou Buyu was Qin Fan's childhood sweetheart. Despite his repeated failures at cultivation, she had never once considered breaking off their engagement. To support him, she had joined the Tianbao Sect, hundreds of miles away, a year ago. Over the past year, she had sent 3 shipments of precious spiritual materials, and Qin Fan had assumed she was doing well in the sect. Uncle Zhou, what happened to Buyu? Qin Fan's voice suddenly sounded from beside them, laced with a barely discernible edge of killing intent. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fan closed the Tinjiang distance between them. Such speed was far beyond the capabilities of someone at the Qi refining realm. Uncle Zhou was astonished, but dared not question it. Young Master Fan, the old man said hesitantly, Miss Gou was caught stealing spiritual herbs from the Tianbao Sect's medicine garden. Not only was she expelled from the sect, but she was also, he sighed deeply. She was stripped of her cultivation, and her Tianfeng spirit vein was destroyed. Ridiculous. Buyu is so kind-hearted. How could she steal spiritual herbs? It must be the Tianbao Sect's despicable lies. Where is she now? Has she returned to the Gou family? Qin Fan's eyes darkened, his expression menacing. A terrifying killing intent, as cold as the depths of the underworld, suddenly erupted from Qin Fan. Normally calm and composed, he rarely showed anger. But upon hearing that Gou Buyu had been crippled and her spirit vein destroyed, he was furious, his heart twisting in pain. The dormant, terrifying bloodlust buried deep within him surged uncontrollably, ready to explode. Uncle Zhou's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness. Young Master Fan, please calm down. While we too find it hard to believe that Miss Gou would steal spiritual materials, this is the accusation publicly announced by a disciple of the Tianbao Sect outside the Gou residence. An entity like the Tianbao Sect is not something ordinary families can afford to provoke. The Gou family had no choice but to accept the charge. Although Miss Gou has safely returned home, I fear her path in martial cultivation may be forever severed. I understand. I'll go to the Gou family now, Qin Fan replied, suppressing the murderous aura that had surrounded him. His face was expressionless. Whatever the truth may be, he would uncover it when he saw Gou Buyu. As for the disciples of the Tianbao Sect, he would not easily believe their one-sided claims. Please wait, young master, Uncle Zhou quickly interjected. The family head has asked me to invite you to the main house first. Chen Fan gave a slight nod. The current head of the Chen family was his grandfather, Chen Changsheng. Though Chen Fan had been reborn with the complete memories of his past life, this did not diminish his sense of belonging to the Chen family or the respect he held for his grandfather. Very well, I'll meet with grandfather before going to the Gou family. Chen Fan, a cold voice called out from behind him. It was Chen Shua. I understand you're in pain and anger right now, but you're just a chi refining stage weakling. Don't act recklessly and bring disaster upon the Chen family. Chen Fan turned to face him, a glint of frost in his gaze. Even if I'm only at the chi refining stage, no one has the right to bully my woman. Don't be impulsive. Chen Shua barked sternly. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, saying nothing more. Without another glance, he strode toward the main courtyard. But what Chen Fan hadn't anticipated was that his choice to conceal his strength, though preserving himself, had inadvertently caused harm to Gou Buyu. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. If only he hadn't held back, perhaps Gou Buyu wouldn't have accepted the invitation from the Grand Elder of Tianbao Sect, nor would she have fallen into such peril. You've entered the fifth realm? Chen Changsheng's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with astonishment upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, I knew it. My feigner is gifted, intelligent, and extraordinary. How could he ever be considered useless? So, you've been hiding your true abilities all along. The old man was so exhilarated that he pounded the table repeatedly. Good, good. With such remarkable talent, even if your grandfather were to live 100 years less, it would all be worth it. Chen Fan quickly suppressed his energy, restraining his cultivation back to the peak of the chi refining stage. Bowing deeply, he spoke earnestly, Grandfather, Buyu went to Tianbao Sect for my sake. I cannot turn my back on her. Please, do not force me to annul the engagement. Chen Changsheng's smile froze. He sighed, Feigner, even though you possess core formation level cultivation, the foundation of Tianbao Sect runs incredibly deep. They have 4 core formation experts alone. If you bring disaster upon yourself because of Gou Buyu, how could you possibly stand against the entire Tianbao Sect? You've endured so much to reach this point. Do you really want to throw it all away for Gou Buyu? A flicker of worry passed through his eyes. The reason for her punishment surely isn't as simple as stealing spiritual materials. She must have offended someone she shouldn't have, which led to such severe consequences. Getting involved with her could bring catastrophe. I understand, Chen Fan replied in a low voice. But Buyu has been wholly devoted to me, and she's the love of my life. I beg you, grandfather, to grant us your blessing. Seeing Chen Fan's unwavering determination, coupled with his awareness of his grandson's true strength, Chen Changsheng's mood softened slightly. With a sigh of resignation, he said, Fine, the engagement can remain, but the wedding must be postponed. Also, promise me this. No matter what the truth may be, do not rush to seek justice for Gou Buyu. Knowing his grandfather's concerns were for the Chen family's safety, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. I promise, grandfather. Here are some medicinal pills to aid her recovery. Take them to the Gou family, Chen Changsheng said, with a wave of his hand, sending 3 bottles of pills flying toward Chen Fan. Thank you on biased behalf, grandfather. Chen Fan said gratefully, catching the pills. Although he had better pills and spiritual materials stored within the Tian High Pearl, this was his grandfather's heartfelt gesture, and he didn't wish to refuse it. Moreover, the Tian High Pearl, his greatest secret and trump card, was something he wasn't ready to reveal to anyone just yet. In his previous life, Chen Fan was a top-tier mercenary on Blue Star, feared by many. On a stormy night, while carrying out a mission on the high seas, he was struck by a mysterious blue light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the strange world of the Xinling continent. It turned out that what struck him was no ordinary lightning but the Tian High Pearl, now hidden within his dantian. The Azure Pearl had chosen him as its new master. Within the Tian High Pearl lay a vast, otherworldly realm, an endless ocean surrounding the 100-mile-wide Sin Immortal Island. On the island resided tens of thousands of immortal and demonic cultivators, as well as various mystical beasts and creatures. As the master of the Pearl, Chen Fan wielded absolute control over this domain, able to determine the life and death of any being with a single thought. 10 years ago, at the mere age of 10, Chen Fan had formed a spiritual body within the Tian High Pearl and embarked on the path of cultivation. Thanks to the Pearl's accelerated cultivation speed 10 times faster than the outside world, he had now reached the 5th stage of the core formation realm, a level that many martial cultivators could not achieve even in a lifetime. In the martial arts system of the Xinling continent, cultivation realms progressed from chi refining, foundation establishment, true spirit, spirit lake, to core formation, with each realm divided into 5 stages. After parting ways with Chen Changsheng, Chen Fan returned to his courtyard, where only a dog-like creature named a Huang resided. Guard the courtyard. Let no one approach, Qin Fan instructed calmly. Rest assured, master. With me here, no one will disturb you, replied De Huang. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary dog was actually a talking demon hound? Once inside, Qin Fan closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing his mind on the Tian High Pearl. His consciousness descended onto the golden altar, the highest of the 3 towering altars on Sin Immortal Island. Sitting atop the altar was a figure surrounded by ethereal immortal energy, identical to Qin Fan in appearance, but exuding an otherworldly aura. The moment his eyes opened, every being on the island felt a wave of dread. For them, the return of the island master often signified something ominous. Yuqian, Qin Fan called softly. In a cave at the southeastern corner of Sin Immortal Island, an elderly man with a white beard responded instantly, transforming into a shadow and appearing outside the golden altar. Yuqian greets the island master, he said with reverence. Your cultivation is crippled, and your spiritual veins are destroyed. Do you have a way to recover? Qin Fan asked. As the most accomplished alchemist on Sin Immortal Island, Yuqian's expertise in pill refinement was unparalleled. Qin Fan's rapid progress to the core formation realm in just 10 years was largely due to the many celestial pills refined by Yuqian. Though the injury is severe, it is not difficult to heal. A single celestial spirit creation pill would suffice, Yuqian replied respectfully. As expected, no injury is too grave for you. How long would it take to refine one? Qin Fan inquired. If all the ingredients are ready, 2 days would be enough. However, I lack a few materials in my collection, Yuqian admitted. List all the materials you need, Qin Fan said. These powerful beings imprisoned within the Tian High Pearl were once top-tier cultivators who had committed heinous crimes, leading the first island master to confine them here. Initially, there were only 300 immortal and demonic cultivators of extraordinary strength. Over countless years, their numbers had grown to tens of thousands through reproduction. Though they had a degree of freedom within the Pearl, they could never leave this realm. Yuqian carefully listed the required materials. Qin Fan nodded after hearing him. Fortunately, all these materials can be found on Sin Immortal Island. Wait here for me. With that, Qin Fan leapt down from the altar, transforming into a streak of light as he darted through the dense forest. Each leap brought him closer to obtaining another spiritual material. Watching this, Yuqian couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy. On Sin Immortal Island, even the most powerful cultivators find their divine senses restricted by an invisible force, limited to just 10 meters. However, as the master of this space, Qin Fan's spiritual perception flows effortlessly, like mercury spreading out, covering the entire domain with ease. Any material he desires is within his grasp. For Qin Fan, the only regret about this space is that nothing can be taken out in its original form. Everything must be transformed into energy through 2 mediums, the spatial spirit body and the Tian High Pearl. If not for this limitation, with its endless resources, the Qin family would have long ascended to the ranks of the super clans. This extraordinary ability to transfer medicinal power through his physical body is something Qin Fan has never revealed to anyone, is determined to keep his greatest secret hidden. Within the Tian High Pearl's space, his spiritual body shares the same soul as his external physical body. When his soul operates in the outside world, the spiritual body within the space continues to cultivate autonomously, endlessly refining itself. The spiritual energy and power absorbed by his physical body in the outside world are also transferred to the spiritual body, further advancing its cultivation. This unique advantage of dual cultivation across 2 realms, coupled with the amplifying effects of the Tian High Pearl, allows Qin Fan's cultivation to progress at an astonishing pace, as if he were soaring through the heavens. What's more, the cultivation level of the spiritual body can be transferred to his physical body at will. In a sense, the Tian High Pearl serves as his true Dantian. Before long, Qin Fan returned through the air. With a casual wave of his hand, several materials radiating powerful celestial energy floated before Yuqian. Rest assured, Island Master. In 2 days, I can at least produce 1 celestial spirit creation pill for you, Yuqian said with a smile as he carefully stored the materials. Thank you for your efforts, Qin Fan replied with a faint smile. It is my honor to refine pills for the Island Master. Yuqian hesitated briefly before cautiously adding, however, I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if the Island Master might grant it. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression calm as he listened to Yuqian's request. The elderly alchemist of Sin Immortal Island had come in person, willing to humble himself, all for the sake of his great-granddaughter, Yuqi Ling, who longed to leave the island. My great-granddaughter, Yuqi Ling, wishes to see the outside world. I wonder if the island lord could grant her this opportunity. Yuqian bowed deeply, his tone cautious and pleading. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's gaze turned sharp as a blade. Yuqi Ling is already at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. You're not trying to use her to kill me and plunge Sin Immortal Island into another era of chaos, are you? The words were as chilling as ice, making Yuqian tremble as though engulfed by a bone-piercing cold. Please, Island Lord, calm your anger. I would never dare harbor such intentions, he hurriedly explained. I only wish to secure a place for Linger now. Once you reach the late stage of core formation, it would not be too late to extract her soul and cultivation on the soul extraction altar. Sin Immortal Island had its own peculiar rules. Anyone wishing to leave the island had to undergo a life and death trial on the soul extraction altar and be reborn in another body. Only those whose strength was surpassed by the Island Lord could earn the right to leave. This was how the Golden Spirit Dog, once a creature of the Heavenly Sea Pearl, was reborn and allowed to leave. The soul extraction altar was the sole place on the island where the Island Lord's authority held no sway, making it the only arena where others dared to challenge him. At his current level, Chun Fan had a chance of defeating Yu Ling, but it was by no means guaranteed. However, Chun Fan was always cautious. Ever since gaining control of the Heavenly Sea Pearl, he had only chosen to reincarnate those with slightly lower cultivation than his own. While this approach limited his ability to send powerful allies from the island into the outside world, it was a wise decision. Those who had been trapped for years might outwardly show respect but could harbor resentment deep down. Even with familial ties as leverage, Chun Fan dared not take unnecessary risks. I'll keep this in mind, Chun Fan said with a faint smile. If you want your great-granddaughter to leave sooner, you'd better prepare more pills to enhance my cultivation. Hearing this, Yu Qian was overjoyed and quickly replied, after I refine the celestial spirit creation pill, I will immediately go into seclusion and focus solely on alchemy for the Island Lord. Dismissed. Deliver the pills in 2 days. After Yu Qian departed, Chun Fan sat cross-legged and began cultivating with the Sky Heaven Great Evolution technique. This technique, inherited from the Heavenly Sea Pearl, was extraordinarily powerful, offering cultivation results 100 times greater than the Chun family's techniques at the same level. His spiritual body trained tirelessly, every moment bringing an improvement in his cultivation. After a while, Chun Fan opened his eyes and murmured, 10 years ago, I lost my elder brother. This time, I won't lose Buyu again. Anyone who dares harm what I hold dear will pay 100-fold. He rose and left the Chun family residence, heading toward the Gou family estate. The golden spirit dog obediently followed half a meter behind him. Outside the Gou family estate, guards stood with worried expressions. Ever since Gou Buyu had been returned by disciples of the Tianbao Sect, the entire Gou family had been in a state of fear. As a dominant sect within 1,000 miles of Tiger Soul City, offending the Tianbao Sect spelled disaster for the Gou family. Isn't that the useless young master of the Chen family? If it weren't for him, why would the young lady have stolen spiritual materials from the Tianbao Sect? I heard the family head had to empty nearly all of the family's resources to appease the sect. The guard's whispered words reached Chen Fan's ears, causing his expression to grow even darker. Step by step, he approached the gates of the Goo Estate. 2 guards stood firmly at the entrance of the Gou residence, their faces filled with anger as they glared at Chen Fan. Young Master Chun, please leave. The head of the family issued an order and incense sticks time ago starting today. Neither you nor any dog is allowed to step into the Gou residence. Chun Fan had anticipated that his future father-in-law, Gou Shanchuan, would blame him for Gou Buyu's misfortune, but he hadn't expected such a decisive rejection. Yet, he straightened his back and replied coldly, I must see Buyu today. If young Master Chen insists on forcing your way in, don't blame us for being rude. One of the guards sneered, raising his blade and pointing it at Chun Fan. Ignoring the threat, Chun Fan lifted his gaze toward the depths of the Gou residence and called out respectfully, Uncle Gou, please allow this nephew to see Buyu, just once. If you have the ability, then break in. Otherwise, you can forget about ever seeing Buyu again in this lifetime. Gou Shanchuan's voice echoed coldly from the inner courtyard, hundreds of meters away. Hearing this, 2 more guards rushed over to reinforce their comrades. The 4 of them drew their weapons simultaneously, surrounding Chun Fan in a tight formation. Chun Fan glanced at the large dog beside him, De Huang, and gave a quiet command, then let's break in. But don't take any lives. The 4 guards sneered with disdain. Just a mere mutt, daring to act insolently in front of Foundation establishment cultivators? But in the next moment, their smirks froze. In a flash, De Huang transformed into a golden blur. With lightning-fast movements, its front paw struck out 4 times. With resounding thuds, the guards were sent flying like kites with broken strings, crashing into the gates of the Gou residence and landing painfully on either side. Though De Huang refrained from using its demon spirit power, the sheer brute strength of a 4th realm demon beast was far beyond what Foundation establishment cultivators could withstand. My apologies, Chun Fan murmured softly, striding into the residence. De Huang led the way, effortlessly swatting aside wave after wave of guards who rushed over upon hearing the commotion. You've got some nerve, mutt. Your strength may be fierce, but it's only impressive against Foundation establishment cultivators. A furious shout rang out as a figure leapt into the air. With a swing of his blade, a crimson arc transformed into a fiery tiger shadow, lunging directly at De Huang. De Huang narrowed its eyes, tilting its head slightly with a hint of disdain. Raising its right front paw, it struck out to meet the fiery tiger Hedon. Transforming spiritual power into tangible objects requires at least a cultivation level of the true spirit realm. In Tiger Soul City, where the Spirit Lake realm is already considered the pinnacle, the true spirit realm marks one as a top-tier expert. De Huang's massive paw swiftly struck out at the oncoming flame tiger spirit. Just as everyone thought the golden retriever would be sent flying and burned into a bald dog, its paw unleashed an astonishing force akin to shattering a mountain. With a thunderous boom, the flame tiger spirit disintegrated instantly. Impossible. The attacker was utterly dumbfounded. The flame tiger spirit was no mere illusion or trick. It was a lethal technique he had honed by combining true spirit power with the flame tiger blade martial skill. Even other warriors of the true spirit realm would struggle to neutralize it easily. Yet now, his strongest attack had been shattered by the paw of a mere dog. This shocked warrior was none other than Gou Buyu, the elder brother of Gou Buyu. Ever since Gou Buyu had fallen into misfortune, his fury had not only been directed at Gou Shanchuan, but had also burned within himself. Seeing that the guards could not stop Chen Fan, he decided to intervene personally. Brother Gou, I know you're all angry with me right now, but please, let me see Buyu, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Gou Buyu withdrew his gaze from De Huang, gritting his teeth. You have the audacity to show your face after what you've done to my sister? You ruined her life. If you're a failure yourself, fine, but why did you push her to steal spiritual materials? I never encouraged Buyu to do such a thing. Chen Fan responded firmly. Huh. Gou Buyu sneered coldly. Are you saying my sister is foolish? That she would ruin her future to steal spiritual materials from the Tianbao Sect just to help you? A useless waste? Build your foundation? Chen Fan shook his head. That's not true. I believe Buyu would never steal spiritual materials. Have you even asked her for the truth? My sister has been gravely injured and unconscious. How do you expect me to ask her? Gou Buyu roared in anger. Regardless of the truth, her suffering is inextricably tied to you. If not for you, why would she have joined the Tianbao Sect in the first place? That much I admit, Chen Fan nodded. And because of that, I will take responsibility and take care of Buyu. Take care of her? You? Gou Buyu scoffed. What can a failure like you do for her? Drag her down with you and have her ridiculed along with you? Even if you're the second young master of the Chen family, they won't protect you forever. Even if I'm a failure, I can ensure her safety for the rest of her life. Chen Fan replied calmly. Brother Gou, step aside. I need to see Buyu. If you continue to block me, I'll have no choice but to force my way through. If you want to see my sister, you'll have to get through me first. Gou Bai's eyes narrowed sharply. Chen Fan's gaze darkened. De Huang, make my brother-in-law step aside. Today, no one will stop me from seeing Buyu. De Huang bared its sharp teeth and let out a ferocious bark before its massive frame lunged directly at Gou Buyu. So fast, Gou Buyu was startled, no longer daring to underestimate the fearsome dog. He quickly channeled his true spirit power, summoning a crimson glow that enveloped him like a shield. At the same time, he swung his low-grade spirit weapon, unleashing a fiery blade wave. Crimson Wave Flame Blade. To everyone's astonishment, De Huang once again shattered the fiery wave with a single paw strike. The split fire serpents dissipated into sparks as the dog surged forward unimpeded, its claw slamming into the protective flame shield. Boom! The flame shield shattered, and Gou Buyu let out a cry of pain. His chest was torn with 5 bloody gashes as his clothes were ripped apart, and he was sent flying backward. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. This dog is no ordinary mutt. It never was, Chen Fan said calmly. You only assumed it was. Gou Bai's pupils constricted. The Chen family's old master truly dotes on you, doesn't he? To assign such a powerful demon beast to protect someone as useless as you. I can't fathom why both the old master and my sister are so blind. Chen Fan offered no further explanation. Can I go see Buyu now? De Huang hasn't even unleashed its full demon spirit power, and you're already defeated. If you push it further and provoke its ferocity, I'm afraid no one in the Gou family will be able to stop it. Gou Bai's eyes narrowed, his expression heavy. No one in the entire Gou family can handle this demon hound? Could it be a great demon at the midstage of the 4 realms or higher? He asked in shock, calculating in his mind that even the strongest member of the Gou family, Gou Shanchuan, had only reached the early stage of the Linghu realm. Chen Fan did not reply. He simply walked silently in the direction of Linglong Courtyard, where Gou Buyu was. Chen Fan, Gou Buyu, lying on his side on the ground, shouted angrily at Chen Fan's retreating figure. Even if you have a great demon of the four realms protecting you, you've ruined my sister's life. If you ever hurt her again, even at the cost of my own life, I will never forgive you." Chen Fan stopped in his tracks and turned around, his gaze firm. "Rest assured, brother. From now on, I will never let Buyu suffer even the slightest grievance." This was not only a promise to Gou Buyu, but also a vow to himself. With no one daring to stand in his way, Chen Fan soon arrived outside the familiar small courtyard. Inside, four maids noticed his arrival. Three of them quickly withdrew, leaving only one named Xiling. Xiling, who was close in age to Gou Buyu, had been sold to the Gou family at the age of 4 and had grown up with her, sharing a bond like sisters. Xiling's eyes were red as she said, "Young Master Fan, the young lady." Her words trailed off as she broke into sobs. "Don't worry, Buyu will be fine," Chen Fan reassured her softly. "I'll go in and see her. Stay outside and make sure no one disturbs us." "All right," Xiling said, wiping her tears. If the young lady hears young Master Fan's voice, perhaps she might wake up. Chen Fan felt a pang in his heart. Though he had a way to save her, the thought of the pain and suffering Gou Buyu had endured ignited an uncontrollable fury deep within him. Pushing open the door, a wave of spiritual energy washed over him. Ever since Gou Buyu was discovered to possess the Tianfeng spirit vein, Gu Shanchuan had spared no expense to hire a 4th-grade formation master to set up a spirit-gathering array in Linglan Courtyard, all to provide her with the best cultivation environment. On the bed lay a woman, unconscious. Her face was pale, her brows tightly furrowed, as if even in her state of unconsciousness, she could not escape the torment of the injuries within her body. Chen Fan approached the bedside quietly and sat down. His warm hand gently brushed across Gou Buyu's cheek. This face, once as elegant as a jasmine flower and often adorned with a shy smile, now looked utterly haggard. "I deeply regret it. I should never have agreed to let you go to that wretched Tianbao Sect," Chen Fan muttered, his voice filled with guilt. He thought to himself, if only he had insisted on her staying, or confessed his feelings earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have joined Tianbao Sect to help him obtain more resources. Closing his eyes, Chen Fan focused his mind and entered the Tian High Pearl within his dantian. "Yuqi Ling," he called out, his spiritual form appearing on the main altar of Sin Immortal Island. From the southeast of the island, a crimson light shot into the sky. Yuqi Ling, a woman clad in red, arrived, stepping on her sword. She knelt respectfully before the altar. Yuqi Ling greets the island master. "Do you have any pills that can stabilize injuries and ease pain?" Chen Fan asked directly. Yuqi Ling immediately understood. The island master had summoned her not to take her away, but for the sake of the injured person whose spiritual veins were destroyed. She suggested, in such a case, the grade 4 Tianlin pill would be most suitable. Its gentle properties can stabilize the injuries and lay the foundation for later consumption of the celestial spirit creation pill. After obtaining the pill, Chen Fan swiftly returned to the real world. Placing his hand on Gou Buyu's abdomen, he carefully guided the pill's mild energy into her body. Soon, the tension on her face eased, and her furrowed brows relaxed, as if she were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Back in his spiritual form, Chen Fan promised Yuqi Ling that he would arrange for her departure as soon as possible. However, Yuqi Ling made a small request. "Island Master, could you find me a youthful, beautiful body? At the very least, it shouldn't be worse than my current appearance." Looking at the strikingly attractive woman in red before him, Chen Fan chuckled. "Your request isn't unreasonable, but it depends on fate. After all, a body means a life, and I can't harm others without cause." Yuqi Ling nodded in understanding and smiled. Then Linger shall look forward to the day when a beautiful young woman, eager to meet her end, crosses paths with the island master. As he watched Yuqi Ling leave, her crimson sword light fading into the distance, Chen Fan thought to himself, if a stunningly beautiful troublemaker ever appeared, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to deal with her. The time of half a stick of incense passed quietly. Under the effects of the Tianlin pill, Gou Buyu, who had been unconscious, finally showed some signs of movement. Her long eyelashes quivered gently, like the delicate wings of a butterfly waking in the spring. "Buyu, you're awake," Chen Fan said softly, his voice laced with joy as his eyes lit up involuntarily. Gou Buyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy, but it quickly locked onto the familiar face in front of her. Looking at Chen Fan's fair and gentle features, her nose tingled, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother Fan," she murmured weakly. "I'm here. You'll always be here." Chen Fan grasped her hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Tears shimmered in Gou Buyu's eyes. "It's so good to see you again, Brother Fan." Her words pierced Chen Fan's heart like a blade. Even after enduring such pain, her thoughts were still about him. Across lifetimes, he had never known another girl as pure as her. "Don't worry, Buyu. I promise I'll heal your injuries," Chen Fan vowed with determination. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Gou Buyu's face. A severed spiritual vein, such an injury was beyond repair. Even if there were a way, it wouldn't be found in a place like Hupa City. I trust you, Brother Fan. They'll focus on recovering and won't give up, she said, forcing a smile. Then tell me, Buyu, why did the Tianbao Sect do this to you? Chen Fan pressed. A flicker of anger flashed through Gou Buyu's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She closed her eyes, letting tears streak down her face. I'm sorry, Brother Fan. I've let you down. It was my own fault. I was tempted and stole the sect's spiritual materials, which is why I was punished. Buyu, you've never lied before. Tell me the truth, Chen Fan said, shaking his head. This is the truth, Gou Buyu replied, her sobs shaking her frail body. I'm no longer worthy of you, Brother Fan. Let's call off the engagement. Chen Fan heard the words and curled his lips into a cold, sinister smile. The actions of the Tianbao Sect not only forced the ever-honest Gou Buyu to learn how to lie, but also pushed her to break off their engagement. This debt, he vowed, would be repaid. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from the strain. Deep down, however, he understood that both Chen Chongqing and Gou Buyu were requesting the annulment to protect him, fearing that this matter might implicate him. Breaking off the engagement? Can you bear to do that? Chen Fan forced a light-hearted tone as he reached out and gently pinched Gou Buyu's cheek. Tears streamed down Gou Buyu's face. Of course, she couldn't bear to. But this was the only way to protect Brother Fan. She knew all too well that if Chen Fan discovered the truth, his personality would drive him to oppose the Tianbao Sect. The consequences of that were far beyond what small families like theirs could endure. She bit her lip hard, too afraid to speak, fearing that even one word might make her unable to sever this bond. Buyu, rest well and recuperate. I'll come back to see you in 2 days, Chen Fan said as he stood up. He didn't want the already frail Gou Buyu to bear too much pressure. Only by leaving could she relax a little, perhaps even have a good cry. After Chen Fan left, Gou Buyu could no longer hold back her sobs. Brother Fan, I can't bear it. But how could we ever stand against the Tianbao Sect? Chen Fan didn't leave the Gou family residence immediately. Instead, he asked a guard to deliver a message requesting a meeting with Gou Shanchuan. However, Gou Shanchuan refused to see him. The Gou family had finally produced a rare talent. Even though it was a daughter, as long as Gou Buyu could grow and develop smoothly, she would undoubtedly bring strength to the Gou family in the future. But now, because of Chen Fan, Gou Buyu had been pushed into a dire situation, shattering all of Gou Shanchuan's hopes. At this moment, Gou Shanchuan was both heartbroken for his daughter and consumed by anger. Very well then. I'll wait until Buyu recovers to meet this future father-in-law of mine, Chen Fan thought to himself before leaving the Gou family estate. Not long after, a man and a dog appeared outside the branch of the Qinling Trading Company. Since Buyu refuses to tell me the truth, I'll have to find out on my own, Chen Fan muttered coldly, his eyes flashing with determination. Although he didn't yet know the full story, he was certain that what Gou Buyu had told him wasn't the truth. In a major martial sect like Tianbao Sect, individuals with spiritual veins were extremely rare. Martial artist meridians were classified into 4 levels: mortal veins, spiritual veins, immortal veins, and divine veins, ranked from weakest to strongest. The stronger the meridians, the more resilient and capacious they were, allowing for faster absorption of spiritual energy and greater capacity. This not only affected cultivation speed but also determined explosive power during combat, akin to the difference between a cannon barrel and a rifle barrel. Spiritual veins were already rare on the Xinling continent, let alone immortal or divine veins. Mortal veins were the norm for martial practitioners across the land. For instance, among the hundreds of martial practitioners in the Chen family, all possessed ordinary mortal veins. In the past 100 years, Tiger Soul City had only produced 2 individuals with spiritual veins, Gou Buyu and the second young master of the Luo family, Luo Qianjun. Such prodigious talents would undoubtedly be the focus of any sect's cultivation efforts. How could someone like Gou Buyu have her cultivation abolished and her spiritual veins destroyed over something as trivial as stealing spiritual materials? The notion was utterly absurd. Despite being born with the Tian High Pearl, Chen Fan's physical body still carried the Chen family's ordinary mortal veins. However, in the spiritual realm within the Tian High Pearl, he possessed the supreme mixed-origin divine veins. He didn't mind his external ordinariness. If he wished, he could use the resources of Sin Immortal Island to strengthen his physical body at any time. For years, however, he had deliberately concealed his potential in order to investigate the murderer of his elder brother. After all, once his aptitude improved, it would be difficult to remain hidden. As soon as he entered the main hall of the trading company, a disdainful sneer greeted him. Well, if it isn't the second young master of the Qin family. I wonder what a man who can't even establish a foundation is doing at our Qinling Trading Company. Everything we sell here is meant for real martial practitioners. The words were laced with mockery, implying that despite Chen Fan's chi refinement level, He wasn't a true martial practitioner and was essentially useless. Jang Fang glanced at the speaker. A seductive woman in a form-fitting blue floral dress, swaying her hips as she approached while fanning herself with a small round fan. It seems I truly came to the wrong place, Jang Fang retorted with a cold smirk. I thought the Qinling Trading Company was a prestigious establishment. Turns out it's no different from a brothel, hiring cheap, flirtatious wenches as clerks. Normally, he wouldn't bother reacting to such ridicule. If anything, it only proved that his act of feigning weakness was working perfectly. Chen Fan was already in a foul mood today, and now his patience had completely worn thin. He cast a cold, mocking gaze at the woman from Qinling Trading Company, Lu Yanru, a smirk of ridicule playing on his lips. Shameless little tramp. The words cut into Lu Yanru like a knife. Her delicate, beautiful face flushed crimson as she bit her lip in fury. You worthless scum. Who are you calling a shameless little tramp? Chen Fan sneered dismissively. What, wasn't I clear enough? Seems you're not just a shameless little tramp, but also a brainless fool with nothing but looks to offer. You. Lu Yanru trembled with anger, her voice shaking. How dare a piece of trash like you talk to me like that? Don't think that just because the Qin family is one of the 3 major families in Tiger Soul City, you can act recklessly here. This is Qinling Trading Company's territory. Even if your grandfather came here, he wouldn't dare cause trouble. Qinling Trading Company was a transcontinental organization with significant influence across the entire Xuanling continent. Even a single branch of the company was powerful enough to rival the 3 major families. Prestigious sects like the Tianbao Sect and the Mountain River Sword Sect often had to show respect to the company. Of course, that respect was typically reserved for the branch heads. Chun Fan's gaze roamed over Lu Yanru with blatant disdain. He chuckled derisively. Just a cashier, yet you talk so big. I assume you've climbed into the bed of some branch manager, haven't you? Otherwise, even if I'm just a so-called worthless scum, someone like you wouldn't dare to insult me so brazenly. His words struck a nerve, and Lu Yanru's face twitched uncontrollably. Chun Fan had hit too close to home, exposing her secrets in an instant. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Impatient, Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively. Enough of your nonsense. Save that mouth of yours for pleasing your patron. I'm here to see Deacon Ding. Go inform him that Chun Fan of the Qin family has come to visit. You can afford to disrespect me, but if you delay Deacon Ding's matters, not even your patron will be able to protect you. After all, anyone with half a brain knows the difference in importance between a deacon and a mere plaything. At the mention of Deacon Ding, Lu Yanru's expression changed dramatically. She hadn't expected this so-called worthless scum to know someone as significant as Deacon Ding. Despite having been at the branch for less than a year, Deacon Ding had already earned the trust and favor of the branch president, a status far beyond what someone like her, who relied on her looks to gain a foothold, could ever achieve. Fine. Just wait and see. If Deacon Ding doesn't even recognize you and you disturb his cultivation, the branch won't let you off lightly. Lu Yanru huffed coldly, feigning confidence, before hurriedly retreating to the back hall to deliver the message. A year ago, a man named Ding Chuanxiu, who claimed to be a Linghu realm master traveling through Hupa City, became acquainted with Luo Xingyun, the branch president of the Merchant Guild. The two hit it off immediately, and Ding Chuanxiu accepted an invitation to stay as the branch's honored guest and protector. Ding Chuanxiu normally secluded himself in the rear hall for cultivation, rarely involving himself in the branch's affairs. He only appeared when the branch encountered significant trouble, using his presence to intimidate or resolve issues. Luo Xingyun had repeatedly emphasized that Ding Chuanxiu should not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Naturally, as a Linghu realm expert, he commanded deep respect and awe from the staff, including Lu Yanru and her colleagues. In the rear hall, inside a room equipped with spiritual formations, Ding Chuanxiu was engrossed in his cultivation. As his technique circulated, azure spiritual energy surged into his body like a dense mist. The speed at which he absorbed energy was astonishing, far surpassing even someone of Luo Xingyun's caliber in the same realm. Ding. Ding Gongfeng, that Qin Fan from the Qin family says he wants to see you. Lu Yanru's voice came from outside the door, tinged with visible nervousness. Ding Chuanxiu abruptly opened his eyes mid-cultivation and spoke urgently, bring him in immediately. Outside the door, Lu Yanru trembled at his response, her heart filled with shock. So, this so-called good-for-nothing Qin Fan actually knew Ding Gongfeng? And judging by his tone, Ding Gongfeng seemed eager to see him. If Qin Fan said anything unfavorable about her to Ding Gongfeng, her position here would surely be in jeopardy. The thought drained the color from her otherwise attractive face. Yes, I'll bring young Master Chen here right away, she replied hastily and hurried off toward the main hall. In the main hall, Qin Fan was idly inspecting the items displayed on the shelves when his gaze landed on a golden vine root. Young Master Chen. Young Master Chen. Lu Yanru's anxious voice echoed. Unable to spot Qin Fan in the hall at first glance, she began to panic. Why are you squawking like a chicken? I'm right here, Chen Fan said indifferently. Following his voice, Lu Yenru quickly approached with a flattering smile. Young Master Chun, are you interested in this dragon vine root? If you want it, I can offer you a 20% discount. You have the authority to do that? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. It seems the benefactor you serve holds quite the status. Lu Yenru forced a smile. You're teasing me, young Master Chun. I don't have such authority. However, I did offend you earlier, and to make amends, am willing to cover the discount out of my own pocket. Then wrap it up for me, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. Lu Yanra's face lit up. So, young Master Chun isn't upset with me anymore? Bothering with someone of your caliber would only lower my status, Chen Fan said disdainfully. Inwardly, though, he contemplated. This Lu Yenru may have questionable character, but with her tall figure and alluring looks, she could be of use in the future. When it came time to settle the bill, Lu Yenru felt a pang of pain. The 200 spiritone discount she covered equaled 10 months of her salary. On the Xinling continent, spirit coins were primarily used by ordinary people, while martial cultivators dealt in spirit beads. A single bead, about the size of a green pea, contained faint spiritual energy and was a fragment of a shattered spirit stone. One intact spirit stone was worth 1,000 beads and held 1,000 times the spiritual energy. A monthly income of 20 spirit stones was already considered a high salary, which explained why Lu Yenru was so protective of her position. Young Master Chun, Ding Gongfeng is inside. I'll take my leave now. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll do whatever you ask, Lu Yenru said with a coquettish smile as she led Chen Fan to the room, emphasizing the words whatever you ask. Chen Fan caught the implication in her tone, and a faint smirk appeared on his lips. You'd better remember what you just said. I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. Though I'm not as noble as young Master Chun, I always keep my promises, Lu Yenru replied with a soft giggle. All right, you may leave, Chen Fan said casually. As soon as Lu Yenru departed, the door to the room opened on its own. Ding Chuanxiu looked at Chen Fan with excitement, then suddenly dropped to one knee, his expression full of respect. Ding Chuanxiu greets the island master, he said reverently. Chen Fan's lips curled into a faint smile as he said softly, stand up and speak. Let's not draw unnecessary attention. With that, he walked directly into the room. Ding Chuanxiu quickly rose and carefully closed the door behind him. Before Chen Fan's arrival, a pot of aromatic tea, known for its calming properties, had already been prepared. Island Master, please enjoy the tea, Ding Chuanxiu said as he respectfully presented the teacup with both hands, his eyes filled with awe. Over the past 3 years, Chen Fan, as the master of Zuasian Island, had granted freedom to more than just a Huang. Ding Chuanxiu, standing before him now, was a descendant of the Ding family on Zuasian Island. Although his appearance resembled that of a middle-aged man, his true age was in his early 20s, and he had already reached the Linghu realm in cultivation. The descendants of the old figures on the island were all extraordinarily gifted. Yet, due to the crimes committed by their ancestors, they were imprisoned on Zuasian Island. Without the island master's mercy, they would have been destined to live out their entire lives there. Chen Fan observed Ding Chunky's respectful demeanor and smiled faintly. It's rare for someone to maintain their loyalty even after gaining freedom. I owe my freedom entirely to the island master's grace, Ding Chuanxiu said earnestly. I pledge my unwavering loyalty and eternal devotion to the island master. Chen Fan shook his head and replied, no need for eternity. I keep my word. Starting from the day you leave the island, you'll serve for 10 years. After that, you'll be completely free. Ding Chunky's heart leapt with joy, though he showed no outward reaction. For cultivators, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. To Chen Fan, however, Ding Chunky's loyalty would lose its usefulness after those 10 years. His current loyalty stemmed not just from gratitude, but also from the fact that the lives of dozens of Ding family members on the island were entirely at Chen Fan's mercy. If he were to betray Chen Fan, the Ding family would face immediate annihilation. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Fan said slowly, the reason I came to see you this time is to ask you to leverage your connections and gather information about the Tianbao Sect. Additionally, I want to know the real reason why Gou Buyu of the Gou family was crippled by the Tianbao Sect. Ding Chuanxiu quickly responded, the Qinling trading firm has its ways of gathering information. This won't be a problem. I promise to deliver the news to your residence in 7 days. 7 days from now, we'll meet at Shuang Pavilion, Chen Fan said calmly. Keep our connection subtle. Let it appear as though we bonded over shared interests. Hearing the name Shuang Pavilion, Ding Chuanxiu's eyes lit up, and he chuckled awkwardly. Understood. That certainly is a fine place. Chen Fan smirked faintly. Shuang Pavilion a place men often enjoy. He pulled out a folded piece of paper. Also, keep an eye out for these spiritual materials. Pay for them upfront if needed. I'll settle the cost when I collect them. Island Master, there's no need for that. Serving you is my greatest honor. I couldn't possibly accept your spirit stones. Ding Chuanxiu hurriedly declined. Just remain loyal, Chen Fan replied coolly. While the Xinling continent offers more freedom than Sin Immortal Island, its spiritual energy is far weaker. You'll need ample resources to cultivate here. As for spirit stones, I won't take advantage of you. These words deepened Ding Chuanqiu's respect for Chen Fan. Without lingering at the Qinling trading firm, Chen Fan turned and left with De Huang. He had only taken a few steps outside when a group approached from the opposite direction. Leading them was none other than Luo Dingtian, the eldest son of the Luo family. In recent years, the Luo family had risen to prominence, boasting 4 clan members at the Spirit Lake realm. This strength had subtly surpassed the Chen family, which had only 3 Spirit Lake cultivators, one of whom was an unreliable guest elder, making the Luo family the dominant force in Tiger Soul City. Chen Fan? What is a useless nobody like you doing at the Qinling trading firm? Luo Dingtian sneered, gesturing for his followers to block Chen Fan's path. Luo Dingtian, what do you want? Chen Fan asked coldly, his gaze unwavering. Running into a loser like you? Of course, I'm going to have some fun, Luo Dingtian replied, striking a haughty pose. Just now you said you wouldn't bully me, yet you want a second realm beast to race against this mutt by my side? Isn't that bullying? If you're so untrustworthy, I might as well not bother going to the gambling house in the south of the city. Chen Fan's voice was calm and steady, but every word cut like a blade. Luo Dingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing through his heart. This rumored debuseless scion of the Qin family had quite a sharp tongue. If Chen Fan refused to go to the gambling house, today's plan to ruthlessly exploit the Qin family would fall apart. And since Chen Fan was still a member of the Qin family, Luo couldn't exactly drag him there by force. Haha, I was just joking, and you actually took it seriously. Luo Dingtian laughed, feigning nonchalance. But honestly, you're something else. It's bad enough you're a good for nothing, but you insist on keeping a mutt by your side, as if you're afraid people might forget you're useless. A faint smile played on Chen Fan's lips. Exactly. Everyone already knows, yet some people still find joy in mocking me. How dull their lives must be. Luo Dingtian's mouth twitched involuntarily. Chen Fan's composure was so impressive that even he had to begrudgingly admire it. If anyone else dared to mock him like this, they'd already be sprawled on the ground, teeth scattered. What a pity. Thought his guy had failed to establish his foundation 3 times. He was destined to live a mediocre life. This Tiger Soul City will belong to the Luo family sooner or later. Luo Dingtian sneered inwardly. The Chen family, the Su family will all be trampled under our feet. Before long, the group arrived at the gambling house in the southern part of the city. Although it was still morning and the place should have been closed, Luo Dingtian's presence meant the workers, exhausted from an all-nighter, had no choice but to perk up and open the doors. Bossly, I want to play a few rounds of dice games with young Master Chen. Make the arrangements, Luo Dingtian said nonchalantly. The gambling house owner, Li Jun, immediately put on a fawning smile. Of course. I'll take care of it right away. He turned and instructed, go call Li Rue over. Li Rue was the most renowned dealer at the gambling house in the south of the city. Rumor had it that he could roll the dice to land on any number he desired at will. Luo Dingtian squinted at Chen Fan and smiled. If I were to gamble with you directly, you'd probably think I was bullying you with my cultivation. How about this instead? Let the house dealer roll the dice, and we'll simply bet on high or low. The winner gets to decide the stakes for the next round. What do you say? Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Luo Dingtian grinned. Then for the first round, you can set the stakes. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan reached into the cloth pouch strapped to De Huang's back. Since he hadn't yet reached the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't use a spatial ring and had to rely on his mount, De Huang, to carry a pouch containing spirit stones and pearls. His pretending to be broke appearance amused Luo Dingtian and his companions, who chuckled quietly how ridiculous that the second young master of the Chen family couldn't even use a basic spatial ring. Soon, Chen Fan pulled out 10 spirit stones and placed them on the gambling table. They say beginners often have good luck. He'll bet all of these. Luo Dingtian's expression stiffened. Just 10 spirit stones? This fool was even poorer than had imagined. 10 is too little. If you want to play big, Chen Xiao, just name your number. If you win, he'll pay up. If you lose, he'll escort you back to the Chen family to fetch more. Luo Dingtian, you seem awfully confident about winning, Chen Fan said coldly, fixing him with a sharp gaze. Could it be this game is rigged? After a brief exchange of words, Li Rue finally arrived. The 30-something man had sharp eyes and an air of professionalism in his every move. With practiced ease, he picked up the bamboo shaker and dice, beginning the first round. Chen Fan was the first to bet on high, while Luo Dingtian went 4 low. The dice revealed 4, 5, and 6. Chen Fan won. In the following rounds, Chen Fan kept winning, but each time, he wagered only 10 spirit stones. This cautious approach frustrated Luo Dingtian to no end. He had planned to let Chen Fan taste success and then lure him into raising the stakes, but his opponent's restraint caught him off guard. Finally, in a new round, the dice showed 1, 3, and for Luo Dingtian secured his first victory. He burst into laughter. It seems Chen Xiao's lucky streak has come to an end. Chun Fan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Dingtian, a hint of disdain tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's just one win. Does it really warrant such excitement from you, young Master Luo? Besides, with my luck, the next round is bound to be mine. Oh. A glimmer of interest flashed in Luo Dingtian's eyes. Young Master Chun sounds confident. In that case, why don't we raise the stakes? Chen Fan frowned slightly. According to the rules, since you won this round, you do get to set the stakes for the next one. But he'll only play one last round, win or lose. He'll be heading back afterward. If I'm too late, my grandfather will start to worry. Very well. Luo Dingtian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. One final round then. Afterward, I'll accompany you back to the Qin family estate and pay my respects to old Master Chun. As for the stakes, 50,000 spirit stones. The moment those words left his mouth, Chun Fan's expression shifted dramatically. 50,000? Luo Dingtian, are you out of your mind? That's way too much, I'm not playing. Luo Dingtian sneered, stepping closer. What's this? I've abided by the rules all this time, and now you're trying to back out? Even as the young master of the Chun family, you don't have the privilege of breaking the rules in front of me. I'm not breaking the rules, Chen Fan replied coldly. The stakes are simply too high. I'm worried you won't be able to afford the loss. Ha ha ha. Luo Dingtian burst into laughter, though he quickly composed himself. Rest assured, if I lose, 50,000 spirit stones will be paid in full. If anyone dares to renege on their debt, they deserve to be less than a beast. Chen Fan's face darkened. It seems you're determined to make this as big as possible. The bigger, the better. Luo Dingtian's eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with mockery. Chun Fan, your cultivation has already become a joke to others. Are you going to let them laugh at you on the gambling table as well? That remark struck a nerve, and Chun Fan gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, let's bet. I don't have 50,000 spirit stones on me right now, but I'll owe it for the moment. You don't need to bring yours either. Once we settle the outcome, the loser will pay up immediately. Haha, now that's the spirit. I admire your boldness, young Master Chun. Luo Dingtian laughed heartily, casting a meaningful glance at Li Rue. Let's begin. Without a word, Li Rue grabbed the 3 dice on the table with practiced ease. The bamboo cylinder hit the gambling table with a dull thud. I bet big. Luo Dingtian shouted almost the instant the cylinder touched the table. Chun Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. I was going to bet big too, but since you already did, I'll go small. Open it. Luo Dingtian said with a confident grin. Li Rue confidently lifted the cylinder. The dice rolled and finally settled. Haha, I won. Luo Dingtian burst into laughter. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the 3 dice. Luo Dingtian, are you sure you can count? 1, 2, 3. This is clearly small. How could you think you won? What? 1, 2, 3? Luo Dingtian's face darkened as he leaned forward to scrutinize the dice. Around them, Li Jun, Li Rue, and the others stared at the table in disbelief. How? How is this possible? I clearly rolled 5, 5, 6. Li Rue stammered, his face pale as a sheet. Luo Dingtian's expression turned icy as he glared at Li Rue with fury. You useless fool. Did you do this on purpose? Or have you been colluding with this trash all along? Before Li Rue could recover from his shock, Luo Dingtian suddenly grabbed a chair from behind him and smashed it down on him. With a loud thud, Li Rue collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his head. Master Luo, please spare me. I swear my loyalty to the Luo family and would never conspire with young Master Chun to harm the family. Li Rue finally snapped back to reality, begging for mercy. The Luo family? Chen Fan sneered. So it turns out this gambling den in the southern part of the city belongs to the Luo family. I must say, though, Master Luo, you have some integrity not using your own turf to cheat me. Now, about the wager of 50,000 spirit stones, let's settle it, shall we? Chen Fan said calmly, I'm right here. If you have the guts, kill me. If you don't, I'll go to your Luo family to collect my debt. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed through the gambling den with an invisible pressure. The air around the gambling table seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their gazes darting back and forth between the 2 men. Luo Dingtian's face darkened instantly, a flash of murderous intent appearing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said, It's just 50,000 spirit stones. No need for you to come to the Luo family for it. 10 days from now, I'll personally deliver them to you. 10 days? Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curving into a playful smile. Do you know that if 50,000 spirit stones are loaned out for 10 days, there should be at least 500 in interest? If you want me to give you that much time, then in 10 days, you'll need to repay 50,500 spirit stones, Luo Dingtian's eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce light as he growled, emphasizing each word, Chun Fan. Don't push it too far. Can't afford to lose? Chun Fan chuckled softly, meeting Luo Dingtian's gaze directly. Why the sour face? Didn't we agree that once the gambling match ended, the winner would settle with the loser? If you want an extension, I can't agree, but isn't charging a little interest reasonable? How is that excessive? If you really don't want to pay the interest, then go settle the debt with me at the Luo family right now. Luo Dingtian's chest heaved violently as he suppressed his seething rage. He knew he had been thoroughly outplayed today. Gritting his teeth, he said darkly, in 10 days, I'll give you 50,500 spirit stones. But Chun Fan, mark my words, this debt won't go unsettled between us. He was well aware that if he returned to the Luo family now and his father, Luo Honghu, found out he had lost 50,000 spirit stones to someone like Chun Fan, he might very well lose his head. I'll be waiting, Chun Fan replied with a faint smile. Turning to the large yellow dog beside him, he said, Big Yellow, let's go. When we get back, I'll give you an extra meal. Man and dog walked away leisurely, heading out of the gambling den. Although Chun Fan was merely a chi refining cultivator, no one dared to stop him. Luo Dingtian's attendants stood frozen, not daring to make a move. They knew their young master's temper too well after suffering such a loss. He was bound to explode in fury. Once Chun Fan was gone, Luo Dingtian's bloodshot eyes turned toward Li Rue. The latter trembled all over and immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, Young Master Luo, this was absolutely an accident. Please spare me. Spare you? Luo Dingtian sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. You made me suffer such a huge loss and humiliated me like this, and you still want me to spare your life? Drag this dog out and chop him to pieces. If I see even a single bone left, all of you will die along with him. Please, Master Luo, have mercy. Li Jun shouted at the enforcers in the gambling den, his voice trembling with fear. What are you all standing there for? Drag this useless fool out and chop him into pieces. Although Li Rue was his trusted aide and also his own nephew, Li Jun didn't dare hesitate for a moment. As Li Rue was being dragged toward the back room, he screamed desperately, Second uncle, I'm your own nephew. Take him away. Li Jun commanded, his face as pale as a sheet. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream came from the back room, followed by the dull sounds of blades hacking. Luo Dingtian smiled coldly, his gaze venomous as it locked onto the now panic-stricken Li Jun. In 10 days, I'll come back for 50,500 spirit stones, Luo Dingtian said with a sinister grin. Not a single one of those stones can come from your accounts. If you can't gather them in time, you'll meet the same fate as him. Li Jun's pupils contracted in fear. He wanted to say it was impossible for him to gather that many spirit stones, but he dared not speak. Luo Dingtian didn't wait for a reply. He turned and left the gambling den. 10 days from now, he would only care about the results. How Li Jun managed to gather the stones was none of his concern. On the way back to the Qin household, De Huang wore a smug smile. Master, I doubt that brat from the Luo family will take this loss lying down, De Huang said through voice transmission, chuckling. Chun Fan's victory in the gambling match was, of course, thanks to De Huang's handiwork. As a fourth-realm demon beast, De Huang could effortlessly manipulate the dice with his demonic energy the moment the bamboo container was lifted. Since Chun Fan was merely at the chi refinement stage, and De Huang appeared to outsiders as nothing more than an ordinary yellow dog, no one would suspect them. That works perfectly, Chun Fan said calmly. I've been looking for a suitable figurehead to manage the exiled island's inhabitants. Heh, don't worry, master. I'll be careful not to overdo it, De Huang grinned. As the master and servant returned to the Chen family estate, the old steward, Uncle Zhou, hurriedly approached them. Young Master Fan, you're finally back. Someone from the Tianbao Sect is here, and they've specifically asked to see you. Chun Fan's eyes turned cold. I haven't even gone looking for them, and yet they've come to me? Do you know why they're here? Uncle Zhou shook his head. This old servant isn't sure. The family head has been entertaining them in the reception hall, and instructed me to bring you over as soon as you returned. Chun Fan replied icily, all right, they'll go now. While most martial practitioners were deeply reverent of the Tianbao Sect, Chun Fan was clearly an exception. He walked unhurriedly toward the reception hall, where the guards at the entrance quickly went inside to announce his arrival. Inside the reception hall, aside from Chen Chongxing and 2 maids, there was a middle-aged man with a goatee, dressed in an ostentatious golden robe. This man was none other than Huang Su, a steward of the Tianbao Sect. He was currently observing Chun Fan with a condescending smirk as the latter entered. Grandfather, I heard someone was looking for me? Chun Fan greeted Chen Chongxing respectfully. Chen Chongxing introduced him. This is Steward Huang of the Tianbao Sect. Feigner, be cautious in how you respond. I suspect Steward Huang's visit may not be entirely well-intentioned. Don't worry, grandfather, Chen Fan replied through voice transmission. He's just a lapdog of the Tianbao Sect. Huang Su scrutinized Chen Fan with amusement. So, you're the one who failed to establish your foundation 3 times in a row? Chen Fan met his gaze directly. Did you come all this way just to mock me? Feigner, mind your manners, Chen Chongqing quickly intervened. He was well aware of Chen Fan's resentment toward the Tianbao Sect due to the matter with Gou Buyu, but for the Chen family, offending the sect was unthinkable. Huang Su laughed dismissively. It's fine. I'm here to offer you an opportunity. Our sect's Grand Elder is willing to assist you in opening your meridians and successfully establishing your foundation. Chen Fan sneered. The Tianbao Sect truly is remarkable, capable of destroying a genius and then helping a failure like me establish a foundation. Chen Changsheng's face turned pale. The Tianbao Sect would never extend kindness without ulterior motives, yet Chen Fan seemed like a completely different person, bold enough to openly mock the sect. What he didn't realize was that Chen Fan had no intention of letting Huang Su leave alive. Huang Su narrowed his eyes. It seems you hold quite a grudge over what happened to Gou Buyu. Chen Fan turned to Chen Chongsheng. Grandfather, could you step out for a moment? I have some things I'd like to discuss with Steward Huang in private. Feigner, don't do anything reckless. Chen Chongsheng warned anxiously. Reckless? I'd like to see what this chi refinement level failure could possibly do. Huang Su sneered. Chen family head, you may leave. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I'll leave him alive. As Chen Chongsheng left, he sent a final message to Chen Fan. Feigner, I know you're angry, but think of the Chen family. We cannot afford to provoke the Tianbao Sect. Once Chen Chongsheng was gone, Huang Su smirked. Chen Fan, as long as you agree to annul your engagement with Gou Buyu, our sect will grant you this opportunity for transformation. Don't throw away this chance for the sake of a woman who's already a cripple. A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. What exactly did she do to offend your Tianbao Sect so much? Is crippling her not enough? You even want me to break off our engagement? Huang Su narrowed his eyes playfully, a mocking tone in his voice. What's the matter? That little wench didn't tell you? He had long known about Chen Fan's visit to the Gou family. Facing Huang Zu's provocation, Chen Fan's expression remained cold and emotionless as he replied icily, since you want to speak properly, we'll have to communicate another way. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan released a surge of pure spiritual energy that instantly enveloped the entire guest hall. Huang Zu's face changed drastically, his arrogance replaced by sheer terror. A spiritual energy seal. That's a technique only cultivators at the Spirit Lake realm or higher can perform. You're not a waste. The effortless display of such a mystical technique left Huang Su in no doubt this man was no so-called failure incapable of building a foundation. He was a peerless genius. Chen Fan, indifferent to Huang Zu's astonishment, demanded coldly, Tell me, are you persecuting Gou Buyu? Huang Su quickly recovered from his shock and burst into laughter. So what if you're not a failure? I'm a steward of the Tianbao Sect. Whoosh. Before he could finish, Chen Fan's figure blurred into a streak of motion. Smack. A sharp slap sent Huang Su flying, crashing heavily into a low tea table, shattering it to pieces. You dare lay hands on me, a steward of the Tianbao Sect? Chen Fan, are you trying to bring extermination upon the Chen family? Huang Su scrambled to his feet, shouting threats with a mix of anger and fear. Chen Fan appeared before him in an instant, gripping Huang Zu's throat with one hand. Huang Zu's eyes bulged as he stammered, Chen Fan, think carefully about the consequences. Consequences? Chen Fan sneered coldly. At worst, they'll destroy your Tianbao Sect. With that, a powerful aura of the core formation realm erupted from Chen Fan. The overwhelming pressure struck Huang Su at close range, causing him to cough up a jet of blood. Fortunately, Chen Fan's energy dispersed the blood midair, sparing himself from being splattered. The blow left Huang Su weak and trembling, his fear deepening. To him, Chen Fan seemed like a madman driven by love, utterly unafraid of consequences. Now, are you ready to talk properly? Chen Fan asked coldly. Huang Su gritted his teeth and spat. That little wench Gou Buyu. Smack. Another slap landed squarely on Huang Zu's face. Chen Fan's eyes glinted with menace. Insult my fiancé again, and he'll tear your mouth off. Fearful for his life, Huang Su suppressed his rage and spoke through clenched teeth. Gou Buyu refused to become the furnace for our sect's young master, so she was targeted. So that's the reason. In the cultivation world, certain techniques allowed practitioners to absorb the vital energy of others to enhance their own power. Men could exploit women's yin energy, and women could steal men's yang energy. Chen Fan hadn't expected the young master of the prestigious Tianbao Sect to practice such a despicable method. Your Tianbao Sect is as good as destroyed, Chen Fan said, his eyes brimming with killing intent. The sect's young master had sealed his fate by daring to target Chen Fan's fiancée. Huang Zu's lips curled into a sneer, but the expression froze on his face. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual force invaded his soul sea. obliterating his soul entirely. Huang Zu's death posed no threat to the Qin family, as someone else would take his place in returning to the Tianbao Sect. Chen Fan sat cross-legged and placed a hand on Huang Zu's forehead. Buzz. A powerful soul force flowed into the now empty soul sea. Moments later, Huang Zu's eyes regained their luster, and he exclaimed with delight, "Island Master, have I been freed? You're free now. From this moment, you are Tianbao Sect steward, Huang Su," Chen Fan said with a faint smile. The soul now inhabiting Huang Zu's body was that of a resident from Sin Immortal Island. While there were numerous souls awaiting hosts on the island's soul separation platform, Chen Fan would never harm the innocent for their sake. But for someone like Huang Su, his death was well-deserved. Understood. Huang Su responded excitedly. To escape Sin Immortal Island, even an aging body like this was a blessing. Stay calm. They'll transfer your spiritual bonus power over as well, Chen Fan instructed. Thank you, Island Master. Transferring spiritual body power was far more time-consuming than transferring soul power. The process took an entire half-hour to complete. Afterward, Huang Su sat cross-legged to merge with his new body and reform his core. When the core was successfully condensed, an aura 100 times stronger than his original bonus burst forth, leaving the nearby yellow dog wide-eyed in awe. This is the aura of the Baodan realm. De Huang squinted his eyes, greedily licking his lips. The Island Master had actually placed a Baodan realm practitioner into Huang Su's body, which clearly indicated his determination to completely eradicate the Tianbao Sect. Thinking of this, De Huang felt a surge of joy when the Island Master finally moved to destroy the Tianbao Sect. He would no longer have to pretend to be an ordinary stray dog. Although Chen Fan did not see the Tianbao Sect as an insurmountable force, he also wouldn't underestimate them. With Huang Su as an inside agent, dealing with the Tianbao Sect in the future would undoubtedly become much easier. Once Huang Su completed the fusion, Chen Fan waved his hand to remove the restrictions. Almost immediately, Chen Changsheng strode in quickly. Had he been able to break the restriction earlier, he would have barged in the moment Chen Fan set it up. After all, why would a simple conversation require such measures? Grandfather, Chen Fan greeted with a smile. A flicker of something strange flashed in Huang Zu's eyes before he respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, old master." This sudden display of respect left Chen Changsheng momentarily stunned. He noticed the dried blood at the corner of Huang Su's mouth and the broken tea table nearby, clear evidence that some kind of conflict had occurred earlier. Ahem, Chen Changsheng asked nervously, "Deacon Huang, there hasn't been any unpleasantness between you and my grandson, has there?" "Grandfather, Deacon Huang and I had a delightful conversation," Chen Fan replied with a grin. "Why not let him stay in the manor tonight?" "Rest assured, old master, your grandson and I truly had an enjoyable chat," Huang Su added, echoing Chen Fan's words. Chen Changsheng scrutinized Huang Su with suspicion. Something about him seemed off. "Grandfather, they'll take Deacon Huang to the guest quarters to rest. Meanwhile, please ask the kitchen to prepare a banquet for tonight. After all, we can't afford to neglect an esteemed guest of the Tianbao Sect, can we?" Chen Fan said with a light chuckle. "Very well," Chen Changsheng reluctantly agreed. "They'll handle the arrangements for the banquet. Take Deacon Huang to the guest quarters first, then come find me later, have something to discuss with you." "Understood," Chen Fan replied crisply, before leading Huang Su out of the hall. Chen Fan led Huang Su through the courtyard toward the guest quarters. Along the way, he paused occasionally to give Huang Su detailed instructions on how to quickly adapt to his new identity. Although this was their first meeting, Chen Fan already had a plan in mind. In the journey back to Tianbao Sect, he would seize the opportunity to capture any of their disciples traveling with them. By using the soul-searching technique, he could uncover Huang Su's background and gain detailed information about the Tianbao Sect. After settling Huang Su in, Chen Fan went straight to see Chen Changsha. The moment he stepped into the room, he preempted his grandfather with a smile. "Grandfather, I know what you want to ask. I've mastered a secret technique that allows me to control a person's mind. Huang Su is now under my control, so you don't need to worry about him causing trouble when he returns to the Tianbao Sect." Chen Changsheng's expression darkened instantly. "Controlling someone's mind? Fanner, have you been practicing forbidden arts?" "It's not forbidden, grandfather. It's a soul technique," Chen Fan clarified. Suspicion flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes, but he eventually chose to trust his grandson's judgment. Changing the subject, he asked, "And what about the marriage proposal Huang Su mentioned? How do you plan to handle it? Buyu has always had her heart set on me. How could I ever let her down?" A determined glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. "Just like your father, both hopeless romantics," Chen Changsheng sighed. "But being too sentimental isn't always a good thing." Chen Fan's sharp instincts picked up on something. His gaze shifted. "Grandfather, is there something you're not telling me about my parents' death?" After a moment of hesitation, Chen Changsheng finally made up his mind. "Fanner, to tell you the truth, your parents aren't dead." "I knew it," Chen Fan said with a smile. "When the bad news came all those years ago, your grief barely lasted a couple of days. You were only 2 years old at the time." How could you possibly remember? Chun Changxing asked, astonished. Your grandson is a prodigy. I started remembering things at 2. Chen Fan replied with a grin, rubbing his nose. What he didn't mention was that he had been reincarnated with memories of his past life, and he could even recall the smallest details, like his father asking his mother in the middle of the night, "Is Fanner asleep yet?" Chun Changxing's expression changed drastically, his brows furrowing tightly as he said, "Fanner, are you planning to use yourself as bait?" "Absolutely not. I forbid it." Although Chen Fan now had unmatched strength in the entire Hoopa city, what if the culprit came from outside the city and was even more powerful? Chun Changxing's concerns were not unfounded. Chun Fan's lips curved slightly, and he reassured softly, "Grandfather, rest assured. Before the plan begins, I will make thorough preparations. Besides," he paused for a moment, "I never intended to use myself as bait." "Oh? Then who do you plan to use?" Chun Changxing asked in astonishment. Chun Fan rubbed his nose, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "I think Brother Shu would be quite suitable." Chun Changxing's mouth twitched. So his grandson had set his sights on Chun Shu. After pondering for a moment, he said seriously, "If that's the plan, you must ensure Chun Shua's safety." "I guarantee it." Chun Fan responded solemnly. Seeing that his grandfather still looked worried, he refrained from explaining further. After all, the hidden helpers in the shadows were not something he could openly discuss with his grandfather. "Grandfather, I have something good for you." Chun Fan changed the subject and took out a coiled dragon vine root. Chun Changxing dismissed it with a wave of his hand. "The coiled dragon vine root may be good, but it isn't of much use to me. Grandfather, its value isn't in the root itself." Chun Fan pulled out a sharp dagger from his Buddha habit from his past life as a mercenary. With a swift slash, the dagger cut open the root. The bark peeled back, revealing a golden cocoon as thick as a pinky finger nestled within the stem. Its tail was still gently wriggling. This is just a vine root infested with insects." Chun Changxing was stunned. Chun Fan smiled and explained, "Grandfather, this is a heavenly spirit golden cocoon, a creature that parasitizes spiritual materials. For it to grow to this size, it must have consumed at least 100 spiritual materials of the same grade. This little thing is essentially a pure cluster of immense spiritual energy. Grandfather, you've been at the peak of the spirit lake realm for many years. If you can refine and absorb its spiritual energy, there's a high chance you can form a core and step into the core formation realm." Chun Changxing was deeply moved, his face flushing. Can it really help me form a core? There's a 90% chance. And if paired with this cultivation technique, it's a guaranteed success. Chun Fan took out a handwritten manual from his void ring. Now that he was protecting the Chen family, there was no need to withhold such a peerless technique. The Tao Martial Heart Sutra. Chun Changxing's heartbeat quickened as he read the 4 characters on the cover. "This is an immortal grade technique. It will undoubtedly help you form a core," Chen Fan said with a smile. In truth, this technique originated from a supreme expert on Sin Immortal Island and was far beyond immortal grade, but he didn't want to shock his grandfather too much. After all, the Chen family currently practiced only spirit grade techniques, while immortal grade techniques were typically exclusive to top-tier clans and martial sects. Immortal grade, it's actually immortal grade. Chun Changxing's hands trembled as he received the manual. Chen Fan continued, "Once you reach the core formation realm, you can pass this technique onto Brother Shuwa. By then, we can commence our plan." "Very well." Chun Changxing's eyes sparkled with determination. With 2 core formation realm experts in the Chen family, as long as the culprit isn't at the nascent soul realm, the 2 of us should be able to handle them. Chun Fan silently thought to himself that the culprit's strength likely wasn't that high. They were just exceptionally well hidden. As the sky darkened and dinner approached, Chun Changxing had someone invite Huang Su to the banquet. During the meal, Huang Su, following Chen Fan's instructions, displayed a colder attitude toward the Chun family to avoid arousing suspicion. Shortly after the banquet ended, 4 stern-faced disciples from the Tianbao Sect suddenly appeared outside the Chen residence. The leader, a young man around 25 or 26 years old, grabbed a guard by the collar and demanded sharply, "Is our sect steward, Huang, still in your Chen residence?" It turned out that Huang Su had been at the Chen family residence for over half a day, and these 4 disciples, worried about his safety, had come to check on him. On an ordinary day, they naturally wouldn't harbor such concerns. But now that the second young master of the Chen family's fiancé had been disgraced, there was no guarantee that the Chen family wouldn't act out of resentment and take drastic measures. At the entrance of the Chen residence, several disciples dressed in Tianbao Sect attire were confronting a guard. The guard's expression was dark, yet he dared not offend these disciples of the Tianbao Sect. Suppressing his displeasure, he spoke in a low voice, "Steward Huang has been inside the residence the entire time and has not left. If you wish to see him, I can deliver the message." The young man leading the group raised an eyebrow slightly at these words and let out a cold snort. "Go and inform him immediately." The guard quickly rushed into the Chen residence, secretly astonished. He recalled that before the banquet, Chen Fan had specifically instructed him to report immediately if any disciples from the Tianbao Sect came to visit. After delivering the message to Chen Fan, he saw Chen Fan remain calm, giving a faint instruction, go to the guest courtyard and tell steward Huang to return with those people. Before long, Huang Su emerged from the Chen residence alongside the guard. Upon seeing Huang Su, the Tianbao Sect disciples finally relaxed and smiled in unison, greeting him. Greetings, steward. What brings you here? Huang Su asked coldly. The young man who had spoken earlier cupped his hands and replied with a smile, Steward, you've been gone for so long, and we were worried the Chen family might have disrespected you. We came to check on you. The Chen family is insignificant. How dare they disrespect me? Huang Su scoffed disdainfully. Return to the sect. We'll take a stroll and head back later. Yes, steward. The four disciples responded in unison before turning to leave. A glint of calculation flashed through Huang Zu's eyes as he quietly followed them. He had been staying at the Chen residence under Chen Fan's invitation precisely to wait for these Tianbao Sect disciples to arrive and lead the way. The next morning, Huang Su and the group left Tiger Soul City. Not long after they exited the city, one of the disciples, Gou Buyu, grew increasingly indignant and said in a low voice, Steward, that useless Chen Fan dared to refuse us. Are we really just going to leave like this? Huang Su cast a cold glance at Gou Buyu. And what would you do if we didn't leave? The Chen family has Chun Chongqing overseeing matters. If we act rashly, even if we suffer only minor losses, it would be a disgrace to the sect. Our mission here is simply to deliver the sect's message. If the Chen family refuses, we report the truth. How to proceed after that is up to the Grand Elder and the young sect master. You're absolutely right, steward, Gou Buyu quickly replied. Another day passed. Early in the morning, Chen Fan, accompanied by De Huang, stepped into the Gou residence. This time, the servants neither dared to stop him nor tried to welcome him, as if he had become invisible. Chen Fan paid no attention to this. The Gou family's cold treatment was merely due to Gou Buyu's condition. Once he healed her, everything would naturally change. As he approached Linglan courtyard, a sharp and sarcastic voice rang out. Sister, you can no longer practice martial arts, yet you still occupy Linglan courtyard. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Your elder brother is too kind to say anything, but as his sister, shouldn't you show some self-awareness? The speaker was Gou Buyu's sister-in-law, Lu Jinlian. Linglan Courtyard was equipped with spiritual formations that greatly benefited cultivation, and Lu Jinlian had coveted it for a long time. In the past, Gou Buyu, as a prodigy, had left her with no choice but to keep her desires in check. Now that Gou Buyu was still recovering from her injuries, Lu Jinlian couldn't wait to seize the courtyard. Such opportunistic behavior filled Chen Fan with rage. When there was no response from inside the house, Lu Jinlian's expression darkened, and she decided to drop all pretenses. Gou Buyu, pretending to be deaf won't work. After what you've done to disgrace the family, you should be grateful that the Gou family still keeps you around. How dare you continue occupying Linglan courtyard? The Gou family will eventually depend on my husband. Whether you agree or not, this courtyard will be mine today. Madam, since she's playing mute, why don't we just barge in? After all, she's a useless cripple now. Even if the family head finds out, he won't truly blame us, suggested the maid beside Lu Jinlian with a malicious grin. Lu Jinlian hesitated for a moment, then a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. You're right. She's nothing more than a cripple now. Even if the family head finds out, he won't punish me for this. Don't forget, even though I married into the Gou family, I'm still the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Just as the maid was about to force the door open, it unexpectedly swung inward. Gou Buyu, dressed in plain white innerwear and looking pale, stood at the entrance. She cast a cold glance at Lu Jinlian and said indifferently, I'll move out of Linglan courtyard tomorrow. Lu Jinlian smirked triumphantly. You said it yourself. I didn't force you. Then, in a threatening tone, she added, and don't even think about tattling to father. Otherwise, life in the Gou family will be even harder for you. With her goal achieved, Lu Jinlian turned to leave, only to find herself face-to-face with Chen Fan and De Huang. Remembering the chaos De Huang had caused in the Gou family 2 days earlier, she felt a shiver of fear but forced herself to remain calm. She tried to walk away, but De Huang blocked her path. Good dogs don't block the way. You stupid mutt, get out of my sight. Lu Jinlian shouted, her voice trembling despite her attempt to appear fierce. Woof! De Huang let out a thunderous bark, causing both Lu Jinlian and her maid to stumble backward in terror. Chen Fan, what do you mean by this? Aren't you going to control your dog? Lu Jinlian demanded desperately. Chen Fan sneered. Didn't you bark quite loudly just now? Yet, when faced with a real dog, you're scared. If you and your maid can defeat De Huang, I'll gladly let you have Linglan courtyard. As Lu Jinlian and her maid tried to invoke the authority of the Gou family, Chen Fan's voice turned icy. De Huang, tear this wretched maid's mouth apart. Let's see if she dares to spread lies and stir trouble again. In an instant, De Huang lunged at the maid, swiftly tearing her throat. Lu Jinlian fled in panic, leaving Chen Fan and Gou Buyu alone. Hearing the commotion, Gou Buyu approached and, though unafraid of the grisly scene, felt a pang of concern over Chen Fan's ruthlessness. Brother Chen Fan, I know you did this for me, but I don't want you to become so harsh because of me, she said softly. Chen Fan gently held her hand. I was saving your sister-in-law. If I had spared that maid today, she would have incited Lu Jinlian again, and next time, I might not be able to hold back my killing intent. My sister-in-law may have been harsh, but she wasn't wrong. Since I can't cultivate anymore, it's inappropriate for me to stay in Linglong Courtyard, Gou Buyu said with a hint of resignation. Who said you can't cultivate anymore? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Have you forgotten what I told you 2 days ago? With De Huang standing guard outside, the two entered the house. Unable to contain her anticipation, Gou Buyu finally asked, Brother Chen Fan, do you really have a way to heal me? Despite the despair she'd felt before, as long as Chen Fan said it was possible, she was willing to believe in him. Looking into Gou Buyu's excited and expectant eyes, Chen Fan's lips curved into a gentle smile. Of course I can. But before the treatment, you need to take this pill first. He raised his hand slightly, revealing a translucent purple pill resting in his palm. Gou Buyu's bright eyes widened, and her face lit up with joy. Brother Chen Fan, have you successfully built your foundation? She knew all too well what it meant for him to be able to use the Shinkong ring. A faint trace of guilt surfaced on Chen Fan's face. Buyu, to tell you the truth, I actually succeeded in building my foundation when I was 12. But because my elder brother's death might have been related to the talent he displayed, I've been concealing my strength and pretending to be weak. Now, aside from you, the only other person who knows the truth is grandfather, who just found out a few days ago. Hearing this, Gou Buyu's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and they rolled down her cheeks even as she smiled. I knew it. My brother Chen Fan could never fail to build his foundation. You don't need to apologize. Father always said that brother Chen Ping was so outstanding that it made others envious and wary of him. Chen Fan gently wiped away her tears, his expression filled with tenderness as he made a solemn promise. Buyu, one day, I'll tell you all the secrets. Gou Buyu's cheeks flushed slightly and she murmured, as long as I have a place in brother Chen Fan's heart, nothing else matters. Gou Bai's eyes darkened, fury surging within them. He could hardly believe that Chen Fan dared to harbor murderous intent toward Lu Jinlian. Jinlian may have her faults, but she is still my wife. If you dare lay a hand on her, I will never forgive you. Gou Bai roared in anger. No trouble, no death. Chen Fan coldly uttered these 4 words before turning around and heading back into the house. Gou Bai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Gritting his teeth, he spat. Just a good for nothing. Acting all high and mighty. If not for that big yellow dog, how could I let you act so recklessly in the Gou family? Before he could finish his rant, his gaze involuntarily shifted to the large yellow dog crouched by the gate. The ferocious beast was baring its teeth at him, its eyes seemingly laced with mockery. The sight made Gou Bai's chest tighten with frustration. Get rid of the body, he ordered the guards behind him impatiently. Then, turning on his heel, he went to find Lu Jinlian. He needed an explanation. Soon, Gou Bai returned to his courtyard with a dark expression. The moment Lu Jinlian saw him, she rushed forward anxiously. Husband, how is Hongwan? Can she still be saved? Hongwan was a maidservant who had accompanied Lu Jinlian from the Lu family as part of her dowry. After more than a decade of serving her, their bond ran deep. Despite being frightened away earlier by the yellow dog's ferocity, Lu Jinlian couldn't bear to abandon her maid and had called Gou Bai out of his cultivation to save her. Her neck was bitten through by that yellow dog. She's been dead for some time, Gou Bai said coldly. Jinlian, tell me the truth. Why did you and Hongwan go to Linglong Courtyard? What were you planning to do? What? Hongjuan's neck was bitten through? Lu Jinlian's face turned pale, clearly unprepared for Chen Fan's ruthlessness. Her gaze flickered as she stammered. We weren't doing anything. We just went to visit little sister. Who would have thought that Hongwan would make an offhand remark about Chen Fan, and things escalated like this? I know Chen Fan well enough to say she wouldn't sick that demon dog on someone over just a verbal spat. Husband, do you not believe me anymore? Lu Jinlian demanded angrily. Gou Bai replied coldly. Chen Fan asked me to pass on a message. If you dare to bully little sister again, the next person to have their neck bitten through will be you. Even if you won't tell the truth, I can guess most of it. Jinlian, don't say I didn't warn you. Little sister is Chen Fan's bottom line. Though he's only at the chi refining stage, that demon dog by his side isn't to be trifled with. And let's not forget, he has the Chen family backing him. If he truly decided to harm you, neither the Gou family nor the Lu family could do anything about it. Haha. Lu Jinlian laughed bitterly. Even Chen Fan, a good for nothing, treats his fiancée as his bottom line. But you, Gou Bai, won't even trust your own wife. Fine, very well. Goodbye. Since that's how it is, I have no reason to stay in the Gou family anymore. I'm going back to the Liu family right now. With that, she turned and stormed into the house to pack her belongings. Gou Bai considered stopping her but changed his mind. With little sister gravely injured and Chen Fan bound to visit often, perhaps it was better for Liu Jinlian to stay with the Liu family for a while. It would avoid further conflicts between the two. The Gou family couldn't afford more trouble at the moment. With that thought, he turned and left the courtyard. Liu Jinlian waited inside for a long time, but Gou Bai never came after her. Her face turned pale with rage as she gritted her teeth. Gou Bai, you're even more useless than that good for nothing Chen Fan. I've done everything for you. Yet you won't even try to stop me. Fine, if that's how you want it, don't blame me for what happens next. Moments later, Liu Jinlian left the Gou family alone. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained quietly by Gou Bai's bedside until nightfall. As he showed no intention of leaving, a poised and elegant woman arrived outside Linglan courtyard, accompanied by two maids. The yellow dog immediately stood up, its eyes gleaming with menace. "De Huang, stand down." Chen Fan's voice came from inside the house. A moment later, he stepped out and greeted the woman. "Greetings, aunt." The woman was none other than Gou Bai's mother, Nan Yu. Her expression was cold as she looked at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, it's already late. Staying here any longer would be improper. Or is it that the Chen family still intends to uphold this engagement?" Chen Fan smiled. "Aunt, what are you saying? The Chen family has never considered breaking off the engagement. Of course, the marriage will proceed." Nan Yu's expression softened slightly. She had assumed that after what happened to Gou Buyu, the Chen family would undoubtedly annul the engagement. After all, Gou Buyu had not only become a cripple but had also offended the Tianbao Sect. Given Chen Changsheng's cautious nature, he would surely avoid risking the Chen family's involvement in such a dangerous situation for the sake of Chen Fan and Gou Bai's relationship. "Can your words represent the Chen family's stance?" Nan Yu asked seriously. "Of course. This is also my grandfather's wish," Chen Fan replied solemnly. Nan Yu felt somewhat reassured and said, "Even so, the two of you aren't married yet, so it's inappropriate for you to stay too late. Return home for now. If you wish to accompany Buyu, you can come back tomorrow." Nan Yu had departed with her attendants and maids, her intentions for this visit now utterly transparent. After watching her leave, Chen Fan turned back into the house. Focusing his energy, he summoned a pure stream of spiritual power into his palm and gently channeled it into Gou Buyu's body, neutralizing the effects of the Shemeng pill. Moments later, Gou Buyu's long eyelashes quivered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Chen Fan's warm smile. "Brother Chen Fan, how long was I asleep?" Gou Buyu asked sweetly. "Only 6 hours," Chen Fan replied with a smile. "What? That long?" Gou Buyu sat up in surprise, her cheeks flushing. "But that was such a good sleep. I feel so much lighter now." "Just lighter?" Chen Fan teased, a playful glint in his eyes. "Why not try circulating your cultivation technique?" "My technique? But I—" Gou Buyu stopped mid-sentence, a sudden realization dawning on her. She looked up at Chen Fan in disbelief. "Brother Chen Fan, could it be? My spiritual veins are really—" "I never go back on my promises," Chen Fan said with a gentle smile. "Go ahead, give it a try." Overwhelmed with excitement, Gou Buyu threw off the blanket and sat cross-legged. As she began to circulate her cultivation technique, she was astonished to find her meridians clearer than ever before, with spiritual energy rushing toward her like a tidal wave. "My spiritual veins aren't just restored theory absorbing spiritual energy even faster than before," she exclaimed, looking at Chen Fan with wide eyes. "Brother Chen Fan, pinch me. I must be dreaming." Chen Fan's gaze flickered mischievously, sweeping over her figure before he smirked. "Where should I pinch you?" Realizing the implication in his gaze, Gou Buyu's face instantly turned crimson. She muttered shyly, "Brother Chen Fan, you're so naughty." Chen Fan chuckled and lightly tapped the tip of her nose. "This isn't a dream. From now on, not only can you resume your martial cultivation, but you'll also reach even greater heights." He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. With her spiritual veins transformed into celestial veins, Gou Buyu's future potential was limitless. To ensure her success, he'd already prepared a more powerful cultivation technique for her. Gou Buyu looked at Chen Fan with admiration in her eyes. "Brother Chen Fan, you're amazing. You even managed to heal such severe injuries like mine." She had always believed in him, never doubting his extraordinary nature, even during the times when he failed his foundation-building attempts 3 times. Chen Fan gently held her hand, his voice soft. "Buyu, do you not resent me even a little? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to endure such suffering." "Brother Chen Fan, actually, going to Tianbao Sect wasn't entirely for you." Gou Buyu quickly shook her head, explaining, "I've always been drawn to the martial arts legacy of Tianbao Sect. I wanted the chance to grow stronger. Helping you with your foundation building." It was more like an excuse I used to convince myself to leave. Looking at the woman before him, who only showed her gentle side in front of him, Chun Fan understood that beneath her calm demeanor lay her own pride and ambitions. He softly brushed a strand of hair from her temple. From now on, we'll grow stronger together. A sly glint flickered in Gou Buyu's eyes. Not just getting stronger together, we also need to keep up the act. No one can find out that my spiritual veins have been restored. Then won't we become the couple everyone sees as a pair of useless failures? Chin Fan chuckled. Gou Buyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Brother Chin Fan, we're not even married yet. As the night deepened, a shadow slipped silently over the wall of the Gou family's backyard, vanishing into the darkness. Before her spiritual veins had recovered, Gou Buyu had already decided to leave the Gou family and Hoopa City. At that time, her goal was to seek opportunities to restore her spiritual veins and to avoid bringing trouble to the Gou family and Chen Fan. Now that her spiritual veins were restored, she still chose to leave because the Tianbao Sect was an overwhelming force for both the Gou and Chen families. A single misstep could lead to their annihilation. Though her heart burned with the desire for revenge, Gou Buyu refused to implicate the two families. She chose to leave alone and pursue revenge in her own way. She had intended to entrust herself to Chen Fan before departing, but her father's sudden telepathic urging left her with only a trace of regret. The next morning, Chen Fan visited the Gou residence again, only to find two letters in Linglan courtyard, one addressed to Brother Chen Fan and the other to Father. With a pale face, he opened the one meant for him. Brother Chen Fan, please forgive my abrupt departure. I cannot allow myself to bring harm to you or the Gou family. I will keep our promise in my heart and return to find you one day. When that time comes, we will ascend to the Tianbao Sect together and share our happiness. For now, please forgive my selfishness. You don't need to look for me, nor will you be able to find me. Half a year ago, I met a powerful individual who wanted to take me as her disciple, but she refrained because I was already affiliated with the Tianbao Sect. Now, I will seek her out. If I succeed in becoming her disciple, I will surely return within a few years. The letter was signed simply, Buyu. De Huang, go and bring her back for me. Chen Fan ordered in a low voice. De Huang awkwardly replied, Master, there's no trace of the mistress' presence outside this room. It seems she used some method to conceal her departure. Clutching the letter, Chen Fan murmured, her injuries have just healed. Leaving like this is too dangerous. Master, please don't worry too much, De Huang reassured him. The mistress has regained her ability to cultivate and possesses extraordinary talent. Recovering her strength won't be difficult. She must be well aware of the Tianbao Sect's relentless nature and will surely act with caution. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. It's all because of that damn Tianbao Sect. If that's the case, we'll destroy it sooner rather than later. Once the Tianbao Sect is gone, Buyu will naturally return. Master, you're truly wise. De Huang responded. Chen Fan gave a bitter smile. If I had told her about Sin Immortal Island, would she still have left? De Huang cleared his throat and replied, I wouldn't know, Master. But the mistress, though she seems gentle, is incredibly resolute. I believe her decision should be respected. The path of cultivation is extraordinary. Only by walking her own path can she achieve deeper understanding. Chen Fan nodded. You're right. In truth, he had no other choice. If Gou Buyu were still in front of him, he would never have allowed her to leave. He delivered the other letter to Gou Shanchuan. When Gou Shanchuan learned of his daughter's departure, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly opened the letter. Its contents were similar to what Chen Fan had received, though it included more apologies to the family and a promise to return within 5 years. This foolish child! Gou Shanchuan exclaimed. His eyes reddened. Under Gou Shanchuan's questioning, Chen Fan admitted that he knew nothing about the powerful individual mentioned in the letter. Gou Shanchuan, worried about his daughter's frailty, lamented his own lack of strength to protect her. Turning his frustration toward Chen Fan, he scolded, having sincerity alone isn't enough. You should strive harder. Even when her spiritual veins were destroyed, Buyu didn't give up. Why haven't you reached the foundation establishment stage yet? Chen Fan's face stiffened. I promise you, uncle, I will reach foundation establishment before Buyu returns. You'd better. Now that Buyu is gone, there's no reason for you to linger here. Focus on achieving foundation establishment, Gou Shanchuan said coldly. Chen Fan had no choice but to take his leave. Gou Buyu's sudden departure had disrupted all his plans. Over the next few days, he rarely left his room, dedicating himself to cultivation until the day of his meeting with Ding Chuanqiu. When he arrived at Shuang Pavilion with De Huang, the madam of the establishment cast a disdainful glance at De Huang. Young Master Chun, bringing this mud inside might scare the other guests. Chen Fan handed her a pouch. The madam opened it to find 100 spirit stones, and her eyes lit up with greed. Is this enough to book the entire place? Chen Fan asked indifferently. More than enough, the madam replied eagerly. Though Shuang Pavilion had a few spiritual cultivator courtesans who charged exorbitantly, even the high-end services were nothing compared to the wealth before her. The crisp sound of 100 spirit stones dropping into the pouch echoed through Shuang Pavilion. The madam's eyes were fixed on the weighty bag in her hands, her joy almost spilling out uncontrollably. This was equivalent to half a month's profit for Shuang Pavilion. Chen Fan's generosity naturally left her overjoyed. Prepare a private room for me. A distinguished guest will be arriving shortly, Chen Fan said, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Of course, the madam responded eagerly. Shuang Pavilion will ensure the finest hospitality for young Master Chun and his esteemed guest. Yueying, come and escort young Master Chun to the elegant room. As her words fell, a young woman in a jade-green silk dress gracefully approached. Yueying swayed her slender waist, her eyes sparkling as she gently linked arms with Chen Fan. Young Master Chun, would you allow me to accompany you to the elegant room? Chen Fan offered a faint smile. I've reserved the venue today solely for my guest. Just make sure to serve him well later. Of course. A distinguished guest deserves the utmost care. But we can't neglect young Master Chan either. Yueying giggled sweetly. She released his arm, instead lightly holding his hand as she led him upstairs. Meanwhile, the madam began dismissing other patrons. Although many harbored resentment toward Chen Fan, whom they deemed a good for nothing, they dared not act. After all, he was the second young master of the Chen family. Such was the harsh reality. Some are born privileged, and no matter how inept, they remain untouchable. Upon entering the elegant room, Yueying's demeanor shifted instantly. She knelt respectfully and greeted him solemnly. Subordinate Yueying greets the island lord. It turned out Yueying was a descendant of a demonic cultivator from the Sin Immortal Island, skilled in the art of absorbing yang energy to nourishing. Life on the island had been difficult for her, as most of its inhabitants were descendants of powerful figures, making it hard for her to practice her techniques. However, outside the island, she now encountered plenty of willing men offering themselves for her cultivation. Any noteworthy news recently? Chen Fan asked. Shuang Pavilion, being a brothel, was also a hub for information. Patrons often let their guard down after indulging in wine and pleasure. I was just about to report an important matter to the island lord, Yueying said seriously. It seems the Su family has discovered a spirit stone vein in the northern Tiger Ridge Mountain. This information came from a Su family guard captain whom I controlled using charm techniques. She continued, a few days ago, the Su family's young lady was hunting in Tiger Ridge Mountain when she accidentally fell into a cave brimming with spiritual energy. There, she encountered a Tier 4 demonic beast. She was only saved thanks to the intervention of a guest cultivator. Since then, the Su family has sealed off Tiger Ridge Mountain and secretly recruited a large number of craftsmen. A glint of sharpness flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. A spirit stone vein was of immense significance to any family. Tiger Ridge Mountain was unclaimed territory, and it was now a matter of who could act first. Even the smallest spirit stone vein could yield nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones, enough to shift the balance of power in Tiger Soul City. This information is valuable. They'll credit you for this, Chen Fan said, extending his hand. Yueying eagerly reached out her right hand, receiving the pure medicinal energy Chen Fan transmitted. This power was equivalent to months of her diligent cultivation. Thank you, Island Lord, Yueying exclaimed with delight, clearly feeling her strength increase significantly. Do your job well, and there will be more rewards, Chen Fan said calmly. Go outside and wait for Ding Chuanxiu. Bring him in as soon as he arrives, Chen Fan instructed. He will be a frequent visitor of yours in the future. If I ever leave Hupa City, you and he must secretly support the Chun family. Hearing this, Yu Ying was momentarily stunned, finally realizing that Ding, the enshrined elder of Qinling Trading Company, was actually one of the island master's covert operatives. Chun Fan simply smiled faintly and said no more. Over the years, though he hadn't directly contributed to the Qin family, he had laid numerous plans in the shadows. In his view, the Chun family had a relatively shallow foundation on the Xinling continent. Rapid growth and power would only attract the attention of formidable forces, so it was better to let these hidden arrangements take effect while the family grew steadily. Not long after, Yu Ying led Ding Chuanxiu into the elegant chamber. Subordinate greets the island master, Ding Chuanxiu said respectfully, bowing. What have you found? Chen Fan asked directly. Though he already knew the truth, he wanted to see how thorough Ding Chuanxiu's investigation had been. Lowering his head, Ding Chuanxiu replied, I have discovered that the madam was targeted because she refused the advances of Jang Fang, the young master of the Tianbao Sect. He schemed against her in retaliation. He paused briefly before adding, although the madam suffered greatly, she threatened to take her own life and managed to avoid falling into Jang Fang's hands. However, he has declared that one day he will make her willingly become his cultivation vessel. Even with her cultivation destroyed, it seems unlikely he will let this matter rest. A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and a murderous intent surged within him. With a young master like Jang Fang, the Tianbao Sect is destined to fall. Island Master, are you planning to take action against the Tianbao Sect? Ding Chuanxiu asked, a trace of shock in his expression. This matter does not concern you, Chen Fan said with a wave of his hand. Your only task is to remain within Qinling Trading Company and protect the Chun family from the shadows. Understood, Ding Chuanxiu replied, feeling a sense of relief. With his current strength, following Chen Fan into a confrontation with the Tianbao Sect would be akin to courting death. Chen Fan said to Ding Chuanxiu, from now on, come here once a month to exchange information with Yue. If I'm not in the city and you encounter an urgent matter, you can discuss and decide with her. Ding Chuanxiu immediately understood this Yue must be from Zuasian Island. Noticing his thoughts, Chen Fan smiled and explained, to hide deeply, you must expose some weaknesses. That way, others will think you're easy to manipulate. Today, enjoy yourself here. I won't let you suffer this injustice for nothing. Injustice? Ding Chuanxiu was taken aback. How could spending time in a brothel be considered an injustice? Though he was once a righteous cultivator, he was still a normal man. But since the Island Lord called it an injustice, so be it. As long as it is for the Island Lord, I willingly endure this injustice, he said with a sheepish smile, cupping his hands. Over the past year, Ding Chuanxiu had focused on cultivation, striving to improve his skills and show Chen Fan that he had not grown complacent. Today, he could finally indulge himself openly. As long as you remain loyal, I will ensure you reach the Bao Dan realm sooner, Chen Fan offered, throwing him a tempting promise. Thank you, Island Lord. Ding Chuanxiu was overjoyed. With the Island Lord's help, the path to advancement would be far easier than solitary effort. After leaving Shuang Pavilion, Ding Chuanxiu wasted no time. He summoned 7 courtesans to accompany him and began his revelry. From that day on, the martial cultivators of Hupa City saw a new side of Ding Chuanxiu, the esteemed patron of Qinling Trading Company. Many sought to curry favor with him, hoping to gain benefits by catering to his newfound preferences. Consequently, Ding Chuanxiu's network of connections expanded rapidly. On his way back to the Chen family estate, Chen Fan mulled over the matter of Tiger Ridge. De Huang, come with me to Tiger Ridge. If there really is a spirit stone vein there, the Chen family should claim a share of it. De Huang, puzzled, asked, Island Lord, with your influence in Hupa City, wouldn't it be possible for the Chen family to monopolize the vein? Why settle for just a share? Chen Fan merely opened his mouth slightly, and his voice, imbued with divine authority, echoed across the skies of Sin Immortal Island. In a quiet courtyard on the island, a young man dressed in coarse linen quickly rushed out of his house and bowed deeply toward the distant sacrificial altar. Lu Li is here. Chen Fan's gaze pierced through the void for dozens of miles, locking onto him. The time for you to leave the island has come. Proceed to the soul departure altar immediately. Lu Li obeys. Before his voice had even faded, several figures had already descended into the courtyard. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, brothers and sisters. Lu Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Though he had long yearned to leave, the moment of departure filled his heart with reluctance. This farewell might very well be final. Lu Li's grandfather, Lu Qigong, gently consoled him. Li'er, do not grieve. Being able to leave this island is a great blessing. Once you're out there, follow the island master faithfully and repay this kindness. Though he was loath to part with his grandson, ensuring the Lu family bloodline could see the light of day again and escape the brand of the Sin Immortal was of greater importance. Li'er, the world outside may be free, but it is far more perilous than Sin Immortal Island. Take good care of yourself, Lu Li's father said solemnly, his words heavy with paternal love. Meanwhile, Lu Li's mother was sobbing uncontrollably. From the main altar, Chen Fan sensed all this but did not rush them. Months earlier, he had received Lu Li's request to leave the island. After observing him in secret, Chen Fan deemed him to have a decent character and granted him this opportunity. Although several Soul Lake-level soul spirits remained on the soul departure altar, Chen Fan chose Lu Li, who had reached the core formation stage, as a key piece to infiltrate the Luo family. Go. Lu Qigong finally said after a moment. Lu Li bowed deeply to his family and flew toward the soul departure altar. Thank you, Island Master, for your immense grace. The Lu family pledges eternal loyalty to you. Lu Qigong's voice echoed through the heavens. On the island, some watched with envy, while others harbored hidden malice, hoping Lu Li might kill Chen Fan, leaving Sin Immortal Island masterless and freeing them from their restraints. When Chen Fan transformed into a streak of light and entered the soul departure altar, the overwhelming aura of divine authority dissipated instantly. He was long accustomed to this change. Whenever he left the altar, the power of control returned to his body. Island Master. Lu Li cupped his fists in salute. Chen Fan smiled faintly. You already know the rules. Show me your full strength. Forgive my offense. Lu Li shouted lowly, channeling his core energy and unleashing the myriad sword immortal technique. Countless green spiritual swords unfurled like a peacock spreading its feathers, each one solid and tangible. Chun Fan nodded in silent approval. This core formation cultivator's combat ability indeed surpassed Huang Su. The residents of Sin Immortal Island, though varied in cultivation levels, all carried the deep heritage of their ancestors' once dominant figures in their own right. The myriad sword immortal technique was among the pinnacle of swordsmanship techniques. You practice the way of the sword, so I shall face you with swordsmanship as well. Heaven's Vault Grand Evolution Technique. Spirit energy into Sword Heaven's Punishment Godslayer Sword. With a low shout, Chun Fan's right palm coalesced a purple sword of spiritual energy. The sword's aura rippled through the air, causing the very space to tremble and sending waves of energy outward. Lu Li steadied his mind and remarked, "So this is the legendary Heaven's Punishment Godslayer Sword, born from the Heaven's Vault Grand Evolution Technique? What an overwhelming presence." Lu Li had grown up on Zuracian Island and had long heard of the legendary Qingtian technique. This cultivation method was not only known for its astonishing speed, but also for its extraordinary power of transformation. It could amplify the potency of any immortal or demonic technique. Among its most remarkable feats was the creation of the Heaven's Punishment Divine Sword, a pinnacle of swordsmanship forged from concentrated spiritual energy. The rules of the soul-severing platform are clear, Chun Fan said with a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. As the island master, I don't wish to bully you, but anyone who steps onto this platform must give it their all. Make your move. I have pressing matters to attend to outside. The moment Lu Li unleashed his full aura, Chun Fan already understood killing this man would be effortless. While the islanders possessed deep reserves of power, they were ultimately no match for the might of the Qingtian technique. As Chun Fan began to summon the Heaven's Punishment Divine Sword, Lu Li immediately sensed the vast gulf in their strength. Yet, he refused to accept his fate without a fight. Flying Rain Sword Formation. Lu Li's arms trembled as countless spiritual swords erupted from behind him, breaking through the air and transforming into a storm of swords that engulfed Chun Fan. Chun Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised his sword. Sword of Divine Annihilation. Boom. A surge of violet sword energy erupted like a tidal wave, obliterating the Flying Rain Sword Formation before it could fully take shape. The residual force of the sword energy surged onward, slamming directly into Lu Li. Crash. A spray of blood filled the air as the platform resounded with the sound of a violent explosion. The soul-severing platform trembled twice in quick succession, and amidst the chaotic storm of energy, two hazy figures emerged, one shrouded in black and gray, the other in dark green. On the soul separation altar, two faint figures emerged. One was a shadowy gray, representing Lu Li's soul, while the other was a dark cyan form, his spiritual body formed by his cultivation and bloodline power. Though Lu Li's physical body had been destroyed, the mysterious altar had preserved both his soul and spiritual body intact. Even the island master, Chun Fan, couldn't fully comprehend the immense power hidden within it. I'll wait for you outside, Chun Fan said with a calm smile to Lu Li's soul. Then, leaping gracefully, his spiritual body left the altar and returned to the main sacrificial platform. Sitting cross-legged, he entered a meditative state, his consciousness leaving that plane of existence. In the forested slopes of Ma Bian Mountain, Chun Fan opened his eyes. A sharp spiritual force pierced into the depths of Luo Yuanjia's soul sea, where he lay unconscious. Luo Yuanjia awoke with a start but found himself immobilized, overwhelmed by a suffocating terror. Soul Search. With a low growl, Chun Fan unleashed his formidable spiritual force, tearing through Luo Yuanjia's soul sea and focusing on memories from over a decade ago. After 10 minutes, Luo Yuanjia's soul shattered completely. Could I have been wrong? My elder brother's death has nothing to do with the Luo family? Chun Fan frowned. He rarely resorted to soul-searching, disliking the contamination of his mind with the chaotic memories of others. However, suspecting the Luo family's involvement in his brother's death, and given Luo Yuanjia's high status within the family, he made an exception. Yet, Luo Yuanjia's memories revealed no relevant clues. His attack on Chun Fan was simply carried out under Luo Dingshan's orders. Placing his palm on Luo Yuanjia's forehead, Chun Fan transferred Lu Li's soul from the Tian High Pearl into the still-living body. Before long, Luo Yuanjiu opened his eyes, kneeling before Chun Fan with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Island Master. From now on, you are Luo Yuanjiu of the Luo family. Until the time is right, you must not reveal your true identity, Chun Fan instructed. I will follow the Island Master's orders in all things, Lu Li pledged solemnly. You have 10 years. During this time, stay by my side. I'll gradually transfer spiritual energy to you and teach you everything about Luo Yuanjiu. Half an hour later, the spiritual infusion was complete. Chun Fan rose to his feet. It's time to head to Tiger Ridge Mountain. With a loyal dog accompanying them, the two men set off toward Tiger Ridge Mountain. While Luo Yuanjiu traveling with Qin Fan might raise questions, the desolate wilderness was rarely traversed by others. Even if they encountered someone, their sharp senses would allow them to avoid detection. Upon reaching the mountain's outskirts, Qin Fan sensed multiple figures lurking in the forest. The rumors seemed true. The Su family has indeed sent people. But whether there's really a spirit stone mine here still needs verification. He signaled to the dog with a glance. Understanding the command, the dog darted toward the hidden figures, provoking two guards to emerge angrily in pursuit. Curse this mutt. How dare it mock Lord Zhang? He'll kill it today. Wait, Zhang, doesn't this dog look like the one that always follows that Qin family wastrel? Who cares? The family head ordered us to kill anyone who comes near Tiger Ridge Mountain. Even if it's Qin Fan himself, we'll cut him down. True. Whatever's in this mountain is too crucial for the family. At that moment, two spiritual strikes shot out from the forest, hitting the guards squarely in the forehead. They collapsed without a sound, their lives snuffed out instantly. Luli, now inhabiting Luo Yuanjiu's body, had delivered the blows. Following Qin Fan's instructions, the two guards were quickly tied to a tree. Luli moved to patrol the area, ensuring no one else approached. Meanwhile, Qin Fan drew a dagger and unhesitatingly plunged it into the shoulder of the Zhang guard. Zhang Song awoke with a scream of agony. His eyes widened in horror as he recognized the figure before him. Qin Fan, I'm standing right here. Yet it seems you don't have what it takes to kill me. Qin Fan's voice was as calm as still water, but the dagger in his hand was slowly twisting in Zhang Song's wound. The grinding of the blade against flesh made the corners of his mouth curl into a faint smile. Zhang Song convulsed in agony, cold sweat the size of beans pouring down his forehead, while the veins on his neck bulged like gnarled tree roots. Chun, young Master Chun, spare me. Zhang Song's voice was fragmented, trembling. I spoke without thinking. I meant no offense, truly. Qin Fan paused the motion of the dagger, his gaze cutting into Zhang Song's face like a blade. Oh, careless words, you say? Then let's hear something deliberate. If your answer pleases me, perhaps he'll let you live. What does young Master Qin wish to know? Zhang Song swallowed hard, his voice shaking. What is the Su family doing in Tiger Ridge Mountain? Qin Fan's smile turned colder, more menacing. Zhang Song's face drained of color. He clenched his teeth. I can't say. If I do, I'm as good as dead. SHHKK. Without warning, the dagger was pulled free. Zhang Song's scream was cut short as the blade struck like lightning, this time piercing his right shoulder. You don't seem to understand your situation, Qin Fan said, his voice icy and sharp. If you talk, they'll let you go, and you might still have a chance to run. But if you stay stubborn, your life will end here, under this tree. Even if I escape, my family won't survive. Zhang Song's face twisted in desperation. Qin Fan, if you've got the guts, just kill me already. In that case, they'll ask someone else. Let's hope they're smarter than you. Qin Fan withdrew the dagger and casually stepped around the tree, approaching another guard. SHHKK. The dagger plunged into the guard's left arm with unerring precision. The guard jolted awake from the pain. When he saw Qin Fan's face, terror spread across his features. Young Master Chun, spare me. I didn't know that stray dog belonged to you. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dared to chase it, not even for my life. Qin Fan's lips curled into a gentle smile. No matter. I'm not concerned about that. But I do hope you'll tell me you had exactly is hidden in Tiger Ridge Mountain. The guard hesitated for a split second, and Qin Fan's wrist flicked. The dagger slid upward along the bone, slicing through flesh as effortlessly as gutting a fish. Ill talk. Ill talk. The guard thrashed in agony, his resistance breaking as he finally screamed his surrender. Wang Shan, don't say it. Zhang Song shouted anxiously from the side. De Huang, kill him, Qin Fan ordered in a calm tone. De Huang flashed a menacing smile. In an instant, his figure blurred, and his sharp teeth tore through Zhang Song's throat. Zhang Song's eyes widened. His legs twitched weakly a few times before he collapsed lifelessly. The sight drained all color from Wang Shan's face, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. Speak. I don't like wasting time, Qin Fan said coldly, his gaze fixed on Wang Shan. Though he had feigned weakness for years and rarely engaged in conflicts, as a top-tier mercenary in his past life, he was well-versed in interrogation methods that could strike fear into anyone. Young Master Chun, if I tell you, will you let me go? Wang Shan stammered, his voice shaking. If you tell the truth, your life will be spared. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. Wang Shan hesitated, wanting to ask how he could be sure, but when he saw Qin Fan's eyes grow colder and the knife in his hand tilt slightly upward, the sharp pain made him cry out immediately, I'll talk. The Su family discovered the entrance to a spirit stone mine in a cave on Tiger Ridge. Who's guarding it? It's second master Su Yi of the Su family. And Su Wenjun? The eldest daughter went to Crescent City. She probably won't be back for a few days. Chun Fan silently calculated. Su Wenjun was likely recruiting workers for the mining operation. If she did so in Hoopa City, it would inevitably draw the attention of other families. Tell Second Master Su that he must meet me at the Chin family residence by dawn tomorrow. Otherwise, this secret won't stay hidden. A group of guards rushed in hurriedly, their leader pale-faced with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Second Master, we just spotted a suspicious figure in the forest. That figure, that movement, it looked strikingly like Luo Yuanjiu, the third master of the Luo family. What? Su Yi's face turned ashen upon hearing this, his fists clenching tightly. The Luo family was targeting this spiritual vein too? The news had only spread a few days ago, and strict orders had been given to keep it sealed. How could it have leaked so quickly? Damn it! Su Yi's eyes burned with killing intent as his sharp gaze swept over the guards like a blade. If I find out who leaked this information, I'll make them wish they were dead. Intimidated by his menacing glare, the guards lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. We can't afford any delays. I must return immediately to discuss countermeasures with father. Su Yi took a deep breath, turned, and strode away swiftly. As night fell, Chen Fan returned home and informed Chan Chongqing of the spiritual vein he discovered in Tiger Ridge Mountain. The old man was visibly excited upon hearing the news. It's truly fate. A spiritual stone mine hidden within Tiger Ridge Mountain. But, alas, the Su family got there first. Chun Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. So what if the Su family found it first? Tiger Ridge Mountain is unclaimed land. It doesn't belong to them. From your tone, it seems you're planning to get involved and go head-to-head with the Su family? Qin Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. Why not? Chun Fan replied calmly. Opportunities are for those with the means to seize them. Since our Qin family knows of this, we naturally deserve a share. Besides, the Su family is in desperate need of strong allies right now. With their current strength, trying to mine the spiritual vein on their own would be beyond their capabilities. I've already sent word to the Su family. I expect they'll soon send someone to discuss forming an alliance. Grandfather, I hope you'll allow me to handle this matter entirely. Though Chan Chongqing was usually strict with the younger generation within the family, he was known for his benevolence toward others. Seeing Qin Fan's determination, he smiled and said, if our two families can form an alliance, it would indeed be a great outcome. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Just remember, since we're benefiting from the Su family, try not to be too aggressive during negotiations. Don't worry, grandfather. I know what I'm doing. I'll make sure the Su family agrees willingly, Qin Fan replied with a confident smile. Haha, when it comes to cunning, even I might not measure up to you. Qin Chongsheng chuckled as he stroked his beard. At that moment, the steward, Uncle Zhou, announced respectfully from outside the courtyard, Master, young Master Fan, Second Master Su has come to visit. He says he has an appointment with young Master Fan. Second Master Su arrived much faster than expected. Chun Fan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He rose, bowed to Qin Chongsheng and said, Grandfather, I'll go meet him. Qin Chongsheng smiled with satisfaction and said, Go ahead. Grandpa will wait for the results. Chun Fan's lips curved into a faint smile as he walked out of the courtyard. He instructed the butler, Uncle Zhou, bring Second Master Su directly to my courtyard. Before long, Uncle Zhou led Su Yi into the courtyard. A jar of fine wine and 2 cups were already set on the stone table. Su Yi entered with a grim expression, his gaze cold and piercing. Uncle Zhou, you may leave now, Qin Fan gestured. Although Uncle Zhou was uneasy about Su Yi's hostile demeanor, he obeyed and departed, knowing this was the Chun family's territory. Su Yi sat down coldly, getting straight to the point. Qin Fan, you're just a nobody. Why meddle in matters that don't concern you? Qin Fan, unhurried, poured 2 cups of wine. Second Master, you're joking? When it comes to matters that could shape the future of Hoopa City, how can I not be concerned? Otherwise, this peaceful life of mine might not last long. He pushed one of the cups towards Su Yi. This is a fine spirit from Yunhu City. Cut to the chase. I'm not here to drink, Su Yi said, narrowing his eyes. Straightforward enough. I want to form an alliance with the Su family. The Chun family wants half of the spirit stone vein in Tiger Ridge Mountain. Su Yi's face darkened instantly. Half? What audacity! Chun Fan remained composed. No need to get worked up, Second Master. Without the Qin family's assistance, it would be hard for the Su family to hold on to the other half. Sooner or later, the Luo family will find out about it. Do you think they'll just stand by and watch? If that day comes, the Su family can always cooperate with the Luo family. Su Yi sneered. Since your father's death, the Chun family has been in decline, barely surviving on the reputation of the old master. In the long run, the Luo family is the better choice. Qin Fan chuckled softly. Second Master, you're not being entirely honest. If you truly wanted to work with the Luo family, why bother coming here? After a heated exchange, Su Yi finally relented. At most, we'll give up 20% of the spirit stones. After all, the vein was discovered by the Su family. Chen Fan took a sip of his wine and shook his head. 20% is too little. However, I do have another proposal. Let's hear it, Sui said, his expression tense. Chen Fan's lips curled into a faint, barely noticeable smile, a glimmer of meaning flashing in his eyes. As long as the Chen family and the Su family can form a marriage alliance, the spirit stones extracted I only ask for 40% for the Chen family. Marriage alliance? Sui's eyes burned with fury as he sneered coldly. Surely you're not thinking of marrying a daughter of the Su family? Chen Fan, even with your little schemes, do you truly believe you're worthy of a daughter from my Su family? Even one of the concubine-born daughters is beyond your reach. A mere man who cannot even establish a foundation didn't even dream of it. I advise you to let go of such thoughts immediately. Chen Fan, unperturbed, replied with a calm expression, Second Master, rest assured. I am well aware of my own mediocrity and that I am unworthy of a daughter from the Su family. Therefore, the one to form the marriage alliance with your family will not be me. Not you. Sui raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Then, as if deep in thought, he murmured, could it be that you intend for Chen Shua to marry a daughter from my Su family? If that's the case, it might not be unacceptable. He began to calculate inwardly. Chen Shua's talent, while not as exceptional as Luo Qianjun or Gou Buyu, is still outstanding among his peers. Moreover, with Chen Fan being so useless, the future heir of the Chen family will undoubtedly be Chen Shua. Chen Fan gave a slight nod. That's correct. If Chen Shua can enter into a marriage contract with your eldest daughter, Su Wenjun, the relationship between our two families will deepen further. In that case, the Chen family is willing to take a step back and settle for 40%. A cold glint flashed in Su Yi's eyes. The eldest daughter of my Su family cannot marry the second son of the Chen family, unless you swear a blood oath, guaranteeing that you will never compete with Chen Shua for the position of heir. You truly overestimate me, Second Master. Chen Fan chuckled softly. Someone like me, who cannot even establish a foundation, how could I ever vie for the position of heir with Chen Shua? But since you want a guarantee, I will write it. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yi contemplated silently. Could I have misjudged this Chen Fan? This young man agreed so readily. Could it be that he truly is a resigned failure, merely a sacrificial pawn pushed forward by the Chen family? It seems he understands that no matter how clever his mind, it cannot compensate for his lack of talent. After a moment's pause, Sui added, as for the marriage alliance, the Su family can consider it. But 40% is still too high. For the sake of this potential alliance, the Su family is willing to make a concession and offer 30% to the Chen family. However, from this point on, the Su and Chen families must form a pact of mutual defense and alliance, never to betray each other. 40%. The Chen family will not make further concessions. Chen Fan replied in a calm yet resolute tone. It seems the Chen family lacks sincerity. Sui sneered coldly. Chen Fan maintained his faint smile. The Chen family has shown sincerity, but no more than this. Sui's expression darkened like a stormy sky. This matter is not for me to decide. I will return tomorrow morning with an answer. Then I shall await Second Master's good news, Chen Fan said, rising to see him off, watching as Sui departed with a face as dark as iron. The next morning, Sui visited the Chen family once again. He initially intended to directly negotiate with Chen Chongsheng, but was informed by Steward Zhou that Chen Chongsheng was in seclusion and unavailable to meet. Left with no other choice, Sui returned to Chen Fan's courtyard. At the start of their negotiation, Sui remained adamant about offering only 30% of the profits. However, after prolonged arguments with Chen Fan, who showed no signs of compromise, Sui was forced to relent, agreeing to allocate 40% of the spirit stones to the Chen family. This concession stemmed from a pressing concern the secret of Tiger Ridge Mountain had been discovered by the Luo family. Although the Luo family had yet to make any overt moves, Sui, familiar with their ways, was certain they were already scheming in the shadows. Time was of the essence for the Su family. If the Luo family launched a sudden attack, the Su family alone would be unable to withstand their might without the Chen family as a strong ally. The Luo family boasted not only 4 Spirit Lake Realm experts, but also Luo Qianjun, a prodigy cultivating in the prestigious Mountain and River Sword Sect, whose power surpassed even that of the Heavenly Treasure Sect. Luo Qianjun, as a favored disciple of the sect, would undoubtedly intervene should conflict arise between the two families. Along with the agreement on profit distribution, Sui stipulated a condition. The Chen family must dispatch 3 Spirit Lake Realm experts and 20 true Spirit Realm cultivators to guard Tiger Ridge Mountain. This demand posed a significant challenge, as the Chen family, including Chen Chongsheng, only had 3 Spirit Lake Realm experts in total. Sui had intended this as a difficult hurdle for Chen Fan, but to his surprise, Chen Fan agreed without hesitation. This meant the Chen family would either have to send Chen Chongqing himself or hire a Spirit Lake Realm guest cultivator at a hefty annual salary of at least 50,000 spirit stones. Upon returning to his family, Sui immediately announced the forthcoming alliance between the Su and Chen families through marriage. The news caused an uproar in Tiger Soul City. Among the dozens of families in the city, the Luo, Su, and Chen families were the most powerful. The union of two of these families would undoubtedly reshape the city's power dynamics. It was apparent to everyone that this marriage was aimed directly at the Luo family. When the news reached the Luo family, their patriarch, Luo Honghu, promptly convened a meeting with the family's key members. With a dark expression, he demanded, "A marriage alliance between the Su and Qin families is such a significant event. Yet none of you had the slightest inkling beforehand?" Luo Pongying and Luo Yuanju lowered their heads in silence, while the younger members of the family didn't dare make a sound. Finally, it was the second elder, Luo Pongying, who broke the silence. "Big brother, even if their marriage alliance succeeds, it doesn't guarantee true unity between them. Besides, it hasn't happened yet, has it? What are you suggesting, second brother?" "Speak freely," Luo Honghu said, raising an eyebrow. Luo Pongying smirked sinisterly. If one of the young couple were to meet an untimely demise, would this marriage still proceed? Luo Honghu narrowed his eyes. "Though that may be true, taking action ourselves could provoke an immediate alliance against us. With father still in seclusion, a direct confrontation at this time might not be in our favor. Big brother, eliminating someone doesn't necessarily require us to act personally," Luo Pongying replied with a sly grin. "I've received reports that Su Wenjun has traveled to Crescent Moon City. If she were to encounter bandits on her way back and meet with an unfortunate accident, how could that be traced back to us?" Luo Honghu's eyes lit up. "Second brother, your cunning never fails to impress. I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands." He then turned to Luo Yuanju, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. "Third brother, investigate the sudden reason behind the Su and Chun family's marriage alliance. The Su family is being unusually bold this time, and I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Although Luo Yuanju outwardly dismissed the situation, attributing it to the two families banding together out of fear of the Luo family's growing strength, he agreed to look into it. Finally, Luo Honghu instructed Luo Dingtian to interact more with the younger members of the Su and Chen families to gather intelligence. After the meeting, Luo Dingtian caught up with Luo Yuanjiu as he was about to leave. "Third uncle, may I have a word?" From the moment the meeting began, Luo Dingtian kept casting meaningful glances at Luo Yuanjiu. The brightly lit council hall only amplified the urgency in his gaze under the flickering candlelight. However, Luo Yuanjiu remained cold and indifferent, as if completely oblivious to his nephew's silent hints. No need to say more. Third uncle hesitated briefly before speaking with firm resolve. "The matter you've entrusted to me, I cannot help you with." Luo Yuanjiu shot a frosty glance at Luo Dingtian, uttered this sentence, and then strode out, the crisp sound of his boots echoing against the stone floor. Luo Dingtian's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Even his most doting third uncle refused to help this time. Was he really going to hand over 50,500 spirit stones to that useless Qinfan? "Dingtian, what did you ask your third uncle to do?" Luo Honghu's authoritative voice suddenly broke the silence. Luo Dingtian shuddered from head to toe, quickly spun around, and forced an awkward smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I just took a liking to Lu Qingping from the Lu family and wanted third uncle to help me propose a marriage. But third uncle felt that Lu Qingping wasn't a good match for me, so he declined." This hastily concocted excuse unexpectedly piqued Luo Honghu's interest. He paused, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "That Lu Qingping, being of illegitimate birth, indeed doesn't match your status. However," he trailed off for a moment, "if she were to become a concubine, that would be acceptable. Since you like her, I'll arrange for someone to propose to the Lu family tomorrow. It's also a good opportunity to bring them closer to our side." In Luo Honghu's eyes, as the eldest son of the Luo family patriarch, Dingtian allowing the Lu family's illegitimate daughter to become his concubine was already a tremendous honor for the Lu family. "Thank you, father." Luo Dingtian was overjoyed. Although this was just an excuse he made up on the spot, the prospect of gaining another beauty to accompany him was something he couldn't possibly refuse. "All right, you may leave now," Luo Honghu said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Yes, father." Luo Dingtian bowed respectfully and exited the council hall. The moment he stepped outside, his brows furrowed tightly. If Qinfan didn't die, it would be far more difficult to dodge that gambling debt. Rubbing his temples, he cursed inwardly. That bastard Li Jun dared to run off. If I ever catch him again, he'll grind his bones to dust. Just yesterday, he had gone to collect spirit stones from Li Jun, only to find that Li Jun had not only vanished but also absconded with all the spirit stones from the gambling den. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought Li Jun would have the audacity to pull such a stunt. Outside the Chun family's training chamber, Steward Zhou stood with a broad smile. Young Master Shuo, the Su family has agreed to the marriage alliance. From within the room, Qin Shua's cold voice rang out, though a faint smile lingered on his lips. That useless Chun fan dared to decide my marriage without my consent. However, this arrangement suits me well, so we'll let it slide this time. Indeed, Su Wenjun of the Su family, though not as gifted as Gou Buyu, was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tiger Soul City and a paragon of talent and grace. Such a union was something Chen Shuo was more than satisfied with. Steward Zhou continued, the family head has declared that the engagement can proceed as soon as Miss Su returns. The Su family has already agreed. Very well, I will follow the family's arrangements, Chen Shuo replied. Meanwhile, in Tiger Soul City, a man and a dog wandered aimlessly through the streets. Why can't I even find a single fool to mess with today? Chen Fan muttered under his breath. For him, recruiting Spirit Lake Realm retainers wasn't difficult. The challenge was finding one with an impressive appearance. Could it be that the display of your power at the Gou family scared off all those snobs? De Huang, the dog, transmitted its thoughts telepathically. That makes sense. Chen Fan suddenly realized. I told you not to reveal our strength back then. Now there's not even anyone left who dares mock me. At that moment, Luo Yuanjia's soul transmission reached him. Island Master, I have urgent news to report. Chen Fan immediately responded through a soul link. Did the Luo family discover a spirit stone vein? This matter has not yet been exposed, Luo Yuanjia replied. However, Luo Honghu suspects there's a significant reason behind the Su-Chen alliance and has ordered me to investigate. More critically, Luo Pengying plans to disguise himself as a bandit and assassinate Su Wenjun upon her return to the city to sabotage the alliance. A cold light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. The Luo family truly plays dirty. Shall I eliminate Luo Pengying in advance? Luo Yuanjiu inquired. There's no need for you to intervene, Chen Fan said firmly. Instead, focus on uncovering one thing. Whether my elder brother Chen Ping's death is connected to the Luo family. With his instructions given, Chen Fan decided to head to Crescent Moon City to recruit retainers. He sent De Huang back to the estate to deliver a message and left the city alone. In a desolate area, he unleashed his terrifying spiritual power, transforming into a streak of light that shot northward. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, he arrived at the southern outskirts of Crescent Moon City. The speed of a core formation cultivator is truly faster than any plane, Chen Fan mused. Based on his calculations, Su Wenjun should have just arrived in Crescent Moon City as well. As he entered the city, he stopped at a street vendor's stall, holding out 2 spirit pearls. Brother, where can I find craftsmen and laborers for hire? The vendor's eyes lit up at the sight of the spirit pearls. Young master, you've asked the right person. The slave market is in the eastern part of the city. My cousin's uncle happens to be in charge there. I can guide you there myself. Chen Fan smiled and politely declined the vendor's offer. No need to trouble you, brother. I'll just take a look around myself. With that, he placed the spirit pearls on the stall and turned to walk toward the eastern part of the city. The vendor watched Chen Fan's departing figure, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If this generous young man could be convinced to stay and collaborate, there might have been more opportunities to gain benefits. The slave market in the eastern part of Crescent City was much like those in other cities, a hub for buying, selling, and renting slaves. However, when Chen Fan arrived, the bustling scene before him still took him by surprise. Compared to Tiger Soul City, this place was at least twice as lively. Male slaves for sale. 5,000 spirit pearls each. They can carry 10,000 pounds of bricks on half a bowl of rice a day. Obedient young female slaves. Wash clothes and cook during the day. Keep you company at night. Only 100 spirit stones, an absolute bargain. Foundation level warrior slaves. 2,000 spirit stones each. Rental starting at 50 spirit stones per month. Minimum 1-year lease. Foundation level female slaves. Perfect for cultivation furnaces. Fixed price of 3,000 spirit stones. Monthly rent 500. Minimum 1-month lease. Loud shouts filled the air, and price lists were openly displayed on boards along the streets. Chen Fan observed the scene and couldn't help but shake his head silently. This world, though far more mystical than Blue Star, had an even deeper divide between social classes. The powerless, without any backing, struggled to sustain even a basic existence. 1,000 spirit trading company recruiting. Foundation level martial cultivators. 30 spirit stones per month. True spirit martial cultivators. 100 spirit stones per month. Apply now. Longxing caravan recruiting. Foundation level martial cultivators. 31 spirit stones per month. A rare opportunity. Don't miss out. As Chen Fan pushed further into the depths of the slave market, he kept an ear out for the recruitment calls. The Su family members were likely among those being recruited. Sure enough, before long, a loud voice rang out, clearing wild mountains, hiring large numbers of craftsmen and laborers. 600 spirit pearls per month. No gender restrictions, as long as you're physically capable. The caller was a middle-aged man, but as Chen Fan scanned the area, he didn't spot Su Wenjun among the crowd. Su Wenjun naturally wouldn't appear at such an occasion. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the slave market, quietly observing. Apart from recruiting craftsmen and laborers, there were no other recruitment activities. Judging by their demeanor and speech, these people were undoubtedly from the Su family. He had no intention of directly contacting the Su family members. His only goal was to ensure Su Wenjun's safe return to Hupa City. Chen Fan wandered around nearby, patiently waiting for the right opportunity to follow them. It wasn't until dusk, when the slave market closed, that the three recruiters packed up their signs and left. Chen Fan discreetly trailed behind them, following the trio to a tavern named Duanyue Pavilion. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he unleashed his powerful spiritual sense to probe the building. 1 Spirit Lake Early Stage Cultivator, 4 True Spirit Realm Cultivators, 23 Foundation Establishment Cultivators, and the rest were Qi Refining Cultivators and ordinary people. The Spirit Lake Cultivator seemed to be Su family's guest elder, Lu Fengdao. Unfortunately, Chen Fan wasn't familiar with Su Wenjun, making it impossible to distinguish her presence among the many auras. But this posed no real challenge for him. From his Shinkong ring, he retrieved an ordinary mask and put it on. It was a small trinket he had crafted in his early years, not particularly useful, but sufficient to conceal his aura. "Shopkeeper, give me the best room you have," Chen Fan said as he approached the counter. The shopkeeper quickly apologized. "My apologies, young master. All the best rooms on the 5th floor have been reserved. There are still a few vacant rooms on the 4th floor. Would you like to take a look?" "That will do. I'll take a room on the 4th floor." After completing the check-in process, Chen Fan followed a servant upstairs. Upon entering his room, he immediately extended his spiritual sense toward the 5th floor. A conversation drifted into his ears. "Miss, we recruited 2 craftsmen and 12 laborers today. They've been instructed to gather outside the southern city gate in 5 days," a man reported respectfully. "Progress is too slow," a woman's voice replied in a low tone. "At this rate, we won't meet the target number in 5 days. Our offer is already 100 spirit pearls above the market rate. But because we're unfamiliar faces, it's hard to gain trust. What if someone from New Moon City vouched for us? That would make all the difference." When we announced the price earlier, many were hesitant but intrigued. For ordinary people, earning 600 spirit pearls a month is indeed tempting. "It seems we'll have to rely on the Sun family," the woman said with a touch of resignation. "Brother Luo, you've worked hard. Rest early. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone from the Sun family to assist you." "Understood. I'll take my leave." Chen Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. To his surprise, Su Wenjun's room was directly above his. It seemed he would need to stay in New Moon City for another 5 days. That was no issue for him, could enter the Tian High Pearl to cultivate at any time. The next morning, Chen Fan, still wearing his mask, went to the dining hall on the 2nd floor. In a corner, a group of 7 or 8 people sat around a large table. Among them was a woman in a white dress, her face covered by a white veil. While eating breakfast, she had to lift one corner of the veil with one hand, awkwardly using the other hand to bring food to her mouth. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle quietly at the sight. Just then, a sharp gaze swept over him. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he briefly locked eyes with the elder who had glanced his way before finding a seat for himself. To his surprise, the elder suddenly stood up and walked toward him, causing the other Su family members to become instantly alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. "You there, young man? That mask of yours is quite interesting. Would you be willing to sell it to me?" the elder asked with a smile. Only then did Chen Fan realize the elder was simply interested in his mask. Amused, he replied, "You're buying it for that young lady, aren't you? It's true that eating like that must be inconvenient for her. I happen to have another mask. She's welcome to have it as a gift." After all, Su Wenjun would soon become his sister-in-law. Giving her a mask was a trivial gesture. Chen Fan waved his right hand, and a flash of white light appeared. A delicate white rabbit mask landed in his palm. This was one of 2 masks he had crafted in the past. The tiger mask was for his own use, while the rabbit mask was originally intended for Gou Buyu. However, he had never found the right opportunity to gift it, so it remained stored in his Shinkong ring. Lu Fengdao activated his spiritual awareness and immediately sensed that the mask had the ability to conceal one's aura. A trace of delight flickered in his eyes. "Many thanks, young man. However, I can't take your mask for free. Please name your price." For Chen Fan, a mask capable of masking one's presence was a trivial item, but for an average martial practitioner, it was a rare treasure. Meeting each other while traveling is fate. "No need to be so formal, elder," Chen Fan said with a smile. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Fengdao's eyes as he thought to himself, "This young man must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, given my age, he should at least address me as senior." Outwardly, he smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Since the young man is so generous, I won't be overly polite. How about this? Allow me to treat you to breakfast. How could I refuse a meal invitation?" Chen Fan chuckled as he handed over the rabbit mask. Lu Fengdao took the mask, turned to the dining hall attendant, and instructed, "Bring the finest breakfast for this young man. Put it on my tab. Right away." The attendant replied enthusiastically and left. "Young man, I'll take my leave for now," Lu Fengdao said with a polite bow. Chen Fan returned the gesture with a smile, but said nothing more. As Lu Fengdao returned to a large table, Su Wenjun lowered her voice and asked, "Elder Lu, is there something special about that mask?" She knew that if it were an ordinary mask, it wouldn't warrant Lu Fengdao going out of his way to purchase it from a stranger. "You may not know, miss," Lu Fengdao explained, "but this mask is no ordinary item. It's a treasure capable of concealing one's aura. When that young man wore it, even I couldn't sense a trace of his presence." "Is that so?" Su Wenjun exclaimed in surprise. "That's indeed a rare treasure. For him to give it away so casually, how generous of him." Lu Fengdao nodded and said, "This young man seems to have some background, but unfortunately, we are on an important mission and should avoid too much interaction with strangers. Miss, put this on. It will be more convenient." He handed a rabbit head mask to Su Wenjun. The young woman smiled faintly, took the mask, and turned her back to change. The delicate rabbit mask perfectly covered most of her face, while its cutouts cleverly revealed her features. This new look added a touch of playfulness to her originally cool demeanor, making her appear even more charming and well-suited. "Thank you, sir," Su Wenjun said with a shy smile, standing up and bowing slightly to Chen Fan. Chen Fan simply waved his hand and smiled without saying much. "It seems he has no intention of getting too involved with us," Lu Fengdao remarked with a smile. Nearby, the guard Luo Ran grinned and said, "That's only because he hasn't seen our young lady's true face. Otherwise, how could he react so indifferently?" "Luo Ran, watch your tongue," Lu Fengdao scolded with a frown. Luo Ran laughed awkwardly, quickly lowered his head to eat, and dared not speak further. After breakfast, the two groups had little further interaction. Leaving the Duanyue pavilion, the Su family split into two groups. One headed to the slave market to recruit people, while Su Wenjun and Lu Fengdao went to the Sun family. The Sun family was the maternal clan of Su Wenjun's mother, Sun Yunji. However, relations between the two families had been strained ever since 3 years ago, when her cousin Sun Changjin's marriage proposal was declined. This tension was the reason Su Wenjun had delayed visiting the Sun family after arriving in Xinyue City. Now, for the sake of recruitment, she had no choice but to seek their assistance. Chen Fan left the Duanyue pavilion and headed in another direction. Yet, from a street corner, Lu Fengdao and Su Wenjun reappeared in his line of sight. "It seems I was being overly suspicious," Lu Fengdao chuckled softly. "Better safe than sorry," Su Wenjun said in a quiet voice. "Your caution is for our safety, after all." "Indeed, it's wise to be vigilant," Lu Fengdao replied. "Since it seems he's not targeting us, let's head to the Sun family. Hopefully, they won't make things too difficult. My grandfather still leads the family, so I doubt my uncle's branch would dare to act against us openly." "Let's hope so," Lu Fengdao responded, though he was far less optimistic than Su Wenjun. He had encountered Sun Changjin a few times, and knew the man to be narrow-minded and anything but virtuous. In the western part of Xinyue City, a group called the Whale Shark Gang held sway. This was information Chen Fan had gathered from the innkeeper. The Whale Shark Gang was said to be a formidable force that had grown rapidly in recent years, causing the downfall of several families in the area. They were known to imprison the descendants of these ruined families in their dungeon, subjecting them to prolonged torment. The gang's actions were not driven by deep-seated grudges, but rather served as a warning to other ambitious family forces in the city. Half an incense sticks time later, a figure dressed in black and wearing a black tiger head mask appeared at the Whale Shark Gang's base. As Chen Fan arrived, he saw two gang members in gray carrying a bloodied corpse out. Thud. The two men threw the body onto the street with all their strength. "Ma Kongyun, the last of the Ma family. His corpse will lie here for 3 days. Anyone who dares to claim it will be making an enemy of the Whale Shark Gang." The two gang members shouted fiercely, casting a cold glance at Chen Fan before turning back inside. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Whale Shark Gang truly lived up to their reputation as ruthless criminals. He glanced at Ma Kongyun's corpse. Though freshly killed, most of the man's bones were broken, with some even protruding through his skin. His eyes had been gouged out, leaving him in a horrifyingly brutal state. This body was beyond any use. Chen Fan walked straight into the Whale Shark Gang's base. "Who the hell are you to barge into the Whale Shark Gang?" shouted a few guards at the entrance as they angrily rushed forward. A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a seemingly ordinary long sword appeared. Though it was merely a common weapon, in the hands of a martial artist of the Bao Dan core formation stage, even a piece of scrap iron could unleash unstoppable power. Boom! With a casual swing of the sword, a sharp wave of sword energy erupted. The 4 guards had barely taken a step before the energy sliced through their waists, cutting them into 8 pieces that fell to the ground. Their eyes widened in shock, blood gushing from their mouths. They had harmed countless people in their lives, but never imagined they would die so miserably themselves. Intruder. Someone's broken into the base. The people inside, seeing the guards at the gate slaughtered, ran deeper into the compound, shouting in alarm. Their strength was not much better than that of the gate guards, and they dared not confront Chen Fan. Chen Fan had no interest in chasing down these small fry. Who dares challenge the whale shark gang? A thunderous roar echoed in all directions, and a massive hammer, weighing thousands of pounds, tore through the air with an intimidating force, aiming straight for Chen Fan's face. However, Chen Fan's expression remained calm. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his sword with an almost casual motion. The blade flashed, slicing precisely into the oncoming hammer. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly unstoppable hammer was sent flying backward by what appeared to be a light swing of the sword. A towering figure appeared, reaching out with a large hand to catch the rebounding weapon with ease. The man, with a fierce and intimidating face, was none other than Yu Wanwei. He glanced at the deep gash etched into the hammer's surface, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. This was a mid-tier spiritual weapon, and yet it had been damaged so easily by a single strike. Impressive, kid. No wonder you had the guts to storm into the whale shark gang. Yu Wanwei sneered. Chen Fan remained composed. I didn't come here to waste words. I know there are 3 more Spirit Lake experts in your gang. Tell them to come out now. Yu Wanwei was about to retort with something along the lines of, I alone am enough to deal with you. But looking at the unfathomable young man before him, he swallowed his words. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures darted out from different directions at the rear of the stronghold. A white-haired elder, a middle-aged man, and a middle-aged woman with black lipstick. The elder was Zhang Jing, the leader of the whale shark gang, while the other 2, like Yu Wanwei, were deputy leaders of the gang. Good, everyone's here, Chen Fan said indifferently. Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes and asked, what grudge do you have against the whale shark gang? This isn't the kind of place where reasoning matters, so why waste time asking? Either fight me, or kneel and pledge your loyalty. Chen Fan scoffed, his figure flashing like lightning as he charged directly at the 4 of them. Damn it. I've never met someone this arrogant in my entire life. Boss, let me take him on first. Deputy leader Song Feng roared, his spiritual energy surging around him like a raging beast as he lunged toward Chen Fan. Just as Song Feng was about to rush forward, a figure moved like lightning, colliding with him. The impact sent Song Feng flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Blood arced through the air as he crashed heavily into the ground behind the encampment. The thousands of members of the whale shark gang fell into a deathly silence. Song Feng, a mid-stage Linghu realm expert ranked among the top 3 in strength in Crescent City, had been sent flying in a single exchange. The sight left everyone present chilled to the bone. Zhang Jing, Yu Baihua, and Yu Wanwei's pupils contracted in shock, their hearts trembling. Though the urge to flee gripped them, the thought of abandoning the foundation they had built over 4 years in Crescent City made them hesitate. May I ask, are you a Baodin realm expert? Zhang Jing forced himself to remain calm, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture despite the trembling in his voice. Years of experience in the martial world had taught him that seeking justice for Song Feng now would only hasten his own demise. Chen Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. You old fox, it seems you have some discernment. Do I need to make another move to convince you? No. Zhang Jing quickly plastered on a smile. We wouldn't dare challenge a Baodin realm expert. If you have any instructions, as long as it's within the ability of the whale shark gang, we will do our utmost to comply. Chen Fan nodded. Since you understand the situation, we'll make this simple. Bring that useless man to the council hall. I have something to discuss. Zhang Jing immediately ordered Yu Baihua and Yu Wanwei to carry Song Feng. Knowing the opponent was at the Baodin realm, they had no courage left to resist. Even if all 4 of them fought together at their peak, they might not stand a chance, let alone now with only 3 remaining, and Zhang Jing being the only latest stage Linghu realm among them. Subsequent plot summarized while retaining key points. In the council hall, Chen Fan set up a restrictive barrier, shattering Zhang Jing's spirit and immobilizing Yu Wanwei and Yu Baihua. His actions were not only to prevent anyone from escaping, but also to maintain control over the whale shark gang. Striking them down in the open would have caused the gang to collapse into chaos, which was not his intention. This retelling preserves all essential plot elements while using more concise and vivid language to enhance readability and visual impact. Chen Fan stepped slowly towards Zhang Jing's lifeless body, his expression calm as he pressed his right hand gently on Zhang Jing's forehead. In an instant, a powerful surge of soul energy flowed from his palm, directly into Zhang Jing's soul sea. What are you doing to our boss's body? Yu Wanwei's voice trembled, barely concealing the fear in his heart. Chen Fan ignored the man who was as good as dead, focusing on the task at hand. Suddenly, something happened that left Yu Wanwei and Yu Baihua utterly stunned. Jing, who had been dead, slowly sat up, Subordinate Duanmuxiu pays respects to the island lord and thanks you for your great kindness, Zhang Jing said, bowing respectfully to Chun Fan. The corners of Chun Fan's mouth lifted slightly. From now on, you are Zhang Jing, the leader of the whale shark gang. Understood. Duanmuxiu immediately replied. This scene left you one way, and you Baihua in complete shock. They finally understood what Chun Fan meant by borrowing a body. The unheard-of soul transference technique sent chills down their spines. You're a demonic cultivator. You despicable demonic cultivator, let us go, Yuanwei shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with fear, knowing all too well that he might soon face the same fate. Chun Fan cast a cold glance at him. I am not a demonic cultivator, but even if I were, what of it? You practice spiritual arts, yet your deeds are far worse than those of any demonic cultivator. I spared you from total annihilation, and let your bodies remain intact. That is already a great mercy. Spare me your nonsense. I'll never be grateful to you. Let me go now. Yu Wenwei's furious roar was abruptly cut off as he collapsed heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and unwillingness. An hour later, the restrictions on the council hall were lifted, and Chun Fan stepped out with the 4 new leaders of the gang. The gang members and junior leaders who had been waiting outside finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Jing stepped forward, his voice loud and commanding. As the gang leader, I hereby declare that from today onward, the Whale Shark Gang will turn over a new leaf and cease all unlawful activities. All prisoners in the dungeons are to be released immediately. The gang members were initially stunned, but soon realized this must have been the will of the mysterious masked man. Leader, what about the properties we've taken over? A cautious true spirit realm hall master asked. Zhang Jing replied calmly, those properties will remain under the control of the Whale Shark Gang. Additionally, starting today, a new hall of teaching will be established, with Vice Leader Yu Baihua serving as its head. Anyone who makes significant contributions will be rewarded with a top-grade spiritual cultivation manual. Those who achieve great merits may even receive celestial-grade cultivation techniques. These words ignited excitement throughout the Whale Shark Gang. Celestial-grade techniques. Such supreme inheritances were treasures possessed only by the most powerful martial sects. The Whale Shark Gang's acquisition of the celestial-level cultivation technique was entirely thanks to the mysterious young man's generosity. Over 1,000 members knelt down, chanting in unison, their voices echoing through the air in a grand and solemn scene. Although they could no longer commit crimes, the opportunity to cultivate such a top-tier technique was undoubtedly a life-changing fortune for them. Remember your promises. Anyone who dares to commit evil again will face death without mercy, Zhang Jing said with a smile, gesturing for the gang members to disperse. The Whale Shark Gang is now in your hands, Chun Fan said calmly. The 4 of them bowed respectfully. Rest assured, Island Master. We will lead the Whale Shark Gang onto the right path. Chun Fan continued with his instructions. Within 6 months, the Whale Shark Gang must become the leading force in Crescent Moon City. Additionally, establish a branch in Tiger Soul City to secretly protect the Chun family. Understood, Zhang Jing replied. Then, Chun Fan added, they'll return in 2 days. Before that, lock up all the most heinous criminals in the dungeon. Zhang Jing grinned. There are indeed plenty of those in the Whale Shark Gang. Once there are enough, choose the most useful ones, Chun Fan replied. Zhang Jing looked at his 60-year-old body and couldn't help but complain. I envy you. This body of mine is so old, I don't even know if certain parts still work. Chun Fan's gaze turned cold. If you don't want this body, once I activate the Spirit Gathering Altar, I can send you back to Sin Immortal Island. Zhang Jing immediately dropped to his knees, pleading. This subordinate misspoke. Please forgive me, Island Master. Inventory the gang's resources. In 2 days, they'll take half of it, Chun Fan instructed before turning and leaving. Chun Fan furrowed his brows slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He stood up and opened the door, where Luo Ran promptly handed him a sealed letter with an intact wax seal. Tearing open the envelope, Chun Fan quickly scanned Jun's handwriting. In dire need of assistance. Should you help, I will offer 50,000 spirit stones as gratitude. When did the young lady leave, and where did she go? Chun Fan asked, his gaze sharp. She left for the Sun family 2 hours ago, Luo Ran replied anxiously. Lead the way, Chun Fan commanded curtly. The 2 moved swiftly and soon arrived at the gates of the Sun residence. As the guards began to question them, Chun Fan spoke coldly. We are here for Su Wenjun. Miss Su left some time ago, one of the guards said, his eyes betraying uncertainty. Is that so? Yet I can sense she's still here, Chun Fan replied icily. Before the guards could respond further, Chun Fan raised his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy sent the 2 latest Foundation establishment guards flying into the residence, blood spilling from their mouths. Wait here, Chun Fan instructed Luo Ran before disappearing into the estate like a shadow. Inside a small courtyard, Su Wenjun lay on the bed, her body burning with heat. Summoning the last shred of clarity, She struggled to speak. Sun Changjin, I'm your cousin. How could you do this? If you know you're my cousin, why did you reject my proposal? Sun Changjin sneered wickedly. Your mother owes her life to my family. Tonight, you'll beg me. Suddenly, the door was blasted open with a powerful force. Before Sun Changjin could react, a figure appeared in front of him and sent him crashing into the wall with a single strike. Please, take me away, but don't kill him. Su Wenjun pleaded weakly. He must die, Qin Fan said firmly. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. Leading them was an elder who launched a powerful palm strike, only to have his shoulder pierced by Chan Fan's sword. It was none other than Sun Ming, the head of the Sun family. Father! Sun Tianxiao cried out, glaring at Chen Fan in fury. What ruthless methods you have! Using aphrodisiacs to defile a woman, does he not deserve death? Chun Fan retorted coldly. In the end, Chun Fan set his terms. If they wish to survive, they must prepare 15,000 spirit stones. But as for Sun Changjin, his death was non-negotiable. You've already rescued Wenjun. The job is done. Please, show mercy. Sun Tianxiao begged, dropping to his knees. Some decisions are not for the employer to make, Qin Fan said coldly before turning and walking back inside. Watching Qin Fan walk back into the house, Sun Tianxiong helplessly turned to his elder brother. Sun Tianxiao's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth as he said, as you said, this man's strength is terrifyingly overwhelming. Since he refuses to spare Xiao Jin, there's nothing we can do. After speaking, he closed his eyes in pain. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Sun Tianxiao's heart thudded violently, and a suffocating, excruciating pain engulfed his entire body. Xiao Jin, he let out a long, sorrowful cry after a moment of silence. Sun Tianxiong's face turned deathly pale, his eyes brimming with bitter hatred. Both of them knew that Sun Changjin would never respond again. You have the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. Chun Fan's icy voice echoed from within the house. Brother, take care of father. I'll go get the spirit stones. Sun Tianxiong gritted his teeth and said. Sun Tianxiao nodded numbly, and Sun Tianxiong hurriedly left. Amid the collapsed rubble, Sun Changjin was lifeless. His heart had been pierced by Chun Fan's sword, and the violent sword energy had pulverized it completely. As Chun Fan wiped the blood from his sword, a soft, intoxicating moan came from inside the house. His brows furrowed, and he strode back in. He had deliberately ignored Su Wenjun earlier, not wanting to hear her plead on behalf of the Sun family. But in just this short time, Su Wenjun had already lost control, her eyes dazed as she began tearing at her own clothes. As Qin Fan approached, Su Wenjun's hands reached for him. Thud! With a swift chop to her neck, Chun Fan knocked her unconscious, letting her collapse onto the bed. Yu Ling, give me a pill to counteract the effects of an aphrodisiac, Qin Fan said, his mind entering the sea pearl as he called out to Yu Ling. Yu Ling, who was in the middle of meditating, was momentarily stunned, her face turning slightly red. Island Master, Linger is a proper alchemist. Why would I have a pill for neutralizing aphrodisiacs? Chun Fan's expression darkened. Yu Qian, what about you? Island Master, I am also a proper alchemist. Yu Qian responded hastily. If you're not in a rush, I can gather the herbs and start refining one for you. Chun Fan's face turned even darker. If he hadn't knocked Su Wenjun unconscious in time, who knew what might have happened by now? How could this not be urgent? Island Master, actually, you don't necessarily need a pill to counteract an aphrodisiac. If you're willing to sacrifice yourself. Yu Ling teased with a sly smile. Enough nonsense, Qin Fan said coldly. Is there any spiritual material that can temporarily suppress the poison? There is. Desire-suppressing grass can hold the poison at bay for about an hour, Yu Qian quickly replied. But if the poison isn't neutralized within that hour, its effects will become even more intense. What does desire-suppressing grass look like? Where can I find it on the island? It grows in the Snow Valley. Its leaves are slender and ice blue, making it easy to recognize. Before Yu Qian could finish speaking, Qian Fan had already leapt away from the altar, heading straight for the northernmost snow valley of Sin Immortal Island. The snow there was waist-deep and had remained frozen for millennia, home to a 1,000-foot-long, silver-white snow serpent. Before Qin Fan could begin his search, the snow suddenly churned. A tall woman in a silver-white short dress emerged, holding an ice-blue, peculiar plant between her lips. Island Master, this is the desire-suppressing grass you wanted. Little Snake brought it for you, the woman, her long, bare legs gleaming white, said with a playful smile as she handed the grass to Chen Fan. Recognizing her as the snow serpent Xue Hanliang, Chen Fan nodded. Thank you. Hee. Little Snake also wants to go out and play. Could the Island Master arrange it for me? Xue Hanliang asked with a grin. Chen Fan's face twitched. If I remember correctly, you're at the Tongtian realm. It was clear she was asking to openly defy him. Xue Hanliang giggled. Little Snake is indeed at the Tongtian realm, but I'm about to enter my molting phase. During that time, I'll be very, very weak. If the Island Master reaches the immortal infant realm by then and injures me severely, you could easily defeat me. That way, I could leave early to explore. Staying here and burrowing in the snow every day is just so boring. Chun Fan was speechless. Xue Hanliang was clearly desperate to escape, even willing to take such risks. Although appearing on the soul-departing altar in a heavily injured state wasn't against the rules, even if he managed to defeat her in such a condition, her demonic power would be significantly diminished. With the limited spiritual energy outside, recovering her peak strength would be extremely difficult. We'll discuss this later. I have urgent matters to attend to right now, Chun Fan said, leaving her behind as he turned and flew back toward the altar. Yuqian, make sure the antidote pill is ready within an hour. Rest assured, Island Master. I won't fail you. Yuqian responded promptly. Fail me, my foot. Chun Fan muttered to himself, exasperated. This old man never missed an opportunity to make his presence known. As soon as the spiritual body settled on the main altar, it began absorbing the power of the Duanyukeo herb. A surge of icy blue energy coursed through its entire being, so chilling that even Chun Fan, standing nearby, couldn't help but shiver. Clenching his teeth, he carefully guided the bone-piercing cold into Su Wenjun's body. Gradually, as the frigid energy flowed through her, the unsettling heat radiating from her began to fade, and clarity returned to her eyes. Hiss, Su Wenjun let out a soft gasp, instinctively reaching for her neck, which throbbed with a faint pain. I hit you, Chun Fan stated plainly. His words made Su Wenjun's face flush instantly. Although she had no memory of what had transpired, she could guess that under the influence of the drug, she had likely lost control. It's not your fault, my lord. I must have behaved improperly under the drug's effects, she said, her voice filled with shame as she lowered her head, unable to meet Chun Fan's gaze. It's fine, Chun Fan replied, his tone softer. It was the drug's doing. But for now, its effects are only temporarily suppressed. To completely purge it, we'll need to address it later. Hearing this, Su Wenjun's expression shifted. Then, my lord, do you have a way to fully dispel the drug from my body? I do, Chun Fan replied. But I have other matters to handle here. Luo Ran is waiting for you outside the Sun residence. Go with him back to Duanyue Tower. At that moment, Su Wenjun's gaze inadvertently fell in the direction where Sun Changjin had been thrown. When she saw his lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, his chest soaked in crimson, her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, My lord, you really killed Sun Changjin. He deserved it, Chun Fan said coldly. But with his death, how will the Sun family ever let us go? Su Wenjun's voice quivered as a sudden thought struck her. Wait, I think I heard my grandfather's voice earlier. She looked up abruptly, her face pale with realization. You didn't kill my grandfather and uncle too, did you? Chun Fan turned away, his eyes behind the mask glinting with a chilling indifference. If I had killed them all, what would you do? When Sun Ming and the others arrived, Su Wenjun was already in a state of panic and confusion, completely unaware of what had transpired. Her face was ashen, and she stared at Chun Fan in terror, her thoughts in turmoil. If Chun Fan truly intended to wipe out the entire Sun family, what would become of her? Despite Sun Changjin's attempt to violate her, the Sun family was, after all, her mother's side of the family. Heh. Chun Fan let out a cold laugh. Do you really think Sun Changjin acted alone, without the knowledge of his family? They clearly condoned his behavior. Otherwise, how else would the Linghe-level expert by your side have been conveniently sent away? He had indeed sensed no trace of Lu Fengdao within the Sun estate. Tears welled up in Su Wenjun's eyes as she bit her lip and pleaded softly, But you can't kill them all. They're my grandfather, my uncles. I only killed Sun Changjin, Chun Fan replied indifferently, turning to leave. If it weren't for Su Wenjun's engagement to Chen Shuo, he wouldn't have intervened at all. Upon learning that the rest of the Sun family was unharmed, Su Wenjun quickly adjusted her attire and chased after him, earnestly imploring, Sir, I know you are righteous and despise evil, but I beg you to spare the others in the Sun family. They don't need your pleas. They'll pay for their deeds in due time, Chen Fan said without looking back. You'd better focus on preparing the 50,000 spirit stones. If you break your promise, I won't lift a finger to cure the poison from the aphrodisiac in your body. Su Wenjun's heart sank, a sense of loss washing over her. Was this masked man truly helping her only for the spirit stones? By now, she had removed her veil and mask, and he had seen her face clearly. Did he truly feel nothing at all? She forced a bitter smile and explained, Rest assured, sir. The 50,000 spirit stones will be delivered as promised, though I'll need to return home to gather them. Thank you, young man, for stepping in to save our young mistress. Lu Fengdao immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply upon seeing Chun Fan. Luo Ran had already explained the general situation, though the details remained unclear. The fact that Su Wenjun returned safely suggested the process must have been perilous. Chun Fan's expression remained indifferent, his gaze calm. I didn't do it for free. You don't need to thank me. This response left Lu Fengdao and Luo Ran exchanging puzzled looks, unable to make sense of his words. They were unaware of the agreement involving 50,000 spirit stones. She's fine now. Let her rest properly, Chen Fan said before walking past the two, his figure quickly disappearing down the corridor. Luo Ran scratched his temple awkwardly and asked with a dry laugh, Elder Lu, what do you think he meant by that? Could it be that the young mistress promised him some kind of reward? If you don't know, how would I? Lu Fengdao shot him a glare. Let's wait until the young mistress is well rested and ask her then. The two stood like guardian statues on either side of Su Wenjun's door, not daring to relax for a moment. About half an hour later, Su Wenjun suddenly woke up. Startled, two wild forces within her body were clashing fiercely. She quickly realized that these two foreign energies were actually helping her break through her meridians and barriers. Am I about to advance? Su Wenjun was thrilled and immediately sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Boom, boom. Inside her, two powerful energies surged. One was a pure, yin-like cold energy, while the other was a dominant, yang-like warm current. Instead of conflicting, the two forces intertwined harmoniously, like twin dragons dancing through her meridians. Boom. Moments later, the bottleneck that had stymied her for half a year shattered, propelling her from the peak of the mid-foundation stage to the late foundation stage. Yet the energy continued to flow, further impacting her meridians. What kind of miraculous substance did that gentleman use to detoxify me? Even after neutralizing the poison, it left such incredible medicinal power. After another incense stick's worth of time, Su Wenjun's delicate face flushed red with excitement, nearly rendering her speechless. True spirit realm. I've actually broken through to the true spirit realm. According to my original plan, this should have taken at least 2 more years. Unable to contain her joy, she jumped out of bed and opened the door, eager to thank Chen Fan. As she stepped out, she was greeted by the sight of the two guardians. Lu Fengdao was about to inquire about the Sun family incident, but abruptly sensed the change in her aura. Young mistress, you've advanced to the true spirit realm? Yes, Elder Lu. Who would have thought that this ordeal would turn out to be a blessing in disguise? Where's that gentleman? I must thank him properly. He's likely returned to the 4th floor, Lu Fengdao replied with a smile. We'll go find him first. We can discuss the Sun family matter later. Su Wenjun hurried to the 4th floor, but after knocking several times, there was no response. Feeling a bit disheartened, she thought to herself, it seems he's gone out. For some reason, she had been eager to share her joy with the mysterious masked gentleman. With no other choice, she returned to the 5th floor and summoned Lu Fengdao, and Luo ran into her room to recount what had occurred within the Sun family estate. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was already in the dungeon of the Whale Shark Gang. The dimly lit prison held dozens of people, their faces etched with terror. Leader, I've always been loyal to you. Please spare me. Leader, everything I did was under your orders. Zhang Jing, you treacherous scoundrel. Without us, the Whale Shark Gang wouldn't have its territory and enterprises today. You're just cutting us down once we've outlived our usefulness. Silence. All of you, shut up. Zhang Jing's eyes gleamed coldly as his immense aura erupted, knocking everyone in the dungeon to the ground. The weaker ones fainted outright. Island Lord, these are all heinous criminals. Please take a look and see if any of them meet your needs, Zhang Jing said respectfully to Chen Fan. You can all leave. I'll handle this alone, Chen Fan replied calmly. Understood. Zhang Jing bowed and exited the dungeon. A middle-aged man, one of the vice hall leaders, immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Young master, I've truly repented. Please spare me. From now on, I'll do a good deed every day. No, 10 good deeds a day to atone for my sins. Some people only think of repenting when death is at their doorstep, Chun Fan remarked coldly. With a flick of his finger, a stream of energy pierced the man's forehead. Annoying. Thud. The vice hall leader collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death, unable to find peace. The others, now pale with fear, dared not make a sound. Half a day later, Chun Fan emerged from the dungeon, followed by 26 men and women, their eyes gleaming with faint joy and resolve. As for the remaining Whale Shark Gang criminals deemed useless, they all lay dead within the dungeon. Chun Fan had no intention of letting them live, even to safeguard his secrets. Go, Chun Fan said softly as he exited the dungeon. We bid farewell to the island master. 26 individuals gathered in the courtyard of the Whale Shark Gang. Among them, 21 knelt on one knee in unison, respectfully bidding farewell to Chun Fan. Moments later, they swiftly disappeared into the shadows of the side alleys, heading off to fulfill their respective missions tasks that Chun Fan had meticulously planned in detail back when he was in the dungeon. Chun Fan turned to face the 5 remaining individuals standing behind him. His gaze landed on the 3 figures standing respectfully to his right. Xiedong, Lu Rue, Shueqinga, you are to immediately set out for Tiger Soul City. The Chen family is recruiting Spirit Lake Realm retainers. Use this opportunity to infiltrate. Understood. The 2 men and 1 woman responded in unison before vanishing like phantoms into the side alleys. These 3 Spirit Lake Realm cultivators were carefully selected by Chun Fan as strategic pieces. While he had initially considered placing core formation experts directly within the Chen family, he ultimately decided against it. Drawing too much attention could lead to trouble. Even though they excelled in concealing their presence, it would still be difficult to evade detection from higher-level cultivators. Chun Fan then shifted his attention to a gaunt-faced elder. Jia Yuan, you will secretly follow the Su family members. Su Wenjun will undoubtedly encounter danger on her return journey. Step in to save her at the right moment and take her as your disciple, citing her exceptional talent. Use this as your reason to stay within the Su family. Jia Yuan, along with another woman, Tong Xiaoxiao, were both mid-core formation experts. Understood, Jia Yuan replied respectfully. Even though the Su and Chen families were about to form an alliance through marriage, Chun Fan was determined to plant a hidden agent within the Su family. With the mining of spiritual ores, both families' strength would grow significantly. Chun Fan needed to ensure absolute control and eliminate any unforeseen variables. Finally, Chun Fan turned to Tong Xiaoxiao. You will go to Tiger Soul City and live in seclusion near the Chen family. Act only when absolutely necessary. You are my final trump card for the Chun family in my absence. I understand, Tong Xiaoxiao replied with deference. In 10 years, you will gain complete freedom. Go now, Chun Fan said with a faint smile. A glimmer of joy flashed in Tong Xiaoxiao's eyes. Thank you, Island Master. With that, she turned and departed. Once everyone had left, Chun Fan summoned Zhang Jing and 3 others. Zhang Jing immediately presented a storage ring. Island Master, 70% of the whale shark gang's resources are contained within this ring. Chun Fan shook his head. Keep half. You'll need resources to cultivate and manage the gang. Zhang Jing grinned. Rest assured, Island Master. The whale shark gang may only have a 4-year history, but its wealth is considerable. The remaining 30% is more than enough for us, especially with our many enterprises generating steady income daily. Seeing Zhang Jing's words, Chun Fan no longer declined and nodded in agreement. Zhang Jing grinned and said, if not for leaving us a foothold, the Island Master could have swept away all the resources of the whale shark gang. Chun Fan responded with a faint smile, thinking to himself that Zhang Jing seemed to have grown more tactful today. Instead of returning to the Duanyue Pavilion, he leaped into the air and flew directly towards Hupa City. Although Su Wenjun's 50,000 spirit stones were tempting, escorting them back to the city would be too troublesome, and more importantly, it would make it difficult to extricate himself later. Meanwhile, in the Duanyue Pavilion, Su Wenjun waited anxiously until late at night, but Chun Fan never returned. Could he have just left like that? Even if he doesn't care about me, surely he would still want those 50,000 spirit stones, right? She thought to herself, secretly hoping. 2 days passed, and still, there was no sign of Chun Fan. Su Wenjun went to the counter to ask the innkeeper, the gentleman on the 4th floor, the one with the tiger mask, has he checked out? The innkeeper shook his head with a smile. That gentleman hasn't checked out, but he hasn't returned for the past 2 days either. Based on my experience, guests who leave without a deposit and don't return aren't uncommon. Biting her lip lightly, Su Wenjun hesitated. Beside her, Luo Ran whispered softly, Miss, we've almost recruited enough people. Should we return today? The more people we recruit, the better. Let's stay and recruit for 2 more days, Su Wenjun replied quietly. Another 2 days passed, and still, Chun Fan was nowhere to be found. Reluctantly, Su Wenjun left 10 spirit stones with the innkeeper to leave a message for him, then departed with her team in disappointment. Trailing behind the convoy, Jia Yuan followed them discreetly, grinning. It seems this little lady has taken a liking to the Island Master. What a sharp eye. If she truly ends up with the Island Master, wouldn't that make me her Master Jia in the future? Little did he know about Su Wenjun's engagement to Chen Shuhua. At the gates of the Luo family estate in Hupa City, Chun Fan stood coldly with Da Huang beside him and shouted, Luo Dingtian, come out and face me. While Su Wenjun's 50,000 spirit stones could be ignored, the 50,000 owed by Luo Dingtian had to be reclaimed. The 4 guards at the gate wore grim expressions. One of them said coldly, Second young Master Chun, our young master is not at home. Please come back another day. Chun Fan sneered. Not home? Fine. Then I'll speak with the head of the Luo family. The guard's face twitched slightly. Our family head is not someone you can meet at will. Leave now, or don't blame us for being rude. Rude. Chun Fan's eyes narrowed. Da Huang, go in. Bite anyone who tries to stop you. If Luo Dingtian refuses to repay his debt, even if we take this to the heavens, we're still in the right. Da Huang bared its sharp teeth and began walking into the estate. The four guards moved simultaneously, unleashing their spiritual energy. While they dared not harm the second young master of the Qin family, teaching a stray dog a lesson seemed harmless enough. However, Da Huang was agile, effortlessly dodging their attacks. With precision, it swiped a paw at one guard's groin. The guard let out a miserable scream and stumbled backward in pain. The three guards gasped in shock. Da Huang's paw struck heavily at the vital spot, and in an instant, the man's pants were stained red with blood. Damn it, this guy's done for. One of the guards roared angrily. Brothers, kill that beast. The three of them simultaneously drew their swords. Spiritual energy, surging as blades and swords, formed an impenetrable web, closing in on Da Huang. However, Da Huang's movements were extraordinarily agile, weaving effortlessly through the web of swords without a single hair being harmed. What was even more astonishing was that Da Huang not only dodged with ease but also exploited every opening with lightning speed. Each strike of his paw landed precisely on the guard's most vulnerable spots, every move deadly. Tian Fan stood to the side, dumbfounded. How did this dog suddenly learn such underhanded moves? The crowd on the street was equally stunned. Someone whispered, "Is this really just a mutt? Its skills are fiercer than those of a martial arts master." Did you hear? The Gou family is spreading rumors that this dog is the reincarnation of a martial arts grandmaster. Seriously? My friend who works as a guard for the Gou family swore it's true. This dog may not have any demonic spiritual power, but its combat techniques are incredibly refined. They say even true spirit experts can't withstand its paws. That explains it. I thought it was trained by that loser Qin Fan. Huh, Qin Fan? That waste could never train a divine dog like this. Better stay far away from him. If he ever lets the dog loose in a fit of anger, you won't just be ruined in this life, you'll be done for in the next one too. Hearing this, the onlookers instinctively clenched their legs tightly, their eyes filled with fear. The shrill cries of four guards shattered the tranquility of the Luo residents. Covering their vital areas with twisted expressions of agony, they stumbled and sighed. Though their injuries were not fatal, the pain was excruciating enough to render them completely incapable of fighting. At that moment, they learned a bitter lesson. It was better to risk their lives against desperate criminals than to provoke a ferocious dog, especially the fierce yellow dog that followed Qin Fan. The guards' cries swiftly alarmed everyone in the Luo residence. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Dingtian rushed out in a panic, fearing that the elders of the family might discover the matter. If they found out he was entangled with Qin Fan, a so-called good-for-nothing, his future would undoubtedly take a turn for the worse. Qin Fan, you useless scum. What madness are you causing in front of my Luo family's gates? Luo Dingtian barked in a rapid, furious tone, his face dark with anger. Get out of here now. Over such a trivial matter. You're making a scene? Leave, and he'll deal with this tomorrow. Qin Fan sneered dismissively. If 50,000 spirit stones are such a trivial matter to young Master Luo, then let's not wait until tomorrow. Settle it with me today. I said tomorrow. Luo Dingtian growled through clenched teeth. Today. Qin Fan's tone turned icy. After all, it's not the first time young Master Luo has gone back on his word. Forgive me if I don't trust you. Luo Dingshan's face twitched, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. However, glancing at the menacing yellow dog, he forced down his anger. Losing a few guards was one thing, but he couldn't afford to risk his prized possession. What's going on here? A stern, commanding voice suddenly rang out from within the Luo residence. Luo Dingtian's heart sank as he turned to see his father, along with his second uncle and third uncle, approaching with grim expressions. Father, it's nothing, just a minor issue. I can handle it, Luo Dingtian stammered, trying to explain. If you could handle it, those four guards wouldn't be injured. Step aside. Luo Honghu snapped coldly. Luo Dingshan's face turned pale as he retreated, though a glint of venomous hatred flashed in his eyes. Qin Fan, they'll make sure you pay for this one day, he cursed silently. Luo Honghu turned his sharp gaze to Qin Fan and sneered. Qin Fan, you've grown increasingly audacious lately. First, you caused trouble at the Gou family's residence, and now you're here at the Luo family's gates. What's the matter? Has your grandfather broken through to the core formation stage, giving you, a mere chi refinement stage weakling, such confidence? Qin Fan chuckled lightly. Although my grandfather hasn't reached the core formation stage, why shouldn't I have confidence in collecting a gambling debt that's owed to me? Luo Honghu's brows furrowed deeply as he cast a cold glance at Luo Dingtian. What gambling debt? It seems Uncle Luo wasn't informed, Qin Fan said with a faint smile. Over 10 days ago, young Master Luo blocked my path and dragged me to the gambling house in the southern part of the city. After a few rounds, he lost 50,000 spirit stones to me. He promised to pay within 10 days, but it's been well over that time, and the spirit stones have yet to reach the Qin family. So, I had no choice but to come and collect them myself. Luo Honghu's veins bulged on his forehead as he asked in a frosty tone, Ding Tian, is this true? Luo Dingtian dared not lie and reluctantly admitted, yes, father. I was unlucky and lost 50,000 spirit stones to him. I had already gathered the amount, but 2 days ago, I was ambushed. Not only did I lose the spirit stones, but my spatial ring was also taken. The dignified young master of the Luo family, ambushed and robbed of his spatial ring. You've truly brought shame upon me. Luo Honghu thundered. Get back inside and stay in confinement. Luo Dingtian hurriedly obeyed, but Chun Fan interjected, Uncle Luo, what about the spirit stones young Master Luo owes me? A debt is a debt. The Luo family doesn't renege on its obligations. Second brother, fetch 50,000 spirit stones from the treasury. Luo Honghu ordered. Luo Pengying shot a cold glare at Chen Fan before turning to retrieve the spirit stones. Meanwhile, Luo Yuanzhou sneered. Chen Fan, don't think you can deceive us so easily. With your meager skills, there's no way you could have won 50,000 spirit stones from my nephew unless you resorted to some underhanded trickery. Chun Fan smirked. It was young Master Luo who dragged me to the gambling house, and the southern gambling house is owned by your Luo family. What tricks could I possibly have used? Either way, the Luo family won't forget this. Luo Yuanzhou snarled with an icy smile. Chun Fan turned away indifferently and shouted toward the bustling street, everyone, listen up. The Luo family lost a bet, but is now threatening me. If anything happens to me in the future, it's undoubtedly because the Luo family is seeking revenge. Luo Honghu, with a dark expression, sent a voice transmission to Luo Yuanzhou, his tone barely restraining his anger. Third brother, are you out of your mind? I was planning to find an opportunity to teach that Qin family brat a lesson, but now you've made it harder for me to act. Big brother, I'm sorry. Luo Yuanzhou quickly replied through voice transmission, I lost my temper because of that kid's arrogance. I just couldn't stand him. Forget it. Luo Honghu snorted coldly. Once we've handed over the spirit stones, let him leave. The Qin family, I'll deal with them sooner or later. Luo Yuanzhou's lips curled into a sinister smile. To Luo Honghu, it seemed like they were on the same page, unaware that this cold smile was actually aimed at him. Qin family brat, watch your words, Luo Honghu said, feigning calmness. A mere 50,000 spirits to Nesto, you think the Luo family cares about such a trivial amount? Qin Fan maintained a relaxed smile. Uncle Luo, I almost forgot to remind you. When I gave Luo Xiao a 10-day grace period, he promised to add 500 extra spirit stones as interest. I'll overlook the additional days of delay, so just give me 50,500 spirit stones, and we'll call it even. At these words, Luo Honghu's eye twitched with rage. Interest? Daring to talk about interest with the Luo family? This useless brat from the Qin family had some nerve. 500 in interest? The Luo family can afford that, Luo Honghu said, suppressing his anger. But what about the fact that your dog injured one of our guards? How do you plan to settle that? Qin Fan chuckled and shook his head. If someone can't even handle a dog, why should the Luo family bother keeping them? Such useless people are better off being kicked out to fend for themselves. If Uncle Luo needs a guard dog, I could lend you to Huang. The moment these words left his mouth, the Luo family members were stunned. Their guard had been injured so badly, yet this kid still had the audacity to make sarcastic remarks? Luo Yuanzhou nearly burst out laughing. Luo Honghu's face turned even darker, and for a moment, he was speechless. The truth was undeniable, his guard really couldn't even defeat a dog. Though De Huang had shown extraordinary abilities, it had never displayed any signs of being a spirit beast. Without a spirit beast's power, it was still just an ordinary mutt. After a brief silence, Luo Pengying stepped forward with a cold expression and tossed a Xian Kong ring toward Qin Fan. Take it. Qin Fan caught the ring and grinned. Does it contain 50,500 spirit stones? Second uncle, don't try to shortchange me. Luo Pengying's face darkened, and just as he was about to retort, Luo Honghu interrupted in a low voice. Give him the extra 500 and get him out of here. Left with no choice, Luo Pengying complied. The world is truly in decline, Chun Fan said with a chuckle, shaking his head. Even debtors act so arrogantly. If I had known, I wouldn't have given Luo Dingtian those 10 extra days. Just 50,000 spirit stones, and yet it caused so much trouble. What a headache. De Huang, let's go. Next time, don't let people who can't afford to lose borrow from us. With that, the man and his dog turned and left. That's not a man and a doge, it's two dogs. Luo Honghu gritted his teeth, his fury on the verge of exploding. Who would have thought that the union between the Su and Chen families would make even a good-for-nothing so arrogant? A glint of cold malice flickered in Luo Pengying's hawk-like eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Elder brother, I must personally oversee things on the other side to prevent any unexpected developments. Luo Honghu nodded grimly. Very well. With a respectful salute, Luo Pengying took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Yuanzhou's eyes briefly revealed a trace of disdain. The island master was already aware of Luo Pengying's plan and had likely made the necessary arrangements. Sending Luo Pengying would only mean sending another life to its demise. Third brother, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Luo Honghu turned and inquired. A faint smile played on Luo Yuanzhi's lips. I didn't find anything particularly unusual. It seems the Su and Qin families are merely using this marriage alliance to consolidate their power. Is that all? Luo Honghu frowned, his expression clouded with doubt. Something about this still feels off. Could it be that elder brother doesn't trust me to handle this properly? Luo Yuanzhu feigned displeasure. How could I not trust you? Luo Honghu chuckled. Whatever their scheme may be, as long as this marriage doesn't go through, their plans will fall apart. Wise as always, elder brother. Luo Yuanzhu praised with a smile. Luo Honghu let out a deep sigh. It's just a pity what a disappointment Tianzheng has become. Like father, like son, they say. But he's proving to be more of a letdown by the day. Internally, Luo Yuanzhu sneered. Like father, like son indeed. But you? Nearing 50 and still stuck in the middle stage of the Linghu realm, dare to call yourself a tiger among men? The Luo family's self-confidence truly knows no bounds. In his eyes, anyone who couldn't reach the Xianying realm before 40 was nothing but a waste. As dusk settled, a caravan of hundreds of people and carriages moved forward at a steady pace. Su Wenjun lifted the curtain of her carriage, mentally calculating. In a little over an hour, they should reach Tiger Ridge Mountain. The craftsmen and laborers would be sent directly to the mountain, but her thoughts had long since drifted back to Tiger Soul City. She couldn't help but blush as the image of that masked gentleman surfaced in her mind, her cheeks glowing even redder than the evening sky. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Lu Lao approached her carriage and murmured in a low voice, "Young miss, something feels off." Su Wenjun's expression shifted instantly. Lu Fengdao was a Linghu realm expert with incredibly sharp senses. If he said something was wrong, there was no doubt he had detected a threat. "If anything happens, I'll be counting on you, Lu Lao," Su Wenjun said firmly. "Rest assured, young Mississippi. I will do everything in my power to protect you and the caravan," Lu Fengdao promised, his sharp gaze unwavering. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the forest ahead. "I'd like to see how a mere Linghu realm beginner plans to protect them all." A surge of powerful spiritual energy swept through the area, materializing as streaks of black light that crashed into the Su family's entourage. The guards clutched their heads in pain, their faces pale, while the craftsmen and laborers in the rear collapsed in droves, unconscious. Mu Liuguang and Qi Wanrong were pale-faced and trembling all over. The strength of the powerful figure before them far exceeded their imagination. How could such a terrifying existence appear near Hupa City? "Run!" Mu Liuguang instinctively shouted, turning to flee without hesitation, leaving even the gravely injured Mu Qiansha behind. Seeing this, Qi Wanrong quickly followed suit to save her own life. "You think you insects can escape after running into me? What a ridiculous dream." Jia Yuan sneered coldly, forming a sword seal with 2 fingers of his right hand. In an instant, 2 sharp sword shadows materialized before him. "Go!" With a flick of Jia Yuan's finger, the sword shadows cut through the air, chasing the fleeing pair. Thud! In the blink of an eye, a streak of sword light pierced through Qi Wanrong's chest, causing blood to spray like a curtain. "This time, I've truly lost." She sighed her last words before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sensing his wife's tragic death, Mu Liuguang was overcome with terror. As he desperately fled, he pleaded, "Please, senior, spare my life. I'll surrender all my treasures." Jia Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a mere thought, the sword light shifted a few inches, piercing through Mu Liuguang's right shoulder with precision. "Ah!" he screamed in agony as he fell to the ground. "If you don't want to die, crawl back here yourself," Jia Yuan said coldly. Mu Liuguang realized that his life had been intentionally spared. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, he staggered back. At this moment, Lu Fengdao and Su Wenjun bowed deeply to Jia Yuan. "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives." Turning to Su Wenjun, Jia Yuan's expression softened into a kind smile. "Young lady, though your talent is average, to have reached the true spirit realm at your age speaks to your exceptional determination. My cultivation technique requires such perseverance for its inheritance. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Hearing this, Su Wenjun was overjoyed. She thought to herself how her luck had been extraordinary lately. First, the masked gentleman resolved the Sun family crisis, and now, she had encountered a powerful master. Without hesitation, she knelt and bowed. "Disciple greets master." Jia Yuan laughed heartily, helping her to her feet. After wandering for half my life, I finally found a disciple I'm satisfied with. From now on, you'll follow me and cultivate the 3000 heavenly sword technique. By this time, Mu Liuguang had weakly made his way back. Jia Yuan spoke coldly. If the treasures you mentioned are merely what's stored in your ring, they won't be enough to save your life. Senior, most of my treasures are hidden elsewhere, only about 60 miles away. If you spare my life, it'll lead the way immediately. Mu Liuguang hurriedly explained. Jia Yuan turned to Su Wenjun. His collection will be my gift to you as your first meeting present. You'll come with me to retrieve it. With everything settled, Su Wenjun instructed Lu Fengdao to lead the others to Tiger Ridge Mountain, while she and her master would return directly to Hupa City. Jia Yuan looked at Mu Liuguang and said, "Point the way." Mu Liuguang immediately gestured eastward. Jia Yuan gave a faint smile. With a gentle wave of his sleeves, two streams of invisible energy swirled out like serpents, wrapping around Mu Liuguang and Su Wenjun. The three figures traced a graceful arc through the air, speeding rapidly toward the east. Under Mu Liuguang's guidance, they soon landed midway up an unnamed mountain peak. Before them was a narrow crevice in the rock, just wide enough for one person to pass through, and about 2 zhang in height. "Senior, all of my collection is inside," Mu Liuguang said respectfully, his voice betraying a subtle tension. Jia Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Inside, there's not only your collection but also a little killing formation, isn't there?" The words struck Mu Liuguang like a heavy hammer, causing his pupils to contract sharply. The killing formation had not been activated and emitted no discernible energy. How had this old man detected it? It's my fault for not explaining clearly." Mu Liuguang hurriedly responded, cold sweat silently soaking the back of his clothes. "To prevent theft, I did indeed hide a formation disk for a killing array inside. But rest assured, Senior, I understand that such a formation could never withstand your power. I would never dare to activate it and offend you." Bitterness filled Mu Liuguang's heart. If escape were even remotely possible, he would have fled without hesitation. But even at his peak strength, escape would have been unlikely. Now, in his current state, running was utterly out of the question. Any rash movement would surely result in instant death. Buzz. With a casual wave of his hand, Jia Yuan unleashed a web-like restrictive force that instantly bound Mu Liuguang. "Senior, you are a man of honor. Surely you wouldn't go back on your word," Mu Liuguang exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. "My word is my bond," Jia Yuan replied calmly. "I won't take your life. But you nearly killed my disciple, and the grudge between you and my disciple must be resolved." Turning to Su Wenjun, he added, "Disciple, go ahead and kill him." A cold gleam flashed in Su Wenjun's eyes. "Scum like him deserves to die." Buzz. With the clear sound of a sword being drawn, Su Wenjun advanced on Mu Liuguang, radiating killing intent. Bound by the restrictive force, Mu Liuguang's face displayed a mixture of fury and terror. He was like a fish on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of others. "Wait," Mu Liuguang suddenly shouted. "Su Wenjun, don't you want to know why I appeared on your return path?" Hearing this, Jia Yuan chuckled inwardly. This fool, was he finally about to sell out the Luo family? "You know who I am?" Su Wenjun's eyes widened in shock as Mu Liuguang casually spoke her name. "I don't know you personally, but I know you're Su Wenjun, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Hupa City," Mu Liuguang replied coldly. "Now, tell Muho sent you to kill me?" A glint of frost flickered in Su Wenjun's eyes as her sword shot forward like lightning, aiming for Mu Liuguang's throat. The blade's edge grazed his neck, leaving a thin line of blood. Mu Liuguang's pupils constricted. He knew another inch would mean certain death. "If you're not going to spare my life, why should I tell you anything?" Mu Liuguang forced himself to stay calm, realizing this secret was his only chance to survive. "Fine. If you tell me, I'll let you live," Su Wenjun said, her voice icy. "I want you to swear on the Su family," Mu Liuguang demanded, narrowing his eyes. Without hesitation, Su Wenjun drove her sword through his throat. Blood spurted from the wound, pooling into a dark crimson stain on the ground. Standing behind her, Jia Yuan watched in quiet astonishment, impressed by his young disciple's ruthless decisiveness. "To betray my family for my own safety? Never. The Su family gave me everything. I owe them my loyalty." Su Wenjun scoffed, her voice steady. "You thought I was just a woman, but you underestimated me." "Well done," Jia Yuan said with a faint smile. Turning to her master, Su Wenjun's cheeks flushed slightly. "I'm glad you don't think I was too merciless, master. Mu Liuguang committed countless atrocities. I wasn't inclined to spare him anyway." "Master, this is for you." "I can no longer keep it," Su Wenjun said respectfully, offering the item with both hands. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity. Jia Yuan chuckled heartily, his gaze filled with approval. "Very well. Since it is a token of your filial respect, I shall accept it." Inwardly, he nodded in satisfaction. This disciple truly had a good sense of propriety. Su Wenjun hesitated, biting her lip lightly before finally speaking. Master, I have been away from the Su family for a long time. I must return for a visit. Can you possibly? Before she could finish, Jia Yuan waved his hand, interrupting her. I have wandered for most of my life, never settling down, all in search of a worthy successor. Now that I found one, I will remain in Tiger Soul City for a while. Once you have mastered the techniques and gained insight, I will consider my next steps. Hearing this, Su Wenjun was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Thank you, Master. If you're willing, you can stay with the Su family forever. We will honor you for generations to come. Haha, your sentiment is appreciated, Jia Yuan said with a smile, waving dismissively, but I won't stay in one place for that long. Prolonged stays lead to entanglements that hinder my spiritual path. 10 years at most and I will leave. He had already made up his mind. Once the tenure period was over, he would regain his complete freedom and would not remain confined to the small Tiger Soul City. Su Wenjun was secretly delighted. 10 years would be more than enough for her to elevate the Su family to the most powerful clan in Tiger Soul City. Let's go, Jia Yuan said with a soft laugh, using his spiritual energy to envelop Su Wenjun as they sped southward. Although it was his first time heading to Tiger Soul City, Su Wenjun's earlier path had already pointed in that direction. Meanwhile, back in Tiger Soul City, a farcical scene unfolded at the Luo family estate. A figure stumbled hurriedly through the gates of the Luo mansion. Luo Yuanjiu, who was meditating nearby, opened his sharp, menacing eyes. Who dares trespass on the Luo family's grounds with such audacity? With that, he unleashed a powerful force toward the intruder. Boom! Ah! A pained cry was followed by an angry roar. Third brother, have you lost your mind? Don't you recognize your second brother? The furious voice of Luo Pengying startled everyone in the mansion. The corners of Luo Yuanjiu's lips curled into a cold smirk. Of course, he recognized Luo Pengying. He just hadn't expected him to return alive. Second brother, what's going on? Luo Honghu rushed over upon hearing the commotion, landing beside the fallen Luo Pengying. The latter was clutching his waist in pain, his anger still simmering. Big brother, it's all my fault. Luo Yuanjiu's tone turned aggrieved. I was already fuming from being provoked by that Chin fanboy earlier today. Then suddenly, someone flew in at night. I thought it was an intruder, so I instinctively struck out. Second brother, why didn't you dodge? Luo Pengying rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had been on edge, like a frightened bird, during his entire journey back. Yet, after avoiding danger outside, he ended up being attacked at his own home. Luo Honghu looked at his injured second brother, his brows furrowing slightly. This accidental injury between brothers left an uncomfortable feeling in his heart, but for now, concern was more important. Second brother, how are you? Are you alright? Luo Pengying forced a bitter smile. The injury isn't serious. It's just frustrating. Luo Honghu turned and glared at his third brother, Luo Yuanjiu. Third brother, next time, make sure you see clearly before you act. Attacks at the Linghu realm are no joke. If you're not careful, you could end up taking your second brother's life. You're right, big brother. They'll be more careful, Luo Yuanjiu responded awkwardly, quickly stepping forward. Second brother, let me help you up. Once Luo Pengying was steady, a sharp glint flashed in Luo Honghu's eyes. Second brother, how did things go over there? Luo Pengying's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with fear. They're dead. All of them are dead. Haha, good. They deserved it. Luo Honghu laughed loudly upon hearing this. Luo Yuanjiu, observing his second brother's complex expressions, felt a sense of unease. Sure enough, Luo Pengying's trembling voice followed. Big brother, it's not the Su family that's dead. It's Mu Qiansha and his group who are all dead. What? Luo Honghu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in anger. Didn't you say there were 3 Linghu realm practitioners in that group? And one of them was even in the late Linghu realm. How could they all be dead? Clenching his teeth, Luo Pengying explained, I thought it was foolproof. But who could have imagined that just as Mu Qiansha and his group cornered the Su family, an old man suddenly attacked from behind. With a single strike, he sent Mu Qiansha, who was at the mid-Linghu realm, flying, rendering him completely incapacitated. Then, with just a flick of his hand, he conjured 2 sword shadows, killing Mu Liuguang and severely injuring Qi Wanrong as they tried to escape. Luo Honghu's pupils contracted sharply. Who is this old man? Since when did the Su family have such a powerful ally? I don't know. The distance was too great, and I could only make out that it was an old man. I was afraid of being discovered, so I retreated immediately after Mu Liuguang was injured. Luo Pengying's expression was grim. Big brother, the most pressing issue now is what comes next. If Mu Liuguang falls into the hands of that old man and the Su family, there's no guarantee he won't betray us. Those bandits have no sense of loyalty or honor. Luo Honghu's face turned pale. If Mu Liuguang exposed them and the Su family brought that mysterious old man to their doorstep, even with another Linghu realm expert in the Luo family, they might not be able to withstand it. Did Mu Liuguang have any evidence against us? Don't worry about that, big brother. I only gave Mu Qiansha 60,000 spirit stones, nothing else. I've never even met Mu Liuguang in person. Luo Honghu let out a small sigh of relief. Without evidence, the Su family can't do anything to us. In Tiger Soul City, they wouldn't dare act openly. Big brother, we can't let our guard down, Luo Pangying said urgently, recalling the old man's terrifying power. The golden sword aura and spiritual energy sword shadows had been especially daunting in the twilight. We must prepare for the worst. If that old man really decides to help the Su family against us, we're finished. After thinking for a moment, Luo Honghu said, all right, send a message to Qianjun immediately and have him return to support us. It'd be best if he could also bring a few experts from the Mountain River Sword Sect. With Qianjun here, no matter who that old man is, he'll have to think twice out of respect for the Mountain River Sword Sect. Also, tomorrow morning, have Ding Tian invite the young city lord to our residence. As long as we get through tonight, the Luo family will be safe. Great idea. Luo Pengying agreed enthusiastically. As the second master of the Luo family, he had never felt as uneasy as he did today. Third brother, why are you so quiet? Luo Honghu asked. I think second brother is overreacting, Luo Yuanju said. Even if the Su family has a mysterious expert helping them, this is still Tiger Soul City. They wouldn't dare storm the Luo family like bandits. What about assassination? Luo Pengying said anxiously. If that old man really comes for us, he could kill us all before the city lord's people even arrive. This is about the survival of the Luo family. Can't take any chances. Third brother, your second brother is right, Luo Honghu said solemnly. When it comes to the survival of the family, we can't afford to take risks. They'll follow big brother and second brother's plan. Luo Yuanju nodded. I believe that as long as the three of us stand united, no one can harm the Luo family. Well said. Luo Honghu laughed. By the way, I have some good news to share with you. I was going to wait until later, but I'll tell you now to boost our confidence. What good news? Luo Yuanji's eyes lit up. Luo Honghu smiled. Father has been in seclusion for a long time, and this time, he's finally sensed the opportunity to form a core. It won't be long before he steps into the core formation realm. Upon hearing the news, Luo Pengying's eyes lit up immediately, his voice trembling with excitement. This is fantastic news. Once father steps into the Baodan realm, who in Tiger Soul City would dare to challenge the Luo family? Exactly, Luo Yuanju said with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing. Once father successfully forms the Dan, our position as the top family in Tiger Soul City will be unshakable. Even the city lord's manor will have to show us some respect. Standing nearby, Luo Honghu gave a light cough, his expression turning serious. Third brother, watch your words. While the city lord's manor may not have a Baodan realm expert, it is still the official residence of the sacred dynasty. Even if ordinary officials govern it, we as a family cannot afford to take it lightly. Luo Yuanjiu smirked inwardly at this remark. As an islander from the Sin Immortal Island, he held little regard for things like the city lord's manor or the sacred dynasty. Meanwhile, in the Su family's inner courtyard, Su Wenjun stormed into the main hall, her earlier cheerful mood completely gone, replaced by fury over a newly arranged marriage. With reddened eyes, she shouted at her father, Su Jian, Father, I will never agree to this marriage. Su Jian looked at his agitated daughter and sighed with a helpless smile. Wenjun, I understand you're against arranged marriages, but Chun Shuo from the Chun family is impeccable in both talent and character. Among the younger generation in Tiger Soul City, he's truly a rare match. So what if Chen Shuo is outstanding? He is not the one I love. Su Wenjun retorted stubbornly. I've always obeyed you, father, but this time, I refuse to go along with it. Su Jian's expression darkened. This marriage is crucial to the successful mining of the Tiger Ridge Mountain's spiritual vein. Without the Chen family's help, the Su family won't just fail to rise, we could face complete ruin. You need to calm down and think this through carefully. I am calm, Su Wenjun replied coldly. I just want to know, whose idea was this marriage? Was it yours, or second uncle's? Neither, Su Jian said, shaking his head. It was Chun Fan from the Chen family. Somehow, he discovered the secret of Tiger Ridge Mountain, and we had no choice but to accept his terms. Believe me, I feel for you. But this marriage will strengthen the cooperation between our families. Chun Fan? Su Wenjun clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. That useless failure who can't even reach foundation establishment? How dare he ruin my life like this? She gritted her teeth. He can waste his own life if he wants, but dragging me down with him? Dream on. Wenjun, don't be so hasty, Su Jian said gently, his eyes fixed on his furious daughter. How about I go to the Chen family tomorrow and see if we can discuss choosing someone else? As the head of the Su family, Su Jian understood that his usually obedient and sensible daughter must truly be against marrying Chen Shua to react so strongly. While family interests were important, his daughter's happiness mattered just as much. There's no need. Su Wenjun interrupted coldly, her expression hardened. Tomorrow, I will go to the Chen family myself and make things clear. Absolutely not, Su Jian said with a frown. With your temper, you'll only stir up trouble. We can't afford to lose the Chen family as allies right now. Wenjun pressed her lips together and promised, Father, I know where to draw the line. Whatever the outcome, it won't affect the mining of Tiger Ridge. And from this moment on, no one will dare take advantage of the Su family. Is this because of your master? Su Jian raised an eyebrow, his tone heavy with concern. Wenjun, you've only just joined your master's tutelage. You shouldn't lean too heavily on their influence. If they become displeased because of family matters, it could ruin your future. Tears welled up in Wenjun's eyes. I understand, Father. I don't want to rely too much on my master, but neither can I sacrifice my own happiness. Please, just this once, let me follow my heart. Su Jian sighed deeply, a bitter smile on his face. It seems I failed to consider things thoroughly. Truthfully, I think Chen Shua is a decent young man. But Wenjun didn't want to hear more. She turned away, choking back her tears, and left. Back in her room, she finally let her emotions pour out, sobbing uncontrollably. If she hadn't met that mysterious young man with the mask, perhaps she could have accepted her family's arrangement. But now that his figure had taken root in her heart, how could she resign herself to a loveless marriage? At the break of dawn the next day, Su Wenjun stood resolutely outside the gates of the Chen family estate. I am Su Wenjun of the Su family, she declared firmly to the guards. Go tell the second young master, Chun Fan, that I wish to see him. Although the guards were puzzled as to why the fiancé of young master Chen Shua wanted to meet the second young master, they still passed the message to Chen Fan's courtyard. Chun Fan spoke calmly, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. It's a pity I don't have a sister of suitable age to marry into your Su family. Moreover, taking a 40 share is not freeloading. The manpower and resources my Chen family has invested, along with protecting and mining the vein, are indispensable. Without the Chen family's support, your Su family would likely lose this spiritual mine as soon as you began operations. Your second uncle and father understand this well, which is why they agreed to my terms. A trace of coldness flashed in Su Wenjun's eyes. She didn't waste words arguing about the necessity of the two families' collaboration since Chun Fan's reasoning was sound. Instead, she said coldly, not having a suitable girl is no excuse. Even a child marriage would be acceptable to our Su family. Isn't the engagement between Chen Ershao and Gou Buyu from the Gou family precisely such an arrangement? Or has Chen Ershao forgotten? Chun Fan chuckled lightly, inwardly admiring Su Wenjun's sharp wit and verbal skills. He replied unhurriedly, Miss Su is not wrong. However, your engagement with my brother Shua has already become widely known, and your Su family has agreed to it. If you wish to break off the engagement, have you considered the consequences? Oh, if I insist on breaking it off, are you implying the Chen family would ally with the Luo family? Su Wenjun's eyes narrowed. Making deals with a tiger only invites disaster. Weren't those your exact words to my second uncle? The corners of Chun Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. The Chun family would never ally with the Luo family. We only need to sit back and watch as your two families clash. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. My Chen family has no desire to play the fisherman. But since Miss Su is so opposed to this marriage, let's pretend I never brought it up. He waved a hand dismissively with feigned indifference. After all, I'm just a good for nothing. My words carry no weight. If you're willing, then fine. If not, so be it. Miss Su, please leave. Announce the cancellation of the engagement when you return. Since the marriage contract hasn't been signed and it's only a verbal agreement, there's no need to formally dissolve it. In negotiations, the worst mistake is showing your hand. Chun Fan didn't believe Su Wenjun would dare risk the fallout of severing ties between their families. He could afford to be shameless, and Su Wenjun might disregard the Chen family's reputation, but the Su family wouldn't dare ignore it. Furthermore, when it came to matters involving Chen family interests, Jia Yuan wouldn't back Su Wenjun either. Seeing Chen Fan essentially issue an ultimatum, Su Wenjun frowned slightly and said in a low voice, the Su and Chen families may not have had deep ties in the past, but we've never been at odds either. I don't want this matter to damage our relationship. So, I can agree to an alliance through marriage, but only if it involves a Chen family daughter marrying into the Su family. My Chen family is blessed with many sons but only one younger sister, who is just 6 years old and the family's treasured gem. Her marriage cannot be decided carelessly, Chun Fan responded calmly. The discovery of the spiritual stone vein is indeed a great opportunity for your Su family, and I genuinely envy it. But if you have no intention of cooperation, I won't force the matter. There's no need to discuss this further. Su Wenjun frowned again. Though her words were sharp, She was well aware that even without interference from the Qin family, simply dealing with the Luo family would be a daunting challenge. Without her master's intervention, the Su family would struggle to cope, especially given the Luo family's ties to the Shanhe sword sect. Logic told her that securing the Chun family as an ally was still in the Su family's best interest. Taking a deep breath, she said, "What you want is to strengthen the trust between our families through marriage, isn't it? If you don't wish to marry off your sister, then I'll give you another option. Though you can't establish a foundation, the Su family doesn't mind supporting one more idle person. If you're willing to marry into the Su family and wed my cousin Su Shan, the Su family will share 20 of the spiritual stone vein with the Chun family." The previously composed Chen Fan narrowed his eyes sharply at her words, his gaze turning icy as he let out a cold laugh. "You want me to marry into your Su family? Keep dreaming." Su Wenjun's face flushed with anger upon hearing Chen Fan's words. Never in her life had anyone dared to use such crude language like dream on when speaking to her. Chen Fan let out a cold snort. "Do you think that just because I'm only a Qi refinement cultivator, you can manipulate me as you please? Right now, your Su family is the one suffering from the burden of its treasures. You're the ones in need of external support and allies. My Qin family offered to lend a helping hand. Yet not only do you refuse our goodwill, you even try to ruin my marriage and insult my character. Su Wenjun, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't let temporary opportunities cloud your judgment." With that, he shouted, "De Huang, see her out." De Huang immediately leaped forward, letting out a fierce growl towards Su Wenjun. Su Wenjun gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger with great effort. "I can make a concession. Your Qin family can have 30 of the mine's profits, but the marriage alliance must be annulled. That's my final compromise. Look around Tiger Soul City. Other than Luo Qianjun, is there anyone more outstanding than my brother Chen Shua?" Chen Fan frowned and asked, "Why are you so opposed to this marriage?" Su Wenjun pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment before responding, "Because I already have someone in my heart. Just as you wouldn't forsake Gou Buyu to marry into the Su family, I won't betray my feelings either." Chen Fan froze, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that the person she had feelings for was him? But he had always been distant, even leaving without a word. Could it be that she had a thing for aloof types? He felt a headache coming on. All he wanted was to offer assistance, yet he somehow ended up entangled in this mess. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. It doesn't matter whether he agrees or nobody do. Qin Shua approached them at a steady pace. He had already received the news and had quietly followed, listening in on most of the conversation. "You're Qin Shua?" Su Wenjun turned around, surprised as she studied the rarely seen cultivation fanatic. Qin Shua smiled and bowed politely. "That would be me." His demeanor made Chen Fan inwardly roll his eyes. This guy was never this gentlemanly on a normal day. Clearly, he was putting on an act in front of a beautiful woman. As their conversation continued, Su Wenjun expressed her reluctance to force an arrangement that would leave either side unhappy, while Chen Shua unexpectedly showed a level of understanding and consideration. However, when the topic shifted to the distribution of the spiritual mine, Chen Fan stood firm, insisting on a 40 share. He laid out the stakes clearly. Just 10 of the mine's output is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. For a mid-sized mine, it could easily reach millions. With both families contributing manpower and sharing the risks, taking 40 is already a fair deal. These words made Su Wenjun grit her teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing how this so-called waste of a man could be so unyielding. Even Chen Shua, standing beside him, frowned and tried to mediate, though his efforts seemed to have little effect. Chen Shua's face flushed red with embarrassment after being scolded by Chen Fan. He gritted his teeth, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "Chen Fan, do you think I'm actually showing you respect? If it weren't for Miss Su being here, I wouldn't even bother with your dignity. But if you keep putting on this act, don't blame me for being rude." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Oh, so you're going to fight your second brother over a woman who doesn't even want you?" Those words hit Chen Shua like a sledgehammer, leaving his face a shade of livid gray. A woman who doesn't even want him? How could this bastard speak so cruelly? Standing nearby, Su Wenjun watched the tense exchange between the two men, her face twitching slightly. Inwardly, she sighed, thinking, Chen Fan's tongue is as sharp as ever. But to be fair, Chen Shua is as upright as my father said. It's just that. She glanced at Chen Shua briefly. My heart already belongs elsewhere. This marriage was never meant to be. Enough. Su Wenjun sighed softly. Let's settle on 40%. However, aside from the marriage alliance, all other terms must follow the original agreement. The Chen family must send 3 Linghu-level experts to guard Tiger Ridge Mountain. Chen Fan's expression turned playful. Miss Su is truly reasonable, unlike my silly little brother here. Honestly, Miss Su, honest men like him are rare these days. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This remark completely enraged Chen Shua. She had already made it clear she had someone else in her heart, Yet this jerk just had to rub salt in the wound. And calling him an honest man? He didn't care to be labeled as such. Su Wenjun ignored Chun Fan's provocations, turning to Qin Shuo with a polite bow. I'll be taking my leave now. Take care, Miss Su. Qin Shuo forced a strained smile, adding, don't pay any attention to him. Chun Fan has always had a sharp tongue. Indeed, it's quite sharp, Su Wenjun replied, giving a small nod, her lips curving upward. Hearing Su Wenjun agree with his criticism of Qin Fan, Qin Shuo felt an inexplicable sense of joy, a smile creeping onto his face. Seeing the foolish grin on Qin Shuo's face, Chun Fan could only shake his head. After Su Wenjun left, Qin Shuo stormed into Qian Fan's courtyard, his face dark with anger. De Huang, protect me, Chun Fan shouted as he darted toward the house. Woof! De Huang, the dog, bared his teeth at Qin Shuo, growling menacingly. Chun Shuo's face twitched as he let out a cold snort. Stay out of my business from now on. You said you didn't care, so why are you so mad? Chun Fan teased, peeking through the door crack. Qin Shuo trembled with rage. How could he not care? He'd been secretly delighted for days. But now that Su Wenjun had made her position clear, what else could he do? Just stay out of my affairs. If you embarrass me again, I'll make you mute. Qin Shuo snapped before turning and stomping off. Despite his anger, Qin Shuo wouldn't truly harm Qin Fan. At most, he'd throw out some harsh words to vent his frustration. After all, Qin Fan was the only one left from their uncle's branch of the family. Truth be told, Qin Shuo had always felt a bit sorry for Qin Fan. Sometimes, he even thought his cousin was, in a way, quite pitiful. Watching Qin Shuo storm off in a huff, Qin Fan gave a helpless smile. The flowers won't bloom if you force them, he thought to himself. There was little he could do about such things. However, perhaps helping his younger brother improve his strength could soothe his wounded spirit. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Qin Fan began to form a plan. That morning, while the Luo family was busy hosting a banquet for the young city lord, Qin Fan quietly paid a visit to the Qinling trading firm. Over the past few days, Ding Chuanqiu had helped him gather a considerable amount of rare spiritual materials. By the time everything was tallied up, even with the internal discount, the cost totaled a full 30,000 spirit stones if purchased at the standard price. It would have been at least 35,000. With these materials in hand, Qin Fan began a brief period of seclusion. Meanwhile, the alliance between the Su and Qin families was progressing rapidly. Both sides quickly mobilized manpower and headed to Tiger Ridge Mountain to officially commence the excavation of the Spirit Stone Mine. Scene transition, Luo Family Council Hall. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Luo Honghu roared furiously. Such an important Spirit Stone vein, and none of you had the slightest clue. What use are you to me? Luo Pengying's expression darkened as he said, Big brother. It seems now that the earlier marriage alliance between the Su and Chen families was intended to jointly exploit this Spirit Stone vein. You think I need you to tell me that now? Luo Honghu sneered. Couldn't you have figured it out a few days earlier with all your so-called intelligence? Luo Pengying's mouth twitched, but he said nothing in response. Third brother. Luo Honghu's gaze turned viciously towards Luo Yuanjia. He had previously tasked Luo Yuanjia with investigating the marriage alliance, but it had turned up nothing. Big brother, it's my fault. Please punish me. Luo Yuanjia said awkwardly. What use is punishing you now? Luo Honghu gritted his teeth. Can you take things more seriously in the future? Luo Yuanjia chuckled dryly. Big brother, perhaps not finding out was actually a good thing. Seeing Luo Honghu's angry glare, he quickly explained, think about it, if we had known about the Spirit Stone vein earlier, we would have undoubtedly tried to seize it by force. But don't forget, the Su family has a hidden, mysterious expert. As these words sank in, the Luo family members suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if they had acted rashly, they might have walked straight into a trap. Big brother, Luo Pengying said with a sly smile, although we missed the first opportunity, the question of who will ultimately claim the Mind Spirit Stones is still wide open. Luo Honghu narrowed his eyes. Exactly. Once father completes his breakthrough, the spirit mine will change hands. Without sufficient strength, no matter how great the opportunity, it's just paving the way for our Luo family, Luo Pengying added with a smirk. Luo Honghu spoke in a low voice. First, make contact and probe their intentions. I'll leave this matter to you. If the Su family knows what's good for them and lets us take a share, perhaps we can let them live a little longer. Time shift. Several days later, Chun Fan concluded his seclusion and suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy from the northwest, a subtle shift imperceptible to ordinary people converging towards the Luo family. Looks like that old man from the Luo family is about to form his core, Chun Fan muttered with a smirk, entirely unfazed. Even if Luo Chengkuan succeeded in stepping into the core formation realm, it was of little concern to him. However, for now, Chun Fan had no intention of acting without cause. He preferred to wait for the Luo family to overreach themselves, at which point he would counter decisively, leaving even the city lord's mansion with no grounds to intervene. Grandfather should be close as well, Chen Fan thought to himself. Chen Changsheng had been cultivating the Tao Martial Heart Sutra for some time now. Despite having a top-tier cultivation technique and the support of the heavenly spirit golden cocoon, he had been advancing cautiously due to concerns about his aging body, which had delayed his breakthrough. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Fan arrived outside Shan Shua's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a guard sat upright, his expression serious as he said, "Young Master Fan, young Master Shua is currently in seclusion for cultivation and is not seeing anyone." Chen Fan's lips curved into a faint smile as he lightly touched his nose. "Looks like he's pretty badly hurt. No worries, I'm his second brother. He'll definitely see me." The guard's face showed hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone suddenly turning cold. "Don't make me call De Huang out. You've probably heard what happened to the guards from the Luo family, haven't you?" At these words, the guard's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly bowed and said, "Please don't be angry, young Master Fan. He'll step aside right away." With that, he hurriedly left. The rumor of De Huang biting down on the front of 4 Luo family guards had already spread throughout Tiger Soul City, known to everyone. Satisfied, Chen Fan smiled and strode confidently into the courtyard, raising his voice. "Shua, your second brother is here to see you." Inside the house, Qin Shua's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. "What are you here for?" "Second brother recently came into a bit of money. Besides, I know the situation with the Su family has been weighing on you. So I brought some things to cheer you up," Chen Fan said in a gentle tone. "I don't need it. Get out and stop disturbing my cultivation. Not even for a third-grade spirit gathering pill? If you don't want it, we'll just give it to De Huang," Chen Fan said with a sly squint. With a loud crack, the door was flung open. Chen Shua's eyes widened. "Where did you get a third-grade spirit gathering pill?" In Tiger Soul City, third-grade spirit gathering pills were not the most superior elixirs, but were still considered extremely rare and valuable. Every time Thousand Spirit Trading Company restocked them, the major families would scramble to buy them. Such precious pills were typically reserved for experts at the True Spirit and Spirit Lake stages, while martial practitioners below the True Spirit stage usually only had access to first or second-grade pills. Chen Fan smiled calmly. "Didn't I just say? I came into some money recently. Besides, I'm quite close with Elder Ding from Thousand Spirit Trading Company. I asked him to help me get it." Chunch's Adam's apple bobbed as he asked excitedly, "I didn't think you could really get in with Elder Ding. How many did you buy?" Chen Fan raised his right hand and spread out 5 fingers. 5. Qin Shua's eyes lit up. "Can you spare me 2? "No." Chen Fan shook his head with a smile. Chen Shua's expression shifted, his once hopeful face now crestfallen. "Not even 2 out of 5? How about just 1, then?" Chen Fan didn't reply. Instead, he squinted and smiled mischievously. Reaching into his sleeve, he pulled out a pill bottle and suddenly tossed it toward Chen Shua. Chen Shua's pupils contracted as he quickly sprinted forward, fumbling to catch the bottle. What if it had shattered? A mid-foundation stage cultivator who can't even catch a bottle? Wouldn't that make you even more useless than me? Chen Fan teased. "Catch this." Before Chen Shua could respond, 4 more pill bottles flew his way. Chen Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 pills? 5 full bottles? His spirits instantly lifted as he darted around the courtyard with agility, catching each bottle without dropping a single one. "You're not keeping even one for yourself?" Chen Shua asked, confused. In his memory, Chen Fan was never this generous. Chen Fan's expression turned serious. "These are grade 3 spirit gathering pills. The Chen family's future depends on you. Right now, you can't even beat De Huang. How will you protect me, your second brother, in the future?" "I heard Su Wenjun has already reached the true spirit stage." "What? Su Wenjun is in the true spirit stage now? So it's no wonder he looks down on you," Chen Fan said, deliberately provoking him. Chen Shua, young and hot-headed, couldn't tolerate such taunts. "No one will ever look down on me again. I owe you for these 5 spirit gathering pills, and I won't forget it. We're brothers, there's no need for thanks." Chen Fan turned to leave but stopped a few steps away, flashing a sly grin. "Don't get too emotional. After all, I am your second brother." Back in his room, Chen Shua casually opened one of the bottles. Upon seeing 10 pills neatly packed inside, he froze in shock. Checking the other 4 bottles, he found each also contained 10 pills. This wasn't 5 pills, it was 50 spirit gathering pills. This guy. Chen Shua's eyes reddened. These pills were enough to help him break through to the mid-true spirit stage. To think that the Thousand Spirit Trading House only sold 10 pills a month when had his second brother begun preparing all this for him? Recalling how he used to argue with Chen Fan over a few herbs, Chen Shua felt a pang of guilt. Taking a deep breath, his gaze grew resolute. "Second brother, I won't let you down." With that, He swallowed a pill and began cultivating. The effects of a single spirit-gathering pill were equivalent to a month of arduous training. Meanwhile, back in Chun Fan's courtyard, De Huang, open your mouth. Chun Fan tossed a pill, and the large dog happily chewed it up. During his recent seclusion, Chun Fan had refined a total of 60 spirit-gathering pills. He had given 50 to Chen Shuo and kept 10 for himself. Though grade 3 pills were no longer of much use to him, he still wanted to taste the fruits of his labor. He also planned to gift 1 pill each to Ding Chuanxiu, Yu Ying, and the 3 Chen family retainers Xiadong, Lu Rui, and Shui Qingge. Any more might risk affecting their loyalty. At that moment, Steward Zhou called respectfully from outside the courtyard. Young Master Fan, someone from the City Lord's mansion is here to see you. The City Lord's mansion? Did they say what it's about? They did not specify. Chen Fan nodded. I'll head over now. Internally, he speculated it was likely about the spirit mine. Could it be that the City Lord's mansion also wanted a share of the profits? Although Huling Mountain is considered a no man's land, as part of Longxia's territory, it naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the Shang dynasty. According to the dynasty's laws, those who discover a mineral vein are granted mining rights but must contribute 40% of the profits to the national treasury. This is why the Su and Qin families had already deducted this portion when negotiating the profit distribution. Since the payment goes directly to the Shang dynasty's treasury rather than the City Lord's office, this became the source of Chen Fan's doubts. As he approached the gates of the City Lord's mansion, 2 city guards clad in gleaming black armor glanced behind Chen Fan. Only after confirming that De Huang was absent did they speak indifferently. Second young Master Chun, please follow us. After you, Chen Fan replied with a polite smile. The City Lord's mansion was located at the heart of Hoopa City. After walking for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the 3 arrived at their destination. The guards led Chen Fan straight inside, through corridors and courtyards, before stopping outside a secluded courtyard. Chun Fan keenly sensed the presence within the courtyard. Luo Dingtian was there, and so was Su Wenjun. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he noted the situation. Young City Lord, second young Master Tian has arrived. One of the guards dutifully announced. Let him in, came a cheerful, youthful voice from inside. Entering the courtyard, Chun Fan saw 3 people seated around a stone table. Luo Dingtian, Su Wenjun, and the young City Lord, Tang Feiyang. Su Wenjun's expression was one of displeasure, while Luo Dingtian wore a faintly smug smile. Chun Fan greets the young City Lord, Chen Fan said with a polite smile and a slight bow. The Tang family had held the City Lord position for 3 generations, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Feiyang was poised to inherit the role. No need for formalities, second young Master Chun. Please, take a seat. We've been waiting for you, Tang Feiyang said warmly, standing to greet him. As soon as Chun Fan sat down, Su Wenjun wasted no time getting to the point. Chen Fan, the Luo family wants a share in the mining of Huling Mountain spirit ore. What do you think? Chun Fan glanced at the 3 people seated before him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. Miss Su, your question seems unnecessary. Since the young lord has gathered us here, it's naturally up to him to decide. Su Wenjun's expression darkened instantly, her eyes growing colder. She had assumed Chen Fan would side with her, especially given how unyielding he had been earlier when negotiating for a mere extra share of profit. What a coward, spineless and weak, she fumed silently, her disappointment in her supposed ally deepening. Tang Feiyang quickly waved his hand, a genial smile on his face. Second young Master Chun, you jest. This is a matter for your 3 families to resolve. How could I presume to make decisions for you? I merely facilitated this meeting so everyone could discuss things amicably. Although Chen Fan's words aligned with his intentions, the rules of the City Lord's residence prevented him from directly interfering in family disputes. Is that truly all there is to it, young lord? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Tang Feiyang replied with a nod. Chen Fan's smile instantly vanished. In that case, since the young lord has no intention of favoring the Luo family, my Chen family cannot agree to this. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Tang Feiyang's and Luo Dingtian's smiles froze in place. Luo Dingtian quickly recovered, his anger boiling over as he let out a cold laugh. Chen Fan, are you sure about this? Have you considered the consequences of offending the Luo family? Tang Feiyang cleared his throat to ease the tension. Brother Luo, no need to rush. Let's give second young Master Chun some time to reconsider. Turning to Chen Fan, he added with a pointed look, second young Master Chun. Harmony brings prosperity, wouldn't you agree? Tang Feiyang's intent was clear, his eyes fixed on Chun Fan. But Chun Fan feigned ignorance, responding with deliberate nonchalance. If the young lord wishes for us to share some of the mining veins with the Luo family, my Chen family would comply without complaint. But to be frank, I wouldn't hand over even a single spirit stone to the Luo family. Chen Fan heard this and forced a bitter smile. He said slowly, I don't want to suffer a loss either. But after all, this is the City Lord's mansion. As for the young lord's request, how could my Chen family dare to refuse? Fine, I'll admit defeat. I agree to this. Haha, smart choice. Luo Dingtian laughed heartily, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. He was secretly pleased what his uncle had failed to accomplish, he had easily achieved. On the side, Su Wenjun's eyes were filled with disappointment as she thought to herself, this Chen Fan really is a useless man who can't even stand up for himself. Meanwhile, Teng Feiyang's expression showed little joy. Instead, there was a hint of gloom. Chen Fan's words of submission were clearly laced with sarcasm directed at him. Since second young Master Chun has agreed, the three major families should sign the contract here and now to avoid disputes in the future, Teng Feiyang said in a calm tone, gesturing casually. Two maids immediately stepped forward, one carrying ink and a brush, and the other holding a prepared contract. Chun Fan maintained a gentle smile on his face. The young lord is right, it's necessary to sign a contract. However, it won't be possible to sign it today. Luo Dingtian's face darkened. Why not? Your hands aren't broken. Chen Fan glanced at him and replied in a calm tone. Young Master Luo can represent the Luo family, and Miss Su can represent the Su family. But as for me, Chun Fan, I am just a useless man. How could I possibly represent the Chen family? I need to return and convince my grandfather to grant his approval. Only then will the contract hold any weight. Teng Feiyang frowned slightly. Isn't the matter of the spirit mine entirely under your family's management? You're correct, young lord. I do oversee the daily operations, Chun Fan said with a smile. But for a matter of this magnitude, I cannot make the decision alone. However, rest assured, I'm confident I can persuade my grandfather to agree. If you're so confident, then just sign it now, Luo Dingtian said coldly. The smile on Chun Fan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy expression. It seems that weak people really don't earn any respect. In that case, I, Chun Fan, will stand firm today. I refuse to give your Luo family a 20% share of the mine. Luo Dingtian and Teng Feiyang's expressions changed simultaneously. Chun Fan's attitude shifted faster than the flick of a switch. He had just been agreeable moments ago. How had he suddenly changed his stance? Ahem, young Master Luo, you're being too hasty. Teng Feiyang quickly interjected to smooth things over. What's the harm in waiting one more day? Second young Master Tian has his difficulties. Let's be understanding. The contract can be signed tomorrow. Though Luo Dingtian was reluctant to let the matter drag on, he snorted and said, fine, tomorrow then. But if you dare to back out tomorrow, see if I won't. Young Master Luo, have some tea. You've been talking so much. You must be thirsty. Teng Feiyang interrupted through gritted teeth. In his mind, if Chen Fan truly backed out, it would be entirely due to Luo Dingtian's reckless mouth ruining the deal. After being reminded by Teng Feiyang, Luo Dingtian restrained himself slightly, let out a cold snort and said, then we'll sign it tomorrow. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, masking his displeasure. In that case, I'll take my leave now, Chen Fan said as he rose to his feet. Teng Feiyang smiled and replied, all right, we won't see you off, second young Master Chun. Without a word, Su Wenjun stood and left. Seeing this, Chun Fan smiled faintly and followed at a leisurely pace. Noticing Su Wenjun deliberately quicken her steps, he slowed his own, taking his time to wander around the estate. Upon returning to the Chen family residence, Chun Fan headed straight to his courtyard to begin training. At that moment, Chen Changsheng was at a critical stage in his breakthrough, and Chun Fan decided not to disturb him over trivial matters. As night fell and silence blanketed the city, Chun Fan concluded his training. When he opened his eyes, a sharp glint of cold light flashed within them. His figure moved like a phantom through the night, and before long, he was overlooking the city lord's mansion. With two soft sounds, the guards outside Tang Fiang's courtyard collapsed silently. Inside, Teng Feiyang was deep in a sweet dream, a smug smile lingering on his lips. Suddenly, a restrictive force enveloped the bedroom, jolting him awake. Who are you? He cried out in terror upon noticing a figure standing by his bed. Is the young lord's memory so poor? We just met earlier today, and you've already forgotten me? Chen Fan sneered. Chun Fan, how did you get in here? Guards! Teng Feiyang shouted in panic. Shout all you want. It won't help, Chen Fan said coldly, his eyes like ice. Now, tell me, what did the Luo family offer you? Given his close relationship with the young city lord, how could a mere guard dare to act so arrogantly? Yet, the guard remained unmoved, dutifully standing watch outside the courtyard. After all, abandoning his post was no trivial matter, especially since the young city lord wasn't someone he could summon at will. A flicker of malice flashed in Luo Dingtian's eyes as he secretly plotted to teach this insolent guard a lesson. Turning to Chen Fan and Su Wenjun, he deliberately boasted, "They'll have a word with the young city lord later. Maybe I'll arrange for you to clean out latrines." When his gaze fell on Su Wenjun, a trace of lewdness surfaced in Luo Dingtian's expression. "I heard you turned down Chen Shua's marriage proposal? What? You've already foreseen the Chen family's decline. Why not consider the Luo family instead? Our rising fortunes far surpass theirs. I rejected the proposal because I dislike the concept of arranged marriages, Su Wenjun replied icily. As for you, you're not even worth considering. Luo Dingtian's face darkened, but he let out a cold laugh in his fury. Such arrogance. Mark my words, one day, you'll be the one who can't measure up to me. Then he'll wait and see just how impressive you can become. Su Wenjun shot back, her eyes filled with disdain. With a snort, Luo Dingtian turned abruptly to Chen Fan. Has your grandfather agreed to sign the contract? Sorry to disappoint you, young Master Luo, but my grandfather refused, Chen Fan replied calmly. You're playing games with me? Luo Dingtian shot to his feet, his anger barely contained. Su Wenjun's eyes lit up as she silently praised old Master Chen's resolve. Chen Fan scratched his nose, giving Luo Dingtian a once-over. Come to think of it, young Master Luo, you really do bear a striking resemblance to a monkey. You insolent, I'll kill you. Luo Dingtian roared, raising his hand to strike Chen Fan. Just then, a stern voice rang out, Stop! The young city lord, Teng Feiyang, strode in with a dark expression. Luo Dingshan's demeanor shifted instantly as he plastered on a sycophantic smile. Young city lord, you've arrived just in time. This Chen Fan dared to mock us. He must not go unpunished. Teng Feiyang furrowed his brows tightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Playing games with us? What do you mean? Luo Dingtian gritted his teeth and replied, Yesterday, Chen Fan swore he could convince his grandfather. But today, he says the old man refuses to sign the agreement. Chen Ershao, is this true? Teng Fiang's voice grew colder. Chen Fan calmly stood up, clasped his hands and said, Young city lord, I must apologize. My grandfather indeed does not wish to sign the contract. If the old man won't give me this courtesy, then so be it. Teng Fiang's tone turned grim. You can't just let this slide, young city lord. Luo Dingtian exclaimed anxiously. Smack! A sharp slap landed on Luo Dingshan's face. Holding his burning cheek, he looked both shocked and furious. Young city lord, why did you hit me? Chen Fan is the one mocking you. Teng Fiang's voice was icy. This matter was unreasonable to begin with. If they don't agree, what else do you expect me to do? I wouldn't dare expect anything from you, young city lord. But are we just going to let him make a mockery of us? Luo Dingtian said, unwilling to back down. It's hardly mockery. We've merely lost a potential ally, nothing more. Teng Feiyang turned to Chen Fan and Su Wenjun. Since the matter is settled, I won't keep you both any longer. Su Wenjun raised an eyebrow, feeling something was amiss. Yesterday, Teng Feiyang had clearly stated his stance. Why was he letting them go so easily today? Farewell, Chen Fan said as he stood, a faint smile on his face. See yourselves out. Teng Feiyang replied coldly. Miss Su, care to join me? Chen Fan glanced at Su Wenjun. We're not headed in the same direction. Go your own way. Su Wenjun huffed before storming off, as if afraid Chen Fan might follow her. Once the two had left, Luo Dingtian said urgently, Young city lord, we can't let this go. You're right. We want. Teng Fiang's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Guards. Boom, boom, boom. A squad of black-armored city guards stormed into the room. Luo Dingshan's face lit up with joy. As expected of the young city lord, we must show them who's in charge. Teng Feiyang sneered. Take Luo Dingtian away. Break his legs and throw him out of the city lord's mansion. Such a person is never to step foot here again. You can't do this. Young city lord, am your loyal brother. Luo Dingshan's face turned ashen. Smack. Another slap landed. Teng Feiyang bellowed. I've gained nothing, lost face, offended two families, and ruined my reputation all because of you. Take him away and beat him to death if you must. The story continues. Su Jian raised an eyebrow, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Could it be that you suspect these three guest cultivators were originally nurtured by the Chen family outside their household, only to return now under the guise of this opportunity? Su Wenjun's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had grasped a critical clue. At first, I only thought their appearance was too coincidental, but now that you mention it, everything makes sense. If they were newly recruited guest cultivators, there would naturally be a period of adjustment, and trust wouldn't be established so easily. Yet the Chen family entrusted them with such an important matter as the mind veins. This level of trust clearly stems from a long-standing rapport. Those scoundrels! Su Jian's eyes widened as he couldn't help but curse. So that's how it is. The Chen family is the lurking tiger in the shadows, while our Su family is the weakest of all. That old fox Chen Changsheng, so cunning. He began calculating in his mind. On the surface, the Luo family has 4 Spirit Lake cultivators, but Luo Qingquan has 2 more Spirit Lake guest cultivators hidden at the Red Sleeve Manor outside the city. He had always thought the Chen and Su families were evenly matched, each with 3 Spirit Lake cultivators, which is why he agreed to an alliance. But if Su Wenjun's hypothesis is correct, the Chun family has been hiding their true strength all along, with ambitions no less than the Luo families. Father, there's no need to worry. Su Wenjun's eyes glinted coldly. With my master overseeing things, we have nothing to fear. While I won't actively involve my master, if anyone dares to act against the Su family, he won't stand idly by. Yes, yes, and your master. Su Jian lowered his voice in excitement. Wenjun, do you know what level of cultivation your master has reached? Su Wenjun shook her head. I asked, but master only smiled and said that martial cultivation should not focus solely on cultivation levels, but should also emphasize the cultivation of one's Dao heart. He didn't give a direct answer, so I didn't press further. A true master. Su Jian's face was full of admiration. Only a true expert would have such a transcendent perspective. At that moment, a guard hurried in. Miss Master, I have urgent news to report. Su Wenjun's expression changed. Could it be that they're planning to retaliate so soon? Speak, what happened? Latest news. Luo Dingtian has had both his legs broken and was thrown out of the city lord's mansion unconscious. What? Su Wenjun was stunned. Su Jian was equally shocked. Are you certain about this? The guard nodded firmly. Absolutely. The black armor guards threw Luo Dingtian onto the street outside the city lord's mansion, and the news has already spread everywhere. Aren't they always in cahoots? What's going on? Su Jian was puzzled. Su Wenjun was also taken aback. She had been worried about possible retaliation from the city lord's mansion, but she hadn't expected them to target Luo Dingtian first. Could it be that the city lord learned about Tang Feiyang's actions and, unwilling to punish his own son, vented his anger on Luo Dingtian instead? Su Jian speculated. Su Wenjun shook her head. Impossible. The city lord wouldn't act so impulsively. Do we know who gave the order? The guard replied. Rumor has it that it was the young city lord's command. Su Wenjun chuckled. It seems the young city lord didn't receive the benefits Luo Dingtian promised, and Luo Dingtian, in turn, likely became dissatisfied with the young city lord for not helping him achieve his goals. Friction must have arisen between them. Luo Dingtian has always been arrogant. If he offended the young city lord in a fit of anger, it's entirely possible the latter would retaliate harshly. But this will surely strain relations between the city lord's mansion and the Luo family. Haha, let them deal with the fallout. This is great news for the Su family. Su Jian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Su Wenjun also smiled. With the Luo family and the city lord's mansion at odds, the city lord's mansion is unlikely to trouble the Su family any further. Father, I want to pay a visit to the Chen family. I want to see how Chen Fan reacts to this news. What's so interesting about his reaction? Su Jian was puzzled. Su Wenjun narrowed her eyes slightly. I didn't pay much attention to him before, but now I want to take a closer look at this person. Su Jian laughed. You're overthinking it. That kid is nothing but a genuine waste. Someone who's failed to establish a foundation 3 times what future could he possibly have? Father advises you not to waste your energy on him. If he's truly a waste, then why has Gou Buyu never considered breaking off their engagement? Su Wenjun countered. Before her incident, Gou Buyu was a true prodigy. With her kind of talent, would she really tolerate someone utterly useless? Su Jian scoffed. That Gou Buyu must have been out of her mind. If the one engaged to him were you, father would have annulled it long ago. Su Wenjun frowned slightly, a thoughtful tone in her voice. There'd be no way around it. Only someone as foolish as Gu Shanchuan would let Gou Buyu act so willfully, and now he's brought trouble upon his own daughter. Yet, a hint of doubt flickered in her mind. Ever since she had met Chen Fan, aside from that one time he had angrily insulted her, his calm demeanor had been perplexing. Such composure was not something an ordinary person could possess, let alone someone branded as a so-called good for nothing. Father, I still wish to go and see him, Su Wenjun said with a graceful bow and a smile. I shall take my leave now. Su Jian watched his daughter's departing figure, his face full of confusion. He truly couldn't understand why his daughter was so intrigued by someone deemed a useless nobody. At the Chen family courtyard, Chun Fan looked up at the sky above the family estate. He saw ripples of spiritual energy converging, eventually descending toward Chen Chongqing's dwelling. The corner of his lips lifted slightly. Though he's a step slower than that old man from the Luo family, Grandpa is finally about to begin forming his core. Young Master Fan, Miss Su is here to see you. Uncle Zhou reported briskly as he approached. Not seeing her, Chen Fan replied with a dismissive tone. Tell her to go back. Uncle Zhou hesitated briefly. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it, Chen Fan said indifferently. Just tell her I'm preparing for my 4th foundation establishment and don't have time for visitors. Uncle Zhou could only smile wryly and leave to deliver the message. Outside the Chen family estate, Su Wenjun's expression darkened after hearing Uncle Zhou's explanation. Preparing for foundation establishment wasn't the same as actually undergoing it. Couldn't he meet her? It was clear he just didn't want to see her. Such a petty man. she muttered under her breath, knowing that Chen Fan must still be upset about her earlier refusal of his invitation at the city lord's residence. Go back and tell your second young master that I'll be waiting outside the estate for him, Su Wenjun said firmly. Uncle Zhou tried to dissuade her. Miss Su, I think it would be best if you returned home for now. Su Wenjun remained silent, standing quietly in place. Uncle Zhou sighed and shook his head before reluctantly heading back to find Chen Fan again. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already made his way to Chen Chongqing's courtyard with De Huang by his side. He thought to himself, the process of forming a core might go unnoticed by those below the core formation stage, but any martial cultivator at the core formation stage within close proximity would surely sense the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy in the void. Luo Chengkuan from the Luo family must have already picked up on the changes in spiritual energy above the Chen estate. Deep within the Luo family estate, in a quiet, secluded room, Luo Dingtian lay on the bed, gravely injured, his face pale and unconscious. His lips occasionally trembled, uttering faint, pained murmurs. Beside the bed, an elder in a purple robe was tending to him. The elder's wild hair and imposing demeanor were reminiscent of a fierce lion. He was none other than Luo Chengkuan, the patriarch of the Luo family, who had recently emerged from seclusion. Father, can Dingtian's legs still be healed? Luo Honghu asked anxiously, his voice trembling. Healing them is not difficult. Luo Chengkuan replied, his expression dark. But for a full recovery without hindering his future cultivation, he must take a grade 5 spirit bone pill. A grade 5 spirit bone pill? Luo Honghu exclaimed, panicking. Such a high-grade pill is unlikely to be found in Tiger Soul City. Luo Chengkuan's voice turned somber. To obtain such a pill, we would have to seek it from a major martial sect. When Qianjun returns, we'll see if he can secure one. Yes. Luo Honghu's eyes lit up with hope. Qianjun is a disciple of the Mountain River Sword sect. He should be able to get the spirit bone pill. Luo Chengkuan's gaze grew cold and shadowy. That Tang family's brat is outrageously arrogant, daring to harm the eldest grandson of the Luo family so severely. The city lord's mansion must give our family an explanation. Exactly. Luo Honghu gritted his teeth. I will personally go to the city lord's mansion and demand justice. Suddenly, Luo Chengkuan furrowed his brows, looking up at the ceiling. Noticing this, Luo Honghu immediately grew vigilant. Could someone be eavesdropping? Although he couldn't sense any presence, he trusted his father's instincts as a pill condensation realm master. Who dares to sneak around? Show yourself to the Luo family at once. Luo Honghu shouted angrily at the roof. Luo Chengkuan's face twitched, darkening. What are you yelling for? There's no one up there. No. No one. Luo Honghu's face flushed with embarrassment. Then what were you looking at? The old dog from the Chen family is about to condense his pill as well. Luo Chengkuan's eyes narrowed. What? Chen Chongsheng is about to break through? Luo Honghu's expression changed drastically, his gaze turning vicious. Father, having just one pill condensation realm master in Tiger Soul City is there's no way we can let that old dog from the Chen family succeed. You're absolutely right. Luo Chengkuan sneered coldly. One pill condensation master in Tiger Soul City is plenty. I had originally planned to let that old dog live a little longer, but if he insists on courting death, he has no one to blame but himself. Moments later, a black-robed figure slipped away from the rear courtyard of the Luo family estate, heading straight for the Chen family. Meanwhile, outside the Chen family's courtyard. He's here, Chen Fan said calmly. De Huang, it's your turn. Chen Fan glanced down at the large yellow dog beside him. De Huang widened his eyes. Master, you're asking me to deal with that old man in the pill condensation realm? Even though I'm at the peak of the 4th realm, there's still a significant gap between our strengths. Don't worry. Chen Fan smiled and infused a surge of ferocious pill energy into De Huang's body. This is the power of a bloodburst golden pill. De Huang exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, a dark figure sped toward Chen Chongqing's courtyard. It was Luo Chengkuan. Although he noticed Chen Fan and De Huang, he dismissed them with disdain. In his eyes, they were nothing more than a useless man and a mongrel. Don't hold back. Finish him for me. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed coldly. After today, you'll no longer be just a stray dog. De Huang licked his lips in excitement. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Swish. De Huang transformed into a golden streak of light, intercepting the dark figure in an instant. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary mutt, De Huang, unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. With its front paws raised, a menacing aura of demonic energy gathered around them, exuding a terrifyingly ferocious presence. So, it's a 4th realm demon hound. Since you're courting death, I'll gladly send you on your way. Luo Chengkuan sneered coldly, thrusting his palm forward. In an instant, formidable spiritual energy condensed before him, forming a massive cyan palm print. Wind split palm. The cyan palm print descended with overwhelming force, its power utterly intimidating. A fierce glint flashed into Huang's eyes as golden light erupted from its front claws, transforming into 5 half-meter-long golden spikes. Spirit-shattering demon claw. The golden demon claws clashed diagonally with the cyan palm print in midair, creating a deafening explosion. The collision sent shockwaves of powerful energy rippling in all directions. This single exchange shook the entire Tiger Soul City, drawing the attention of martial practitioners far and wide. They climbed to higher vantage points, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Chen family estate. That's De Huang, the mutt that always sticks around Chen Fan, the so-called useless young master. So, it turns out it's not an ordinary dog at all, but a powerful demon hound. I always suspected it. The young master may be useless, but this dog is anything but ordinary. At this moment, everyone finally saw De Huang's true form, its body radiating with golden demon energy, battling midair with no trace of its former mutt-like appearance. The crowd erupted into chatter, speculating about the identity of the black-robed figure attacking the Qin family and puzzling over the absence of other Qin family members. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Chun family estate, the battle between Luo Qingquan and De Huang grew increasingly fierce. In just a short span of time, the man and the hound had exchanged over a dozen blows, with martial techniques and demonic arts colliding relentlessly, their clashes echoing ceaselessly. Meanwhile, above the Luo family estate, Luo Honghu and Luo Pengying's expressions grew darker by the moment. How is the Chen family's dog this powerful? Why was there no sign of this before? Luo Honghu gritted his teeth in anger. He worried that De Huang might keep their forces occupied long enough for Chen Changsheng to complete his breakthrough. Luo Pengying's face twitched, clearly displeased. Their leader seemed more adept at assigning blame than coming up with any effective solutions. As De Huang and Luo Qingquan clashed, the members of the Chen family surged forward like a tide. Chen Fan raised his hand to halt their impulsive advance. Battles of this magnitude were no place for ordinary guards, as stepping in would only mean certain death. Xiao Fan, can De Huang handle this man? Chen Ming, with a face chiseled like stone, asked gravely as he stood beside Chen Fan. As the second master of the Chen family, he rarely appeared in public, but today, he could no longer remain in the shadows. Don't worry, second uncle, Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Even if De Huang can't kill him, he can hold him off until grandfather completes his breakthrough. Chen Ming had initially intended to join the fray but was stopped by a transmitted voice. After moving to Chen Fan's side, he was quietly instructed to keep certain matters under wraps for now. Though filled with questions, Chen Ming understood this was not the time to press for answers. This man in the black robe dares to attack our family at such a critical moment in father's breakthrough. He deserves to die. Chen Ming gritted his teeth in anger. No rush, Chen Fan said calmly. Once he's dead, stripping off his robe will reveal his identity. At that moment, another family retainer, Yu Dong, arrived hurriedly with Chen Shuo. Father, why are you all just standing here watching? Chen Shuo asked anxiously. Chen Ming glanced at the composed expressions of Yu Dong and Chen Fan before replying. This is a battle of a level far beyond us. Intervening would be futile, second brother, Chen Shuo said, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce De Huang in the sky. You've hidden it well. Who would have thought it such a ferocious demon dog? Oh, you're finally calling me second brother now? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow teasingly. Chen Shua's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't get cocky. If you can't establish your foundation, even if I call you second brother, they'll still look down on you. Xiao Fan, is De Huang a fourth realm demon beast? Chen Ming asked. Peak of the fourth realm, Chen Fan confirmed with a nod. After this fight, it won't be long before it breaks into the fifth realm. Chen Ming's expression darkened. The peak of the fourth realm? And yet this man in the black robe still has the upper hand. Could he be in the Baodan realm? Judging by how sloppy he looks, he's probably just entered the Baodan realm, Chen Fan remarked nonchalantly. Chen Ming and Chen Shua's mouths twitched in disbelief. Such a formidable opponent, dismissed as sloppy? Xiao Fan, Chen Ming's eyes flickered with anger. Could this man be connected to the one who killed your elder brother? Chen Fan's gaze narrowed slightly. Unlikely. Luo Yuanzhou sent word that the Luo family is probably not involved in Chen Ping's death. At the time of the incident, Luo Chengquan was escorting Luo Qianjun to the Shanhe sword sect. If Pinger hadn't been killed, our family would have had a disciple in a major sect, Chen Ming said in a low voice. And what of it? Chen Fan chuckled. Second uncle, there's no need to envy that. After today, grandfather alone will be able to crush every family in the city. Exactly, Chen Ming said passionately. Once father successfully forms his core, our Chun family will be the only one in Hoopa City with a Bao Dan realm expert. Grandfather is forming his core? Is that true? Chen Shuo asked, his face alight with excitement. Of course it's true. But we must first survive this ordeal, Qinming said, his tone shifting. Huh. De Huang really does seem to be getting stronger as the fight goes on. Chun Fan smiled faintly as he observed the battlefield in front of him. The power of the bloodburst golden pill had fully integrated into De Huang's body, pushing its bloodline powers to the absolute limit. At this moment, De Huang exuded an aura of terrifying intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Old man, had enough fun yet? If you're done playing, your grandpa dog is about to finish you off. De Huang's sinister laughter reverberated through the void, every word dripping with arrogance and murderous intent. Luo Chunkuan's eyes widened in shock, his heart roiling like a stormy sea. Playing? This damn dog has been toying with me the entire time? In truth, De Huang had long wanted to deliver a fatal blow to this old man from the very beginning. However, the power of the bloodburst golden pill had been surging wildly within its body, not yet fully absorbed. It had no choice but to hold Luo Chunkuan at bay while secretly gathering its strength. Now, there were no more restraints. Boom! A terrifying burst of demonic energy, tinged with a blood-red aura, erupted from De Huang's body. Its power surged to unprecedented heights, its demonic presence overwhelming. Old man, Grandpa Dog will send you on your way. Heaven-splitting thousand claw strike. De Huang grinned menacingly as its claws crossed and slashed through the air. In an instant, countless claw shadows rained down like a torrential storm, bombarding Luo Chunkuan. Luo Chunkuan's pupils contracted sharply. In a desperate reflex he roared, "Spiritual barrier." Buzz. A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a cyan jade-like wall that shielded him. Boom, boom, boom. The countless claw strikes relentlessly pounded against the spiritual barrier. Although the barrier possessed formidable defensive capabilities, under De Huang's ferocious assault, its spiritual energy began to fracture and dissipate, clearly on the verge of collapse. Damn it! This damn dog is merely a fourth realm demon. So why is it so ferocious? Luo Chunkuan cursed inwardly. It seems I won't be able to kill that old man Qin Chongxing today after all. As he watched De Huang grow fiercer with every attack, its momentum now clearly dominating the battlefield, a sense of retreat took root in Luo Chunkuan's heart. He had only recently broken through to the Holding Dan realm and hadn't even had the chance to flaunt his newfound power before the families of Tiger Soul City. If he were to die here, it would truly be a humiliating end. Luo Chunkuan, who had spent his life avoiding conflict, decided not to continue the fight. After reinforcing the green barrier with several powerful bursts of spiritual energy, he turned and fled swiftly toward the distance. His cold voice echoed in the void. "You wretched thing, I'll spare you today, but the next time we meet, I will kill you and feast on your flesh." Chen Ming was utterly stunned. In Tiger Soul City, experts of the core formation realm were revered, rarely appearing in public, and whenever they did, it was always with an imposing presence. But today, they had witnessed a core formation expert fleeing in such a disgraceful manner. Trying to escape? Your master here didn't allow that. De Huang, the massive golden dog, growled angrily, its eyes blazing as it shot forward like a streak of light, chasing after Luo Chunkuan. With the island lord's orders in mind, how could it let its prey escape? Xiaofan, call De Huang back. It's just at the fourth realm, and prolonged fighting will exhaust it. Qin Ming called out anxiously. Qin Fan shrugged helplessly. Even if I call it now, it won't hear me. Everyone froze for a moment and looked up, only to see that both the man and the dog had already disappeared into the void. At the speed of a core formation expert and a fourth realm peak spirit beast, they could traverse miles in an instant. What do we do? De Huang is such a loyal spirit beast. We can't let it perish like this. Qin Ming grew even more worried. Qin Fan, however, smiled. Don't worry, second uncle. De Huang is clever. If it can't win, it'll retreat on its own. Besides, it's not fighting alone. When Luo Chunkuan had fled, Chun Fan had already sensed another figure chasing from the ground. Today, the moment Luo Chunkuan dared to target the Qin family, his fate was sealed. In the northern skies outside the city, Luo Chunkuan fled in disgrace, his frustration mounting. A once mighty figure, now being chased by a mere dog. This was beyond anything he had anticipated. Meanwhile, in the Luo household, Luo Honghu's expression was dark. Second brother, third brother, go assist father immediately. Aren't you coming, big brother? Luo Pengying asked. Luo Honghu's face twitched. Someone has to stay and guard the house. Big brother. You're such a great brother. Luo Pengying sneered before turning to Luo Yuanjiu. Third brother, let's hurry. But Luo Yuanjiu shook his head. I'm the weakest among us. I wouldn't be much help. It's better if I stay. Big brother is in the later stage of the Spirit Lake realm. It makes more sense for him to go with you. Luo Pengying quickly agreed. Third brother's right. Big brother. You should come with me to help father. Luo Honghu's face darkened further, but he had no choice but to comply. He could sense that Luo Pengying was already dissatisfied with him. If he refused again, neither of his brothers would respect him anymore. He thought grimly, father is only slightly outmatched by that dog. If the two of us arrive in time, we can surely turn the tide and kill it. As Luo Pengying left, he gave Luo Yuanjiu a thumbs up before catching up to Luo Honghu. Watching them leave, Luo Yuanjiu smirked to himself. What a family of fools, all named after flashy birds, how ironic. I don't need to lift a finger to know how this will end. After today, the Luo family will be mine to command. 60 miles outside the city, Luo Chengquan began circling back, hoping to reunite with his sons. Sensing their presence nearby, his eyes reddened with relief and excitement. Haha, my sons can always be counted on. Father. Luo Honghu and Luo Pengying called out joyfully as they spotted the black-robed figure. Perfect timing. This stupid dog has been worn down by me. Its spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Together, we'll finish it off. Luo Chengquan laughed heartily. Understood. The two brothers responded in unison. De Huang narrowed its fierce eyes and came to an abrupt stop in midair. Luo Chengquan tore off his black hood, revealing a twisted grin. Stupid dog, come on. Why aren't you chasing me anymore? Being hounded like a stray had been humiliating, but now he felt he had regained the upper hand. Three big fools. Why don't you turn around and take a look? De Huang sneered, its voice dripping with disdain. The Luo father and sons found this laughable, but instinctively glanced behind them. In an instant, their pupils contracted in shock. Behind them stood a stunningly graceful woman, her presence exuding an undeniable aura of power. You? Who are you? Luo Honghu's voice was filled with unmistakable shock. The vast sky was clearly empty, yet this beautiful woman seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The woman curved her lips into a faint smile, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. I am Tong Xiaoxiao. I've come to take the lives of you three father and sons. However, she paused. If you can truthfully answer one question of mine, I might let one of you leave. What arrogance! Luo Chengquan's face darkened as his fists clenched tightly. I'd like to see what makes you think you can threaten us like this. Tong Xiaoxiao chuckled softly, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Though my cultivation isn't considered high, merely at the midstage of the core formation realm, killing the three of you should be more than manageable. Her words struck like a thunderclap, and the faces of Luo Chengquan and his sons turned pale in an instant. Midstage core formation realm? Such a level of cultivation was exceedingly rare in Hupa City. When had such a powerful figure appeared? Are you really at the midstage of the core formation realm? Luo Chengquan asked, his voice trembling. Tong Xiaoxiao's lips curved slightly. If you don't believe me, I could demonstrate. Her gaze grew colder. But when I act, it will cost a life. Which one of you three would like to test me? Father. Luo Honghu's voice quivered. If she really is at the midstage of the core formation realm, we don't stand a chance. Luo Chengquan's face was ashen, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and unwillingness. He had only just broken through to the core formation realm himself and had been ready to dominate Hupa City, finally realizing his dream of making the Luo family the city's most powerful clan. Yet, thanks to that mere Chan Chongsheng, not only had a rival emerged in the form of a formidable four-realm demon dog, but now this mysterious woman at the midstage of the core formation realm had appeared. What do you want to ask? Luo Chengquan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Tong Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Who among you three was responsible for the death of Qin Ping from the Qin family? Are you an ally of the Qin family? Luo Honghu blurted out in shock. Idiot. Luo Chengquan shot a fierce glare at his eldest son, cursing inwardly. If they somehow survive this, he'd rename his son Luo Dimwit. My patience is limited, Tong Xiaoxiao said with a charming smile. At some point, a thick, 2-foot-long black needle had appeared in her right hand. I suggest you answer quickly. The 2-foot-long soul-piercing needle glimmered with a cold, eerie light in Tong Xiaoxiao's hand. This weapon, its widest point measuring 2 inches, resembled less a needle and more a meticulously sharpened iron rod. Though merely a spiritual-grade artifact, it was more than sufficient to deal with the opponents before her. Luo Chengquan's throat bobbed involuntarily as he eyed the rare and unconventional weapon. He knew all too well that a cultivator capable of wielding such a unique tool was no ordinary individual. Qin Ping's death? I, too, find it regrettable, Luo Chengquan said in a steady voice, though his tone betrayed a hint of composure. But his death has nothing to do with my Luo family. You're lying. Tong Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed as the soul-piercing needle in her hand suddenly emitted a blinding black glow. The trio from the Luo family turned pale with shock. Azure Spirit Barrier. Luo Chengquan hastily summoned a defensive shield, but this time, he was up against a true killing move. Splurt. The black light effortlessly pierced through the Azure Spirit Barrier, shooting straight through Luo Chengquan's forehead. The The soul-piercing needle curved elegantly behind his head, transforming into a streak of black light as it returned to Tong Xiaoxiao's hand. Father! Luo Honghu and Luo Pengying rushed to catch their father's collapsing body, their eyes bloodshot with grief. You wretched woman! My father was telling the truth. Why did you have to strike him down so cruelly? Luo Pengying roared in fury. Tong Xiaoxiao sneered coldly. Qin Ping was a genius of the Qin family. Do you really think your father would mourn his death? Who are you trying to fool? How is that a lie? Luo Pengying demanded, his voice trembling with rage. Of course it is. If it's not spoken from the heart, then it isn't the truth, Tong Xiaoxiao replied, a wicked smile curling her lips. Behind her, De Huang let out a sinister laugh. After years of confinement on Sin Immortal Island, these prisoners were finally free to unleash their pent-up wrath. A glint of cunning flashed through Luo Honghu's eyes. Fine, I'll admit it. When Qin Ping was killed, my Luo family indeed rejoiced in secret. His talent was a threat to us. But his death had nothing to do with my family. I swear it on my honor as the head of the Luo family. Whoosh! Another streak of black light shot forth. Luo Honghu barely had time to react before a sharp pain struck his forehead, and his soul was obliterated in an instant. His lifeless body crumpled heavily to the ground. Rage burned in Luo Pengying's eyes as he bellowed, I'll take you down with me. But just as he drew his long sword, the soul-piercing needle had already pierced through the back of his head and emerged from his forehead. How boring. Is that all they had? Tong Xiaoxiao remarked with a pout. De Huang chuckled. It'll get interesting when the Island Lord takes on the Tianbao Sect. When that time comes, the peak core formation cultivator will be all yours to handle. Tong Xiaoxiao's face twitched. Peak core formation? That's hardly fun. Golden spirit dog. Have you forgotten the days when you were beaten to a pulp on this island? Just as De Huang was about to reveal Luo Chunkuan's identity, a silent voice transmission echoed in his ear. It was Chun Fan's voice. No need to expose his identity. Understanding the hint, De Huang gave Chun Ming an awkward smile. Sorry, second master. The fight was too intense at the time, and I lost control in the heat of the moment. I ended up biting his head off. By the time I thought of checking his face, it was unrecognizable. So, I just burned him with demon fire. These words made everyone present widen their eyes in shock. Biting off someone's head in one move? De Huang's ferocity truly lived up to the title of Tiger Soul City's most savage dog. Chun Ming looked disappointed. I see. So we still don't know who is targeting the Chun family. Chun Fan smiled and said, Second uncle, it doesn't matter who it was. Grandfather is about to successfully form his core. No matter who our opponent is, the Chun family will be ready. I'm just afraid the enemy might not be limited to one core formation cultivator, Chun Ming said gravely. Not knowing who we're facing makes it hard to feel at ease. Then let's make sure the Chun family has more core formation experts too. Chun Fan grinned. As long as we're strong enough, we won't fear anyone. Whether or not the Chun family gains another core formation cultivator depends on you. Second uncle. Chun Ming's face reddened slightly, and he cleared his throat. Unfortunately, I have all the passion and ambition for cultivation but lack the talent. Reaching the late stage of the Spirit Lake realm is already my limit in this lifetime. I think making it to the mid-stage Spirit Lake realm is already impressive for you. Chen Shua muttered under his breath. It's been 3 years, and you're still stuck at the early stage. The future of the Chun family depends on me. Chen Ming's face darkened as he glared at Chen Shua. You ungrateful brat. Is that how you talk about your father? Look at your second brother, at least believes I can reach the core formation stage. Chen Shua rolled his eyes. All he does is pin his hopes on others. What else can he do? Chun Ming was about to retort with, your second brother is far better than you. But Chun Fan quickly interrupted. Ahem, second uncle. While I may be a bit smarter than Shua, I have to admit that his talent in martial arts surpasses mine. Father, you heard that, right? He said it himself. Chen Shua smirked triumphantly. Chun Ming sneered. I heard it loud and clear, your second brother is indeed much smarter than you. You're only hearing half of it, aren't you? Chen Shua said, exasperated. Chun Ming glared at him. Enough. If there's nothing else, get back to your training. Everyone else, disperse. Once the others had left, Chen Ming eagerly asked, Xiao Fan, have you really reached the Spirit Lake realm? Second uncle, I told you not to get too excited, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. Haha, don't worry. Your second uncle has a steady temperament. Besides, I've mentally prepared myself for this. Chun Fan rubbed his nose. Actually, I'm the first core formation cultivator in Tiger Soul City. You. Chen Ming stammered, jumping up in shock and scrutinizing Chun Fan from head to toe. Second uncle, my cultivation level needs to remain a secret, Chen Fan said seriously. The culprit who killed my elder brother hasn't been found yet. If my extraordinary talent is revealed, they might send someone stronger than a core formation cultivator to target the Chun family. Chun Ming's expression turned solemn. So that's why you've been hiding your cultivation. Xiaofan, you're truly wise. If you hadn't known how to keep a low profile, you might not have grown safely to this point. But now that De Huang's strength has been revealed and grandfather is about to form his core, the Chen family's prominence will inevitably attract attention, Chen Fan analyzed. Word will soon reach the culprit, and they'll likely make a move. However, as long as the threat is within the core formation stage, I can handle it. Second uncle, you should focus on your closed-door cultivation for now. How can I go into seclusion at a time like this? That would be like hiding, Chen Ming said firmly. Xiaofan, even though I'm only at the early stage of the Spirit Lake realm, I won't back down. Let me stand with you against those scoundrels. Chen Fan chuckled. Second uncle, I know your courage well, but we don't know when the enemy will show up. In martial arts, every moment counts. It's also time to pass down my elder brother's cultivation techniques to you and Shuhua. I didn't share them before because I feared bringing calamity to the Chen family. Now that we have the strength to protect ourselves, there's no need to hold back. Chun Ming was stunned. Are you saying that Pinger's death wasn't just because of his talent, but also related to the techniques he practiced? Chen Fan nodded and sighed. Yes, it seems highly likely. The technique that my elder brother cultivates is indeed powerful, Chen Fan remarked, gazing into the distance with a complex expression in his eyes. It was through cultivating this very technique that grandfather was able to swiftly sense the opportunity to condense a core. Every time Chen Fan thought of Chen Ping's death, a deep sense of guilt surged within him. Although the truth remained unclear, he couldn't shake the feeling that the technique was somehow involved. After all, in terms of talent, Chen Ping's aptitude was not even on par with Luo Qianjun and Gou Buyu. We must uncover the truth behind Pinger's death, Chun Ming said gravely. And as for your parents, he paused briefly. Well, step by step, the truth will come to light eventually. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Chun Ming was unaware that Chen Jin's parents were still alive, and Chen Fan had chosen to keep this fact to himself for now. At that moment, Uncle Zhou approached them. Chun Fan and Chen Ming tacitly ended their conversation. Miss Su Wenjun hasn't left yet? Chen Fan asked, raising an eyebrow. Uncle Zhou smiled and replied. Miss Su has been taken back by her master, but she left a message with this old servant. What did she say? Chen Fan inquired. Uncle Zhou hesitated for a moment before replying awkwardly. She said she's never met a man as petty as you, young Master Fan. Ha, that just means she hasn't met enough men, Chen Fan retorted with a smirk. Chun Ming couldn't help but tease. Xiaofan, do you think Su Wenjun doesn't want to marry Shuar because she has her eyes on you instead? In the past, Chun Ming would never have entertained such a thought. But now, knowing Chun Fan's extraordinary qualities, he found the idea plausible. After all, Su Wenjun, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, was known for her grace and composure. If not for something exceptional, she wouldn't have left such a petty remark through Uncle Zhou. Second uncle, please don't joke about that, Chen Fan replied with a helpless smile. If Brother Shu heard this and got the wrong idea, he might beat me to a pulp. Haha, if he's not capable enough to win her over, who else is there to blame? Chen Ming laughed heartily. Chun Fan smiled faintly, though a trace of envy stirred in his heart. The playful banter between Chen Ming and Chen Shuo was the kind of familial bond he longed for. His thoughts inevitably drifted to his own parents. Were they being confined or imprisoned somewhere? Grandfather had said that he would only reveal their whereabouts once Chen Fan reached the nascent soul stage. This implied that the faction that had taken them was no ordinary group. Chen Fan silently prayed that his elder brother's death had no connection to this faction. Otherwise, no matter what ties this faction had to the Chen family, he would never let them off easily. Based on Chen Fan's reasoning, the faction that had taken his parents, while separating them from him, probably bore no intent to harm the Chen family. Otherwise, the Chen family would have long ceased to exist. In Chen Chongqing's courtyard, a powerful aura suddenly surged and spread outward like a tide. This marked a breakthrough moment, filling everyone present with excitement. Chun Fan's eyes lit up with joy as he bowed deeply toward the courtyard. Congratulations, grandfather, on successfully forming a core and stepping into the core formation realm. Congratulations, father, on reaching the core formation. Chun Ming exclaimed with excitement. Uncle Zhou also chimed in enthusiastically. Congratulations to the family head. Chun Chongqing walked out, laughing heartily. From a distance, he cupped his hands in salute toward De Huang. Haha, today I owe my success in forming a core to you, De Huang. De Huang raised a paw to scratch his nose sheepishly. Elder, you're too kind, but this is the first time anyone has ever saluted me. Haha, with that gesture, I swear on my life to protect the Chun family. Then from today onward, you shall enjoy the same status as an honored guest of the Chen family, Chun Chongqing declared with a smile. De Huang's eyes lit up, but he glanced at Chen Fan. So, does this mean I'll also get a monthly stipend? But if the island lord disagrees, it'll all be for nothing. Grandfather has decreed it, so you shall accept it, Chen Fan replied with a smile. De Huang grinned broadly. mimicking a human gesture by clasping his front paws together in a bow. Second uncle, shall we head inside to talk? Chen Fan suggested. Uncle Zhou, understanding the situation, said, they'll go prepare a feast. Such a joyous occasion, with the family head stepping into the core formation realm, must be celebrated properly. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, Chen Fan said warmly. It's my duty, Uncle Zhou replied with a smile before leaving. Not long after, Chen Shuo was summoned. The three generations of the Chen family held a lengthy private discussion inside. When Chen Ming and Chen Shuo emerged, both appeared visibly excited. Father, I won't be attending the feast later, Chen Shuo said eagerly. I'm heading straight to train. Although we're practicing the same technique now, I have a feeling I can form a core before you. Chen Ming's face darkened, and he knocked Chen Shuo on the head. You brat. What cultivation level are you even at now? Even if you train diligently, forming a core will take at least a decade or two. Are you cursing me to never step into the core formation realm in this lifetime? How did I raise such an ungrateful child? Well, father, it's just that your talent is what it is, and I was only being honest. Chen Shuo muttered, aggrieved. Seeing Chen Ming about to strike again, Chen Shuo quickly darted away. Raising children is no easy task, Chen Ming said with a wry smile. Chen Fan reassured him. Shuo is just joking. In a few days, we'll try to gather some spiritual materials. They should help both second uncle and Shuo improve significantly. Chen Fan, I won't stand on ceremony then, Chen Ming said, visibly moved. My talent is lacking, and I do need external assistance. If I can step into the core formation realm in this lifetime, they'll have no regrets. By the way, spiritual materials cost a lot of spirit stones. I do have some savings. Second uncle, Chen Fan interrupted quickly. Grandfather has entrusted the family matters to me. The spirit stones for purchasing spiritual materials will come from the family's funds. All right then, my savings aren't much anyway. I'd only embarrass myself by offering them, Chen Ming said with an awkward laugh. Now that the Chen family has income from the spiritual mine, buying some materials won't be a problem, Chen Fan said with a smile. Chen Fan, you're truly remarkable, managing both cultivation and family affairs so well. With someone like you, the Chen family is bound to rise and prosper, Chen Ming said with heartfelt praise. Chen Fan responded humbly, second uncle, you're too kind. If the Chen family prospers, it will be the result of all our efforts. Well, I may only contribute hard work, but rest assured, they'll always support you in whatever you do. Thank you, second uncle. Chen Fan bowed deeply in gratitude. That evening's feast was a private gathering for the Chen family. Although many visitors came to offer their congratulations, Uncle Zhou politely turned them away, saying the Chen family would host a banquet in 3 days to welcome all well-wishers. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Teng Feiyang had been kneeling outside the study of city lord Teng Juek for most of the day. Ever since he had broken Luo Dingshan's legs and expelled him from the mansion, Teng Juek had ordered him to kneel there without saying a word. Although Teng Feiyang had a new soul within him, he dared not show too much endurance. He deliberately acted weak and unsteady, as if he might faint at any moment. Do you realize your mistake? A cold, heavy voice finally came from inside the study. I do. Teng Feiyang immediately straightened up. The study door opened, and a burly middle-aged man stepped out, his eyes flashing with cold light. If you know your mistake, then tell me who was it? I made 2 mistakes, Teng Feiyang said quickly. First, I shouldn't have been swayed by Luo Dingtian and forced the Su and Chen families to give up 30% of their spiritual mind for petty gains. Second, I shouldn't have impulsively broken Luo Dingshan's legs, offending the Luo family. Teng Juek's icy gaze softened slightly. It seems you truly understand your errors. Kneeling wasn't in vain. I am willing to accept any punishment, Teng Feiyang declared. Teng Juek sighed. Allocate 1 trial spot in the Earth Spirit Abyss to each of their families. As for which 3 spots to reassign, you'll need to decide. Teng Feiyang's eyes flickered. Father, while I accept the punishment, these spots have already been assigned to disciples from the clans behind our honored guests. Taking them back now to give to the 3 families might displease our guests. After all, their allegiance to the city lord's mansion is largely due to these trial spots. Teng Juek stared at the flickering candlelight in the hall, his thoughts heavy. The adjustment of the guest quota was bound to spark dissatisfaction, but with the shifting power dynamics among the 3 major families, and Teng Feiyang having offended everyone in one move, he had no choice but to weigh his options carefully. Though the position of city lord was prestigious, governing a city required more than sheer authority. Moreover, the Teng family's strength was still lacking. They had several Spirit Lake realm guest experts, but not a single core formation realm powerhouse to hold the fort. If it were in the past, I could have ignored the resentment of the 3 families, Teng Juek began slowly. But now, Chen Chongqing has stepped into the core formation realm, the Su family has a mysterious expert supporting them, and Luo Qianjun of the Luo family is on his way back. At a time like this, it's better to pacify their anger first. As for the guest experts, if they're unhappy, they can either endure it or leave. Teng Feiyang feigned surprise. Chun Changsheng has reached the core formation realm? No wonder he refused to cede the spirit mine. Chun Changsheng only broke through today, Tang Juek said, shaking his head, his gaze distant. Though there were some obstacles during the process, it has made me view the Qin family in a new light and even brought back certain memories. Fei Yang, remember this: never provoke the Chen family again, no matter the circumstances. There are things about the Chen family you do not know. Teng Feiyang narrowed his eyes. Father, what exactly is behind the Chen family? You don't need to know. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't a blessing. Understood. If father wants speak of it, I won't ask. Go now. In 3 days, accompany me to the Chen family, Tang Juek instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, father. I'll take my leave. Teng Feiyang trembled as he rose and staggered toward the door. Stop pretending. You are in the true spirit realm. There's no need to act so frail. Teng Juek's cold snort came from behind. Tang Feiyang's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly having overdone his act. The next day, all 3 major families received a notice from the city lord's mansion about the distribution of trial quotas. In the Qin family residence, Qin Fan asked Qin Changsheng, grandfather, what exactly is this Earth Abyss trial? I don't think I've heard of it before. Qin Changsheng explained, the Earth Abyss trial happens once every 10 years. It's one of the most significant trials within the Qingzhou prefecture and a rare opportunity for martial cultivators. The abyss contains not only precious spiritual materials and rare mineral deposits, but is also said to hold legacies left behind by ancient powerhouses. Of course, it's also riddled with remnants of formations, deadly traps, and ferocious beasts. Every time, there are those who perish within. There must not be many slots for such a trial, right? Indeed. The great martial sects each receive 20 slots, while each city lord's mansion is allocated only 10. Though Qingzhou prefecture has a total of 100 slots, they must be distributed among the major families within the cities. In Tiger Soul City, these opportunities have always been reserved for the city lord's guest experts. This time, the city lord likely realized Teng Feiyang went too far, so he allocated 3 slots as compensation to our 3 families. Grandfather, how do you plan to assign this slot? Qin Fan asked with a smile. I thought you'd assume I'd just give it to you. Chun Changsheng laughed. Haha, what would you, a core formation cultivator, gain from joining the fray? Chun Changsheng scolded him jokingly. Although the Earth Abyss trial only has an age restriction, it holds little value for you now. It would be better to let Qin Shua go. Though his aptitude is somewhat lacking, he has a strong drive to improve. Grandfather, let me go instead. Qin Fan shook his head. Shua has already started cultivating the Martial Heart Sutra. There's no need for him to take such risks. As you said, most trial participants are disciples of major sects and descendants of prominent families. These individuals are not only highly skilled but also cunning. They're more dangerous than the Earth Abyss itself. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Changsheng nodded. You make a valid point. Very well, you can go. But don't act recklessly just because of your cultivation level. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm only going to gather some spiritual materials to help support the family. Haha, it's my incompetence that forces you to venture into such a perilous place just to bring back resources for the family. Chun Changsheng stroked his beard and burst into hearty laughter. In that case, you can represent the Chen family and visit the city lord's mansion to express our gratitude. Let bygones be bygones. Chun Fan smiled faintly, stood up, and took his leave. Just as he approached the vicinity of the city lord's mansion, a familiar voice called out from behind. Chun Ershao, wait a moment. Turning around, Chun Fan saw Su Wenjun's slightly anxious yet delicate face. Miss Su, you're here as well, he greeted with a smile. A flicker of something unusual flashed through Su Wenjun's eyes as she got straight to the point. Who did your Chen family give the trial spot to? Miss Su doesn't wish to marry into the Chen family, yet you're so concerned about our affairs. Why is that? Chen Fan chuckled lightly and countered. His words immediately made Su Wenjun's cheeks flush red. She glared at him angrily. I was just asking casually. If it's just a casual question, then it doesn't matter whether I answer or not. Chen Fan replied with a polite smile, cupping his hands. Miss Su, I still need to thank the city lord and then head to Shuang Pavilion to enjoy some music, so I'll leave you to it. With that, he strode toward the gates of the city lord's mansion. Watching his retreating figure, Su Wenjun's lips twitched in frustration. This guy, he's actually going to a place like Shuang Pavilion? How could he do this to Gou Buyu, who's so devoted to him? She felt a pang of sympathy for Gou Buyu, recalling her departure from home, which only deepened her sense of pity. After being announced by the city guards, Chen Fan and Su Wenjun soon met with Teng Juek and Teng Feiyang. Representing their respective families, they expressed their gratitude to Teng Juek. Teng Feiyang also offered an apology in person, and the previous tensions were resolved. Meanwhile, back at the Luo family, Luo Yuanjia was troubled by a particular issue. Although his true age met the requirements to enter the Earth's spirit abyss, the physical body he inhabited exceeded the age limit. By rights, the spot should go to Luo Dingtian, but his legs were crippled, making it impossible for him to go. Should I give it to Luo Qingyuan? Luo Yuanjia pondered silently. Luo Qingyuan, the youngest daughter of Luo Chengkuan, was already 29 yet remained unmarried. This wasn't due to her appearance rather. No one dared to marry her. Among the Luo family members, she was considered one of the most upright in character. Third Master. Young Master Qianjun has returned. Luo Yuanjia was just about to grant the spot to Luo Qingyuan when an urgent voice from a guard came from outside the study. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He's not the only one who's returned, is he? That's correct, the guard, Zhao Kuang, replied respectfully. Accompanying young Master Qianjun are Elder Su of the Shanha Sword Sect and 4 of his disciples. Then prepare a luncheon to welcome our esteemed guests from the Shanha Sword Sect, Luo Yuanjia said calmly. Zhao Kuang hesitated for a moment before adding, Third Master. As soon as young Master Qianjun entered the manor, he took the Shanha Sword Sect delegation to the guest courtyard, and then went straight to the eldest young master's quarters. The gatekeepers seemed to have told him something. Go do what you're supposed to do. I'll handle the rest, Luo Yuanjia said with a dismissive wave of his hand. After Zhao Kuang retreated respectfully, Luo Yuanjia took a sip of tea, a trace of disdain curling his lips. Even if they know the Luo family's power is now in my hands, what difference does it make? Meanwhile, in Luo Dingtian's small courtyard, heart-wrenching sobs echoed. Second brother. Your elder brother has suffered terribly. Luo Dingtian wailed mournfully. I heard some things on the way here, said Luo Qianjun, his sharp brows and piercing eyes glinting with cold light. Don't worry, big brother. I will avenge you. Lying on the bed, Luo Dingtian asked miserably, Second brother. The one who broke my legs was the young city lord. How can we possibly get revenge? Luo Qianjuan's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat. The young city lord is, of course, untouchable. But I will break the legs of the Su and Chen family members to avenge you. Then I want Fan and Su Wenjun's legs broken too. Luo Dingtian gritted his teeth. If it weren't for their refusal, the young city lord wouldn't have gotten angry and broken my legs. Fine. Within 3 days, I will break those two's legs. Luo Qianjun promised. Second brother, you're the best. Always standing up for me, Luo Dingtian said emotionally, but then hesitated before continuing. Second brother, there's something else. I'm not sure if it's true. Third uncle said that grandfather, father, and second uncle, they're all gone. Since yesterday, I haven't seen them, nor has anyone else in the manor. What? Luo Qianjun exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. Father's last letter said grandfather was on the verge of forming his core. How could they all suddenly disappear? Luo Dingshan's voice trembled as he explained. Third uncle said that yesterday, when Chun Changsheng was forming his core, grandfather dressed in black robes went to the Chun family to launch a sneak attack. But he was no match for the Chun family's large yellow dog and was chased out of the city. Father and second uncle, worried for grandfather's safety, followed after him. They haven't returned since. But that yellow dog has already returned to the Chun family. Luo Qianjun clenched his fists tightly. If that's true, and grandfather and the others have indeed fallen to the Chen family, then why hasn't the Chen family attacked the Luo family? Third uncle's assumptions are too rash. This suggests that grandfather and father might still be alive or at least haven't fallen into the Chun family's hands. You're right. Luo Dingtian's eyes lit up but quickly darkened with anger. No wonder third uncle came to see me last night and said my legs were useless and that he would take over the Luo family from now on. He's practically hoping something bad has happened to grandfather and father. Did third uncle really say that? Yes, absolutely. He can dream. Luo Qianjun said coldly. Even if grandfather and the others truly don't return, the Luo family will never fall under his control. Big brother, rest for now. We'll go find third uncle and get to the bottom of this. Fueled by rage, Luo Qianjun stormed out of the small courtyard, only to see Luo Yuanjia approaching leisurely. With a calm demeanor, Luo Yuanjia remarked, I assume Dingtian has already told you everything? Luo Qianjuan's eyes narrowed coldly, staring intently at Luo Yuanjia. Each word he spoke was laced with icy disdain. Third uncle, aren't you acting a bit hastily? A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Luo Yuanjia's face before he regained his composure. He shook his head slowly and said, Child, you've misunderstood your third uncle. Is that so? Luo Qianjun sneered, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Then what did you mean when you told my elder brother that my father and the others were gone? Luo Yuanjia took a deep breath and replied in a grave tone. If they were still alive, why haven't they returned? A sharp glint flashed in Luo Qianjuan's eyes, and he scoffed. Perhaps they were injured and feared that returning would expose their condition to the Chun family. Child, you're too naive. Luo Yuanzhou's voice suddenly turned somber. Third uncle has spies in the Chen family. That big yellow dog claimed it personally killed the man in the black robe in one bite. In one bite? Luo Qianjun frowned deeply, suspicion written all over his face. Luo Yuanzhou lowered his voice, his words cutting like a blade. Yes, in one bite. That big yellow dog said it crushed your grandfather's skull in a single bite. Such brutality. Third uncle refrained from being too explicit. But because of this, they still don't know that the man in the black robe was actually your grandfather. That damned beast. Luo Qianjuan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his voice trembling. Then what about my father and second uncle? They haven't returned, Luo Yuanzhou sighed, shaking his head. Although the big yellow dog didn't mention your father or second uncle, it's likely they met a grim fate. To ensure the Luo family doesn't fall into chaos, third uncle has temporarily taken charge of the clan to manage everything. Your elder brother is in no condition to bear this responsibility. If not for me stepping up, who else could the Luo family rely on? Luo Qianjuan's lips twitched violently, his eyes burning with fury. Isn't he a man? Now that I'm back, I can take charge. Luo Yuanzhou, however, remained unmoved. Your return changes nothing. The Chen family now has a Bao Dan realm expert overseeing them, along with that big yellow dog whose strength rivals that of a Bao Dan master. Their power is terrifying. I came here to advise Yurist for the night, and return to the Mountain River Sword Sect tomorrow. Don't even think about revenge. Otherwise, not only will you lose your life, but the entire Luo family will face annihilation. Third uncle, you truly are cold-blooded. Luo Qianjun let out a bitter, angry laugh. Grandfather was killed, my father and second uncle are missing, and you dare not pursue justice. Now you're asking me to cower alongside you? I, Luo Qianjun, was born to stand tall and proud. If I don't avenge the deaths of my kin, I am unworthy to be called a man. Luo Yuanzhou's brows furrowed tightly, his voice turning icy. If you're so determined to seek revenge, then go on your own. The rest of the Luo family will not follow you, nor will they accompany you to your death. Luo Qianjuan's eyes glimmered with a cold light, his voice sharp and chilling as ice shards. This is a family feud. Every member of the Luo family has a responsibility. Third uncle, don't you think it's laughable to say something like that? Luo Yuanzhou wore a faint smile, but his gaze was deep and unfathomable. Child, being laughable is better than leading the Luo family to total annihilation. Don't call me a child. Luo Qianjuan's eyes blazed with anger. At 20 years old, being addressed that way especially by Luo Yuanzhou made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Luo Yuanzhou shrugged lightly. All right, if you dislike it, I won't call you that. But as the eldest and most senior member of the Luo family, I must oversee its affairs. If you're determined to seek revenge, I won't stop you, but I have to ensure a way out for the rest of the family. A cold laugh escaped Luo Qianjuan's lips, sharp and biting. Third uncle, how righteous and noble your words sound. But isn't it just because you're afraid of dying? I'm not afraid of dying. I can't afford to die, Luo Yuanzhou sighed deeply. Your elder brother is reckless and useless, and you are stubborn and headstrong. That's why I must stay alive. If I die, what will become of the Luo family? Luo Qianjuan's face darkened like a stormy sky. So, the entire Luo family depends on you alone, Luo Yuanzhou? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he spoke coldly. Once I avenge our family, there will be no more threats, and the Luo family won't need you to worry yourself sick anymore. If you truly manage to get revenge, I will hand the Luo family over to you and your brother. I'll leave and never return. Remember your words, third uncle. Luo Yuanzhou nodded solemnly. Child, let me give you one last piece of advice. Don't throw your life away. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Third uncle, maybe you should focus on where you'll go in the future instead. Luo Qianjun spat coldly before turning and striding away. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Yuanzhou shook his head with a faint, bitter smile. He won't listen to me, walking straight to his death. I didn't want to drag the island master into conflict with the Mountain River Sword Sect, but it seems unavoidable now. Well, it doesn't matter. If the Mountain River Sword Sect can't see reason, then they can perish alongside the Tianbao Sect. Outside the Luo family guest courtyard, Luo Qianjun knelt heavily on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Elder Su, please, I beg you to stand up for me. An elderly man emerged from the courtyard, his brows furrowed. Qianjun, what are you doing? Su Donglin's heart had already been simmering with displeasure after all. As a dignified elder of the Mountain River Sword Sect, his visit to the Luo family had been met with no one to greet him. But the sight before him caught him off guard. Kneeling on the ground, Luo Qianjun poured out the dire situation of the Luo family. So, Su Donglin finally spoke after a moment of silence. Your grandfather ambushed someone during their core condensation, attempting to destroy their opportunity, but failed and was killed instead? Luo Qianjuan's face stiffened, and he nodded reluctantly. Yes. Such a despicable act, your grandfather deserved to die. Su Donglin's voice was icy. Do you actually expect the sect to help you seek revenge for someone like that? The Mountain River Sword Sect will never involve itself in something so unjustified. Elder Su, but he was my grandfather. I can't just let him die in vain. And my father, my second uncle VE gone missing too. Luo Qianjun, you should count yourself lucky. The Chen family has been merciful enough not to publicize your grandfather's actions. Otherwise, the Luo family would be infamous, despised by all. At that point, even remaining as a disciple of the Mountain River Sword Sect would be uncertain for you. Now leave. Your family's affairs are none of my concern, and I won't get involved. Tomorrow morning, I will lead the others back to the sect. Whether you return or not is up to you. Su Donglin turned and re-entered the house, leaving Luo Qianjun kneeling alone outside. He remained still for a long time, disbelief surging through him. Wasn't he one of the sect's most promising disciples? Hadn't Elder Su personally volunteered to accompany him to Tiger Soul City? They had gotten along well along the way. How could he now turn his back so ruthlessly when help was truly needed? And to say his grandfather deserved to die. Su Donglin, you old scoundrel. Luo Qianjun seethed through gritted teeth. So you only wanted to exploit the Luo family from the start, with no intention of helping. Very well, when I return to the sect, I'll make sure my master knows all about your vile hypocrisy. Rising to his feet, Luo Qianjun decided to seek out Luo Dingtian. With Luo Yuanjiu unreliable and Elder Su unwilling to help, his only option was to confide in his older brother, who, while useless, at least wouldn't add to his troubles. Second brother, it seems we're completely on our own now, Luo Dingtian said, his face filled with disappointment. I was hoping you could ask the Mountain River Sword Sect for a grade 5 spirit bone pill for me, but I guess that's out of the question now, isn't it? Luo Qianjuan's face twitched, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The 5th grade spirit bone pill was a rare treasure even within the Shanha Sword Sect. Even though he was a disciple under special cultivation, it was not something he could easily obtain. He suppressed his thoughts about it for now, and his gaze gradually became resolute. My grandfather's revenge can wait, but I must uncover the whereabouts of my father and second uncle. He clenched his fists tightly. I'll go to the Chen family right now and demand answers in person. Even though I've just entered the true spirit realm, with my identity as a disciple of the Shanha Sword Sect, the Chen family wouldn't dare act recklessly. Nearby, Luo Dingtian nodded repeatedly, his tone obsequious. Yes, 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 second brother. With the Shanha Sword Sect's prestigious name, the Chen family wouldn't dare touch you. You must bring back father and second uncle. Otherwise, I'll have to live under third uncle's shadow in the Luo family from now on. At a time like this, all you care about is yourself? Luo Qianjuan's anger flared. Who else should I care about? Luo Dingtian was taken aback, then retorted self-righteously, my legs are broken now. Even if I wanted to care about others, it wouldn't help. Luo Qianjun was nearly enraged to the point of spitting blood. He took a deep breath, disappointment clouding his eyes. Forget it. The matters of the Luo family ultimately, I'll have to bear them alone. Counting on anyone else is useless. Moments later, Luo Qianjun arrived alone at the gates of the Chun residence. His eyes burned red with anger as he shouted loudly, Chun Changsheng, get out here. He had made up his mind on the way, must take the initiative and use his status as a Shanha Sword Sect disciple to intimidate the Chen family and force them to reveal his father and second uncle's whereabouts. However, a strange noise suddenly echoed from the sky. A stream of foul-smelling yellow liquid descended from above, drenching him from head to toe. Pa, pa, pa. Luo Qianjun staggered backward, spitting furiously. The stench was so nauseating that he almost vomited on the spot. Furious, he looked up, only to see a large yellow dog hovering in midair. Its hind legs spread apart and an expression of smug satisfaction on its face. You filthy mutt. How dare you? Do you even know who I am? Luo Qianjun roared. The yellow dog rolled its eyes in disdain, its face full of contempt. Dog Lord doesn't care who you are. Disrespect the old master, and your lucky Dog Lord only peed on you. If you keep yelling, believe me, Dog Lord will come down and bite your head clean off. Luo Qianjun stared at De Huang's gaping dog mouth, his eye twitching involuntarily. That very mouth, which had once crushed his grandfather's skull, was now grinning menacingly at him. Instinctively, he wiped the urine off his face with his sleeve, trying to mask the fear flickering in his eyes, only to forget that his sleeve was also soaked in dog urine. A wave of nausea surged up his throat as Luo Qianjun fought the urge to retch, his face flushing red with anger. I am Luo Qianjun, a disciple of the Shanha Sword Sect. Insulting me is an insult to my sect. You, the Chun family's lackey, have some nerve. De Huang sneered dismissively, curling his lip. You? A little fish from the Shanha Sword Sect? You think you represent them? That face of yours is only good for wiping urine. Stop dreaming of glory. Now scram, or else Dog Lord here might just give you another dose. Luo Qianjuan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly took a few steps back, forcing a cold laugh to cover his unease. I don't believe you have any left. Looks like you didn't drink enough. Fine, Dog Lord will oblige. With a leap, De Huang launched himself toward Luo Qianjuan's head. Terrified, Luo Qianjun turned and fled, shouting as he ran, "You wretched mutt! Just you wait. When I return to my sect, I'll make sure." Rip. Arg. Before he could finish, a sharp gust of wind slashed across his back. His robes were torn to shreds, revealing bloodied scratches beneath the tatters. De Huang landed gracefully, smirking. Dog Lord despises people like you spineless cowards who talk big. Next time you come back, bring some real skills instead of flapping that useless mouth of yours. Humiliated, Luo Qianjun nearly burst into tears. The searing pain on his back, his tattered clothing, and the utter loss of dignity crushed him. At that moment, his resentment towards Su Donglin and Luo Yuanzhou deepened. If not for their refusal to help, he wouldn't have been forced to face this disgrace alone. As a newly advanced true spirit cultivator, he knew he couldn't possibly confront a fourth realm peak expert who had killed his grandfather. He had hoped that his status as a disciple of the Shanhe sword sect would at least grant him an audience with Qian Chongxing to plead for his father and uncle. Who would have thought that even a mere guard dog would leave him fleeing in shame? Meanwhile, after leaving the city lord's mansion, Jang Fang headed straight for Shuang Pavilion, trailed by an uninvited follower. This situation left him somewhat exasperated. Su Wenjun's attention toward him seemed to be growing more persistent lately. "Miss Su, since you've already followed me here, why not come in and join the fun?" Chen Fan stopped outside Shuang Pavilion and turned to address the shadowy corner. Su Wenjun stepped out of the shadows, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. For someone in the Qi refining stage, Chen Erxiao's perceptiveness is rather remarkable. "It's not that I'm remarkable. It's just that your tracking skills are lacking," Chen Fan replied with a grin. "You may have retreated into the shadows, but certain features of yours still stood out." Su Wenjun froze, instinctively glancing down at herself before her face flushed red. "Chen Fan, you're shameless. If I weren't shameless, would I even come to a place like this?" Chen Fan joked, gesturing toward Shuang Pavilion with a mischievous smile. "Miss Su, if you're not coming in, I'll just head in myself." "Oomph. I would never step foot in such a place." Su Wenjun snapped through gritted teeth. Chen Fan nodded with a smirk. Miss Su is indeed a paragon of virtue and grace, the epitome of a proper lady. Such places are indeed beneath you. But stalking a man? That's also unbecoming. I hope you'll restrain your curiosity in the future. Though her cheeks burned with embarrassment, Su Wenjun had no intention of leaving now that she was already there. Her gaze flickered as she said, "Chen Fan, my instincts tell me you're hiding many secrets. And you're not a useless person, are you?" Chen Fan gave her a thumbs up. "Miss Su, your instincts are truly sharp. I thought I hid it well, but you saw right through me. In fact, I'm not just not useless, I've already reached the core formation stage, just like my grandfather. Please, Miss Su, keep this secret for me." Su Wenjun rolled her eyes, thinking his boast was utterly absurd. A 20-year-old at the core formation stage? That was laughable. "Fine, if you won't admit it, so be it. But I trust my instincts," she huffed. "Your instincts are indeed impressive, but I'm in a bit of a hurry, so we'll be going in now." Chen Fan chuckled and walked into Shuang Pavilion. Watching his retreating figure, Su Wenjun frowned deeply. Could I have been mistaken? Is he really just unusually clever and bold? And of course, lecherous and shameless? Maybe he really has resigned himself to his fate as a nobody. When someone accepts their lot in life, they stop caring about everything else. That kind of indifference might explain his composure, or so it seems. Su Wenjun shook her head in disappointment. Her gaze lingered on Chen Fan, the familiar silhouette, the subtle habits in his movements. They were exactly like those of the masked gentleman. But she quickly dismissed the thought. How could such an extraordinary figure appear in a place like Shuang Pavilion? Chen Fan chose a private room and specifically requested Yu Ying to accompany him. After a few melodies, he took out 2 spirit-gathering pills from his sleeve, one as a gift to Yu Ying and the other for her to deliver to Ding Chuanxiu. He also gave Yu Ying clear instructions, asking her to act as a middleman and have Ding Chuanxiu acquire more spiritual materials on his behalf. A useless young master frequently visiting Qianling trading house and purchasing large quantities of spiritual materials. If word gets out, it's bound to arouse suspicion, Chen Fan thought to himself. Although at this point, concealing his identity wasn't of great importance, he still preferred to observe from the shadows and strike unexpectedly. After all, as a trump card, he trusted himself to be the most reliable one. The next day, a wounded Luo Qianjun departed Tiger Soul City with Su Donglin and the others. Before leaving, Luo Dingtian was in tears, deeply worried about their future. Outside the city gates, Luo Qianjun looked back at Tiger Soul City and silently vowed to return one day. In the blink of an eye, the Qin family was preparing for a grand celebration to mark Qin Changsheng's ascension to the Baodan realm. Early in the morning, guests arrived in droves, bearing lavish gifts. As noon approached and the banquet was about to begin, an unexpected group of visitors arrived. Elder Hong Yuandao from the Tianbao Sect has come to congratulate the Chan patriarch. This booming voice reverberated through the venue, causing the faces of the guests to change drastically. Even with Chen Chongsheng stepping into the Baodan realm, it shouldn't have warranted a visit from the Tianbao Sect. Moreover, the sect had previously annulled the engagement of the Chun family's second young master. At the table, Gu Shanchuan and his son clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with cold fury. Chen Chongsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. Please invite Elder Hong from the Tianbao Sect into the residence. Soon, a group of people strode in confidently. As they passed the gift registration table, the burly elder at the forefront sneered disdainfully and casually tossed a spiritual stone onto the red-draped table, where it rolled to a stop. A small token from me, Hong. One spirit stone. I hope the Qin patriarch won't find it too meager. Presenting a single spirit stone as a gift, Hong Yuandao's action was undoubtedly a public humiliation for the Qin family. Faced with such blatant disrespect, Chen Chongsheng narrowed his eyes slightly but maintained an elegant smile. The value of a gift lies not in its weight. What matters is the thought. Zhou Shun, please escort Elder Hong and his party to their seats. Before Zhou Shun could act, Qin Fan spoke coldly. Grandfather, Elder Hong holds a prestigious status. Let me handle this arrangement instead. Xiao Fan, remember, this is the Tianbao Sect. Do not act rashly, Qin Chongsheng reminded him through a sound transmission. However, Chen Fan paid no heed and walked directly toward Hong Yuandao and his entourage. Today was meant to be a joyful celebration for his grandfather's birthday. He would not allow anyone to bring disgrace upon him. Hong Yuandao let out a cold laugh. So, you must be Chen Fan? Ever since Huang Su and his party returned to the Tianbao Sect, news of the Chen family's refusal to break off the engagement with Gou Buyu had spread far and wide. Although Huang Su was one of Chen Fan's people, he couldn't suppress the rumors, nor did Chen Fan intend to. Having resolved to eliminate the Tianbao Sect, there was no need for pretense. Elder Hong truly has sharp eyes. Recognizing me at a glance, Chen Fan replied indifferently. At these words, a glint of coldness flashed in Hong Yuandao's eyes. One of his disciples immediately stepped forward. Chen Fan, how dare you speak to Elder Hong in such a manner? Chen Fan sneered. What, exactly did I say? Wasn't I just complimenting Elder Hong for his sharp eyesight? Or do you think I must claim he's blind for my words to sound pleasing? You're twisting words. Your tone clearly reeks of disrespect, the Tianbao Sect disciple exclaimed angrily. And why should my Qin family show respect to those who disrespect my grandfather? Do you think you can flaunt the Tianbao Sect's name and act recklessly in my Qin family's domain? Hong Yuandao chuckled coldly, a chilling aura spreading through the room and making everyone shiver. Heh. The Chen family produces a single cultivator at the core formation stage, and suddenly, their arrogance knows no bounds. Xiao Fan, don't be impulsive, Qin Chongsheng reminded him again through a sound transmission. Qin Fan turned to his grandfather and said, Grandfather, there's no need to worry. Even if the Tianbao Sect's leader himself were to come today, I'd ensure the Qin family remains unharmed. Trust me, grandfather, our family doesn't need to swallow this humiliation. Chen Chongsheng's eyes trembled slightly, and he nodded silently. His grandson had never let him down. Meanwhile, Qin Ming and Chen Shua stood nearby, visibly uneasy. Father, when did Qin Fan become so bold? Chen Shua whispered. Xiao Fan is a true man of the Qin family. Boldness is only natural, Chen Ming replied. Chen Shua protested. This isn't boldness, it's recklessness. If he offends the Tianbao Sect, how will the Qin family survive in the future? Even if grandfather is at the core formation stage, the foundation of the Tianbao Sect is something our Qin family can never match. Facing Hong Yuandao's mockery, Chen Fan responded with a faint smile. The Chen family has never been one to flaunt its power. But Elder Hong, it seems you enjoy doing so under the banner of the Tianbao Sect. Unfortunately, your personal strength appears rather mediocre. A mere qi refining stage weakling dares to mock this old man's cultivation? Hong Yuandao laughed in anger. You and I are both merely borrowing the prestige of those stronger than us. What's wrong with a little mutual teasing? The disciples behind Hong Yuandao immediately exuded killing intent. Elder Hong, this Qin family brat is far too arrogant. Allow me to teach him a harsh lesson, so he understands that the might of the Tianbao Sect cannot be challenged. Chen Fan glanced at the disciple, who appeared to be in his late 20s and at the true spirit stage. He then turned and called out to a large dog gnawing on a bone nearby. De Huang, stop chewing on that bone and come over. Show this esteemed disciple of the Tianbao Sect a thing, or let's treat it as a little performance for our guests. De Huang grinned, barked once, and trotted over. The disciple sneered at the sight. They say you should think twice before striking a dog because of its owner. But Chen Fan, your dog isn't just going to be struck, it must be killed. After I slaughter your dog, I'll deal with you. The useless dog owner. Chen Fan ignored him and instead instructed the family guards around them. Move aside and give De Huang some space. Yes, young master. The Chen family guards stepped back with smirks. They had witnessed De Huang crush the skull of a core formation cultivator with a single bite. To them, this Tianbao Sect disciple was nothing more than a clown before De Huang. Hong Yuandao's expression grew increasingly grim. He hasn't even agreed to let his disciple take action, yet Chen Fan took the initiative to accept the challenge and even set up a battle platform. Hong Yuandao said coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Xiaoming, show no mercy. Understood. Xiaoming replied, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Show no mercy was clearly permission to strike with lethal intent. De Huang strode forward arrogantly, glaring fiercely at Xiaoming and letting out a low, provocative growl. A mere mutt dares to act so brazenly here. Xiaoming roared in fury. He leapt into the air, gathering a sharp palm strike in his hand and slamming it down toward De Huang's head. De Huang's eyes flashed with disdain as his agile figure shot forward like lightning. With a single swipe of his claw, the palm strike that Xiaoming prided himself on shattered instantly. Using the momentum, De Huang surged ahead, his razor-sharp claws slicing directly across Xiaoming's face. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the battle platform. Xiaoming was sent flying like a broken kite, the flesh on the left side of his face completely torn off. He crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his face and wailing in agony. My face? Though he couldn't see the injury, the hollow sensation filled him with dread. You beast! Courting death. Hong Yuandao bellowed in fury, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a late-stage Linghu realm cultivator, pressing down on De Huang like a towering mountain. However, before this aura could even reach De Huang, an even more ferocious surge of demonic energy countered it heeding. Boom! A shockwave exploded, sending Hong Yuandao and his group flying. De Huang stood upright, crossing his paws over his chest, and let out a mocking laugh. With such meager strength, how do you even dare show your face here and embarrass yourselves? Are all the people of Tianbao Sect complete fools? Hong Yuandao steadied himself, his pupils contracting sharply. So you're not just some stray Dogyuri, a peak 4th realm demonic hound. Ah, so the young master said you weren't blind after all. Seems like you do have some insight, De Huang jeered. Come on, avenge your disciple. This dog lord is more than happy to play with you. That last round ended too quickly. I didn't even have my fill of fun. Hong Yuandao's face twitched uncontrollably. A peak 4th realm demonic hound had strength comparable to a Linghu realm cultivator at the great perfection stage, and the demonic aura radiating from De Huang was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary peak 4th realm beast. He had no confidence in winning, yet, being publicly challenged in front of so many, how could he back down without losing face? But if he accepted, would he end up like Xiaoming, losing half his face as well? All eyes were fixed on Hong Yuandao. The elder of the Tianbao Sect had a stormy expression, his mood shifting unpredictably. After taking a deep breath, he swept a cold gaze at De Huang and said, I am an elder of the Tianbao Sect. How could I lower myself to compete with a mere demon dog like you? De Huang bared his teeth in a mocking grin. It's not about competing. It's about avenging your disciple. He was beaten so badly by me, the great dog lord. As his senior in the sect, surely you wouldn't just let it slide without seeking justice, would you? Are disciples of the Tianbao Sect so easily bullied by a dog? That can't be right. The provocative tone of De Huang's words caused those present to stifle their laughter, some even turning away to quietly chuckle. Even Chen Fan couldn't help but smile at De Huang's sharp tongue. He thought to himself that this dog, usually so silent, had quite the biting wit. Hong Yuandao's face turned livid with anger. This dog from the Chen family was insufferable. It was clearly trying to provoke him into action and humiliate him in the process. He cast a cold glance at Chen Changsheng. A dog may not know reverence and only bark wildly, but surely a man understands boundaries and knows when to exercise restraint. Chen Changsheng, however, remained calm, tilting his head slightly to avoid meeting Hong Yuandao's gaze. The elder's lips twitched, left without a dignified way to back down. Please, elder, you must avenge me. Xiaoming suddenly cried out from the back, his voice filled with grievance. My face can't be scratched for nothing. The Chen family must pay the price. At that moment, Hong Yuandao wished he could slap Xiaoming. If he were confident of victory, why would he hesitate? Chen Changsheng, does your Chen family truly intend to oppose the Tianbao Sect? Hong Yuandao's voice boomed with anger. Finally, Chen Changsheng responded, his tone calm and indifferent. Elder Hong, you jest. The Chen family has never sought conflict with the Tianbao Sect. Everyone here saw what happened. Your disciple struck first. The Chen family simply wishes to preserve some dignity. And even if your Chen family preserves face today, have you considered what comes after? Chen Chongqing's eyes narrowed. Is Elder Hong threatening the Chen family? Take it however you wish. Hong Yuandao straightened his posture. He had already made up his mind would say a few harsh words to save face, then leave to gather reinforcements from his sect. A cold glint flashed in Chen Chongqing's eyes. Since Elder Hong insists on pressing us, it seems the Chen family has no reason to be polite anymore. De Huang, does the Elder's command work for you? Of course it does, De Huang replied with a grin. Then see our guests out. Don't let these loud-mouthed fools delay the feast any longer. Hong Yuandao's face darkened. There's no need to see us out. We'll leave on our own. With that, he turned to leave. Huh. The great dog lord hasn't seen you off yet. How dare you leave on your own? De Huang barked in anger, transforming into a golden blur as he lunged at Hong Yuandao. Sensing the demonic energy rushing toward him from behind, Hong Yuandao turned in shock and fury, unleashing his blazing sun fist mark. The fiery red, millstone-sized fist projection radiated intense heat as it roared toward De Huang. Sky-splitting claws. De Huang slashed his paws in rapid succession, the fierce demonic energy tearing through the air. With just 2 strikes, he shredded the blazing sun fist mark to pieces. Hong Yuandao's pupils contracted sharply. That was his most powerful technique. Yet De Huang had destroyed it with only 2 swipes. With a ripping sound, the front of Hong Yuandao's robe was torn to shreds by De Huang's claw marks, scattering blood-stained fabric like fluttering crimson butterflies. The guests watched in stunned silence as the once dignified elder of the Tianbao Sect stood stripped bare, his body covered in dozens of inch-deep wounds, painful but not fatal, clearly meant to humiliate. The final burst of energy sent Hong Yuandao flying out of the Chen family's estate. The disciples of the Tianbao Sect cried out in alarm, rushing after him. One even hurried back to carry the injured Xiaoming away. De Huang, satisfied, did not pursue further, allowing them to leave. Master, the troublemakers have been dealt with. You can announce the feast now, De Huang said smugly. Let the feast begin. Chen Chongqing laughed heartily. The servants began serving wine and food, but the guests, still uneasy from the earlier spectacle, ate with little appetite, their minds clearly elsewhere. The Chen family's firm stance against the Tianbao Sect today truly made the guests present realize the complete transformation of the Chen family's status. Although they had already sensed this change when Chen Chongqing stepped into the Baodin realm, today's conflict made it all the more vivid and undeniable. The atmosphere at the banquet was delicate and tense. The guests either kept their heads down, focusing intently on the food and drink before them, or forced a smile to chime in with a few words, afraid of saying something wrong. At that moment, Chen Chongqing slowly stood up, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Raising his cup, he said, "Thank you, my dear friends, for attending and celebrating with us. I would like to propose a toast to everyone here. And I have something I wish to say." All eyes turned to Chen Chongqing. His expression suddenly grew solemn as he continued, "I am fortunate to have condensed my core in my twilight years. However, the Chen family remains the same Chen family as before. We will never, under any circumstances, develop a desire to bully or coerce others into submission just because of my Baodin status. I promise you all, the Chen family will maintain harmonious relations with those who are friendly with us. We will never deceive or oppress anyone. Chen Lao is truly virtuous. We raise our glasses to you." The guests responded enthusiastically, lifting their cups in unison as laughter filled the air. Yet, deep down, everyone knew that the Chen family would never again be the same as the one they once were. "Please, everyone, enjoy the food and drinks to your heart's content," Chen Chongqing said with a warm smile, raising his glass in response. At this moment, Gou Shanchuan gestured for Chen Fan to come over. Chen Fan immediately approached and greeted him respectfully. "Uncle?" Gou Shanchuan's face was clouded with concern as he lowered his voice and said, "Today, you humiliated Hong Yuandao. The Tianbao Sect will surely seek revenge in the future. Moreover, they will undoubtedly send a Baodin realm expert. Aren't you worried about that?" Chen Fan, however, seemed calm and confident. "Uncle, rest assured, the Chen family can handle it." Gou Shanchuan raised an eyebrow and hesitated before saying, "Since you're confident, I won't interfere further." After a brief pause, his tone suddenly changed. "But I've heard that you've been visiting Shuang Pavilion quite frequently these days?" Chen Fan quickly explained, "Uncle, I have indeed visited Shuang Pavilion a few times, but it was only to meet with others for certain matters. This is merely a way for me to establish connections. Please trust me, Uncle. I have always conducted myself with integrity and remained steadfast in my devotion." So networking requires going to such a place?" Gou Buyu interjected with a sneer. "Unless you're not a man, how could you possibly remain so virtuous? When I first went to such a place, I managed to restrain myself, But the second time, well, places like that are just too tempting. From now on, you're not allowed to go there anymore. Sometimes, it's not about a man losing control. It's the place itself that's too alluring. Chun Fan paused for a moment, then replied meaningfully, "It seems, Brother Gu, that you are quite a frequent visitor to Shuang Pavilion." Hearing this, Gu Shanchuan also shot a cold glance at Gou Buyu. Gou Buyu's face turned bright red. He cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. "Jinlian hasn't been home recently. That's the only reason I want to take a look. I promise I won't go again." Gu Shanchuan let out a cold snort. "You're no better yourself, yet you have the nerve to criticize others. Well, I am his brother-in-law. What's wrong with saying a few words?" Gou Buyu muttered under his breath. Gu Shanchuan ignored his disappointing son, sighing inwardly. He remembered making similar mistakes in his youth, so he could empathize. However, when it came to his future son-in-law, his standards were uncompromising. It was a common contradiction could forgive his son's faults, but his son-in-law had to be virtuous and never let his daughter down. He turned to glance at Chin Fan. "Stay away from Shuang Pavilion from now on. The more you walk by the river, the more likely you are to get your feet wet." "I'll follow your advice, uncle," Chin Fan replied with a smile. Gu Shanchuan nodded in satisfaction. Although Chin Fan had lost his cultivation, with the Chun family's current rise, even if Buyu's injuries couldn't be healed, Chun Fan's future was secure. At another table, Su Wenjun leaned toward her master, Jia Yuan, and asked in a low voice, "Master, is Chen Fan really just at the qi refining stage?" Jia Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. "Yes, he's indeed at the peak of qi refining. But this young man is courageous, resolute, and possesses an indomitable spirit. He is a rare talent, destined for greatness. Though temporarily trapped by circumstances, I believe he will soar in the future. All he needs is the right opportunity." Su Wenjun was surprised at her master's high regard for Chen Fan. Jia Yuan continued, "My disciple, you should befriend Chen Fan. It's easy to celebrate someone's success, but offering help in times of need is far more meaningful. Building a connection now will be far more valuable than trying to foster a relationship later. With a master like you, why would I need to rely on others?" Su Wenjun teased, adding with a playful smile, "Besides, Chun Fan is just a frivolous man chasing after women. Who knows if he'll ever find his so-called opportunity? I don't want to get involved with someone like that." Jia Yuan was momentarily taken aback. A frivolous man? That didn't seem to fit. Despite the abundance of beauties on Zuasian Island, the island lord had never been known to engage in such behavior. However, he decided not to argue and simply sighed. Whether Su Wenjun seized this opportunity was up to her. She, on the other hand, mistook his sigh as lamenting Chen Fan's lack of character. Meanwhile, outside the city in a secluded area, Hong Yuandao and his group, who had fled in disgrace, were tending to their wounds. After taking several pills, Hong Yuandao's external injuries stabilized, but the humiliation he had suffered hurt far more than the physical pain. "The damn Chen family! If I don't destroy them, I swear I'm no man!" Hong Yuandao roared, his eyes blazing with fury. One of his disciples hesitated, as if wanting to speak, but was met with a fierce glare from Hong Yuandao. "What? Have you been scared stupid by those Qin dogs? Speak up, elder, the message from the Grand Elder for the Qin family. We didn't get the chance to deliver it." The disciple stammered cautiously. Hong Yuandao froze, his face twitching. It was true they hadn't delivered the message. This realization only deepened his frustration. After traveling all this way, they had accomplished nothing and were now fleeing in disgrace. It doesn't matter anymore." Hong Yuandao sneered. With the Qin family's attitude, do you think they'd take the Grand Elder's words seriously? Since they're courting death, well, grant their wish. "Then how should we report back to the Grand Elder?" the disciple asked carefully. "Well, exaggerate what happened to make sure the Chun family faces annihilation." Hong Yuandao said coldly. "Hey, race, what you'll say. The Chun family is arrogant and dismissive of the Grand Elder and our sect's authority. They refuse to annul Gou Buyu's engagement or join our sect as disciples. They even claimed they would one day destroy our sect." The disciples were stunned. Chen Fan may have been bold, but he wasn't that reckless. Still, they had no choice but to follow orders. "Understood," they replied. "Too bad for you all. You won't be going anywhere." A playful voice echoed from the forest. "Who's there?" Hong Yuandao and his group tensed, immediately forming a defensive stance. A gust of wind swept through as a woman in a black dress emerged from the woods, casually twirling a 2-foot-long black needle in her hand, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. "Who are you?" "I am," Hong Yuandao began to shout. "You're just a dead man," Tong Xiaoxiao interrupted with a smirk. With a flick of her wrist, the soul-piercing needle transformed into a streak of black lightning, piercing through the skulls of Hong Yuandao and his men in an instant, killing them all. Retrieving her needle, Tong Xiaoxiao crouched down to remove the spatial rings from their hands. "You fools! If only you knew the Island Lord had been waiting for you all to walk into your deaths," What would you think? She chuckled darkly before releasing a burst of spiritual energy to incinerate the bodies into ashes. After the banquet, Qin Changsheng, Qin Ming, and Chun Fan gathered together. Today, our Qin family has officially become enemies with the Tianbao Sect, Chun Changsheng remarked. I believe it won't be long before the Tianbao Sect sends their experts to hold us accountable, Chun Changsheng said, narrowing his eyes as a sharp glint flashed within them. His voice was low and heavy, as though he could foresee the storm that was about to descend. Chun Ming couldn't help but glance at Qin Fan, his tone laced with concern. Xiao Fan, the grand elder of the Tianbao Sect, is a mid-stage core formation expert. Even if you and your grandfather join forces, it might still be difficult to handle him. But seeing how calm you are, do you have some other plans? A confident smile tugged at the corner of Chun Fan's lips. Second uncle, rest assured. Those who uphold virtue gain more support, while those who stray from it lose allies. Though the Tianbao Sect has deep roots, I have made many friends during my travels. Tomorrow morning, I will send out letters asking for their aid. Anyone who dares to bully the Chun family will leave with no way back. You've barely left Tiger Soul City a handful of times, and yet you've made such powerful friends? Qin Ming's face lit up with surprise and joy. Qin Changsheng, however, merely smiled faintly. As the grandfather, he was well aware of the many secrets his grandson harbored. Core formation experts can cover thousands of miles in a day. With Xiao Fan's cultivation, he could slip out of the city for a few hours, and you, as his second uncle, would assume he was just lazing around in the courtyard. How could you possibly know where he's been? Chun Ming froze for a moment, then suddenly realized, laughing heartily. Ah, you're right. I hadn't thought of that. Chun Fan rubbed his nose, secretly amused. When it comes to covering up, no one does it better than Grandpa. He quickly regained his composure and said seriously, the Tianbao Sect is no real threat. Grandpa, second uncle, you can rest easy. Even with external help, one must rely on their own strength, Qin Changsheng said firmly. Starting tomorrow, I will enter seclusion to stabilize my cultivation. Qin Ming, you should continue your training as well. Xiao Fan, you have the greatest potential of all, so you must not slack off. If it weren't for the upcoming Earth Abyss trial, I would have insisted that you also go into seclusion for a while. After the Earth Abyss trial, I will definitely dedicate myself to a period of secluded cultivation, Chun Fan promised solemnly. All right, that's enough for now. You can both leave. Yes, father, they'll take my leave. Grandson takes his leave. As Chen Ming and Chen Fan stepped out of the courtyard, Chun Fan's brow twitched slightly. What is it? Chen Ming asked curiously. Chun Fan smirked, recalling the embarrassed look on Hong Yuandao's face. If Hong Yuandao returns to Tianbao Sect, I doubt he'll dare to mention how to Huang stripped him completely. Chen Ming chuckled mischievously. He definitely won't admit it. But seriously, your De Huang is something else. Where on earth did you find him? Chen Fan casually made up a story to gloss over the question, and Chen Ming, convinced, marveled at the strange twists of fate. After a few more words, the uncle and nephew parted ways and retired to their respective courtyards for the night. As night deepened, a white figure swiftly entered through the estate gates. The person, dressed in a plain white robe, eyes tinged with red, headed straight for Luo Yuanzhou's courtyard. Third Master, Miss Yuan has returned, a guard called out, only to find Luo Qingyuan silently appear behind him. Stand down, Luo Qingyuan said in a low voice. The guard awkwardly chuckled and quickly stepped aside, knowing full well not to provoke this temperamental young lady. Luo Yuanzhou, prepared for her arrival, stepped out to greet her. Normally, Luo Qingyuan resided at the Hongxiu Manor 30 miles away and rarely interacted with the Luo family. After the recent upheaval in the Luo household, Luo Yuanzhou had taken charge but had delayed informing Luo Qingyuan of the deaths of Luo Qingquan and his sons. It wasn't until that morning that he sent word, mentioning only the details of their demise and omitting any mention of the Earth Abyss trials quota. The decision regarding the allocation of that spot depended entirely on Luo Qingyuan's stance. Little sister, I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Come in. No need for formalities between family, Luo Yuanzhou greeted warmly. Luo Qingyuan pressed her lips together, saying nothing as she followed her brother inside. Third brother, is what you wrote in the letter true? Father, an eldest brother, second brother. Are they really? Her face was pale, her voice trembling. The next morning, Luo Qingyuan arrived at the Chun estate with 8 attendants, each carrying a chest. She clasped her hands in respect and addressed the gate guard. Please inform the master of the Chen family that Luo Qingyuan of the Luo family requests an audience with the esteemed elder. The 2 guards standing at the entrance exchanged uncertain glances. The absence of the Luo family at yesterday's banquet had already raised eyebrows, and now their sudden visit today only deepened the mystery. Despite their doubts, the guards respectfully relayed the message to Chen Fan's courtyard. Bring her to me, Chen Fan said with a leisurely smile. Moments later, Luo Qingyuan was escorted to a courtyard. She surveyed her surroundings with a slight frown. This doesn't seem to be old Master Chen's residence. This is young Master Fan's courtyard, one of the guards replied. Luo Qingyuan's expression darkened. Just as she was about to question further, a lazy voice sounded from inside the courtyard. Whatever you're here to ask, I already have the answers. The confidence in those words startled Luo Qingyuan. This was the same Chen Fan who was infamous as a good-for-nothing? Yet his tone now carried an unshakable assurance. You may all leave, Chen Fan added. Once the guards withdrew, Luo Qingyuan instructed her attendants to wait outside before stepping into the courtyard alone. Inside, she found Chen Fan reclining comfortably in a rocking chair, his gaze indifferent as he studied her. They say Miss Luo is most fond of bold red attire, exuding heroic grace. But today, dressed in plain white, you look as if you're mourning. Could it be that someone in the Luo family has passed away? Luo Qingyuan clenched her teeth, biting down on her lip as her face turned pale with anger. Despite her fury, she remained focused on the purpose of her visit. She bowed deeply to the younger man and said solemnly, Chen Fan, since you already know I have questions, I will not waste time. The man in the black robe who offended old Master Chun was my father. Today, I come with sincerity to seek the Chun family's forgiveness. At her command, 8 guards entered in succession, each carrying a chest. These 8 chests contain 100,000 spirit stones, 12 fourth-grade spiritual herbs, and the deeds to all Luo family properties in Tiger Soul City. Regardless of whether my father is alive or dead, all of this now belongs to the Chun family. You certainly know how to endure, Chen Fan remarked indifferently. Even the grudge of a father's death can be set aside? Luo Qingyuan gritted her teeth and replied, it was my father's fault to begin with, and his lack of strength only sealed his fate. This hatred stems from our own failings. Though I grieve, I have never thought of revenge. I only hope the Chen family will show mercy and grant the Luo family's remnants a chance to survive. With that, she fell to her knees, bowing heavily. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his thoughts racing. This Luo Qingyuan's unwavering sense of justice left him questioning whether he had once replaced her soul and forgotten. Could such a person, so clear in distinguishing right from wrong, truly exist in this world? Last night, just as Chen Fan stepped out of Chan Changsheng's courtyard, he received a voice transmission from Luo Yuanjiu. The message provided a detailed account of Luo Qingyuan's character, which left Chen Fan rather surprised. Now, as Luo Qingyuan knelt before him, her sincere demeanor was a stark contrast to Luo Chengkuan's image. Internally, Chen Fan couldn't help but acknowledge that Luo Yuanjiu's assessment was accurate. If I truly intended to destroy the Luo family, you wouldn't be alive to kneel here right now. Stand up and speak, Chen Fan said calmly. Luo Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief and stood up, cupping her hands in gratitude. Thank you. That day, I already knew the black-robed man was your father, Chen Fan said, a faint smile playing on his lips. You must be wondering why the Chen family, knowing the culprit was your father, hasn't taken action against the Luo family, right? A flicker of emotion crossed Luo Qingyuan's eyes. Indeed, given my father's actions and the fact that Elder Chen has successfully advanced to the Baodan stage, the Chen family could have easily eradicated the Luo family to establish their dominance. Exactly, Chen Fan nodded. But my grandfather is too kind-hearted. He didn't want the mistakes of a few to implicate an entire family. It was his decision to conceal the black-robed man's identity and forego the perfect opportunity to annex the Luo family. The elder is truly unparalleled in his benevolence, Luo Qingyuan exclaimed, her voice filled with respect and gratitude. I deeply admire and thank him. Chen Fan's gaze suddenly turned cold. But I don't share my grandfather's magnanimity. Although Chen Fan had long planned the destruction of the Tianbao Sect, he was acutely aware that his own strength could never afford complacency. He calmly analyzed the worst-case scenario if a Tianbao Sect expert at the peak of the Baodan realm were to set aside their pride and launch a sudden ambush on him. A so-called Qi refining stage weakling, the external reinforcements might not arrive in time to save him. Do strong people care about face? Ha. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Chen Fan's lips. I would never gamble my life on some so-called impossibility. Nothing in this world is absolute. Only immense personal strength is the most reliable safeguard. As he sank his focus into his spiritual body, the sky ocean pearl within him activated the Qingtian technique with an intense surge. Instantly, celestial energy swirled above sinful Immortal Island, and a torrent of power began converging upon the main altar. Haha, the Island Lord is about to break through again. Looks like we latest-stage Baodan Realm cultivators might soon get a chance to leave. If you're all getting out, then us nascent Soul Realm cultivators shouldn't be far behind. The cultivators on the island buzzed with excitement, some murmuring with a mix of envy and amusement. I wonder how those kids who were sent out are doing now? They're probably living far better lives than us. I don't even want to crush these ants on the island anymore, afraid I'll lose a playmate. Sigh, I really want to leave. My grandpa said the women outside are 100. No. 1,000 times more interesting than the ones on sinful Immortal Island. Ahem, my grandfather said the same thing. Meanwhile, in Yuqiling's courtyard, she muttered in frustration. The island lord has already sent off several mid-stage Baodan cultivators. Should I lower my standards a bit? After all, finding girls who look as good as me isn't exactly easy. Poor island lord. He must be having a hard time with this. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the main altar, rippling outward with overwhelming force. Sitting cross-legged, Tian Fan slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. Breaking through within the Sky Ocean Pearl really is far easier than doing so outside. We congratulate the Island Lord on yet another advancement in cultivation. Dozens of hearty voices echoed from all corners of the island. Tian Fan rolled his eyes and chuckled. Come now, seniors, there's no need to tease me. With my meager cultivation, how could I possibly impress you? If we were outside, you could probably blow me away with a single breath, couldn't you? Not at all, not at all. Even in the outside world, the Island Lord remains the most respected figure in our hearts. That's right, Shin Island Lord is the most admirable leader we've ever known. Absolutely. These are our genuine sentiments, not mere flattery. Well then, they'll take you at your word. Tian Fan rose to his feet, clasped his hands in salute, and smiled toward the four directions. Seniors, please continue your cultivation in peace, and leave me to my own devices. The island grew silent, enveloped in tranquility. Tian Fan leapt down from the main altar, ready to search for spiritual materials to stabilize his cultivation level. He arrived at the edge of a steep cliff. Just as he was about to pick a radiant, golden grade 6 celestial lingji, a gentle breeze swept past his back, soft and soothing, as if someone were lightly fanning him. Turning around, he saw a massive azure blue bird hovering behind him. This was the mythical bird known as Gale, a fearsome creature ranked high on the beast hierarchy. The one before him had only recently reached adulthood, possessing mid-stage 5th realm cultivation. It cautiously flapped its wingtips, sending a cool breeze toward Tian Fan. If it were to unleash its full power, a single flap of its wings could easily send someone flying hundreds of meters. Island Master, do you happen to need a mount outside? The azure blue bird flashed a fawning smile. So it's little Gale, Tian Fan said with a chuckle. What's this? You want to leave the island too? Little Gale's parents were top-tier demon cultivators imprisoned on the island. Back when Tian Fan was unable to fly on his own, this very bird had carried him across the skies. Of course I wanna. Little Gale dreams of going out to play all the time, the bird said eagerly. Though my parents don't agree, you're the island master. If you speak on my behalf, they'll definitely allow it. Tian Fan shook his head. Even as the island master, I won't force their hand. The world outside isn't as wonderful as you imagine. It's full of dangers. While Tian Fan could have easily overridden the concerns of Gale's parents with his authority, he understood the rarity of mythical birds. With only one offspring, their reluctance to let it face the perils of the outside world was entirely reasonable. If even the island master won't help me, then I guess I'm stuck here forever, little Gale said, disappointment clouding its eyes. My parents always say that a Gale should soar into the skies, reaching the highest heavens. But I don't even know where those heavens are. This island is nothing more than a giant cage. How can I call myself Gale when I'm just a bird trapped in a cage? Tian Fan offered some comfort. When your cultivation is strong enough, your parents will naturally feel assured to let you leave. Island Master, if I can convince my parents, would you take me with you? Little Gale's gaze burned with determination. Of course, no problem, Tian Fan replied with a smile. Having such a mythical bird as a mount would be ideal, though he would need to find a suitable demon body for it to inhabit. A random avian form wouldn't allow it to reach its full potential. Great. It'll definitely persuade my parents. Little Gale said resolutely. Island Master, are you still gathering spiritual materials? I can take you there. No need. I've almost got everything I need. You should head back now. A few days later, a messenger arrived from the city lord's manor, notifying Tian Fan that they would depart for the Earth Spirit Abyss in 2 days. Although Tong Xiaoxiao, Jia Yuan, and Luo Yunji were stationed at Tiger Soul City, capable of defending it even against mytholate core formation experts, Tian Fan decided to leave them with some final instructions before his departure. In a desolate mountain outside Tiger Soul City, 3 figures approached, bowing respectfully to Tian Fan. He handed over precious spiritual materials from the island as compensation and instructed Tong Xiaoxiao to step in as a friend of the Chen family if a latest-stage core formation expert threatened them. 2 mornings later, Tian Fan stood alone in front of the city lord's manor. De Huang had entered seclusion, and by the time Tian Fan returned, it might have already become a 5th realm demon hound. The Chen family's spot was given to you? A surprised voice came from behind him. Tian Fan turned around, a faint smile on his face, as he looked at the group approaching him. The spot for the Su family was unsurprisingly given to Su Wenjun. When Su Jian and Jia Yuanjing accompanied Su Wenjun to the gathering, They were quite surprised to see Chen Fan after all. Su Jian had assumed the Chen family's spot would naturally go to Chen Shuhua. Greetings, Uncle Su, Senior Jia. Chen Fan greeted with a polite smile and a respectful bow. Chen Fan, the trials ahead are fraught with danger. How could your grandfather allow you to go? Su Jian asked with a smile. Yes, it is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity, Chen Fan replied calmly. I have been unable to successfully establish my foundation, so I can only place my hopes on this trial. When the time comes, you'll have to rely on Miss Su for some guidance. Haha, given the relationship between our families, you and Wenjun should naturally look out for each other, Su Jian said with a chuckle. However, his expression shifted subtly as he sent a covert message to Su Wenjun through voice transmission. Wenjun, once you're in the trial, make sure to keep your distance from this boy. He'll only drag you down. This trial is a real opportunity for you. But with his current cultivation level, he's just going through the motions. Whether he even survives is a question. Being a true spirit realm cultivator, Su Wenjun could not respond via voice transmission. She maintained a neutral expression as she addressed Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I advise you to give your spot to Chen Shuhua. There's still time for him to come. If my brother Shuhua knew how concerned you were for him, he'd surely be delighted, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. I just don't want to see the Chen family waste a spot for nothing, Su Wenjun said, her face twitching slightly. The Earth Spirit Abyss is perilous beyond imagination. Without a foundation establishment cultivation level, you'll barely be able to take a step. What do you think you can accomplish there? Even just enjoying the scenery wouldn't be too bad, Chen Fan replied with a light laugh, leaving Su Wenjun momentarily speechless. At that moment, the sound of horse hooves rang out as a figure approached on a tall, red-maned horse. The rider was none other than Luo Qingyuan, dressed in a simple white robe today. The Luo family's spot went to Luo Qingyuan? Su Wenjun raised an eyebrow. Well, Luo Dingtian is still bedridden, and Luo Qianjun reportedly returned for just one night before leaving again. That leaves her as the only suitable candidate from the Luo family, Su Jian whispered. Wenjun, once you're in the trial, keep your distance from her too. She may seem like the most upright member of the Luo family, but when her temper flares, she doesn't even recognize her own father. Father, do you think I'd be better off with the people from the city lord's estate? Su Wenjun retorted helplessly. The ones going to the trial from the estate are all from the families backing the guest officials. Our three families have taken spots that should have been theirs. They won't hold much goodwill toward us. Su Jian's face turned pale. It seems this trial is even more dangerous than I thought. Wenjun, you must tread carefully. I understand, father, Su Wenjun replied with a faint smile. As Luo Qingyuan approached, she dismounted and stored her red-maned horse into her spirit beast pouch before walking over. Miss Luo, it's been a while, Su Jian greeted warmly. Luo Qingyuan simply nodded in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to Chen Fan. Second young Master Chen is going to the trial as well? Why else would I be here? Chen Fan shrugged with a grin. That was a silly question, Luo Qingyuan responded with a rare smile. This unexpected exchange left both Su Jian and Su Wenjun surprised. In Tiger Soul City, Luo Qingyuan was not only known for her preference for red attire, but also for her icy, aloof demeanor. Yet today, she was dressed in plain white, and even initiated a conversation with Chen Fan, an unusual sight. Su Wenjun's eyes flickered as she recalled recent rumors about the deaths of Luo Chengkuan, Luo Honghu, and Luo Pengying. As one of the three great families, the Su family was well informed, but such shocking rumors were hard to believe. After all, those three were the strongest members of the Luo family. How could they vanish without a trace? What was even more suspicious was the Luo family's complete silence on the matter. Su Wenjun couldn't help but wonder if this was a deliberate ploy by the Luo family to mislead the Su and Chen families into making a rash move, only for the Luo patriarch and his sons to reappear and deliver a devastating counterattack. Haha, sorry to keep everyone waiting. A hearty laugh echoed from the city lord's estate. Teng Juek emerged, leading a group of more than 10 people, including Ting Feiyang. Most of them wore dark expressions, their gazes toward Chen Fan and the others filled with hostility. Although only 3 spots had been taken by Chen Fan's group, the guest officials of the estate were tightly knit. The fact that the city lord's estate had reallocated 3 of their spots today meant that their own positions might be at risk in the future. They needed to make their dissatisfaction clear to prevent further encroachments. Greetings, Lord City Master, Su Jian, Chen Fan, and the others said in unison, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities, Teng Juek said with a wave of his hand and a smile. Since everyone's here, let's not delay any further. I'm sure you're eager to see the Earth Spirit Abyss for yourselves. Elder Yu, prepare the flying vessel and escort them there. It was evident that Teng Juek was not one for unnecessary words. Behind Teng Juek, an elderly man with a long, thin face stepped forward slowly. His expression was calm as he gently waved his right hand toward the sky and murmured, I will follow the city lord's orders. Buzz. A streak of black light shot out from the old man's wrist, soaring into the clouds. The light expanded rapidly, transforming in an instant into a massive black ship over 20 meters long, hovering steadily in midair. The surface of the vessel was covered with intricate runes, each line brimming with unfathomable power that no ordinary array master could comprehend. This flying vessel could travel thousands of miles in a day and possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, its true potential determined by the resources invested during its creation. Rest assured, City Lord, I will ensure these young ones reach Earth Abyss safely, Elder Yu said with a respectful bow. Tung Juex smiled and replied, Of course, I trust you, Elder Yu. He then turned to the group. Those with trial quotas may now board the vessel. I wish you all the best. May you seize your opportunities and return triumphant. Thank you, City Lord. Tung Feiyong and the 6 descendants of the guest elders responded in unison. Without hesitation, they activated their movement techniques and gracefully leapt onto the flying vessel. Chen Fan watched as the 2 figures beside him also ascended into the air. Feeling slightly awkward, he rubbed his nose and gave Elder Yu an embarrassed grin. Elder Yu, may I ask, does this vessel have a ladder? Or maybe you could throw down a rope? The moment he spoke, dozens of disdainful gazes locked onto him. Elder Yu sneered. No ladder. No rope either. Chen Fan, maybe you should just stay behind, Su Jian said with a helpless cough. I heard Earth Abyss has plenty of deep chasms. If you can't jump across, you'll be stuck. Chen Fan, however, shook his head firmly, his expression resolute. Even if I fall to my death, I must go. After all, this might be my only chance to successfully establish my foundation. Just then, a cold voice rang out from above. I'll take you up. Before the words had fully settled, a long whip shot out like a serpent, wrapping tightly around Chen Fan's waist. He felt a sudden tug, and his entire body was effortlessly lifted into the air, heading toward the flying vessel. Luo Qingyuan's figure swept through the air like a wisp of smoke, reaching Chen Fan faster than Ting Feiyong and saving him in the nick of time. Once Chen Fan was brought aboard the flying vessel, he was met with a wave of disdainful gazes. However, he remained unfazed and instead offered Luo Qingyuan a sincere smile. Thank you, Miss Luo. Given our seniority, it would be more appropriate for you to call me Aunt Luo, Luo Qingyuan replied with a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Her words caused the others on the vessel to raise their eyebrows in unison. The renowned Ice Gold Beauty was asking Chen Fan to address her as Aunt Luo? I'll stick with Miss Luo, Chen Fan responded, shaking his head politely. Luo Qingyuan merely chuckled and chose not to press the matter further. Chen Fan pondered silently. Why would Luo Qingyuan, known for her frosty demeanor, not only smile at him but also step in to save him? Was she truly magnanimous? Or was she laying some kind of trap? Then again, he thought, perhaps he was overthinking it. Still, her unusual behavior was undeniably perplexing. The vessel has cabins inside. You are free to choose one to rest in. We should reach the Qingzhou prefecture boundary in about 2 hours, said Yu Kaqing, his tone calm. Tung Feiyong glanced at the group, his gaze lingering on Chen Fan. Once the vessel takes off, the gale winds will be quite strong. Staying inside the cabin would be safer. His words were clearly a veiled warning to Chen Fan. If he wanted to keep up his pretense, it would be best to retreat to a cabin. Otherwise, maintaining balance in the fierce winds could expose his true abilities. Yu Kaqing frowned slightly. He had already informed the younger generation of these precautions. The young lord's redundant reminders seemed unnecessary and risked ruining the spectacle he had hoped to witness, watching the 3 major families embarrass themselves. Hurry into the cabin, or you'll get blown away, Chen Fan said hurriedly, bidding farewell to Luo Qingyuan and Su Wenjun before striding towards the cabins. Su Wenjun sneered. In her eyes, Chen Fan's meager cultivation indeed left him as the only one who might be swept away by the wind. She herself had reached the true spirit realm, and Luo Qingyuan was at the peak of the same realm, second only to Yu Kaqing. Neither of them had anything to fear from the wind. Su Wenjun had intended to strike up a conversation with Luo Qingyuan, but she noticed the latter silently turning towards the cabins. It seemed she was still the aloof and indifferent Luo Qingyuan, except when it came to Chen Fan. This peculiar difference left Su Wenjun utterly baffled. Yu Kaqing, disappointed that his anticipated drama had fizzled out, started the flying vessel with a grim expression, steering it eastward. Inside the cabin, Chen Fan lifted a curtain to gaze out at the scenery, a faint smile playing on his lips. This feels a bit like taking a flight. But why would they design flying artifacts to look like boats? Suddenly, there was a knock at the cabin door. Who is it? Chen Fan asked. Luo Qingyuan, came the reply. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. She had come looking for him so soon? What can I do for you, Miss Luo? I have something to discuss, Luo Qingyuan said. When Chen Fan opened the door, Luo Qingyuan stood at the entrance. May I come in for a brief conversation? She asked. Come in, Chen Fan said, stepping aside. The cabin was small, with barely enough space beyond a single bed. Sitting at the head of the bed, Chen Fan gestured. You can sit there, Miss Luo. Just be careful not to bump into anything if the vessel sways. That won't be necessary, Luo Qingyuan declined, cutting straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? Qin Fan asked, his tone calm. I can guarantee your safety during the trial, but in return, I want the previous matter to be completely written off. And I want the 3% levy cancelled, she stated firmly. Qin Fan chuckled lightly. So there's no such thing as selfless kindness, is there? It turns out that Miss Luo's earlier assistance was all for this deal. Unfortunately, my life isn't worth that much. According to the agreement, the Luo family had to pay the Qin family 3% of their annual revenue, a substantial amount over the years. There was no way he would give that up so easily. Luo Qingyuan pressed her lips together, her tone earnest. The fact that the Qin patriarch gave you the trial spot shows how important you are to him. The earthly abyss is extremely dangerous, even I might not make it out unscathed. You're only at the qi refining stage. Without protection, the chances of you perishing in there are very high. If you're willing to take this risk in pursuit of a foundation establishment opportunity, why not let go of that 3%? That 3% belongs to the Qin family, not me personally. I don't have the authority to make that decision. Miss Luo, please leave, Qin Fan replied firmly. Luo Qingyuan bit her lip, her voice tinged with desperation. What if I add another condition? Would you agree to cancel the 3% then? If we have to pay 3% every year, the Luo family will never have a chance to rise again. In her heart, she believed that the kind-hearted Chun Chongqing must have imposed the levy at Qin Fan's insistence. If Qin Fan agreed, the rest of the Qin family would surely follow suit. The promise made at the Chan household still echoed in her ears. Luo Qingyuan stood before Qin Fan, her gaze flickering with a mix of emotions. Back then, she had agreed without hesitation, all for the sake of preserving the Luo family. But upon deeper reflection, handing over 30% of their annual revenue to the Qin family was no different from becoming their vassals, forever under their heel. Miss Luo, please leave. Qin Fan's tone was indifferent, not even feigning interest in hearing her new terms. In his view, sparing the Luo family from total annihilation was already a monumental act of mercy. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Yuanjiu, now in control of the Luo family, was his man, the Luo family would have long been reduced to ashes. Luo Qingyuan clenched her fists tightly, summoning every ounce of strength she had. If you're willing to cancel the 30%, I am prepared to marry Chun Ming as a concubine to strengthen the ties between our families. This unexpected proposal left Chun Fan momentarily stunned. He looked at this proud and aloof woman, usually so composed, and couldn't help but marvel at the sacrifice she was willing to make for her family. Is it worth it? Qin Fan asked, a trace of helplessness in his voice. Luo Qingyuan's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. My father is gone. My elder brothers, both of them, are gone too. Now, the Luo family is left with only my third brother and a few unpromising nephews. Although I've always disapproved of some of the Luo family's actions, my father and brothers were always so indulgent with me when they were alive. Now, it's my turn to do something for the Luo family. She met Qin Fan's gaze directly. Qin Fan, I know you have influence in the Qin family, and the old master holds you in high regard. I genuinely hope you'll agree to this deal. Qin Fan fell silent, pondering. He thought to himself, this Luo Qingyuan truly has a pure and selfless heart. But alas, the blood feud between our families runs too deep. Even if you can bury the hatred, how could I ever trust you to be my second uncle's wife? In the trials ahead, my path is mine to walk. I don't need anyone to shield me. Qin Fan lifted his gaze to meet hers. But if everything you've said comes from your heart, then you are someone worthy of my respect. Once I return, they'll have the 30% annulled. There's no need for a trade. Even if you're willing to humble yourself and marry my second uncle, I want consent to such a union. You're really willing to cancel the 30%? Luo Qingyuan's voice was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. Qin Fan nodded. With Luo Yuanjiu in place, the Luo family wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble anyway. Thank you. Luo Qingyuan quickly bowed deeply in gratitude. At that moment, the flying boat suddenly jolted violently, and Luo Qingyuan, caught off guard, was thrown toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan leaned back instinctively as the flying vessel shook violently. At the same moment, Luo Qingyuan, caught off guard, stumbled forward and fell, her head landing awkwardly between Qin Fan's parted legs. She let out an embarrassed yelp. Feeling the unexpected contact, Qin Fan froze in awkwardness. The position the two found themselves in was undeniably compromising. Luo Qingyuan attempted to get up quickly, but the vessel shook again. Her head accidentally bumped against that sensitive area repeatedly, like a pecking bird. Alarmed, Qin Fan hurriedly reached out to support her chin, trying to prevent the situation from becoming even more embarrassing. Mortified, Luo Qingyuan scrambled to her feet. Using Qin Fan's thighs for support, her face flushed crimson. She backed away hastily, exclaiming in frustration, "What is wrong with this flying vessel? Everyone, stay alert. Enemy attack." An angry shout suddenly erupted from the front of the vessel. Chun Fan and Luo Qingyuan's expressions changed instantly. An enemy attack? They had barely left Tiger Soul City, and trouble was already upon them? I'll go check it out. You stay in the cabin. Luo Qingyuan stammered, her face still red, before dashing out. In her 29 years of life, she had never been so flustered. Chun Fan rubbed his nose, his eyes narrowing slightly as he quietly extended his spiritual sense to investigate the situation outside. The flying vessel gradually steadied, and at the front, 3 figures appeared in midair. How dare you? Even the flying vessel of Tiger Soul City's Lord's Mansion is not off-limits to you? Yu Chengqi shouted angrily, his eyes blazing. Tung Feiyang and the others quickly moved to the bow of the ship, glaring coldly at the 3 airborne figures. Leading the group was an old woman dressed in a black robe, her hair completely white. Behind her stood a young man and woman, both in their 20s. The old woman's eyes narrowed as she released a menacing aura that pressed down on the bow of the ship. The vessel tilted dangerously, nearly overturning. Everyone clung to the ship's structure in alarm, narrowly avoiding a fall. Yu Chengqi's pupils contracted, and he immediately realized that this individual was far beyond his league. Say, Senior, please forgive my earlier offense. May I ask why you have stopped us? He said nervously, his tone now respectful. The young man and woman behind the old woman smirked mockingly. The old woman raised her eyelids slightly and said in an indifferent tone, I am here to borrow 2 spots. If you agree, I will let you pass. If not, you will die here. Yu Chengqi's face twitched at the bluntness of her words, which sent a chill down his spine. Senior, the trial spots are personally assigned by the city lord. I am merely an honorary guest, and have no authority to change the list. He explained anxiously. So, you're choosing death? Very well, I shall grant your wish. The old woman sneered coldly. She raised her hand abruptly, and a powerful force pulled Yu Chengqi off the bow of the ship and into the air. The others were alarmed, but dared not intervene, not even to scold her. Tung Feiyang's eyes flickered, but he too refrained from acting. Yu Chengqi's hesitation was clearly an attempt to shift responsibility onto the young city lord. As expected, when Yu Chengqi found himself about to fall into the old woman's grasp and saw that the young city lord had no intention of saving him, he cried out in panic, Spare me, Senior. The matter of the spots can be negotiated. Oomph. The old woman snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, she sent a black pill flying into Yu Chengqi's mouth. He tried to spit it out, but a stream of energy forced it down his throat. She followed this with a strike that sent him tumbling back onto the bow of the ship, where he staggered before regaining his footing. What did you make me swallow? Yu Chengqi demanded, his face pale. The old woman replied indifferently, What you just swallowed is the corrupt heart pill. But rest assured, I have wrapped it in spiritual energy, ensuring it will remain intact in your stomach for half a month. After that, the energy will dissipate, the pill will dissolve, and in just 10 breaths, your heart will rot, and you will die. Yu Chengqi's pupils widened in horror. Senior, must you push me this far? The old woman's tone turned icy. I have no patience for your nonsense. If my 2 disciples successfully enter the Earth Spirit Abyss and return here with you, I will remove the poison. But if you dare to play tricks, not only will you die, but the entire Tiger Soul City Lord's mansion will be wiped out. Do not doubt my strength. Destroying a Lord's mansion is a trivial task for someone like me. With that, she turned to the young man and woman beside her. Board the ship, 'cause no trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. Yes, master, the 2 replied, bowing slightly before flying toward the ship. Yu Chengqi gritted his teeth, but didn't dare stop them. You may continue on your journey, the old woman said calmly. With a light tap of her toe in the air, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. What incredible speed! This senior must be a mighty expert at the bow dance stage. Luo Qingyuan exclaimed in awe. At least at the peak of the bow dance stage, Tung Feiyang remarked indifferently before turning and heading back to his cabin. Luo Qingyuan, Su Wenjun, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand why the young city lord was so certain. Young city lord, how should we handle the quota? Yu Chengqi asked urgently. Figure it out yourself. Tung Feiyang replied without looking back as he walked away. Yu Chengqi's lips twitched, knowing full well that the dilemma of offending others had been shifted onto him. The descendants of the guest retainers immediately lowered their heads and avoided his gaze, hastily retreating to their cabins, fearing they might be targeted for their quota. Let's go find Chin Fan, Su Wenjun whispered, gently nudging Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly. I think you'll pass. She quickly strode toward her cabin, leaving Su Wenjun standing there, bewildered by her friend's sudden blush. Miss Su, Yu Chengqi began to speak. I'm not part of the city lord's estate, so it's not your place to order me around. Su Wenjun interrupted coldly before walking away decisively. Yu Chengqi's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for me swallowing my pride and making compromises, you'd all be dead by now, acting so high and mighty. Nearby, a young man observing the scene sneered disdainfully. Old man, you sure know how to glorify yourself. You were just scared to death and now you're calling it noble endurance. SK, tisk, brother. He's still an elder after all. Let's give him some dignity. If he dies of anger, it'll be harder for us to get the quota. A young woman said with a playful smile, covering her mouth. The man affectionately patted his sister's head. Don't worry. If he dies, we'll just kill a couple of people holding quotas and take theirs. It'll be even simpler. Ah, that's a good point. The woman's eyes sparkled mischievously as she turned to Yu Chengqi with a sly smile. Grandpa, if it's really too hard for you to decide, why not let us help? Yu Chengqi's expression darkened abruptly, his voice carrying a faint tremor that was hard to detect. I will allocate the spots for you, but no one here is to be harmed. As the person in charge of this journey, he knew that deaths in the Earth Abyss could be considered accidents, but deaths aboard the flying vessel would fall squarely on his shoulders. The young man curled his lips into a cold smile. Then you'd better decide quickly whose spots to give us. If you haven't decided by the time we reach Qingzhou Prefecture, they'll just randomly kill 2 people. Sister, let's head back inside. The brother and sister left coldly, leaving Yu Chengqi gritting his teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing his bad luck. These 3 individuals had unclear identities, but his instincts told him that even the city lord's mansion wouldn't dare provoke them. As Chen Fan sat cross-legged in his room, a knock came at the door. He sighed inwardly, mocking himself. Am I not supposed to be a nobody? Why do people still come to me for advice? Chen Fan, I need to talk to you. It was Su Wenjun's voice. Come in. The doors unlocked. Su Wenjun pushed the door open and entered, a hint of surprise on her face. You don't even lock your door? Aren't you afraid Yu Chengqi will come for your spot? Chen Fan replied calmly, he wouldn't dare touch mine. If he does, they'll have my grandfather ruin him when we get back. Oh, how do you know what's happening outside? Su Wenjun raised an eyebrow. My ears aren't deaf, Chen Fan said, rolling his eyes. Su Wenjun pouted. Your hearing is a bit too good. This room isn't exactly close to the bow of the ship. When Chen Fan asked why she was there, Su Wenjun's expression stiffened. Why would a man who frequents places like Shuang Pavilion treat someone like her, a respectable young lady, with such indifference? Her tone turned cold. You don't know a good thing when you see it. I came to warn you not to provoke that brother and sister. They're bold enough to threaten even the city lord's mansion. Even if your grandfather is at the Baodin realm, if they kill you here, old Master Chun won't have anyone to take revenge on. I value my life. I won't go looking for trouble with them. Thank you for your concern, Miss Su, Chen Fan said with a faint smile, feeling a trace of warmth in his heart. I'm not concerned about you. I'm only doing this because our families are allies, Su Wenjun said with a light snort before leaving. As expected, Yu Chengqi didn't dare trouble Chen Fan. Instead, he knocked on the doors of 2 rooms belonging to the descendants of guest retainers. There was some arguing, but the outcome was inevitable. They had no choice but to relinquish their spots since their elders weren't present. The flying vessel proceeded without incident until they entered the territory of Qingzhou Prefecture. Yu Chengqi's voice sounded out, everyone, come out. We're about to reach the Earth Abyss. Once we land, follow me to collect your identification tokens. The seal will open tomorrow morning, and you'll need the tokens to enter the abyss. Everyone exited their cabins, while the 2 people who had lost their spots glared resentfully at the backs of the brother and sister. Brother, it seems someone is glaring at us, the woman said with a frown. The man's eyes glinted coldly as he pulled out a dagger. He'll go dig out their eyes. The crowd was horrified, and the 2 individuals turned pale with fear. They quickly pointed at Chen Fan. We weren't glaring at you. We were glaring at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy. The man halted, looking at him with amusement. They say they were glaring at you. Someone as discerning as you wouldn't be so easily fooled, would you? Chen Fan said with a faint smile. The man smirked and tossed the dagger toward Chen Fan. Then you can dig out their eyes. Don't worry, if they resist, they'll just kill them outright. Thud. Thud. The 2 of them collapsed to the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. Please spare us, big brother. We won't dare hold a grudge anymore. Chen Fan said indifferently. They're not worth sparing, but I don't want to get my hands dirty. The man's piercing gaze was as sharp as a blade as it locked onto Chen Fan, his voice carrying an undeniable threat. What if I insist on making you act? Chen Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his eyes meeting the man's with unshakable determination. Not everyone bends to your intimidation. At least I won't. He paused for a moment, his voice calm yet powerful. Let me remind you, in terms of strength, the 2 of you are no match for everyone here combined. If a fight breaks out now, the worst that could happen is the trial ends. Yu Kachin gets poisoned, and the rest of us find another way back. His words exploded like thunder, leaving everyone present stunned. A so-called waste, at the Qi refining stage, dared to speak so boldly. Even those who had looked down on Qin Fan couldn't help but regard him with a newfound respect. Su Wenjun and Luo Qingyuan instinctively moved closer to Qin Fan, standing behind him in silent solidarity. If a fight did break out, they had no intention of standing idly by. As the tension reached its peak, Ting Feiyong stepped forward, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The two of you, we're almost at our destination. It's better not to cause trouble now. And who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The man's eyes narrowed coldly, his gaze cutting toward Ting Feiyong like a knife. Tung Feiyong remained composed, his tone steady and unyielding. I am the young lord of Hupasheng. That title might mean little to you, but to the people of Qingzhou Prefecture, my father's reputation ensures my safety. While we do fear your master, that doesn't mean the two of you can treat us however you please. The man's eyes narrowed further as he calculated his next move. He had already known Tung Feiyong's identity when Yu Qingqi addressed him as the young lord, though he hadn't given it much thought. But Tung Feiyong was right near the Earth Spirit Abyss. Not only were there Qingzhou Prefecture guards stationed, but several core formation experts as well. If things escalated, it could indeed spell trouble for him and his sister. Heh. The man let out a mocking laugh, his gaze sweeping over Chen Fan with disdain. Two weaklings, and yet you all go to such lengths to defend them. Fine. I won't bother playing with you anymore. He shifted his eyes toward Chen Fan. That dagger? Consider it a gift. Make sure you keep it safe. Then I won't hold back. Chen Fan replied with a bright smile, tucking the dagger into his robes. The young man let out a cold smile, placing his hand on his sister's shoulder as they walked toward the bow of the ship. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Fan suddenly turned around and strode decisively toward the back. Chen Fan, where are you going? Su Wenjun called out anxiously. I already told you, didn't I? I'm very angry, Chen Fan replied without looking back, his voice icy and cutting. Everyone's brows furrowed as their eyes shifted to Wu Feng and Li Qian, who were sitting paralyzed on the floor. Seeing Chen Fan approaching, the two men's expressions shifted slightly, but they quickly forced themselves to appear calm. Chen Fan, we're not afraid of you. Is that so? Chen Fan sneered. You may not fear me, but what about my grandfather? At the mention of Qian Chongsheng stepping into the Baodin realm, a flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. 10 slaps each. Take them obediently, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, when we get back, it won't just be 10 slaps anymore, Chen Fan said expressionlessly. Chen Fan, don't push it. All we did was use you as a shield for a moment. We didn't actually harm you. Wu Feng shouted angrily. If you don't want to settle it now, then fine. I won't hit you here. We'll deal with it when we're back, Chen Fan replied coldly. Wu Feng's face turned pale instantly. If it was dealt with back home, it wouldn't just be Chen Fan punishing him. Though furious, Wu Feng feared bringing trouble to his family even more. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine, 10 slaps. Go ahead. Now it's 20, Chen Fan said flatly. You, 30. Just do it. Wu Feng didn't dare argue further, afraid the number would climb even higher. Chen Fan snorted coldly, straddled Wu Feng's chest, and raised his hand. A series of sharp, resounding slaps echoed throughout the cabin. Stop, stop. That's 32 already. Wu Feng cried out, pleading. Chen Fan stood up and said indifferently, the extra 2 are a gift for you. Nearby, Li Qian, thoroughly intimidated by the scene, felt his heart pounding wildly. Seeing Wu Feng's swollen, pig-like face, he stammered, Chen Fan, I didn't say anything. So it's just 10 slaps, right? My hand's sore. What's the point of hitting you? Let's consider this matter settled, Chen Fan said nonchalantly. The crowd couldn't help but twitch at his words clearly. He was doing this just to provoke Wu Feng. Ha, thank you, young Master Chen. I was wrong before, and I sincerely apologize. Li Qian laughed nervously, his gratitude laced with relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Wu Feng, overcome with fury, spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. As Chen Fan turned to leave, he issued a warning. I'm not someone who likes to start trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If you look down on me, don't provoke me. Otherwise, the consequences won't be pleasant. At the bow of the ship, Linghu Tingyu curiously studied Chen Fan. You're quite an interesting person. When my brother asked you to act, you refused. But now you're the one stirring up trouble. Chen Fan glanced at her. There's a difference between doing something because someone forces you and doing it because you want to. So you're really not afraid of my brother? Linghu Tingyu teased with a mischievous smile. Linghu Guanshan stood nearby with his arms crossed, casting a cold glare. A little, I guess. He does look like a villain, after all, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. Linghu Guanshan's face darkened. Linghu Tingyu, however, covered her mouth, giggling. Brother, he's brave, but he's also quite amusing. When we reach Dilling Abyss, let's not kill him, okay? Fine. If you say don't kill him, then we won't, Linghu Guanshan said indulgently, tapping his sister's nose affectionately. The gesture made Chen Fan pause. It reminded him of how he used to tease Gou Buyu. Ling Hu Tingyu noticed his momentary distraction and assumed he was captivated by her beauty, her cheeks quickly turning red with embarrassment. Ling Hu Tingyu secretly observed Chen Fan, a playful glint flashing in her eyes. A mere chi refinement cultivation? His talent is truly lacking. If it weren't for that, with such an amusing personality, I might have actually considered giving him a chance, she thought to herself. At that moment, Ling Hu Guanshan noticed Chen Fan's gaze lingering on his sister. His expression darkened, and he barked coldly, "Stop dreaming of things out of your reach. My sister is way beyond someone like you." Chen Fan rolled his eyes at the remark, snorting inwardly with disdain. "Me? Interested in your sister? Huh, not even close." At the bow of the boat, Yu Chengqi remained silent as always. He pretended not to notice or hear anything, maintaining an air of indifference to the commotion around him. His mind was entirely preoccupied with figuring out how to end this trial as soon as possible. He was desperate to return and find the old woman who could remove the poisonous pill inside him. He had once tried to expel it on his own, but every time his spiritual energy came into contact with the energy encasing the pill, it threatened to collapse, scaring him into abandoning any further attempts. "We've arrived," Yu Qingqi suddenly announced, pointing ahead. "The camp at the entrance to the Earth Abyss is just up ahead." Everyone crowded toward the bow, peering into the distance. There, on an open plain, hundreds of tents stood densely packed like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Each of the 16 cities in Qingzhou had sent 10 participants, totaling 160 people. Among the martial sects in Qingzhou Prefecture, the 5 major sects were each allotted 20 slots, while the 8 mid-tier sects and the city lords' mansions each had 10 slots. Altogether, the martial sects contributed 180 participants. Adding the 100 slots from Qingzhou Prefecture itself, the total number of participants for this trial reached a staggering 440. Such numbers were typical for these trials, yet the survivors had never exceeded half. Even so, the various factions eagerly sent their people to the Earth Abyss trial. The reason? The Abyss was brimming with opportunities. Those who managed to return alive nearly always advanced a minor stage in cultivation. The flying boat descended slowly, landing on a patch of open ground far from the tents. With a loud thud, a massive cloud of dust rose into the air as the vessel came to a steady halt on the ground. The flying boat descended slowly, and everyone disembarked one after another. Yu Chengqi stood at the front, his expression stern as he glanced around at the group. "Line up properly. This place is heavily guarded by the Qingzhou Prefecture garrison. Don't cause any trouble, or even I won't be able to protect you." Though the group secretly scoffed at the idea that Yu Chengqi had ever truly protected them, reaching their destination brought a small sense of relief. Under Yu Chengqi's lead, they headed towards the largest tent in the camp. Yu Qingqi, guest official of Hupa City's Lord's Manor, here with 10 trial disciples to collect identification tokens, he announced respectfully outside the tent. 2 guards stationed there replied indifferently, "Go in." Inside the tent sat 3 individuals. The man in the center had a cold and severe demeanor, exuding a faint yet powerful aura. Both Chun Fan and Teng Feiyang instinctively narrowed their eyes. This was a mid-stage core formation expert. Qingzhou Prefecture's strength was indeed far superior to that of Hupa City. Yu Qingqi quickly bowed. "This humble one, Yu Qingqi, greets Lord Tong." Lord Tong merely nodded slightly. "Register your names on the left, imprint your aura on the right. The seal will be lifted at dawn tomorrow. If you miss the time, you'll be left behind." Ling Hu Guanshan was the first to step forward and register. When Lord Tong heard his name, his eyes flickered briefly, but he said nothing. Qingzhou Prefecture was only responsible for distributing slots, and did not concern itself with the identities of the participants. When it was Chun Fan's turn, he calmly stated his name. The elderly man on the right, responsible for imprinting auras, noticed Chun Fan's cultivation level and frowned. "Qi condensation stage? At such a young age, are you so eager to throw your life away? You can still withdraw before the seal is lifted." After leaving the tent, Su Wenjun and Luo Qingyuan kindly advised Chun Fan to reconsider. Luo Qingyuan even promised to protect him during the trial, though she avoided meeting his eyes due to lingering awkwardness from earlier. As night fell, everyone set up camp. Chun Fan chose to sit cross-legged under a tree, an action that elicited ridicule from the other disciples of Hupa City. They assumed it was because he couldn't yet use a spatial storage ring. At that moment, a group of disciples dressed in light moon-white robes approached. Leading them was Jang Fang, the young master of the Tianbao Sect and ranked 76th on the Dragon and Phoenix list. The guest disciples of Hupa City immediately rushed forward with flattery, only to be rebuked by one of Jiang Feng's attendants. "Humph, our young Masterdo, you think you're worthy of addressing him as big brother?" This scolding was like a thunderclap, leaving the group stunned. They quickly adopted even more subservient postures. Under the large tree not far away, Chun Fan slowly opened his eyes. A glint of coldness flashed within them as he stared directly at Jiang Feng. A sneer crept into his thoughts. Fate truly had a sense of humor. The person he wanted to kill the most had delivered himself right to his doorstep. But this wasn't the right place to act. He decided to wait until they entered the Earth Spirit Abyss. Jang Fang spoke in an emotionless tone. I need to ask you something. Has the marriage agreement between the Chen family of Hupa City and the Gou family been annulled? The surrounding disciples exchanged nervous glances and cautiously shook their heads. Is it that it hasn't been annulled, or you don't know? Jang Feng's voice turned even colder. One of the disciples who had spoken earlier quickly explained, it should still be intact. Does the young sect master not know what happened a few days ago? A few days ago? What happened? Zhang Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The man cast a quick glance at Qin Fan, then lowered his voice and recounted the events of the banquet in detail. Outrageous! The disciples of Tianbao Sect erupted in anger. The Chen family dares to humiliate Elder Hong like that? Just because they have someone at the early core formation stage, they've become so arrogant. They're clearly courting death. Zhang Feng's eyes grew even colder. Noticing the man's gaze darting toward Qin Fan, he asked icily, you glanced at that person earlier. Is he from the Chen family? Swish. Every Tianbao Sect disciple's gaze shifted sharply toward Qin Fan. Ahem. One of the disciples forced a flattering smile, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Young sect master, not only is he from the Chen family, but he's also Gou Buyu's fiancé Qin Fan himself. Although Qin Fan had never wronged him, seeing a useless person occupy such a valuable position was infuriating. Oh. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. The so-called Qin family failure who stuck at the peak of the qi refining stage, unable to establish a foundation? Yes, that's him. The disciple eagerly confirmed. A cold, ruthless smile tugged at Zhang Feng's lips. Heh, fate truly has a way of working. It delivered him right to me. Let's go. You're leaving already, young sect master? The disciple was taken aback. Zhang Feng let out a cold chuckle, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He certainly wouldn't recklessly kill anyone here. But the unexpected development before him brought him secret joy. Gou Buyu's fiancé had walked right into his hands. Once Qin Fan was dead, that ungrateful woman's engagement with the Chen family would naturally be annulled. What a pity he couldn't let her witness how he would toy with her fiancé before his demise. As the group from Tianbao Sect moved away, another pair of murderous eyes locked onto Qian Fan, who was sitting under the tree. It was Luo Qianjun from the Mountain River Sword Sect, his gaze as cold and venomous as a snake. The Chen family must all perish, his thoughts seethed. And he'll start with you. Qian Fan, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and met that murderous glare. Hedon. Both men smirked coldly at the same time. Good thing I didn't let Shua come along, Qin Fan thought to himself. How could he possibly handle such a situation? Whether it was Zhang Feng from Tianbao Sect or Luo Qianjun from the Mountain River Sword Sect, neither would hesitate to strike at anyone from the Qin family. As night fell, campfires lit up the surroundings, and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Though Qin Fan hadn't felt hungry before, the enticing smell stirred his appetite. When he opened his eyes, he saw Luo Qingyun walking over with a roasted chicken in her hands. You didn't even bring any food, did you? Luo Qingyun asked in a calm tone. Indeed, I didn't, Qin Fan replied with a light laugh. I used to rely on Huang to carry everything for me. This time, without it, I forgot everything. You really are a spoiled young master, she remarked, placing the roasted chicken in front of him before turning to leave. Qin Fan rubbed his nose, wondering if this woman truly bore no grudges. After ensuring the chicken was safe to eat, he was about to dig in when Su Wenjun approached as well. Since someone already gave you food, I suppose you don't need the peach blossom pastries I prepared, Su Wenjun said with a pout. How fortunate I am to have two ladies taking turns to bring me food, Qin Fan joked. Maybe we just want to make sure you die with a full stomach, Su Wenjun retorted with a playful smirk. Qin Fan's face twitched. Both women seemed to think he'd meet his end in the earth abyss. In that case, they'll happily take your pastries too. Su Wenjun shook her head in resignation and produced a delicate box from her palm. You're seeking opportunities to defy fate, but courage alone won't suffice. You need strength to seize them. I appreciate your kindness, Miss Su, Qin Fan said as he accepted the box. But I have a word of advice for you as well. And what might that be? There are plenty of people who want me dead. From now on, you should stay away from me to avoid getting caught up in it. If someone has to die, let it be just me, a useless nobody. Are you giving up on yourself? How could old Master Chun allow you to act so recklessly? If I remain a useless nobody, what's the point of living? Haven't you, Miss Su, called me a waste in your heart more than once? Su Wenjun's face flushed red before she quickly responded. Since you insist on entering the earth abyss, come with me tomorrow. I'm already at the true spirit realm. As long as you don't wander off, I should be able to keep you alive. No thanks. I'd rather go alone, Qin Fan declined decisively. If I stick with you, how am I supposed to enjoy myself? Don't be so ungrateful. I appreciate your goodwill, Miss Su, but I'd rather not drag you into my troubles. The Earth Abyss is a rare chance for training. You should focus on making the most of it instead of wasting it on me. Then will you go with Luo Qingyuan? Su Wenjun's gaze flickered slightly. No, I won't. Qin Fan replied with a bitter smile. Because you women talk too much? I'm afraid my ears would blister. You're insufferable. No wonder people dislike you. Su Wenjun huffed, turning sharply to leave. Since Chun Fan had spoken so plainly, staying any longer would only hurt her pride. Phew! Finally, Chun Fan muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. Chun Fan gazed at the distant figures of the two young ladies, his brows furrowing slightly. The way Luo Qingyuan and Su Wenjun were tending to a nobody puzzled him. He had intended to explore the Earth Spirit Abyss alone, settling a few personal grievances along the way. To ensure his solitude, he had even sent a sound transmission to Ting Feiyang, instructing him to keep his distance. The island master sure is impressive. Teng Feiyang's teasing voice echoed in his mind. Two stunning beauties bringing you food personally. The young city lord, could only dream of such fortune. Chun Fan glanced toward Ting Feiyang's tent and replied indifferently, aren't there two women hovering around you as well? Those plain and vulgar women? I don't even bother looking at them. Ting Feiyang sneered. If not for the need to maintain appearances, I would have gotten rid of those nuisances long ago. Island Master, once we're inside the Earth Spirit Abyss, how about I clear those people out for you? There was a hint of killing intent in Ting Feiyang's voice. Hearing Jang Fang's earlier remarks from his tent had already stirred his urge to act. Qin Fan remained calm. Once we enter, you and I will act separately, each seeking our own opportunities. These petty clowns aren't worth the effort. If they cause trouble, deal with them as you see fit. And what about Linghu Guanshan and Linghu Tingyu? Teng Feiyang pressed on. Chun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The same principle applies to provoke, don't kill. But if they make the first move, you needn't show mercy. A master at the peak of the core formation stage is nothing we can't handle together. Haha, with your assurance, Island Master, I have no more doubts. Teng Feiyang exclaimed, delighted. Although he still held some apprehension about a cultivator at the peak of core formation, with the Island Master at his side, he felt fearless. The next morning, before the hour of the dragon, the group was already fully prepared, eagerly awaiting the lifting of the seal. As the appointed time arrived, 8 white-robed elders soared into the sky from different directions. So these are the 8 immortals of Qingzhou Prefecture? It's said that all of them are at the peak of the core formation stage. To witness the simultaneous appearance of the 8 immortals this trip is already worth it. While the crowd marveled, Chun Fan's expression remained grim. Moments earlier, he had sensed a powerful spiritual presence. Though it had only brushed over him for an instant, it had unmistakably locked onto him. Chun Fan didn't believe this was a coincidence. A cultivator at the peak of the Bao Dan realm had spiritual senses so sharp that they could detect the movements of an ant on the ground. There was no way the person had targeted the wrong individual. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chun Fan scrutinized the 8 celestial elders, pondering silently. Among these 8, who could have taken an interest in me? Unfortunately, the elders were fully focused on performing their hand seals, their faces calm and betraying no hint of emotion. Chun Fan was certain that the fleeting spiritual sense from earlier had come from one of them. However, it had disappeared too quickly, and since he didn't want to reveal his own strength by retaliating with his spiritual sense, he couldn't track its source. The 8 gates are now unsealed. Celestial elders have opened the path. You may prepare to enter the Earth Abyss. Once inside, seek your fortune as you will, but do not slaughter one another. From this day, you have 10 days to return. With a thunderous rumble, 8 beams of light split the ground where the celestial elders hovered. The light formed 8 glowing gates, leading into the depths of the Earth Abyss, a place shrouded in powerful seals and buried deep underground, inaccessible to ordinary people. The Earth Abyss, here I come. Charge. All the opportunities are mine. The crowd erupted in excitement, surging toward the 8 gates. Qin Fan, stay close to me. Luo Qingyuan called out as she rushed forward, only to realize there was no response behind her. Alarmed, she turned back, but Chun Fan was nowhere to be seen. Su Wenjun, have you seen Qin Fan? Luo Qingyuan grabbed Su Wenjun as she passed by. Su Wenjun pressed her lips together and pointed to the left. He went that way, but there are 4 entrances in that direction. Even if you go now, it's hard to say which one he'll choose. Miss Luo, let him be. If he doesn't want to join us, why force it? Luo Qingyuan's eyes darkened. Releasing Su Wenjun's arm, she stubbornly pushed her way through the crowd toward the left. Watching her retreating figure, Su Wenjun thought to herself, Luo Qingyuan's concern for Chen Fan seems unusual. Could it be? Realizing the possibility, her eyes widened in surprise. Snapping out of her thoughts, Su Wenjun noticed the area around her had emptied. Her face turned pale, and she hurried toward the nearest glowing gate. Meanwhile, Chen Fan blended into the crowd and stepped through one of the gates. A flash of white light engulfed him, and when it cleared, he stumbled slightly, finding himself on solid stone ground. Someone nearby was about to take a breath of relief when they were shoved aside by another entrant, crying out as they were sent flying. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly moved forward a few steps to avoid the chaos. The interior of the earth abyss was dimly lit, akin to the twilight after sunset, with visibility limited to about 50 or 60 meters. The area they stood in resembled a vast canyon, surrounded by the shadowy outlines of towering peaks. At that moment, a short young man stepped forward to address the group. Everyone, don't panic. My father told me that the earth abyss is filled with countless ravines and interconnected paths. As long as we remember the location of the gates and the time to return, we'll be fine. If we miss the deadline, we'll be trapped here. Who's panicking? Your father told you that? As if we don't already know. Do you think any of us came here without warnings from our families? The surrounding crowd mocked him mercilessly. The young man's face flushed red. If everyone already knows, then he'll stop talking. Seeing this, Chen Fan stepped forward. Brother, what else did your father tell you? This big brother, Im Chong Lu, a disciple of the Five-Element Sect. Just call me Xiao Chong. The young man gave a shy smile. As soon as he said this, the expressions of those nearby shifted. While the Five-Element Sect wasn't on par with the five great sects, it was far superior to the City Lord's manner. Thinking back to how he had mocked them earlier, Chen Fan now watched as the group of cultivators fled like startled birds, their faces pale with fear. They scrambled away towards the depths of the valley, desperate not to be remembered by the short man. In the blink of an eye, the wide entrance was left with only Chen Fan and Chong Lu. My name is Chen Fan, from Hupa City, Chen Fan said, breaking the silence. Oh, I've heard much about you, Brother Chen. Chong Lu quickly responded with a smile. Chen Fan's expression twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, could it be that my good-for-nothing reputation has already reached the Five-Element Sect? Brother Chong, did your father give you any advice about this earthly abyss? Chen Fan asked sincerely. To be honest, he didn't know much about this place. After all, he was the first in the Chen family's history to have the chance to enter. Even that old man Yu Chengqi had only mentioned a few vague details before brushing it off. Brother Chen, why don't we talk as we walk? Chong Lu suggested, pointing to the path on the right. If we linger here too long, the spiritual materials in the area might be completely scavenged by others. The spiritual energy in this direction is the richest, so the materials we find should be of higher quality. That makes sense, Chen Fan replied with a smile. In the dim surroundings, Chen Fan extended his spiritual sense to probe a few hundred meters to the right and indeed discovered an entrance leading to another valley. Surprised, he asked, can you see that far? Chong Lu shook his head. You're joking, Brother Chen. With my mid-foundation establishment cultivation, my spiritual sense only extends about 100 meters. How could I possibly see several hundred meters away? Chen Fan grew even more curious. Then how are you so sure there's a valley entrance in that direction, and that the spiritual energy there is the densest? A faint blush spread across Chong Lu's face. His tone carried a mix of shyness and pride as he explained. That's because I'm a disciple of the Five-Element Sect. I'm naturally more attuned to the flow of wind and the sensing of earth veins than ordinary people. If you close your eyes and concentrate, you'll notice a breeze coming from that direction. The spiritual energy carried in that wind is denser than what's here. Moreover, the earth vein beneath our feet vibrates in a straight line, which means this direction leads to an open and unobstructed area. After hearing this, Chen Fan looked at Chong Lu in amazement, inwardly marveling. The Five-Element Sect, they must all be science prodigies. Chen Fan couldn't help but admire. Brother Chong, you're impressive. I trust you. Let's take this path. Thank you for your trust, Brother Chen. Actually, if you pay close attention, you could discover these things too. Chong Lu replied modestly, his voice so soft it hardly seemed fitting for a man. Chen Fan had already noticed the unusual energy within the earth abyss. A mysterious force here suppressed the spiritual senses of martial cultivators, limiting their range of detection to only 1/10 of what it would be outside. For instance, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator could normally sense up to a kilometer, but here, it was reduced to just 100 meters. However, for Chen Fan, even under such suppression, extending his spiritual sense for several kilometers was still effortless. The two walked along the narrow path on the right. Chong Lu reminded him, Brother Chen, it's best not to let your guard down. My father said there are dangers in the earth abyss that can't be seen. You must stay vigilant at all times. Such as? Chen Fan asked with interest. Chong Lu spoke earnestly. My father summarized 3 do not enter zones and 4 do not touch rules. Since you trust me, I'll explain them in detail. Please, I'm all ears, Chen Fan said with a smile. Chong Li's cheeks flushed slightly as he explained. The 3 do not enter zones are. Do not enter areas of deathly silence. Do not enter places where spiritual energy is thick and syrupy, and do not enter regions with multicolored lights. I can understand avoiding areas of deathly silence as they are likely places of great danger. But isn't a place with dense spiritual energy exactly where we should be looking for opportunities? Why avoid those? Chen Fan questioned. Changla patiently explained. My father said that while the Earth Abyss opens once every 10 years and accelerates time within, the opportunities here are becoming scarce. For spiritual energy to accumulate to such dense levels, it would take an incredibly long time. Over the years, countless trial takers have passed through. If any place still has such abundant spiritual energy, it must be hiding great peril. So, when you see such a place, it's best to stay far away. Wait, time accelerates in the Earth Abyss while it's sealed? Chen Fan asked in surprise. You didn't know that, Brother Chen? Changla looked startled. Chen Fan shook his head, admitting his ignorance. Changla chuckled and explained. It's not exactly a secret. Think about it, if time flowed the same as the outside world, how could there still be any precious spiritual materials left nearby? Suddenly, Changla pointed ahead with excitement. Look, Brother Chun, that's a golden spirit flower. A flower that only blooms once every 100 years. Chun Fan had already noticed the faintly glowing yellow flower, but his attention was entirely drawn to the girlish hee-hee laugh Changlu just let out. From the moment he first met Changlu, Chen Fan had a nagging feeling that this person might be a woman disguised as a man. Though he had the features of a man, including an Adam's apple, Chang Li's overly delicate mannerisms made Chen Fan uncomfortable. In both his past and present lives, he had never been able to tolerate such effeminate men. Changla carefully placed the golden spirit flower into a jade box before turning to Chen Fan and asking, Brother Chen, how about this? This golden spirit flower is mine, and the next spiritual material we find will be yours. What do you think? His bright eyes sparkled with sincerity as he looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's lips twitched. He thought to himself, how can a man act this cute? Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and replied, there's no need for that. Whoever finds it first keeps it. By the way, about the multicolored light zones you mentioned earlier, why should we avoid them? My father said they could be remnants of formations, killing arrays, or traps set by demonic beasts. Entering such places would undoubtedly be dangerous. Your father must care deeply for you, Chen Fan remarked with a smile. But if we avoid all these places, how are we supposed to find great opportunities? Not necessarily. My father said that true great opportunities are often hidden in seemingly ordinary places. Areas that appear overly abundant in spiritual energy might actually be less promising. That's the wonder of it, Changlu said. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Your father has quite an unusual perspective. He must hold a high position in the five-element sect. Huh, my father is just a steward. His position isn't very high, I think, Changlu replied, his gaze shifting evasively. Chen Fan smirked inwardly. So, Changlu isn't a very good liar. But since the other party seemed unwilling to elaborate, he let it go and said instead, a steward in a major sect is already quite impressive. Now, what are the 4 do not touch rules? Brother Chun, let's talk as we walk. Time here is precious, after all. Changlu said in an almost coquettish tone. Precious, my foot? Chun Fan muttered under his breath, clenching his fists as goosebumps rose all over his body. Changlu walked ahead. His face lit up with an innocent smile as he introduced the taboos of the Earth Abyss to Chen Fan. My father once said there are 4 things here you must never touch. The inscribed objects, the dark tide, the incorruptible corpses, and the shimmering void light. The incorruptible corpses, the shimmering void light? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of caution. Changla nodded and explained, yes. The Earth Abyss is littered with corpses and skeletal remains. Some of the corpses look as if they've only recently died, but in reality, they might have been dead for years. These incorruptible corpses harbor a strange and deadly poison. At first, touching them seems harmless, but within 3 days, the person will succumb to complete paralysis and die, eventually becoming another incorruptible corpse. He continued, as for the shimmering void light, it's a peculiar light that flows through space. Some strands are as fine as hair, while others are as thick as bolts of lightning. Regardless of its form, anyone who comes into contact with it will be drawn into it. According to my father, no one has ever returned alive from it. However, Changlu added with a casual tone, the shimmering void light appears very rarely, so there's no need to worry too much, Brother Chen. Thank you for the warning, Brother Chong. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Did your father mention anything else? Let me think. Chong Lu tilted his head, and to Chen Fan's dismay, he absent-mindedly placed his right index finger into the corner of his mouth as he pondered. The sight sent a shiver down Chen Fan's spine, making his toes curl in discomfort. Quickly he said, Brother Chong, I appreciate your guidance, but I've always preferred traveling alone. Perhaps we should part ways here. Take care. Without waiting for Chong Li's response, Chun Fan disappeared into the distance like a shadow. Though his abrupt departure might seem impolite, Chin Fan was genuinely worried that Chong Lu might try to plead with him to stay. He wasn't prepared to handle such a situation. Chong Lu stood frozen in place for a long while before slowly withdrawing his finger from his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. Am I really that unbearable? Even Brother Chin doesn't want to stay with me. Despite his innocent and pure demeanor, Chong Lu wasn't oblivious. Chin Fan's hasty escape made it clear even to him that Chin Fan was deliberately avoiding him. After leaving Chong Lu behind, Chun Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Though his methods were less than honorable, it was far better than enduring further torment. His spiritual sense quickly swept across a 100-meter radius. Once confirming no one was nearby, he retrieved a Xian Kong ring from his chest pocket and slid it securely onto his finger. Whoosh! A black robe instantly draped over his entire body. With practiced ease, Chun Fan took out a tiger head mask and placed it on his face. The trial was about to begin, and bloodshed was inevitable. Concealing his identity could save him from a lot of unnecessary trouble. Swish! With a flick of his right hand, a specially crafted entrenching tool appeared in his palm. This was something he had prepared in advance after securing his entry slot. He had rented a blacksmith's workshop to forge this spiritual weapon himself. It was a versatile tool, perfect for both treasure hunting and combat. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Chun Fan's lips. With a flash of his figure, he appeared 30 meters away in an instant. During his earlier spiritual scan, he had noticed a third-grade spiritual herb, the seven-lobed flower. Although its grade wasn't particularly high, this century-old herb was considered a rare treasure in Tiger Soul City. He chuckled inwardly, recalling Chen Shua's pained expression when he had eaten a similar herb in the past. Clink, clink. With two deft movements of his tool, Chun Fan uprooted the entire seven-lobed flower along with its soil and stored it in his Xian Kong ring. There's another one over there. His eyes lit up as he sped toward it. The spiritual herbs in this earth abyss were indeed abundant every few dozen meters. He could find another one. However, after gathering a few, he realized that this area only seemed to contain second and third-grade herbs. The real treasures were likely deeper within. Half an hour passed as Chun Fan walked and pondered. Something felt odd. The earth abyss seemed almost too quiet. Suddenly, the faint scent of blood wafted through the air, mingled with the distinct smells of two different blood sources. Chun Fan immediately dashed toward the origin of the scent. Before long, he saw two men viciously stabbing the corpse of a demonic beast on the ground, while a human body lay lifeless not far away. Senior Brother Zhang, that's enough. The beast is already dead, one of them said, halting his strikes. This beast tore off Junior Brother Sun's neck. He'll hack it into pieces. Senior Brother Zhang growled through gritted teeth, landing several more strikes. Senior Brother Zhang, there's someone over there. The other man suddenly noticed Chin Fan and shot him a cold glare. Senior Brother Zhang turned around, bloody blade in hand. Seeing Chun Fan alone, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. You, come here. Chin Fan frowned but approached. He merely wanted to examine whether this demonic beast differed from the ones outside. Take off your mask. Zhang Shi barked sharply. I'd advise you not to cause trouble. I'm only here to take a look at the beast, Chin Fan replied calmly. Li Quan, this guy is sneak eyes, definitely up to no good. Let's kill him and split his ring, Zhang Shi said darkly. Li Quan glanced around and, confirming no one else was nearby, sneered. These loners are usually from minor clans. Killing him won't matter. Kid, blame your bad luck. Bad luck? That doesn't apply to me, Chin Fan said coldly. Still acting tough when death is at your door? Take this falling moon slash. Zhang Shi roared, leaping forward as his blade slashed down toward Chin Fan. So, you are from the Blade Sect, Chun Fan scoffed disdainfully. With a casual swing of his entrenching tool, a sharp wave of energy shot out diagonally. Boom. The energy wave shattered the incoming blade aura and continued forward, barreling toward the descending Zhang Shi. Spare me, brother. Zhang Shi cried out in desperation. Squelch. The sharp energy wave sliced through him, and Zhang Zai's body fell to the ground in two halves. Li Quan stood frozen with terror, his face pale as a sheet. His mouth hung open, but he couldn't even muster the strength to beg for his life. Bang! He only caught a glimpse of a dark shadow rushing toward him before an immense force struck down. A crisp crack echoed as his skull shattered, and his consciousness faded into eternal silence. Chun Fan, with an expressionless face, calmly pocketed two Xian Kong rings before striding toward the mangled corpse of the demonic beast. Amid the blood and gore, the outline of the head was still faintly recognizable. It was a second realm shadow cat demon. His gaze sharpened, and a sense of vigilance arose within him. The appearance of a second realm beast signified that other creatures were likely lurking nearby, possibly even more terrifying ones. After all, The Earth Abyss had existed for countless ages. Any beast that had survived numerous trials here might have evolved into an unimaginably powerful elder demon. The heavy stench of blood permeated the air. Chun Fan's eyes flickered as he swiftly retrieved the Xian Kong ring from the fallen Sun Shidi. In a flash, his figure vanished into the shadows. A dead man's ring was of no use. If he didn't take it, someone else surely would. Not long after Chen Fan departed, a group of figures hurriedly arrived at the scene. Senior Brother Zhua, it's Zhang Shidi and the others. One of the disciples exclaimed in shock. Damn it, who killed them? At the forefront stood Gou Buyu, a young man gripping a blood-stained blade, his face dark with fury. Their group of 20 had split into teams of 3 to efficiently search for spirit materials while also preying on stragglers. He had faintly heard Zhang Shi's desperate pleas earlier and immediately rushed over with reinforcements, but they were still too late. Senior Brother Zhua, another disciple, who had been examining the bodies, approached with a grim expression. Zhang Shidi and the others had their Xian Kong rings taken. It seems we've encountered someone with the same idea as us. A fierce glint flashed in Gou Buyu's eyes, and he roared, only my Blade Sect is allowed to kill. Whoever dares to harm one of us must pay with their life. He scanned the group coldly. Be vigilant. If you see anyone fighting, immediately reveal our sect identity and demand to inspect their Xian Kong ring. If they refuse, kill them. If you find any possessions belonging to our sect brothers, capture the culprit and bring them to me. He'll skin them alive, piece by piece. Yes, the disciples behind him responded in unison, their voices filled with murderous intent. The name Tianbao Sect was not unfamiliar to Chun Fan. As one of the 5 major sects in Qingzhou Prefecture, this sect was notorious for its brutality and bloodthirstiness. However, for Chun Fan, it didn't matter how infamous they were. If someone sought his life, he certainly wouldn't show mercy. Within this earth spirit abyss, with his cultivation level, he was more than capable of sweeping through everything in his path. In the dim, shadowy valley, Chun Fan's figure moved like the wind. Each time he paused, he would bend down and skillfully wield the peculiar spade in his hand. His movements were fluid and seamless, effortlessly collecting one spiritual herb after another into his Xian Void ring in no time. For several consecutive days, Chun Fan had practically dug until his arms were sore. This isolated space, with 100 years of unchecked growth, held an abundance of spiritual herbs that even surpassed those found on the Sin Immortal Island. After all, the island had tens of thousands of inhabitants and countless demonic beasts consuming its resources day and night, whereas here, there were only beasts. In the depths of the valley, angry voices echoed one after another. My spiritual herbs have been dug up again. Same here. Not even a single root left. Damn it, who the hell got here before us? Before long, the enraged cultivators reached a consensus. If someone was acting so unethically, it was time to teach them a lesson. In an instant, disciples from various sects and clans, who had been scattered searching for spiritual herbs, abandoned their efforts and charged forward in pursuit, brimming with hostility. After chasing for over 10 miles, all they found were patches of overturned soil, with not a single person in sight. A sense of unease began spreading among them. Who could leave such continuous excavation marks across multiple valleys in such a short time? Everyone entering this trial is under 30 years old. At this age, stepping into the true spirit realm already marks someone as a top-tier genius. But even for us true spirit realm cultivators, it's impossible to collect while covering such a great distance so quickly. Someone analyzed aloud. Could it be one of those 5 prodigies? Only they would have such strength. Then, should we keep chasing? And if we catch up, would you dare confront them? No way. With that realization, the group changed tactics, turning instead to nearby valleys. They decided to mimic the mysterious excavator strategy by racing ahead to dig up spiritual herbs, cutting off others' opportunities. Ha, they don't even know who they're dealing with, one person said smugly. Brothers, let's go dig up the herbs ahead of everyone else. Exactly. We're only doing this because we were forced to. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Another day passed, and fierce conflicts erupted between the latecomers and these roadblockers. The clashes resulted in significant casualties. What shocked everyone even more was the revelation that the legendary 5 prodigies were among the late arrivals. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. One trial participant, beaten and sprawled on the ground, cried out desperately. Swish. A gleaming sword was thrust to his throat. The tall woman wielding the sword had eyes as cold as starlight. Her voice was icy as she demanded, the Earth's spirit abyss is vast, with countless valleys to choose from. You could have followed a single path. Why did you appear ahead of us, clearing out all the spiritual herbs within 5 miles? You call this a misunderstanding? The young man lying on the ground stammered nervously. May I ask, are you senior sister Yu Fenghe of the Mountain River Sword Sect? And if I am? The youth quickly recounted his prior ordeal. Yu Fenghe was known as the most exceptional talent in the Mountain River Sword Sect in centuries, and ranked 41st on the Dragon Phoenix list. At just 26 years old, she had already reached the early stage of the Spirit Lake realm, making her the second-ranked genius in Qingzhou Prefecture. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Fenghe said coldly, "Even if what you say is true, you still blocked the path of my Mountain River Sword Sect." The young man's face turned deathly pale, his hands trembling slightly as he spoke with a voice tinged with sobs. "Senior sister Yu, I admire you the most. Are you really going to kill me over such a trivial matter?" Yu Fenghe's delicate face flushed slightly, her gaze calm and composed. She spoke softly, her tone carrying a faint trace of helplessness. "Killing you is unnecessary. However, since this deep valley is claimed by our Mountain River Sword Sect, the spiritual materials within naturally belong to us. Hand over everything you've gathered." Hearing this, the young man clung to her words like a lifeline, nodding and bowing repeatedly. "Yes, yes, of course. I'll hand everything over right away. As expected of my most admired senior sister Yu. You are indeed kind and compassionate. Senior sister Yu, I will always look up to you." The corners of Yu Fenghi's mouth twitched slightly as she thought to herself, "Could this boy really be one of my fanatical followers?" She spoke indifferently, "Hand over the spiritual materials and leave quickly. Don't waste our time." Those who were injured but fortunate enough to survive the battle hurriedly handed over their harvested spiritual materials before fleeing in panic. As for the dead, in this cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, no one dared to seek justice for them, nor would anyone mourn their loss. Luo Qianjun. Once the group had left, Yu Fenghi's expression turned cold as she turned to face a figure among the crowd. The named Luo Qianjun immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "What are your orders, senior sister?" Yu Fenghi's voice was sharp as she questioned him. "During the fight earlier, why were you so ruthless? Among these 7 corpses, you alone are responsible for 4 lives." Luo Qianjun was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, "Senior sister, in life-and-death combat, taking the enemy's life, what's wrong with that?" Yu Fenghe narrowed her eyes. It was just a minor conflict, not some deep-seated blood feud. Subduing them would have sufficed. Was it necessary to take their lives? Restrain your vicious methods in the future. Our Mountain River Sword Sect is not like the Blade Sect. Do you understand? A flicker of coldness flashed in Luo Qianjun's lowered eyes, but outwardly, he remained respectful, bowing deeply. "I will remember senior sister's teachings." However, inwardly, he sneered. "This woman dares to reprimand me in front of so many fellow disciples. If you're so willing to humiliate me, you'd better not give me an opportunity. Otherwise, I will ensure you never return to the Mountain River Sword Sect. When that day comes, I will take your place and become the sect's most valued disciple." As Yu Fenghe was preparing to move forward, 4 figures swiftly emerged from the side of the valley. Leading the group was Xianting, the heir of Qingzhou Prefecture, a prodigious cultivator who, at only 23, had already reached the Linghu realm 6 months prior. With a polite smile, he greeted her. "Greetings, senior sister Yu." Among the other 3, Gou Buyu's gaze roamed unabashedly over Yu Fenghe as he chuckled, "Senior sister Yu, not only has your cultivation improved significantly, but you're also becoming more and more beautiful." His frivolous comment elicited subtle grimaces from the other 2. Yu Fenghe completely ignored Gou Buyu's remarks and turned to Xianting. "May I ask what brings the heir and your companions here to find me?" Xianting glanced at the 7 corpses on the ground and smiled. "Senior sister Yu, you've likely heard the rumors that someone has been impersonating the 5 of us to maliciously intercept spiritual materials from others, haven't you?" "That's just speculation on their part," Yu Fenghe replied calmly, shaking her head. "Doesn't senior sister Yu have even the slightest curiosity about who those people might be?" Xianting asked, clearly surprised by her response. Yu Fenghe finally cast a fleeting glance at Gou Buyu, smiling faintly. "I'm not that curious. If the heir has come to invite me to investigate this matter, I'm afraid I must decline. My primary responsibility during this trip to the Earth Spirit Abyss is to ensure the safety of my junior brothers and sisters, so they aren't harmed by any reckless individuals." Gou Buyu responded with a cold smile but said nothing. Xianting, seeing that Yu Fenghe wasn't even willing to give him face, looked slightly embarrassed. "Since senior sister Yu is unwilling, we won't disturb you further." With that, he turned and left, the other 3 following closely behind. After they departed, Luo Qianjun asked in confusion, "Senior sister, why did you refuse the heir's invitation? Won't that risk offending him? As cultivators, we need only focus on strengthening ourselves. Why bother trying to please others?" Yu Fenghe replied calmly, "Let's keep moving forward. As long as the spiritual materials ahead remain, there's no need to meddle in other matters." Luo Qianjun followed the group, but inwardly, he sneered, She's just a woman acting all high and mighty. Sooner or later, she'll end up as nothing more than a man's plaything. Dozens of miles away, Chen Fan sat slumped on the ground, grinning as he fiddled with the Xian Kong ring on his finger. No wonder those jungle players are always complaining about being exhausted. Running 5 lanes, constantly snatching resource, it really is tiring. But the rewards are worth it. All this effort has definitely paid off. Over the past few days, he had been traversing 5 adjacent valleys, collecting thousands of spiritual materials, most of which were 4th grade. While he had discovered several cave dwellings along the cliff walls, they contained little more than some broken stone tables. Chen Fan speculated that the Earth's spirit abyss might be the ruins of an ancient sect. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice reached his ears. Gloating after a windfall. Are we? You might not realize it yet, but quite a few people are already seething with hatred for you. Some of them, with decent strength, are even heading your way as we speak. Who is it? Chen Fan jumped to his feet, his guard up. His heart sank. Whoever the owner of this voice was, they had approached without any warning, clearly not an ordinary individual. Heh, you won't be able to find me. A teasing voice suddenly echoed through the air. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression cautious. He stood in the dark and eerie space of the earth abyss, surrounded by an unsettling silence. Why does your excellency spy on me from the shadows? Why not show yourself? Chen Fan said in a deep voice, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings like a blade. I'd like to come out, but alas, I cannot, the voice replied with a hint of helplessness. For someone your age, your cultivation is indeed impressive. But unfortunately, it's still not enough for you to reach where I am. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed further, his wariness intensifying. You can see through my cultivation level? When you conceal your aura, even I cannot detect it. Your method of hiding your presence is rather unusual, the voice chuckled. But I've been observing you for quite some time. From your battle with the human-faced Emperor Scorpion earlier, I'd say you are at mid-stage core formation. Am I wrong? These words struck Chen Fan like a bucket of cold water. 3 hours ago, he had indeed fought a 5th realm demon king, the human-faced Emperor Scorpion. To end the fight quickly, he had gone all out, slaying the demon king with just 2 strikes. He never imagined that a pair of unseen eyes had been watching him since then, and he hadn't sensed a thing. Don't worry, I mean you no harm, the voice continued. In fact, I want to give you something. But in return, I hope you can do something for me. Are you an ancient powerhouse trapped within the earth abyss? Chen Fan asked cautiously. If I were a powerhouse, would I be trapped here? The voice carried a touch of self-mockery. My tragic tale isn't worth sharing. If not for the fact that you're the strongest young one to enter the earth abyss in years, I wouldn't even bother speaking to you. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan asked, what is senior wish for me to do? Have you heard of the Island of Immortals and Gods? The Island of Immortals and Gods? Chen Fan was taken aback. Although he had read extensively, he had never come across such a place. A brief thought of the Sin Immortal Island within him flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Heavenly Ocean Pearl had appeared on Blue Star, and the island's inhabitants knew nothing of the mystical spirit continent. The 2 places couldn't possibly be the same. I've never heard of it, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. I thought as much, the voice said, seemingly unsurprised. Judging by the combined strength of all your trial participants, the region you hail from likely isn't qualified to know of the Island of Immortals and Gods. However, your talent isn't bad. Perhaps one day, you'll have the chance to step out into the wider world and encounter the island. Does senior wish for me to seek out someone on the Island of Immortals and Gods to aid you in escaping? No, all I ask is that you deliver something to them. Deliver something? Chen Fan was taken aback, furrowing his brows. But I don't even know where Immortal God Island is. Besides, I doubt just anyone can set foot on such a place. Of course not, the mysterious voice replied calmly. However, I believe you have the chance. While this task is entrusted to you, there's no time limit. When the opportunity arises in the future, simply deliver the item to the island's master. And what if I never reach Immortal God Island in my lifetime? The voice paused briefly before responding. Then I'll just consider myself unlucky. I've waited far too long and don't wish to wait any longer. Besides, it's unlikely you'll find someone more suitable than you. Hearing this, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. In truth, once he realized the task was merely delivering an item, he had no intention of refusing. For one, the owner of this voice seemed unfathomably powerful, and rejecting the task might invite disaster. Secondly, in such situations, a promise could always be fulfilled later if possible, and if not, there wasn't much the other party could do about it. Good, the voice continued. Since you've agreed, proceed 30 more miles ahead. Once you reach the chaotic spirit zone, they'll send both the entrusted item and a gift to you. Chaotic spirit zone? Yes, it's the most dangerous part of the Earth spirit abyss. Where you are now is merely the outer region. Of course, as long as you act cautiously, the danger to you won't be too great. But remember, do not touch the white lights that flicker and drift. Those are remnants of divine palaces. If you're drawn into one, escaping will be nearly impossible. Chen Fan was shocked. White lights. Are they remnants of divine palaces left by divine palace realm powerhouses? The voice chuckled lightly. I didn't expect you to know about the divine palace realm. It seems your background isn't simple. From what I know, in your region, even cultivators in the nascent soul realm are exceedingly rare, let alone those in the divine palace realm. I haven't seen one myself, but I've read about them in ancient texts, Chen Fan said thoughtfully. If these white lights are remnants of divine palaces, does that mean many divine palace realm experts perished here? Divine palace realm experts? They were nothing more than cannon fodder in that ancient battle. The voice turned cold. The less you know about this, the better. Those outside who let you in here are merely using you to explore the Earth's spirit abyss and uncover ancient secrets. When you leave, do not mention anything about our conversation to anyone, and don't flaunt any treasures you acquire. Otherwise, you'll invite disaster, such as soul-searching techniques that could strip your memories. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. He had already suspected as much. The Qingzhou prefecture had gone to great lengths to unseal this place, only to let trial participants claim the rewards. Clearly, they had ulterior motives. We'll wait for you ahead. As for those pursuers, whether you fight or evade them is up to you, the voice said before fading away. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Fan used a stick to write 3 words on the ground: chase and die. Without hesitation, he headed toward the chaotic spirit zone, following the deep valley while collecting spiritual herbs along the way. Not long after, 4 figures arrived at the spot where he had left the warning. Gou Buyu, furious, smashed the ground with a punch and laughed maniacally. What an arrogant brat. How dare he threaten me? Gou Buyu, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Maybe it's just one person, said Feng Xianting, the heir of Qingzhou prefecture, in a low voice. One person? Impossible, exclaimed Hong Hao, a prodigy from the Tianbao Sect. As one of the 5 great sect's most exceptional talents, he had reached the early stage of the Spirit Lake realm at just 27 years old, a rare achievement, even within the Longxia sacred dynasty. Among nearly 1 million young martial cultivators in Qingzhou prefecture, only 5 had reached this realm before the age of 30. Besides Feng Xianting, the other 4 were all disciples of the 5 great sects, with only the Tianbao Sect lacking such a prodigy. Jang Fang, now 25 years old, had reached the pinnacle of the true spirit realm and should have been one of the most dazzling prodigies in the cultivation world. Yet, fate seemed to mock him. Despite consuming countless precious elixirs, the threshold to the Spirit Lake realm remained an invisible wall, insurmountable and taunting his every effort. In despair, he chose a forbidden path, seeking to break through his limitations by using the power of pure yin cauldrons. Ironically, even after exploiting dozens of cauldrons, his only reward was a frilier body. The barrier before him stood as immovable as ever, mocking his futile ambition. Now, in this desolate area, Feng Xianting's sharp gaze was fixed on a faint indentation in the ground. Look for yourselves, he said, pointing to the spot where Chen Fan had once sat. It's clear that only one person stayed here. Moreover, along the way, the digging marks in the soil were all made with the same tool. If it really was a single person, their speed would be nothing short of astonishing. Hong Hao frowned deeply and turned to Feng Xianting. Your Highness, should we continue the pursuit? Feng Xianting shook his head, his tone steady. The Chaos Spirit Zone lies 30 miles ahead. Pursuing recklessly would be unwise. Gou Buyu immediately furrowed his brow and retorted, Your Highness, we've come this far, are we really going to back down just because of a few words left behind by the other party? Besides, the Chaos Spirit Zone is the very place we aim to reach for this trial. A faint smile appeared on Feng Xianting's lips. Senior Brother Zhua, you've misunderstood. It's not fear that holds us back, but the lack of necessity to continue. Wasting time chasing a stranger and missing our own opportunities for fortune would be a poor trade-off. While we will eventually head to the Chaos Spirit Zone, we must also consider the interests of our fellow sect members. Gou Buyu sneered inwardly, thinking, how noble sounding. At your core, you're just a coward, no different from your hypocritical father. Everyone, let's leave it at this and head back for now, Feng Xianting said with a polite gesture. Your Highness speaks wisely. We will return immediately, Hong Hao and another young man responded with a bow. Fine, I'm leaving too, Gou Buyu said with a cold smile. Let's hope I run into that brat later. When I do, humph, I'll make sure he understands the price of arrogance. Before his words had fully settled, his figure streaked away like a shooting star, vanishing into the distance. For Chen Fan, a distance of 30 miles passed in the blink of an eye. As he stepped into this region, the surroundings changed abruptly. The space grew increasingly dim, with eerie flashes of lightning-like light flickering in the distance, yet without the faintest sound of thunder. The spiritual energy here was denser, but carried a wild, violent nature. Any cultivator who recklessly absorbed it would risk damaging their meridians. Gripping his military shovel tightly, Chun Fan proceeded cautiously. The ground was littered with fragments of broken weapons and desiccated corpses. Suddenly, a mechanical clattering sound echoed from the deep ravine on his left. Before he could investigate further, two disheveled young men emerged slowly. Their expressions were blank, their necks stiff, and their movements awkward and robotic. Unrotting corpses, Chun Fan murmured, momentarily surprised. These beings were cleaner and far more dangerous than ordinary zombies. He could sense that each of these unrotting corpses harbored over a dozen formidable streams of power, enough to easily kill a cultivator at the early stage of the Spirit Lake realm. The two unrotting corpses shuffled forward slowly, taking quite some time to approach Chun Fan. Yet, just as they drew near, they suddenly erupted with astonishing speed, striking at him with violent punches. Chun Fan dodged effortlessly, letting out a cold laugh. Unexpectedly, the corpses leaped into the air, gathering fierce spiritual energy in their palms. The unrotting corpse on the left attacked first, its punch roaring forward like a stampede of beasts. Chun Fan merely smiled faintly, summoning a shield of green light around himself. The other corpse followed closely, slashing out with a golden blade-like arc. Though both attacks were ferocious, they failed to phase Chun Fan, who was at the midstage of the core formation realm. Realizing their attacks were ineffective, the two unrotting corpses turned to flee. Chun Fan moved in a flash, cutting off their escape. With a swing of his military shovel, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, he shattered the two corpses into dust. Dozens of streaks of light scattered in all directions, and Chun Fan casually captured one of them, a remnant consciousness containing the cultivation technique for Thunderclap Palm. So that's how it is. Chun Fan muttered, his understanding deepened. These remnant consciousnesses were the true forces controlling the unrotting corpses. However, for someone who had inherited the knowledge of Sin Immortal Island, such techniques were of little value. As he continued on, several white beams of light drifted toward him, the fabled lights of void piercing. Even with Chun Fan's courage, he dared not recklessly approach these enigmatic forces, which could drag a person into the mysterious divine abode. From what he had heard, the divine abode was a space that only martial cultivators of immense power could create within themselves, serving as a sanctuary for nurturing celestial infants. Several streaks of radiant light tore through the air, their speed abruptly accelerating as they hurtled straight toward Chun Fan. He quickly employed his movement technique, narrowly evading the deadly beams. "Senior, I've arrived at the Chaos Spirit Zone," Chun Fan said respectfully, clasping his hands when the mysterious voice remained silent for a while. Just in time." The voice replied faintly, laced with a hint of amusement. At that moment, a strange black light suddenly emerged in the void ahead. The black light surged forward, pushing through layers of overlapping space like a relentless tide, seemingly struggling to advance. Narrowing his eyes, Chun Fan extended his spiritual sense to investigate. What he discovered left him stunned. This black light was tightly bound by hundreds of restrictive seals, each one working to hinder its movement. What is this black light? Chun Fan's heart sank. Something restrained by so many seals was certainly no ordinary object. If it were to be released and cause disaster, he doubted his current strength would be enough to handle the consequences. Bang, 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 bang. The black light continued to push forward, shattering the restrictive seals one after another. When the final seal broke, a resonant hum echoed through the air. A small black coffin abruptly burst out of the void, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of Chun Fan. This black stone coffin was highly unusual. It was only about 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide, fully sealed. Its surface was covered with intricate golden runes, and a single glance at them made one feel dizzy. Chun Fan was completely unprepared for the sight of such a small coffin breaking through layers of restrictions. Could it be the remains of this senior's descendant? Is he asking me to deliver this to the immortal god island so his descendant can return to their roots? He speculated inwardly. This coffin is a gift for you, the voice said with a chuckle, interrupting Chun Fan's thoughts. Chun Fan's face twitched involuntarily. A coffin as a gift? And it's so small couldn't even fit inside it. This coffin is called the Soul Returning Coffin. Even in our era, it was an extremely rare treasure. Keep it for now. Once you refine it, you'll understand its extraordinary uses, the voice continued. Chun Fan scratched his nose, feeling a bit exasperated at the peculiar gift, but he still clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. What about the item you asked me to deliver?" "It's inside the soul returning coffin. Once you've refined it, you'll be able to open it," the voice replied. Chun Fan furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the void before him. The secrets hidden within the massive coffin left him filled with questions. So, what exactly were those things taken away? And what is inside? He couldn't help but ask. After a brief silence, an ethereal voice responded, "A smaller coffin, A smaller coffin inside the larger one? Chun Fan's lips twitched slightly. Just as he was about to press further about the contents of the smaller coffin, the voice interrupted. I've exhausted my strength retrieving this soul-returning coffin and will soon fall into slumber. Moreover, the commotion just now has likely alerted other trial challengers. They will soon gather at the chaotic spirit zone. If you wish to keep your identity hidden, you'd best secure the soul-returning coffin and leave before they arrive. Indeed, the soul-returning coffin had caused quite a stir as it broke through hundreds of restrictions. Even if those challengers were far away and unaware of the specifics, such a disturbance was bound to draw them in. To trial challengers, any anomaly in the spirit abyss often signified an opportunity. After a moment of silence, Tian Fan finally waved his hand, storing the soul-returning coffin into his void ring. Rest assured, Senior. Should I ever have the chance to set foot on Immortal Divine Island, I will fulfill your request. The voice did not respond again, likely having entered slumber. Chun Fan turned his gaze to the chaotic, energy-filled area ahead, where spiritual energy surged and light flickered. Although he had already gained much, with such a treasure trove before him, he had no intention of leaving empty-handed. It was time to start scavenging. With a casual gesture, Chun Fan summoned a golden blade tip from 10 meters beneath the ground. It shot out and landed in his hand. The blade tip, about 20 centimeters long and narrowing from base to point, was no larger than 2 palms but weighed over 100 pounds. It contained a significant amount of Xinhuang bronze. Once refined, it could yield at least 10 pounds of Xinhuang bronze and 80 pounds of gold spirit iron materials coveted by weapon forgers. Grinning, he stored the blade tip into his void ring. While he had little interest in cultivation techniques or secret arts, divine weapons and tools were something he truly needed. Even if they weren't complete weapons, these fragments were treasures to him. Of course, to those unfamiliar with weapon forging, such items would seem like nothing more than scrap metal. Though Chun Fan was not proficient in weapon forging himself and could only craft small trinkets, there were many skilled individuals on Sin Immortal Island. Carefully avoiding the beams of light and fending off any approaching undead corpses, he managed to collect thousands of pounds of scrap metal within half an hour. Meanwhile, the trial challengers, who had been scattered across various deep valleys collecting spiritual materials, began converging on the chaotic spirit zone like a migrating herd. According to their original plan, they were supposed to spend the first 5 days in safer areas gathering resources to strengthen themselves, then explore the chaotic spirit zone in the remaining 5 days. Yet today was only the 4th day. A beam of black light, as if capable of tearing through the heavens, had caught everyone's attention. Though none knew what it was, they all believed it to be the greatest opportunity of this trial. The black light is mine. I am destined to claim that black light. Hundreds of people surged forward, searching for the source of the black light. Spread out and search. If it's an opportunity, I, Gou Buyu, will not let it slip away. It must belong to me. Gou Buyu sneered as he waved his hand, and the disciples of the Blade Sect quickly dispersed. Senior Brother Zhou has a way with words. Feng Xinting chuckled lightly. You flatter me, Your Highness. Should your people find the black light first, I swear I won't seize it by force, Gou Buyu replied with a smirk. Then let luck decide. Spread out. Feng Xinting commanded, and the 70 to 80 followers behind him immediately sprang into action. He had originally brought 99 people into the trial, but a few had been lost over the past few days. Gou Buyu's eyes darkened indeed. No one present could rival Feng Xinting in terms of influence. Senior sister, should we try our luck too? Luo Qinjun asked, noticing that Yu Fenghe remained motionless. Don't you think something feels off here? Yu Fenghe frowned. Senior sister, this is the chaotic spirit zone. Isn't it normal for things to feel off? You're right. What's strange is that it's too quiet. With so many of us here, we should have drawn the attention of the undead corpses. Why hasn't a single one appeared? Luo Qinjun was at a loss. Isn't the absence of undead corpses a good thing? So, what do you suggest we do, senior sister? Just stand around and do nothing? Opportunities are limited, and if we hesitate too long, we might end up with nothing. Yu Fenghe lowered her gaze. Go ahead, but be careful. I hope you all make it out alive. Now that they were in the chaotic spirit zone, she couldn't protect everyone. Their survival would depend on their own fates. Let's go. Luo Qinjun waved his hand and dashed forward. The chaotic spirit zone was more open than the valleys behind it, but the ground was a mess, littered with rubble and remnants of ruined walls. Amongst the ruins, one could faintly make out the remains of collapsed palaces. Here, this is where the Grand Sect's mountain gate once stood in ancient times. The deeper one ventures into these dark ruins, the closer they come to the core forbidden grounds of this ancient sect. Most intruders are well aware of this. In the dim space, 2 figures walked side by side. Ling Hu Tingyu suddenly let out a soft laugh, covering her lips with her delicate hand. Brother, that amusing chi refining boy is gone. Could he have already died in some corner? Linghu Guanshan's eyes glimmered with an eerie purple light as his sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, searching for unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy. Hearing his sister's question, he replied indifferently, with his level of strength, dying is the norm. If he managed to make it this far alive, that would be the real miracle. Brother, you're so boring. Linghu Tingyu pouted, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. Suddenly, Linghu Guanshan's eyes lit up. I found something interesting. Boom. With a single palm strike, he shattered the crumbling ruins. As the dust settled, a dark green long sword lay quietly beneath the rubble. Even without anyone wielding it, the sword emitted a faint, sharp aura that sent chills down one's spine. Brother, this is an immortal weapon. Definitely an immortal weapon. Linghu Tingyu exclaimed in delight. A lower-grade immortal weapon, that's all? Linghu Guanshan said with a faint smile. Still, for this one sword alone, this trip has been worthwhile. He extended a strand of spiritual energy to pull the dark green long sword toward him. Just as it was about to reach his hand, a fierce blade aura slashed across, severing the spiritual energy connection with precision. The sword clattered back to the ground. Linghu Guanshan's eyes flashed with cold light as he turned to look in the direction of the blade aura. Though I don't use swords, this one belongs to me, Gou Buyu said with a sinister grin. If you're not convinced, you can fight me for it. Defeat me, and not only will the sword be yours, but so will the ring on my hand. Do you even know who I am? Linghu Guanshan asked icily. Gou Buyu sneered. I don't care who you are. Here, unless it's the heir himself, he'll take on anyone I please. Gou Buyu smirked coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. In his view, even geniuses from other prominent sects were nothing special, let alone an unfamiliar stranger. My surname is Linghu, the man said icily. Linghu Guanshan. The name struck like a heavy hammer, and Gou Buyu's expression instantly turned grave. The Linghu? In Qingzhou Prefecture, is there a second Linghu? Linghu Guanshan retorted with a mocking smile. Gou Buyu took a deep breath, the arrogance on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a sycophantic grin. Well then, I won't compete for this celestial sword. While I might disregard others, the Linghu family's face is one I must respect. Until next time. With that, he leapt into the air and disappeared, but his laughter lingered in the air for a long while. Hearing his departure, the surrounding crowd turned their attention toward Linghu Guanshan, their gazes filled with hostility. That scum. Linghu Guanshan cursed inwardly. Though unafraid of the crowd, the sheer number of hateful stares made him uncomfortable. Linghu Tingyu moved closer to her brother, pretending to be frightened. Brother. Their gazes are terrifying, as if they all want to kill us. Linghu Guanshan scanned the crowd coldly and said, if you want to kill us, think twice about your own strength first. If you value your lives, stay far away from me and my sister. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of a true spirit realm master at the peak of perfection. The sheer force of his energy sent stones and debris flying in all directions. The crowd, witnessing Linghu Guanshan's power, quickly retreated. Though his cultivation was inferior to Gou Buyu's, it was still far beyond the ability of anyone else present. Together with his sister, who was at the midstage of the true spirit realm, the siblings formed a formidable duo that no ordinary person dared to provoke. Omitted, the crowd's discussions about the Linghu family, focusing on the key point that the family had produced a god of slaughter during the last Earth Abyss trial. Despite their disqualification, 2 members still managed to participate due to the family's backing by a celestial infant realm expert. No one dared to approach them further. Linghu Guanshan picked up the long, dark green sword, its blade engraved with the words Duan Shui Watercutter. Tingyu, this sword suits you. Take it for now, and refine it later, he said gently. Linghu Tingyu pouted. I don't like the name. It's too plain. You should keep it, brother. You're not picky about these things anyway. Linghu Guanshan responded with a warm smile, understanding that his sister wanted him to have the rare celestial weapon. Just then, a panicked cry echoed from the distance. Run. The Undying Corpses are moving. From all directions, several Undying Corpses rose into the air, causing over a dozen casualties in an instant. Gou Buyu, Hong Hao, Yu Fenghe, and other experts leapt into action, knowing that destroying the Undying Corpses would grant them martial arts inheritances. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes lit up in the distance, followed by more. Blood moon wolves, someone shouted in alarm. These wolves had no business appearing on the outskirts of the chaotic spirit zone, yet here they were, all in a frenzied state, their bodies surrounded by a crimson aura. If not for the sheer number of trial participants and the protection of spiritual treasures, the wolves' first assault could have resulted in catastrophic losses. 5 miles away, the massive corpse of an adult gray wolf lay silently on the ground. This wolf king, gravely injured and on the brink of death from its pursuit of Qin Fan, had no chance of escape. Chun Fan initially intended to inject a beast soul into the Wolf King's body, but discovered a unique restriction imprinted within its blood lineon that prevented these demonic beasts from leaving the Earth's spirit abyss alive. Left with no other choice, Chun Fan struck it down with a single palm and stored the corpse in his spatial ring, planning to take it back to cook and, more importantly, to extract its precious demon core. At that moment, Chun Fan's brow furrowed as he sensed an unexpected turn of events. The blood moon wolves that had scattered earlier were now ferociously attacking the other trial participants, recklessly igniting their blood essence for a surge in power. He deduced that these wolves, realizing they were no match for him and unable to avenge their king, had redirected their fury toward the others. Those trial participants are truly out of luck, Chun Fan muttered to himself, rubbing his nose with a faint sigh. This was not his intention. The blood moon wolves, already formidable with their third-tier cultivation, became even deadlier after unleashing their blood energy. While there were a few true spirit-level experts among the participants, the majority were only at the Foundation establishment stage. Amid the brutal carnage, despair clouded the eyes of many Foundation establishment cultivators as the shadow of death loomed closer. I came here to seize opportunities. How can I fall now? I can't die yet. I haven't refined the spiritual materials I gathered. Amid the desperate cries, a wolf claw tore through the glint of a sword, piercing straight through a trial participant's chest. No, I refuse. The words of defiance were cut short with a sickening crack as the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. In this critical moment, a 5 elements array suddenly activated, erupting in golden light that enveloped a 100-meter radius. More than 10 golden sword beams descended from the array, targeting the blood moon wolves within. It's the 5 elements sect's array technique. We're saved. The participants cheered with relief. However, their joy was short-lived. Within moments, dozens of blood moon wolves launched a savage assault on the array. The 5 elements array shattered after holding out briefly, and the one who cast it fell to the ground, coughing up blood, with no one able to spare the strength to help. Such a soft heart. No wonder he's so weak, Chun Fan remarked with a sigh. His figure blurred as he dashed toward Chong Li's position. The moment the 5 elements formation was forcibly shattered by the blood moon wolves, Chong Li felt an immense backlash surging through her entire body. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her strength seemingly drained in an instant, and her vision began to blur. Just as her consciousness was about to fade, she saw several blood moon wolves baring their fangs and pouncing toward her. I never thought I'd die such a miserable death, she muttered with a bitter smile, collapsing to the ground. Damn it, what was that 5 elements sect weakling trying to prove? Useless, someone cursed angrily. I barely caught my breath, and now these wolves are charging again. Well, maybe he was just trying to help us. Too bad he was too weak. The shadows of 4 or 5 blood moon wolves loomed over Chong Li's fallen body, yet no one dared to step forward to help. After all, dealing with just one blood moon wolf already took everything they had. Facing 4 or 5 was a death sentence. Just as Chong Li was about to meet her end in the jaws of the wolves, a dark figure streaked across the chaotic battlefield like lightning. With a single swing of his right arm, a powerful energy blasted forth, sending all 4 or 5 blood moon wolves flying. Am I seeing things? He knocked away that many blood moon wolves with just one move. Even the top 5 of us couldn't pull that off. Such incredible strength. If only he could help us deal with the rest of these wolves. Senior. Before anyone could plead for help, the dark figure had already picked up Chong Li and disappeared into the distance as a blur. Are you kidding me? Don't just save her, help us too. Damn it, leaving us to die. No matter how strong he is, he's worse than a beast. As the group continued to suffer heavy casualties under the relentless onslaught of the blood moon wolves, 3 reinforcements Yu Fenghe, Hong Hao, and Feng Xuanting arrived just in time to join the fight, stabilizing the situation. Senior Sister Yu, aren't you going to try out the new martial technique you just mastered? Feng Xining asked with a grin while fending off a blood moon wolf. Yu Fenghe replied calmly, didn't the heir recently refine a martial technique as well? Perhaps you'd like to show us first? In that case, allow me to demonstrate. Myriad Elephant Palm. With a resounding shout, Feng Xining thrust both palms forward, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that transformed into a stampede of colossal elephants. The shadowy forms of the elephants trampled over 5 or 6 blood moon wolves, leaving their broken bodies in a bloody mess upon impact. Impressive luck, heir, Yu Fenghe remarked with raised eyebrows. Such a powerful technique must be an immortal-grade martial art, no doubt. Feng Xining swallowed a pill and chuckled. Indeed, it is an immortal-grade technique, though it drains a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. If the heir is willing to lead, I won't hold back either. Yu Fenghe smiled faintly. I acquired a height-year spiritual grade movement technique called Flowing Cloud Steps. When paired with the Mountain River Sword Seal, it should yield good results. Before her words finished, She was already darting across the battlefield like a flowing cloud. Sword light flickered, and blood moon wolves fell one after another. What incredible speed! Such exquisite movement technique. Feng Xining praised sincerely. By the way, heir, that person earlier moved even faster than senior sister you, someone said through gritted teeth. But he saved that 5 elements sect disciple and left. Feng Xining raised an eyebrow. You're certain he was faster than senior sister you? Yes. He moved like lightning and sent those wolves flying with a wave of his hand. Could there truly be such a formidable individual among us? Feng Xining squinted slightly. Did you get a good look at him? Which sect does he belong to? He was dressed in a black robe and wore a tiger head mask. Other than his incredible speed, he didn't use any martial techniques, so it's hard to tell. To send 4 or 5 blood moon wolves flying with a single move would require at least mid-stage spirit lake realm strength, Feng Xining mused. That person who beat us to the spirit materials must be him. The 5 elements sect disciple might know something. He instructed, if you encounter that 5 elements sect disciple again, invite him to meet me. Remember, invite him. With the intervention of the 3 spirit lake realm cultivators, the blood moon wolf pack was quickly exterminated. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of wolf demons and more than 20 fallen martial cultivators. Strange, Yu Fenghe frowned. Based on the wolves' behavior, they wouldn't attack so recklessly without the command of a wolf king. But if the wolf king gave the order, why didn't it show itself even after the pack was annihilated? Feng Xining explained. I've heard that the wolf king is a 5th realm demon king. It can only remain deep within its territory and cannot step into the outer areas. The Earth Spirit Abyss has many mysterious restrictions, which don't just apply to us trial participants. You certainly know a lot, heir. Heh, just knowledge passed down from predecessors, Feng Xining said with a respectful bow. Senior sister Yu, senior brother Hong, the wolf demons have been dealt with. It's time we each seek our own opportunities. Yu Fenghe and Hong Hao returned the gesture. Indeed, take care, heir. Senior sister Yu. These wolf demon corpses and the Xian Kong rings. Hong Hao squinted his eyes, a faint, meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze swept over the spoils scattered across the ground, dozens of wolf demon corpses, each radiating a strong demonic aura. Yu Fenghe remained composed, nodding lightly. Junior brother Hong, do as you please. Before her words even faded, her figure had vanished like a breeze, disappearing from everyone's sight. Hong Hao turned around, his sharp gaze slicing through the remaining trial participants. Though his face bore a warm smile, it sent chills down their spines. Everyone, had it not been for us stepping in earlier, I fear you would have all fallen to the wolves. The heir is magnanimous, and senior sister Yu is aloof. But as for me, Hong Hao, am a bit more pragmatic. He paused briefly. Everything on the ground here belongs to me. No objections, right? The crowd's expression stiffened, their gazes involuntarily drifting to the 20-plus Xian Kong rings and the 50 or 60 wolf demon corpses on the ground. Such a fortune would tempt any cultivator, but under Hong Hao's oppressive presence, they could only force awkward smiles. Of course, no objections. Yes, senior brother Hong. You expended much spiritual energy to save us. Good. You're all very sensible. Hong Hao narrowed his eyes in a smile. Now, go find a safe place to rest. The group chuckled nervously and quickly dispersed. About 10 miles away, in a crumbling, dilapidated pavilion supported by only 3 remaining columns, Changla lay unconscious on the ground. Her complexion, however, had started to regain a healthy flush. Chun Fan gazed at her, a faintly amused smile tugging at his lips. Who would have thought even I could be deceived one day? He reached out and gently pinched Changla's Adam's apple. The soft, pliable texture intrigued him. Upon closer inspection, Chun Fan noticed that a thin, flexible mask covered her neck and forehead. The Adam's apple was fake, and so was her face. Women naturally have less pronounced Adam's apples, yet she had added a small piece of soft gel to enhance the illusion. Still, her modestly flat chest seemed genuine. Changla's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her hazy eyes. Am I already dead? Upon seeing Chun Fan wearing a mask, she jolted in shock, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. You're the legendary soul-reaping ghost Rakshasa, aren't you? Please, I beg you, don't take my soul. I still want to live, sob sob. If you want to live, what are you doing meddling in the affairs of the earthly abyss? Chun Fan's tone was indifferent, his gaze fixed on the person before him. Changla was just about to get up when Chun Fan pressed a hand on her shoulder. Stay down a while longer. His hand, through the fabric, felt the softness of her smooth shoulder, causing him to ponder silently. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Changla froze, her voice barely audible. If I didn't come here, I probably wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. She hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Can I ask, am I dead? No, you're not dead. I saved you, Chen Fan replied, raising an eyebrow. Why would you die if you didn't enter the earthly abyss? I'm really not dead. I'm actually still alive. Changla stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Who says good people don't live long? Look at me. I'm alive and well. Haha, this is amazing. I'm still alive. As she repeated the words, alive over and over, Chen Fan didn't mock her. When survival becomes a luxury, simply being alive is indeed the greatest blessing. Your body doesn't seem to have any terminal illness, apart from some developmental issues, Chen Fan remarked bluntly. Changlu hurriedly covered her chest with her arms. You don't look at me like that. Oh, please. There's nothing to see standing up, let alone lying down, Chen Fan retorted without restraint. But I must say, your disguise is quite thorough, even added an Adam's apple. Of course. Without an Adam's apple, wouldn't I have been exposed immediately? Wait. You already figured out my identity? Changla gasped in surprise. Chen Fan chuckled. Relax. Even if you're a woman, you're perfectly safe with me. Changle's lips twitched slightly, feeling annoyed inside. What does that even mean? Just because I don't have much of a chest, am not a woman? So, tell me, what's wrong with your body? Chen Fan asked again. This lively and straightforward Changlu intrigued him. If he could help her, he wouldn't mind doing so. After all, with his face hidden under the black robe, no one would recognize him afterward. After a moment of hesitation, Changlu finally spoke. The problem lies in my bloodline. Chen Fan was taken aback. He grabbed her slender wrist to sense her condition. Changle's face turned slightly red, but she didn't resist. Although she couldn't see the face beneath the black robe, she inexplicably felt a sense of security. She thought to herself, if not for his help, I would have already been torn apart by the blood moon wolf. I wonder why he wears a mask. Could he really be so disfigured that he doesn't dare show his face? After a while, Chen Fan released her wrist. On the surface, Changla seemed fine, but when his spiritual sense delved into her blood, he discovered a parasitic force devouring her bloodline. It was like a subtle transformation caused by a blood transfusion. What was even more terrifying was that Chen Fan detected a faint trace of consciousness within this foreign bloodline. At this rate, within a few years, Changlu would completely transform into a humanoid host for this alien bloodline. How did you discover the problem with your bloodline? Chen Fan asked. I suddenly coughed up blood twice and nearly died. Changlu replied with a smile. Later, my father told me the issue might stem from the earthly abyss. Only by returning here could I have a chance to survive. So, you were born in the earthly abyss? Chen Fan inquired. Changlu blushed. Not exactly. My father said I was probably conceived while my mother was in the earthly abyss. Chen Fan thought to himself, your parents are something else. While others were chasing opportunities in the earthly abyss, they were busy making a baby. Seeing his silence, Changlu laughed. It's okay. I've long accepted my fate. Coming here this time is just a gamble to see if I can resolve the issue with my bloodline. After a long pause, Chen Fan said in a low voice, your problem is indeed tricky. If it were someone else, I probably wouldn't bother. Does that mean you have a way to save me? Changlu asked excitedly. Chen Fan stood up. If I want to save you, you'll need to go to the place where your parents conceived you. Think carefully. Did your father ever mention the location? I have other matters to attend to. Stay here and wait for me. Wait, is this place safe? Changla glanced nervously at the eerie surroundings. For someone so timid, you sure were bold earlier. Just stay put. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan's spiritual energy formed a protective barrier around Changlu. As long as you don't leave this barrier, no one can harm you. With that, he leapt away and disappeared. Most of the items were packed, but the person he needed to kill was still alive. Chen Fan's figure flickered in the air and vanished, leaving Changla standing motionless. Her wide, bright eyes were filled with shock. Those eyes were her most striking feature, standing out vividly on her delicate face. However, mere moments after Chen Fan's departure, an eerie force began to wreak havoc within Chang Li's body. Crimson lines surfaced on her skin, forming a pattern like a blood-red spiderweb weaving itself. Fear overtook her, and she curled up on the ground, her once rosy face now pale as paper. Child, you've returned. Come to your mother. A chilling voice whispered in her ear. No, you're not my mother. My mother isn't here. Changla cried out in terror. Child, I am your other mother. The voice continued, followed by a sinister chuckle. But soon, I will be your only mother. Huh. The malevolent laughter sent shivers down Chang Li's spine. She clutched her ears tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, draped in a black cloak, moved swiftly through the chaotic spirit zone, his cold gaze scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a target. Amidst the ruins, Luo Qianjun stood holding a black jade slip, his face radiating ecstatic joy. Huh. It's an immortal grade cultivation technique. With this, I can greatly accelerate my cultivation. The core formation stage will soon be within my grasp. Black jade slips like this were rare in the current martial world, but were commonly used in ancient times as information carriers. They could transmit sound or record vital messages, much like modern storage devices on Blue Star. By channeling spiritual awareness into them, one could access the information within. Core formation? That's beyond your reach. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Luo Qinjun barely had time to react before a sharp gleam of light flashed past. His head fell to the ground in an instant. Scoundrel! How dare you kill a disciple of my sect? Leave your life here! An enraged shout erupted from the side. A figure flickered rapidly, and a fierce sword aura came slicing through the air, aiming directly at Chun Fan's path. Had he not stopped in time, the strike would have undoubtedly landed on his moving body. Chun Fan cast a cold glance at Yu Fenghe, who was rushing toward him, and said flatly, "Don't court death." Yu Fenghe's face twitched upon hearing this. She couldn't believe the audacity of the man before her. Even if he hadn't recognized her identity, how could he ignore the power of her earlier strike? Pointing her sword directly at Chun Fan, her voice turned icy. "You killed a disciple of my sword sect. No matter who you are, you must pay with your life." Chun Fan shook his head, uninterested in such meaningless disputes. Taking Luo Qianjuan's life with a single strike had been a simple decision for him. There was no need for the dead to know their killer. To Chun Fan, if someone deserved to die, he would act without hesitation, without the need for explanations or revealing his identity. These trial participants in the Earth Abyss were nothing more than insignificant figures to him. Seeing Yu Fenghe refuse to back down, Chun Fan didn't waste more words. He raised his right hand sharply. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy began to whirl and condense in his palm. Yu Fenghe's pupils contracted, her heart filled with dread. This gathering speed. This can't be the work of an ordinary spirit lake cultivator. In the blink of an eye, a massive sphere of lightning-like energy, the size of a basin, formed in Chun Fan's palm. It wasn't true lightning but a violent manifestation of spiritual energy in its most chaotic form. Yu Fenghe's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. If such an attack struck her, she would undoubtedly perish. "If I leave now, is it still possible to survive?" she asked, biting her lip as her voice quivered. She knew there was no escaping death if that energy was unleashed. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Not avenging him anymore? If I had the strength, as his senior sister, I would certainly seek justice for my fellow disciple," Yu Fenghe replied, trying to steady herself. "But now, it's clear I'm no match for you. Seeking revenge would only mean throwing my life away." In Feng Shuanting's thoughts, a bold speculation was gradually taking shape. This mysterious figure in the black robe could not possibly be one of the trial participants hiding among them. Among all the prodigious talents at the Linghu realm in Qingzhou Prefecture, there were only the 5 of them. This was an ironclad fact. If there truly were a 6th genius at the Linghu realm, it would have been impossible to escape the notice of Qingzhou Prefecture's intelligence network. This realization sent a jolt through Feng Shuanting's heart. If this black-robed figure was a native of the earthly abyss, it would be an earth-shattering discovery. After all, in all the previous trials, no participant had ever encountered a living person in the earthly abyss who wasn't a fellow trial participant. This revelation solidified his resolve. No matter what, he had to find this black-robed figure and uncover his true identity. Yu Fenghe furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Are the 2 of you interrogating me?" Feng Xining quickly forced a smile. "Senior sister you're joking? We're just overly curious about that black-robed person, that's all." However, Gou Buyu was far less polite. With a cold sneer, he spoke. "He killed one of your Shanhe sword sect disciples, yet you haven't avenged them? That doesn't make sense. Could it be that he's someone you're fond of?" Narrowing his eyes, his tone grew increasingly sinister. "I knew it. Back when we were all hunting down that despicable thief who cut off people's livelihoods, even the heir himself invited you personally, but you still refused outright. Turns out, you 2 were already in cahoots." "Gou Buyu, stop spouting nonsense." Yu Fenghe abruptly stood up, her face flushing red with anger. A virtuous woman like her, how could she have had any improper relations with anyone? Gou Buyu smirked wickedly. "If there's nothing between the 2 of you, why didn't you kill him? I saw it with my own eyes. You 2 didn't even engage in a proper fight. Don't give me that couldn't defeat him excuse." Yu Fenghe let out a cold laugh. "Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. If you want to know who he is, go chase after him yourself." She turned to Feng Xining, her gaze carrying a trace of warning. "But I advise the heir not to act impulsively. If you fail to catch up to him, that's one thing. But if you do, escaping death will be another matter entirely." Feng Xining raised an eyebrow. "He's that strong? Could he truly be at the peak of the Linghu realm?" Beside him, Gou Buyuan's face darkened like storm clouds, cursing inwardly. This woman tells Feng Xining not to chase after him, yet subtly goads him into doing so. What kind of game is she playing? Does she want him to walk into his own death? Damn it! Women truly are the most venomous creatures. Yu Fenghe was silent for a moment, a trace of solemnity flashing through her eyes. I don't think he's at the peak of the Linghu realm. Hearing this, Gou Buyu let out a sigh of relief, a cold smile appearing on his lips. If he's not at the peak of the Linghu realm, then there's even less reason to fear him. The five of us together, plus a few Jinling realm experts, should be enough to take him down. However, Feng Shuanting's expression turned grim. True to his concern, Yu Fenghe cast a cold glance at Gou Buyu and snorted. I suspect he's at the Baodin realm. Baodin realm? Gou Buyu's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock. But then, he burst into a furious laugh. Yu Fenghe, have you lost your mind from fear? While the Delinuan has no cultivation restrictions, it strictly limits age. Anyone older than 30 would be torn apart by the restrictive forces if they tried to enter. No one here could be over 30, and at that age, how could anyone possibly reach the Baodin realm? Even prodigies like us are only at the Linghu realm. If such a peerless genius existed in Qingzhou Prefecture, how could we not have heard of them? Yu Fenghe sneered. Just because people call you a prodigious talent, you actually believe it? Look at the top ranks of the past Longfeng list show, many of them didn't reach the Baodin realm before 30? Those are anomalies. They wouldn't appear in Qingzhou Prefecture. Gou Buyu retorted, his face flushed with anger. At this moment, Feng Shinting spoke in a deep tone. Have either of you considered that he might not be one of us trial participants at all? Gou Buyu and Yu Fenghe froze at his words, their eyes flickering with realization. They quickly grasped Feng Shuanting's implication the man might be a native of the Delinuan or a trial participant from a previous generation who had managed to survive by some stroke of luck. Even so, what does the Crown Prince intend to do? Yu Fenghe asked cautiously. Feng Shinting lowered his voice. This person is crucial to us. If we can gain his assistance, this trial will yield immense rewards. But since he avoids us, we'll need to find a way to draw him out. Yu Fenghe shook her head. Crown Prince, I advise against this. His strength far surpasses ours, and his temperament is ruthless. If we provoke him, the consequences could be dire. He's a walking opportunity, Yu Shiji. Are you really unmoved? I'm tempted, but I've barely escaped with my life once. I'm not eager to take another gamble. Yu Fenghe smiled faintly. He tried to kill you? Feng Shinting raised an eyebrow. I overestimated myself and tried to kill him. In the end, his martial skills left me paralyzed and unable to move. Then why did he spare you? Gou Buyu asked skeptically. I begged for mercy, Yu Fenghe replied calmly. Gou Buyu and Feng Shinting were stunned. Yu Fenghe, of all people, had begged for mercy? Yu Fenghe showed no embarrassment. He said that surrendering to an unbeatable force is not shameful. Unbeatable force? What arrogance! Gou Buyu's face twitched. Yu Fenghe stood, clasping her hands in farewell. You two can plan as you wish. I'm going for a walk. Goodbye. Feng Shinting quickly tried to stop her. Yu Shiji, are you sure you won't reconsider? I don't want to court death. I hope we meet again. Leaving these words, Yu Fenghe leapt gracefully, landing near Luo Qianjuan's corpse. She pondered silently. He didn't even take Luo Shidi's Shinkong ring, so it's clear he didn't kill for wealth. Could it really be because he disapproved of Luo Shidi's character? If that's the case, why hasn't he killed someone like Gou Buyu, who's even worse? In the distance, Gou Buyu suddenly sneezed and cursed angrily. Who the hell is badmouthing me? Yu Fenghe didn't fully agree with Feng Shuanting's speculation, but kept her thoughts to herself. If the man in black were a native of the Delinuan, why would he compete with trial participants for resources? If he sought justice, why were arrogant sects like Tianbao Sect still unharmed? Their crimes were no less than Luo Qianjuan's. Why, then, did he target Luo Shidi? Was there some grudge? At that moment, a panicked figure came rushing toward them, shouting anxiously, Crown Prince, Zhuo Shixiang, Yu Shiji, please, save our young sect master. A man in black is trying to kill him. A disciple of the Tianbao Sect suddenly dropped to his knees before Feng Shinting, his voice trembling. Young lord, I beg you to intervene and save us. Feng Shinting exchanged a stunned glance with Gou Buyu. This mysterious figure in black robes had not only just killed a prodigious disciple of the Mountain River Sword Sect, but now seemed to have set his sights on the young master of the Tianbao Sect. Yu Fenghe's expression turned grave as she stepped forward swiftly to question him. Why is this black-robed man targeting your young master? I truly don't know, the Tianbao Sect disciple explained anxiously. He attacked without a word, killing several of my fellow disciples. Thankfully, the young master managed to activate the Sky Shield Array disc in time to protect himself, or the consequences would have been disastrous. But even with the array, it won't hold for long. He knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, kowtowing repeatedly. Seniors, I beg you to help us in this dire moment. His forehead struck the ground so hard it bled. yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. He knew all too well that if the young master perished in the earth abyss as one of his escorts, he would not escape the sect's wrath even if he survived. Feng Xinting narrowed his eyes. This black-robed man has committed murder repeatedly and now seeks to kill the young master of the Tianbao Sect. Senior sister Yu. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Yu Fenghe. Don't be so cold-hearted. Gou Buyu sneered. The Tianbao Sect disciple is already on his knees begging for help. How could we turn a blind eye? Senior sister Yu, please save the young master. The Tianbao Sect disciple, seeing a glimmer of hope, kowtowed even more fervently, heedless of his bloodied forehead. His desperation was as much for his own survival as it was for loyalty. If the young master died, his own fate would be sealed. Yu Fenghe finally spoke in a low voice. Very well, let's go and take a look. Lead the way. Thank you, senior sister Yu. Thank you, young lord and senior brother Zhua. Get up and show the way. Gou Buyu snorted, though a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. He was eager to see just how formidable this black-robed man truly was. Feng Xuanting's expression turned grave as he spoke. Senior brother Zhua, the situation is urgent. Quickly go and find Hong Hao and Xie. Gou Buyu nodded in agreement. The air is thoughtful. If this black-robed man truly possesses the cultivation of the Bao Dan realm, we may not be able to contend with him even if we exhaust all our resources without those two assisting us. Yu Fenghe furrowed her delicate brows, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. Noticing this, Feng Xinting said gently, Senior sister Yu, do not worry. We will investigate first. If a peaceful resolution is possible, that would naturally be best. If you choose to fight, I will not participate, Yu Fenghe said firmly. He just spared my life, and I owe him this debt of gratitude. A shadow crossed Feng Xuanting's eyes, but he said no more. The group quickly moved forward, led by the disciples of the Tianbao Sect, with Feng and Yu following closely behind. 7 or 8 miles away, a massive, golden, resplendent formation stood on the ground, its surface shimmering with countless golden runes that trapped several pale-faced cultivators within. Outside the formation, Jang Fang stood coldly, holding a military shovel. The formidable defense of the Heavenly Shield formation had exceeded his expectations. Despite several powerful strikes, the barrier remained unscathed. While continued attacks might eventually break it, the energy cost would be far too high. Sir, Jiang Feng, one of the trapped cultivators, spoke with forced calm, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. If I have offended you in some way, I am willing to offer my sincerest apologies to resolve any misunderstanding. I want to kill you because you deserve it. Chen Fan replied coldly. If you have the ability, stay hidden in there forever. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, 3 figures arrived swiftly. A Tianbao Sect disciple pointed urgently at Chen Fan. Senior sister Yu. That's the man who wants to kill our young sect master. Feng Xinting gently pushed the disciple aside and stepped forward with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Feng Xinting, heir of the Qingzhou prefecture. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The heir of Qingzhou prefecture, an identity that indeed carried significant weight, far more than that of someone like Teng Feiyang, the young city lord. But so what? The person he intended to kill would not be spared by anyone. Are you here to save him? Chen Fan asked coldly. Feng Xinting smiled. Jiang Feng is the young sect master of the Tianbao Sect. If you truly kill him, you might invite great trouble. Why not set aside your grievances for now and explore the opportunities in the earthly abyss together? Wouldn't that be better? If I dared to kill, I'm not afraid of trouble, Chen Fan replied indifferently. I advise you not to create unnecessary problems for yourself. This is the earthly abyss, not your Qingzhou prefecture. Feng Xuanting's eyes turned sharp. Could it be that you are also a trial participant? Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Ridiculous. Do you think any of you trial participants could possess my level of strength? A spark of joy flickered in Feng Xuanting's eyes. Could it be that you are a native of the earthly abyss? That's none of your concern. Don't ask further, Chen Fan said icily. Your status as the heir means nothing here. As for the Tianbao Sect, I will kill them. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will share their fate. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he vanished into the void. Feng Xinting called out urgently, wait, I still have something to say. Only Chen Fan's cold voice echoed from the void. Kill Jiang Feng, and then we can talk. Inside the Heavenly Shield formation, Jiang Feng's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in rage. That bastard dares to use my life as a bargaining chip. Feng Xuanting's brows furrowed deeply, a glint of frost in his eyes. No matter how reckless he was, he couldn't possibly kill Jiang Feng. Young sect master Jiang, what exactly is the grudge between you and this man? Why is he so determined to take your life? Jiang Feng gave a bitter smile. Heir, I genuinely have no idea what I've done to offend him. Among the trial participants this time, Is there anyone who might hold a grudge against you? Feng Xining pressed further. Jang Feng's face showed an awkward expression. Yes, there are some. But they could never possess such terrifying power. Feng Xuanting's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice steady as he said, then please, let the young sect master list out the names of those enemies one by one. That person just lied. He is actually among us. Why is the air so certain? Yu Fenghe asked in surprise. A confident smile played at the corners of Feng Xuanting's mouth. Because he talks too much. True survivors of the Earth Abyss, even those who made it through the last era, have endured a century of isolation here. Imagine how could someone who has faced 100 years of loneliness be so talkative? More importantly, the black robe he wears is still pristine. If I'm not mistaken, his identity must be hidden among Jiang Feng's list of enemies. Yu Fenghe thought to herself. If we can identify someone who has a grudge against both Jiang Feng and Luo Qianjun, that person must undoubtedly be the one in the black robe. Your wisdom is truly unparalleled, my lord, Jiang Feng said with delight. Fine, I'll write down the names right away. But could we first dispel the formation? The light is quite blinding. The formation should remain intact, it's safer this way, Jiang Feng added with a light cough. Feng Xuanting's lips twitched slightly, not expecting Jiang Feng to be so cautious about his own life. But on second thought, who could truly remain calm when faced with the threat of death? Just as Feng Xianting was wondering why Gou Buyu had yet to arrive, a deafening rumble, like rolling thunder, suddenly echoed from afar. My lord, run! Hong Hao's terrified shout came from the distance. Feng Xianting and Yu Fenghi's faces turned pale, their pupils contracting sharply. Hundreds of meters away, a massive beast was approaching them step by step. The colossal creature stood over 20 zhang tall, its entire body covered in skin that was cracked and dry like a parched field. An undying demon body, and so enormous. Feng Xuanting's face instantly turned ashen. Run! Yu Fenghe hissed, her figure flashing as she darted away. A monstrous beast of this magnitude was far beyond the capabilities of Spirit Lake realm cultivators like them. Young sect master, what should we do? Amidst the ruins, the disciples of Tianbao Sect stared in terror at the monstrous beast towering before them like a small mountain. With every step it took, the beast crushed the debris beneath its massive weight. Hiding within the Tian shield formation, the disciples were pale with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. Jiang Feng's face was ashen, and his voice trembled as he said, what else can we do? Run. Even powerful figures like Feng Xianting and Yu Fenghe had turned and fled upon seeing this creature. How could he dare to stay? If the Tian shield formation was broken by this beast, he would lose even his last line of defense. He quickly retrieved the formation disk, causing the golden light to dissipate instantly. Several figures fled in panic. Strangely, the monstrous beast moved with an air of leisure, as if it were casually strolling. Occasionally, it would sweep aside protruding ruins, flattening them with ease. Even when people fled right in front of it, it showed no interest in pursuing them. One reckless individual, thinking the beast was harmless, dared to approach it for a closer look. The result? Before he could even make out the beast's features, a massive paw came down, crushing him into a bloody pulp and embedding him into the dirt. After that, no one dared to test their luck. All the trial participants scattered in panic. The most shocking sight was the radiant beams of voidly something to be avoided at all costs passing by the beast without harm. Instead, the beast casually scooped up the white light and devoured it. Chun Fan was left dumbfounded. This beast could actually consume the remnants of divine palaces. What kind of creature was this? Unfortunately, the mysterious voice in his mind had fallen silent, or it might have provided some answers. After observing for a while, Chun Fan noticed that as long as no one provoked the beast, it appeared disinclined to attack. When Jiang Feng put away the Tian shield formation and fled, the beast did not pursue. Chasing after Jiang Feng now would undoubtedly be unwise after all. The man still had his trump card and would be on high alert. Letting him live in fear for a few more days might be a more satisfying punishment. Chen Fan turned and headed toward the spot where Changlu was waiting, only to find her unconscious within a protective barrier. Something was off, her injuries had been stable when he left. Frowning, Chun Fan dispelled the barrier's energy. Suddenly, Chang Li's unconscious form snapped awake, her blood-red eyes glaring. 10 half-meter-long blood claws erupted from her fingertips, aiming straight for his throat. Oomph! Chun Fan let out a cold snort, unleashing the powerful spiritual energy of his mid-core formation stage. Chang Li's body was sent flying, crashing into one of the 3 remaining columns of a dilapidated pavilion. With the support gone, the pavilion collapsed entirely, its tiles and beams burying her beneath the rubble. Though this strike would cause Changlu some harm, Chen Fan was unwilling to take any chances. The blood claws had been swift and ruthless. Had he not reacted in time, he might have fallen victim to them. Get up. Your consciousness isn't so easily subdued, Chen Fan said calmly. From the rubble came a rumbling sound as Changlu emerged, her face marked with blood, but twisted into a cold smile. Human, this is my child. I won't harm her. I suggest you stop meddling. The child you're referring toys at the foreign blood entity within her veins? Qin Fan asked. You know quite a bit. Since you know about the foreign blood entity, you should also know that I am not someone you can afford to provoke. Is that so? I'm curious to see how much strength your true form has left. Human, you're courting death. Qin Fan approached Changlu. All I know is, if your consciousness doesn't dissipate soon, her injuries will become uncontrollable. You've waited so long for her to enter the Earth's spirit abyss. Surely you wouldn't want her to end up as a corpse? A flicker of emotion passed through Chang Li's eyes before she scoffed. If you're so insistent on interfering, then bring her to me. With that, her body went limp, as though her soul had departed. Qin Fan fed her a few medicinal pills and used his spiritual energy to mend her fractured ribs. Even though Changlu, in her controlled state, had tried to defend herself, the earlier attack had left her severely injured. It hurts. What happened to me? Changlu groaned in pain, her brows furrowing as she regained consciousness. Just now, your consciousness was overtaken by the heart demon power of a blood fiend. You attacked me, and I had no choice but to hurt you, Qin Fan explained. What? I attacked you? Wait, what blood fiend? What heart demon power? Changlu asked in shock, having no memory of the incident. Qin Fan elaborated. The foreign blood entity within your veins is actually a parasitic force separated from a blood fiend of the 6th realm. The truth is, a 6th realm blood fiend is trying to take over your body to escape the Earth's spirit abyss. 6th realm? Isn't that equivalent to a human nascent soul cultivator? Chang Li's face turned pale. A 6th realm blood fiend coveting her body, how could she possibly escape? If it really takes over my body, what will happen to me? Changlu asked, her voice trembling. Isn't it obvious? There would be no more you in this world, just a blood fiend controlling your body. Your consciousness would be completely erased, Qin Fan replied. Why? Why is my life so miserable? Changlu suddenly burst into tears. I've never done anything bad since I was born. I've always tried to do good deeds. I thought I was a good person. Why don't I get any good karma? Qin Fan looked at her and smiled. Don't worry. I'll help you. Really? But that's a 6th realm blood fiend. How can you help me? Changlu asked, her tearful eyes filled with hope. She wanted to survive, but didn't want to drag down the masked man who had already saved her. It's nothing more than a former 6th realm fiend. Its current strength is likely far weaker. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to use heart demon manipulation to control you. Masked brother, why are you willing to help me? Changlu asked, moved. Masked brother? Qin Fan was momentarily stunned before chuckling. Maybe because you're foolish, or maybe because I am. What? I'm not foolish. And you don't seem foolish either, masked brother. Changlu pouted in frustration. Qin Fan smiled. Looking at Changlu now, he no longer felt that sickening aversion. Half an hour of rest allowed Chang Li's injuries to recover significantly. Qin Fan rose slowly, his black robe swaying gently in the breeze. Let's go. It's time to confront the blood demon. This is a trial you can't avoid, he said, his voice calm and steady, resonating through the mask. A flicker of fear crossed Chang Li's eyes, but she quickly regained her resolve. She knew this might be her last chance at survival. Masked brother, are you sure about this? It's going to be very dangerous. No one else here can help you but me, Qin Fan replied, his tone indifferent. Chang Li's eyes reddened, and suddenly, she mustered her courage. Masked brother, I promise you, if I make it back alive, no matter how you look, I will marry you. Marry me? Qin Fan's expression stiffened. You sure have some wild ideas. There's no need for that. I'm helping you simply because you remind me of someone I once knew. Unaware that the man in the black robe was the same Chen brother who had once dismissed her, Chang Lu was stunned by his words. Was there really someone who looked just like her? Do you know where the location is? Qin Fan redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. Chang Lu quickly retrieved a map from her Xin Kong ring and pointed to a red mark on it. Although the map was crudely drawn, Qin Fan immediately recognized that it bore a striking resemblance to the layout of the Earth Abyss. My father drew this for me, afraid I might get lost, Chang Lu explained. Then why didn't your father arrange for some senior brothers to help you? He did, but I couldn't let them take the risk with me. On the day the trial began, I disguised myself and left alone. I thought if I survived, great. If not, at least no one else would be implicated. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. But I never expected to meet someone as kind as you, masked brother. Qin Fan's lips twitched. Kind? Did he just get a good person card? He was helping Chang Lu purely because of her warm-hearted, innocent, and kind nature. Without further ado, Qin Fan wrapped his arm around Chang Li's slender waist. Startled, she let out a small cry as the two of them soared into the sky, heading toward the red-marked location on the map. In the distance, rumbling sounds and flashes of light drew the curiosity of other trial participants. As they moved closer to the central area, the appearance of decayed corpses and undead demon corpses became increasingly frequent. Swish, swish, swish. Tian Fan maneuvered skillfully, evading the beams of light and the ambushes of the decayed corpses. Changla clung to him, her face pale with fear. With one final leap, Tian Fan landed steadily on the ground. Before them lay a massive circular pit, precisely the spot marked on the map. This is it. Changla pointed to the pit. My father said that years ago, he and my mother were drawn into this pit by a mysterious force, and then I was born. Chun Fan extended his spiritual sense, probing the depths of the pit. Ah, so you finally arrived. Come, child. Return to your mother's embrace. A sinister laugh echoed from the bottom of the pit. The blood demon, realizing it could no longer hide from the spiritual sense of a core formation cultivator, decided to reveal itself. Through his spiritual sense, Tian Fan saw that the pit's bottom was riddled with blood-red threads, nearly invisible to the naked eye. The blood demon's true form was hidden 100 meters below. Chang Lu, in a daze, began to step forward. Chun Fan swiftly formed a hand seal, drawing a sigil with his fingers. The sigil entered Chang Li's forehead soul stabilizing seal. You humans even know soul sealing techniques? The blood demon roared in fury. With the soul stabilizing seal protecting her, the blood demon's voice of temptation could no longer sway Chang Lu. She snapped back to her senses and staggered backward, her face pale. I know many things, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. For instance, I also know how to use the heaven-scorching talisman. Before the blood demon could react, Chen Fan's hands moved swiftly, his fingers weaving intricate patterns. Spiritual energy condensed into a fiery red talisman, the size of a palm. Human, dare you? The blood demon bellowed in rage. Go, Chen Fan commanded. The talisman expanded as it descended, eventually engulfing the entire pit bottom. With a deafening explosion, crimson flames erupted, incinerating the blood-red threads below. 100 meters down, a grotesque mass resembling a spider recoiled, withdrawing its blood-infused tendrils. Its form was horrifying, a human-like head atop a bulbous body, covered in writhing, blood-red appendages. Human, I will kill you, the blood demon screeched, its face contorted with rage. The power it had painstakingly infiltrated the seal with had been utterly destroyed. If you want to kill me, you'll have to come out first, Chen Fan said, his tone still calm. The blood demon's furious expression froze. It couldn't leave the pit. How about we make a deal? Chen Fan proposed. You help solve her problem, and I'll release you. After that, whether you can kill me will depend on your abilities, masked brother. You can't let her out, Changlu exclaimed urgently. She's at the 6th realm. If she escapes, she'll slaughter everyone here. The 6th realm blood demon that's been trapped for years is far from her peak strength. I can handle her. Foolish and arrogant human, the blood demon sneered. Even in my weakened state, killing a mere core formation cultivator like you is child's play. After a moment's thought, it added, fine, but do you even have the ability to break the seal? The seal below is like a giant net, Chun Fan analyzed. Whoever set it up didn't intend to trap you specifically. You just happened to be caught in it. Am I right? How do you know that? The blood demon asked, surprised. That's not your concern. What matters is that I can release you. Very well. Release me first, and once I'm free, I'll save your girl before killing you. The blood demon let out a chilling laugh. This is impossible, Chun Fan said coldly, his gaze piercing into the depths below, his tone unwavering. If you want to get out, you must first solve her problem. Heh! The blood fiend chuckled darkly, its laughter dripping with malice. My true body is trapped here. Even if I wanted to help her, I couldn't. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Chun Fan's lips. Do you think I know nothing about the abilities of a blood fiend? If you sever that blood soul link yourself, the power of the blood infant within her will naturally integrate into her bloodline. You do know quite a lot. The blood fiend's voice turned icy, sharp as a blade. But expecting me to sever the blood soul link without letting me out? Foolishness. It seems you're not as desperate to escape as you claim, Chen Fan said calmly. In that case, I'll have to find another way to save her. Another way? Who other than me could save her? You, with your mere foundation establishment level, the blood fiend sneered mockingly. Chun Fan let out a low snort. As an ancient blood fiend, have you never heard of the blood refinement technique? The blood fiend's voice suddenly grew alarmed. The blood refinement technique is a secret art of my clan. How could a human like you know of it? Even if you do, you can't possibly practice it. You're right, I can't. But she can, Chun Fan replied, turning to Chang Lu. I hadn't wanted her to practice this technique, but since you refuse to cooperate, I have no other choice. Chang Lu looked at him nervously. Brother Mask, is this blood refinement technique some kind of demon art? Chun Fan's expression softened as he met her gaze. Do you trust me? Of course. Changlu answered without a moment's hesitation. In the depths of this abyss of spiritual essence, who else would waste their time helping her without true intention? Chun Fan nodded and said, transforming into a half-demon is your final choice. Since it's willing to sever the blood-soul connection, you don't need to practice the blood refinement art anymore. He turned to look at the deep pit, his eyes sharp and his voice icy. Stop wasting time. Sever it yourself. They'll keep my promise and let you out. After all, I'd like to see the strength of a 6-stage blood demon for myself. The blood demon in the pit was filled with rage upon hearing this. You insolent human brat. You think you're so arrogant, huh? Wait until I get out. I'll drain every drop of your blood. Hurry up. Chun Fan urged impatiently. The blood demon's face turned grim as it closed its eyes and began severing its connection to the blood soul within Changlu. In an instant, both Changlu and the blood demon spat out fresh blood. For the blood demon, severing the blood soul meant breaking the symbiotic bond of the blood infant with Changlu, causing its significant backlash. Meanwhile, Changlu expelled a mouthful of dark, tainted blood, and afterward, she felt much lighter. Masked brother, am I all right now? Changlu asked excitedly. Chun Fan grabbed her wrist, sending his spiritual sense into her bloodstream. After a moment, he smiled faintly. The blood soul is indeed gone. You're fine now. Changlu was overwhelmed with emotion. She knew that this seemingly simple rescue would have been impossible without the help of her masked brother. Without him, she would have long since lost control and thrown herself into the pit, left at the mercy of the blood demon. The lives of the weak often depended on the whims of the strong. Brat, it's time for you to keep your word. The blood demon roared furiously. Changlu's expression changed drastically. Clenching her teeth, she said, masked brother, you can't let it out. If breaking the promise is necessary, let me take the blame. Little girl, you're courting death. The blood demon raged from below, like a crazed beast trapped in a cage. Dozens of blood-red tendrils furiously struck the barrier above. Chun Fan, however, chuckled and said, one should keep their promises. Besides, if I don't let it out, how will I kill it? The demon infant of a 6-stage blood demon is an essential ingredient for refining the blood god pill. Since I've come across it, I might as well take it. Ha ha ha. The blood demon laughed in fury. What a bold brat. You, a mere core formation cultivator, dare to dream of taking my demon infant? You've got guts. Fine, let me out, and we'll see if you have what it takes. It had already made up its mind once it was free. It would immediately drain this arrogant human brat dry. Changlu, step back, Chun Fan said, tilting his head slightly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Though filled with worry, Changlu obediently took a few steps back. Meanwhile, the blood fiend grew visibly excited, eager to see if this human boy truly had the ability to release it. In a swift motion, Chun Fan leaped directly into the bottom of the circular pit. This sudden move made Chang Li's heart leap into her throat. Don't worry, killing it is as easy as turning my hand. Chun Fan's voice transmitted to her mind, offering a sliver of reassurance. She couldn't help but wonder, what is this masked man's cultivation level? Isn't he supposed to be only in the core formation realm? Since when could someone at that level easily slay a 6th realm demon beast? Though the logic eluded her, she chose to trust him. Upon landing at the bottom of the pit, Chun Fan's hands began forming seals at an incredible speed. This unexpected action left the blood fiend baffled. Boy, what are you doing? The blood fiend asked darkly. Why does it look like you're forming a new restriction? It had initially hoped Chun Fan would break the existing seal, but now it seemed he was reinforcing it instead. Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand, Chun Fan replied calmly. The restriction net left by those before me isn't something I, or even a powerhouse at the divine mansion or heaven-reaching realm, could easily break. To release you, they'll have to take a different approach. A different approach? What do you mean? The blood fiend asked suspiciously. It was well aware of the events from long ago when a single furious strike from that individual had nearly obliterated the entire Earth Spirit sect, sealing countless celestial, demonic, and monstrous beings beneath an overwhelming network of restrictions. Its survival was nothing short of a miracle. Even after all these years, the remnants of those restrictions were not something a core formation cultivator could hope to shatter. As Chun Fan continued forming seals, he explained, they'll use a technique derived from the same type of restriction to create a temporary opening above. Once the opening is formed, you'll have to come out immediately. It will only last for 3 breaths. You know how to use methods derived from that person's restrictions? The blood fiend asked in astonishment. There are countless techniques in the world, passed down through the ages. If one has studied enough, there's little they can't understand, Chun Fan replied evenly. The blood fiend's face twitched as it thought to itself, I'm just a blood fiend. What do I need to study for? As long as I can suck blood, I'm good. While Chun Fan might not have been a scholar himself, He had a unique advantagia treasure within him that served as a repository of knowledge. Whenever he encountered something unfamiliar, he only needed to ask, and countless experts would eagerly provide answers. For those knowledgeable beings, displaying their expertise to their island master was a rare opportunity they wouldn't let slip by. The restriction in this underground layer was indeed a sophisticated technique. One of the island residents, Ku Jujian, referred to it as the heaven-suppressing palm seal. This was not merely a palm technique. It combined a powerful restriction capable of sealing entire domains. One palm to suppress the heavens and annihilate all. The duration of the seal depended on the cultivation level of the practitioner who cast it. Ku Jujian boasted that he, too, could perform this palm seal. At his full power, it could suppress all life for at least 100,000 years. After his exaggerated claims, he eagerly offered to teach Chen Fan, promising to do so for free. While Chen Fan was intrigued by the heaven-suppressing palm seal, he had no time to learn it at the moment. He only asked how to create a temporary opening before withdrawing his consciousness. As Chen Fan's hand seals reached their climax, a white orb of light finally condensed at his fingertips. When I tell you to come out, you must act immediately. Hesitate, and the opening will close. It won't be my problem, Chen Fan warned in a low voice. Without waiting for the Blood Fiend to respond, he pressed the white orb into the ground. Open! With a loud shout, the white orb sank into the restriction below. It expanded with tremendous force, carving out a circular opening within the restrictive layer. The Blood Fiend was so overjoyed it nearly wept. This boy had actually managed to create an opening in the restriction. At last, it had a chance to see the light of day again. Come out! Chen Fan shouted. The Blood Fiend's heart pounded wildly. Not daring to waste a moment, it surged upward, breaking through the soil. With a thunderous crash, its blood-red head emerged from the ground. Overcome with elation, it gazed at the dim light above. Though not particularly bright, it was far better than the endless darkness of the underground. Crack! Suddenly, the Blood Fiend felt a tightness around its neck, as if something had clamped down on it. Human boy, what's going on? Why did the opening disappear? The Blood Fiend cried out in panic. Chen Fan, standing to the side, smiled innocently. Sorry about that. I'm just a core formation cultivator. The opening only lasted for a very short time. Chen Fan had been brimming with confidence, believing he could hold out for 3 breaths of time. Yet, to his dismay, he barely lasted a single breath before faltering. This unexpected outcome left him reflecting on his own arrogance. The Blood Demon, on the other hand, was seething with rage. It had always known this human to be overconfident, but it hadn't anticipated how that very arrogance would backfire, leaving it in an even worse predicament. Although its head had managed to break free, its body was now firmly wedged within the restrictive barrier, making its situation far more dire than before. Suppressing its fury, the Blood Demon softened its tone and said, "No matter. Rest for a moment. Once you've recovered, you just need to reopen a gap in this barrier at my position using the same method." "Oh, how polite you are now," Chen Fan sneered, gripping his military shovel as he strode toward the Blood Demon. "What are you doing?" the Blood Demon exclaimed, its crimson eyes widening in alarm. "Didn't you say you'd keep your word? Are you really going to break your promise and disgrace yourself?" In response, there was only the sound of relentless blows. Chen Fan's shovel, imbued with potent spiritual energy, struck the Blood Demon's head repeatedly over a dozen fierce hits. To his astonishment, even such a violent assault failed to shatter the demon's skull. "You wretched human! I'll kill you!" the Blood Demon roared in fury, struggling with all its might. The surrounding earth and stones trembled under its efforts, but the barrier's strength far surpassed its expectations, leaving it utterly trapped. "Looks like I'll need to use some real power to finish you off," Chen Fan remarked coolly. "Huh. You, a mere cultivator at the core condensation stage," the Blood Demon scoffed. "Even if I'm trapped here, you can't possibly kill me." As a practitioner of blood energy cultivation, the Blood Demon's kind possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Barring a fatal blow, it could heal in an instant, explaining why the earlier strikes had failed to deal lasting damage. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Fan smirked. "I'm not your average core condensation cultivator." With that, he stowed away the shovel and raised his right hand. In an instant, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, condensing into a violet sword shadow in his palm. The sword appeared almost tangible, emanating an otherworldly purple glow. The overwhelming sword and tint it carried made the Blood Demon's pupils contract violently. What is this sword technique? Who is this human boy?" For the first time, true fear flickered across the Blood Demon's face. Feeling the annihilating aura emanating from the purple sword shadow, the Blood Demon finally sensed the threat of its demise. Its voice trembled as it pleaded, "Human, I am willing to submit to you. With my help, you will gain much more in the Earth Abyss." Why must we battle to the death? Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Aside from some fragmented martial techniques and cultivation legacies, what else in this ruin is worth my attention? In the era of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, the Earth Spirit Sect was one of the most powerful sects, the Blood Demon exclaimed urgently. Even though it was destroyed, the remnants it left behind are still of immense value to you. Hidden within the spatial rings on the remains underground are countless treasures. If you let me return, I will fetch them for you immediately to prove my loyalty. Spatial rings are indeed tempting, Chun Fan replied with a faint smile, but what I really want is your blood infant. Please, show mercy for all the years I've endured. The blood demon's voice choked with emotion, its eyes brimming with tears. If not for noticing it secretly amassing its blood demon power, Chun Fan might have softened. Divine punishment sword, Chun Fan shouted coldly, and the violet sword light slashed straight for the blood demon's head. Then I'll fight to the end. The blood demon's expression twisted as it unleashed a torrent of blood-red demonic energy. Boom! The sword light struck with overwhelming force, splitting the blood demon's head in two as a horrifying surge of blood-red energy erupted from the gash. At the same time, the demonic energy struck Chun Fan squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. Masked brother. Above, Chong Li's face turned pale as she leapt down without hesitation, rushing toward Chun Fan. Chun Fan crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was inwardly astonished at hadn't expected the blood demon, trapped within the restrictive barrier, to still muster such a formidable surge of demonic energy. The demonic infant and the celestial infant formed by human martial cultivators are, at their core, fundamentally the same. Both are the result of merging the cultivator's power with the essence of their soul and blood. Within a demonic infant lies the pure demonic essence and spirit energy accumulated over a demon cultivator's lifetime. If refined skillfully, it could greatly enhance a martial cultivator's power. It was precisely because of this opportunity that Chen Fan dared to take the risk of slaying the blood demon. Now, as the blood infant charged at him, his gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he unleashed the thunderclap palm. Boom! The spiritual energy waves from the palm strike reverberated throughout the 5 elements array, causing its walls to tremble violently. The blood infant was struck heeding, crashing hard against the array's barrier. After years of imprisonment, its vitality had already been severely depleted. Coupled with the destruction of its demon body, the blood infant's strength was now less than 40% of its peak. Chun Fan had calculated this precisely, which gave him the confidence to challenge a 6th realm blood demon with his core formation cultivation. Had the blood demon been at its full strength, he would have fled far away without hesitation. Damn it! This human's attacks are too fierce. The blood infant's eyes flashed with unwillingness. If this continues, I'm doomed today. But how could Chun Fan give it a chance to recover? After the successful palm strike, he immediately launched a flurry of punches. The force of his fists roared like shooting stars, relentlessly bombarding the blood infant. It cursed and dodged, but under the constraints of the 5 elements array, it could not escape the onslaught. Bang! 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 Each punch landed solidly on the blood infant, causing its demonic essence to dissipate rapidly. Before long, it fell heavily to the ground, glaring at Chun Fan with eyes full of resentment. Chun Fan approached, dispersing its soul consciousness with a single palm strike. He then used a spirit sealing mark to lock away the remaining demonic essence within the blood infant and stored it in his Xian Kong ring. To him, this blood infant was merely a material for alchemy. After collecting the blood infant, a satisfied smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. This trip had been worthwhile after all. Once he refined it into the blood god pill, his cultivation would rise at least 1 minor realm. He raised a hand toward the spot where the 5 elements formation disc had been concealed, made a grasping motion, and the formation's light and shadows instantly dissipated. The disc fell into his palm. Miss Changlu, hey, erase your formation disc, he said. Masked brother, just keep the 5 elements formation disc, Changla said, her cheeks flushed. The disc was made from extraordinary materials. Though it didn't reach the level of an immortal-grade artifact, it was a peak spiritual-grade item. The 5-element formation engraved on it was of the 5th rank, making it even more valuable than Jiang Feng's Sky Shield formation disc. This is far too valuable, Chun Fan replied, politely declining. It's not that valuable. My father made it himself, Changla murmured, lowering her head shyly. Your father is an elder of the 5-element sect, isn't he? An elder shouldn't be capable of crafting a formation disc of this caliber, right? Chun Fan asked, his tone calm but probing. He had long suspected that Changla's identity wasn't simple, though he had refrained from bringing it up. Changla froze for a moment, her surprise evident. Did I tell you that my father is an elder of the 5-element sect? Yes, you mentioned it faintly when you were half-conscious, Chun Fan replied, clearing his throat to cover his slight awkwardness. Actually, Changlu took a deep breath, as if mustering her courage. My father isn't just an elder. He's the sect master of the Five Elements sect. And my real name isn't Chong Lu, it's Chong Lele. Before her words had fully settled, she reached up and untied the silk ribbon holding her hair, letting her long, jet-black locks cascade down like a waterfall. Her fair hand brushed across her face, removing the soft leather mask. Beneath it was a flawless, delicate visage. Even in her male disguise, Chong Lele had been striking. Now, revealing her true appearance, she left Chen Fan completely stunned. Four disciples of the Blade Sect, including Guan Xian, lunged at Yang Pong and Fong Tu like ferocious predators. Just as they were about to strike, a cold gleam tore through the air. A short spade sliced through the throats of three men with lightning speed. Blood spurted out, splattering onto Yang Pong and Fong Tuesday. Their pupils contracted sharply, their bodies frozen like statues as they witnessed the sudden and violent scene. The only survivor, Guan Xian, staggered backward in terror, shouting with false bravado, "The Blade Sect is handling matters here. Outsiders, stay out of this, or you'll face the consequences." Before he could finish, the short spade shot through the air again, severing his left leg cleanly at the root. The spade, crafted by Chen Fan himself, was as sharp as a spiritual-grade blade. Guan Xian collapsed to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Chen Fan descended with Chong Lele. Junior sister. Yang Pong and Fong Tu called out in relief and excitement. They had been fearing for Chong Lele's safety, and seeing her unharmed, their worries finally eased. Noticing Fong Tu's severed arm, Chong Lele's eyes filled with tears. Fong Tu, however, forced a smile and said, "Junior sister, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. It's just an army still have one left, don't I?" While Yang Pong was also overjoyed to see Chong Lele safe, his attention was mostly fixed on Chen Fan. Chong Lele quickly explained, "He's my brother." Seeing their confusion, she added, "My sworn brother." Only then did the two men understand. Chen Fan said coldly, "Tend to their wounds first. I'll ask this man why they've been targeting members of the Five Elements sect." Approaching Guan Xian, who was trembling uncontrollably, Chen Fan demanded answers. Guan Xian stammered, "Black-robed master, there's no need to force me, I'll tell you everything. Just spare my life." Chen Fan sneered, "The Blade Sect always acts so arrogant. Why are you so cowardly now?" Guan Xian, pale-faced, replied, "Arrogance depends on who we're dealing with. Here in the Earth Abyss, who would dare act arrogantly in front of you? Even though you've severed my leg, I wouldn't dare harbor any resentment." Through interrogation, Chen Fan learned that the Blade Sect had been capturing disciples of the Five Elements sect to lure him out. Just then, Guan Xian suddenly hurled a thunderfire bomb. Yang Peng barely managed to shout a warning before Chen Fan acted. With a wave of his hand, a gust of force sent both the bomb and Guan Xian flying. 100 meters away, the bomb exploded with a deafening roar, sending flames and smoke billowing into the sky. Yang Peng quickly urged, "That commotion will definitely draw Gou Buyu and his men. We need to leave now." Chen Fan instructed them to take Chong Lele and go ahead while he stayed behind to rescue other Five Elements sect disciples. Although reluctant to part, Chong Lele understood her limited strength and could only caution him, "Brother, people can be more dangerous than beasts. Please be extra careful." Sure enough, as soon as Chong Lele and the others left, over 100 figures began closing in. Leading the group were Gou Buyu, Feng Xinting, and 6 other top experts. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, Gou Buchan's face darkened. "You are quite ruthless, killing disciples of the Blade Sect. Don't you fear our elders seeking retribution once you leave here? Or are you confident we don't know who you are?" Chen Fan chuckled mockingly. "And what if you do know my identity? Killing you wouldn't even make me flinch." With that, a sharp sword-like energy shot from his fingers, aimed directly at Gou Buyu. Gou Buyu was utterly shocked, his face drained of color. He hadn't expected the black-robed man to be so ruthless, attacking without hesitation at the slightest disagreement. Reacting swiftly, he channeled his secret technique and roared, 9 layers of mountain shadows shield. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, forming 9 dark cyan mountain shadow barriers before him. This was the strongest defensive technique of the Blade Sect. Yet, in the face of an overwhelming power gap, even the strongest defense was meaningless. Chen Fan's sword energy carried the supreme intent of the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword. Forget Gou Buyu, who was only at the mid-stage of the spirit lake realm. Even a cultivator at the early core formation stage would struggle to survive such an attack. With a deafening explosion, the 9 layers of mountain shadows shield shattered instantly. At the critical moment, a dazzling purple light erupted from Gou Buchan's body, enveloping him in a spiritual-grade purple armor. This was his final life-saving trump card. But with a sharp gift, the sword energy pierced through the purple armor effortlessly, driving straight through Gou Buyu's heart. His eyes widened, and for the first time, the fierce glint in them gave way to sheer terror. The most talented and arrogant disciple of the Blade Sect, who had dominated for years, was now about to meet his end in the earth abyss of fate he had never imagined. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could even cry out, Gou Buyu was already dead. Brother Zhua, Feng Xinting and the others finally shouted in alarm. Gou Buyu's lifeless body hit the ground with a heavy thud, his eyes still filled with unwillingness and fear. Hong Hao, Xie Sun, and the rest gasped audibly, retreating in panic. They had followed Gou Buyu and the young lord to provoke this black-robed killer, but now they were filled with regret. Yu Fengyi's face turned pale as she opened her mouth to explain, but no words came out. She could only stand silently, watching the scene unfold. Feng Xinting suppressed his fury and questioned angrily, "Sir, you've slain so many disciples of the Blade Sect. Brother Zhua only asked you a question: was there really a need to kill him?" Chen Fan's eyes turned icy as he raised his sword-like finger once more. Feng Xuanting's pupils contracted, his heart leaping into his throat. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Are you insane? Do you even know who I am?" If he thought there was any chance of escape, he would have fled long ago. Originally, he believed that no matter how gifted someone was, as long as they were born of this world and had not reached the pinnacle of cultivation, they would always have reservations. Yet the man before him seemed utterly unrestrained, as though nothing in the world could hold him back. Everyone present understood that those gathered here were the most elite talents, meticulously nurtured by their respective sects and clans. If a bloodbath were to ensue, it would surely spark chaos of unimaginable proportions. Without absolute power and unshakable backing, no one could bear the consequences of such actions. But if this man truly didn't care about the repercussions, weren't they all pushing themselves into a dead end? Release the disciples of the Five Elements sect. Feng Xinting finally lowered his head under the oppressive aura radiating from Chen Fan, though his voice carried a hint of reluctance. The men holding the Five Elements sect disciples hesitated briefly before letting them go. The freed disciples immediately ran toward Chen Fan. "Thank you, brother, for saving us." The disciples cupped their hands in gratitude. "Keep moving back. Yang Peng and the others are waiting for you further behind," Chen Fan said coldly. "Understood." The Five Elements sect disciples quickly retreated. Feng Xinting and the others felt a surge of tension. With their hostages gone, if the opponent decided to strike, they had lost their last bargaining chip. Yet under such circumstances, they dared not refuse. Chen Fan's gaze turned to Yu Fenghe, who trembled under his icy stare. Hastily, she explained, "The Shanhe sword sect has never intended to oppose you, brother. Nor were we involved in the Five Elements sect disciples' capture. Our presence here was merely to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control and to mediate. I know you may not believe me, but this is my sincere truth. You have 2 breaths time to take your Shanhe sword sect and leave," Chen Fan said indifferently. Yu Fengyi's heart skipped a beat. "Understood. Shanhe sword sect disciples, withdraw with me." Without hesitation, she turned and left. Feng Xuanting's expression darkened as he cursed Yu Fenghe under his breath, calling her a wretched woman. At this moment, Hong Hao and Xie Sun, abandoning any pretense of their noble status, prioritized their survival. Our Tianbao Sect and Lei Wu Sect also have no intention of opposing you, brother, they hurriedly declared. "Leave." Chen Fan spat the single word, his tone ice cold. Overjoyed, the two quickly led their men away. They had all witnessed firsthand how Gou Buyu, with all his efforts, couldn't withstand a casual strike from the man in the black robe. How could they dare entertain any thoughts of resistance? At this moment, they knew the only path to survival was to swallow their pride and flee. Outside the abyss of earthly spirits, the disciples of the 3 sects might have felt invincible, but within this peril-ridden space, facing a ruthless man in a black robe, all their confidence and reliance seemed utterly futile. Hong Hao and Xie Sun quietly led their people away, while the expression on Prince Feng Xuanting's face grew increasingly grim. Jang Fang's legs trembled as he tightly gripped the heavenly shield array disc, ready to activate it at any moment. Even the arrogant Linghu siblings, who usually feared no one, dared not meet Chen Fan's gaze. "Heh, my sister and I are just here to watch the fun." Linghu Guanshan forced a smile. "Leave." Chen Fan's cold eyes swept across them as he uttered a single word. A flicker of cold light flashed in Linghu Guanshan's eyes. As a member of the Linghu family, when had he ever been treated with such contempt? "Brother, this guy is terrifying. We should go." Linghu Tingyu, who was usually the most troublemaking, now sensed the heavy aura of danger. "Fine, let's go." Linghu Guanshan took a deep breath, grabbed his sister, and turned to leave. "Anyone else planning to leave?" Chen Fan asked indifferently. The crowd hesitated, torn between fleeing and the fear of being held accountable later by the prince. Feng Xinting understood the situation clearly. With Gou Buyu brutally killed, his plan to coerce the man in black had completely fallen apart. He had assumed that his status as a prince combined with the threat of the five elements sect disciples' lives, would force anyone to yield. But now he realized his naivety against a madman. Nothing mattered except strength. His princely status was nothing more than a joke. In that case, I, Feng, shall take my leave as well, Feng Xinting said with a cupped fist salute. Chen Fan gave a cold nod. Feng Xinting exhaled in relief and prepared to lead his men away, only to hear Chen Fan's icy voice. The disciples of the Blade Sect and the Heavenly Treasure Sectary not leaving. Panic spread among the disciples of the two sects as they turned to Feng Xinting for help. This is your grudge with the man in black. Settle it amongst yourselves. Feng Xinting gritted his teeth. The rest of you, follow me and leave at once. Heartless prince, my senior brother died for you, and this is how you repay us. A true spirit realm disciple of the Blade Sect roared in anger as he charged at Feng Xinting, his battle blade unleashing the shadow of a blood tiger. A glint of cold malice flashed in Feng Xinting's eyes as he struck out with a punch. His spirit lake realm power shattered the blood tiger with ease, sending the disciple flying to his death on the spot. It was Gou Buyu who deceived me. Anyone else who dares to distort the truth will face the consequences, Feng Xinting declared coldly. Despair overtook the disciples of the Blade Sect and the Heavenly Treasure Sect. They scattered in a frantic attempt to escape, but in the next moment, a black shadow streaked through the air like lightning. In the span of 3 breaths, all of them were dead except for Jang Fang, who cowered trembling within the heavenly shield array. The terrifying speed left Feng Xinting trembling in fear. He silently thanked his luck that Gou Buyu had died early on. If a fight had truly broken out, no matter how many people they had, they would have stood no chance against this core formation realm powerhouse. Only after walking a considerable distance did Feng Xinting finally let out a long breath. Your Highness, to avoid any chance of him changing his mind, we should head straight to the exit and wait for the trial to end, one of his pale-faced companions suggested. Although Feng Xinting felt humiliated, a glimmer of dark delight flashed in his eyes. He nodded slowly, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. As Brother Lu suggests, once we leave the earthly abyss, they'll see if he dares to remain so arrogant. Exactly. Outside the earthly abyss, hell be nothing. The others chimed in with sneering laughter, as if these harsh words could somehow restore their lost dignity. Hold it, Your Highness. A calm yet icy voice suddenly interrupted, causing Feng Xinting's pupils to contract as cold sweat drenched his back. The others trembled in fear, and a few with weaker nerves already had tears welling in their eyes. This is all your fault. We could have just slunk away quietly, but no, you had to spout nonsense. One person cursed under his breath in despair. Feng Xinting forced himself to suppress his fear, gritting his teeth. Don't panic. Let's see what he wants. With that, he turned to face the source of the voice. Chen Fan landed lightly, his demeanor calm and composed. Feng Xinting mustered a strained smile. Brother in black robes, could it be that you're here to propose an alliance to break Jiang Feng's heavenly shield array together? His gaze flicked toward Jiang Feng, who was huddled within the formation several hundred meters away, a mix of suspicion and apprehension in his heart. Chen Fan's expression remained indifferent. I have a few words I'd like to discuss with you alone. If the conversation goes well, exploring the earthly abyss together isn't out of the question. Feng Xinting's eyes lit up, his heart leaping with hope. What a surprising turn of events. He immediately responded with excitement. Of course, if brother is willing to cooperate, we can discuss anything. Then let's find a different place to talk, Chen Fan said with a faint smile before his figure blurred, darting swiftly toward the center of the chaotic spirit zone. Feng Xinting hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Fortune favors the bold. He wouldn't dare harm me. Turning to his subordinates, he instructed, wait for me here. If I don't return, deliver this list to my father after leaving. The one who kills me will surely be among them. With that, he handed a piece of paper to one of them, then set off in pursuit of Chen Fan, his movements swift and resolute. The two figures moved swiftly, one ahead of the other, vanishing 10 miles away in an instant. This area was temporarily devoid of other trial participants, which suited Chen Fan perfectly. With his back to Feng Xinting, a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. This heir of the Qingzhou prefecture had used the Five Elements sect as bait to coerce him into revealing himself. If it were anyone else, Chen Fan might not have cared. But this was no ordinary man. A high-ranking, powerful heir like Feng Xinting posed a significant threat if left unchecked. From the very beginning, Chen Fan never intended to let him leave alive. Initially, Chen Fan had planned to deal with Jiang Feng first. However, that man had hidden himself like a turtle within the heavenly shield formation. While breaking the formation wouldn't be too difficult for Chen Fan, expending too much spiritual energy in a dangerous place like the earthly abyss was unwise. His experience as a top-tier mercenary in his previous life had taught him one thing. Patience is key when hunting prey. Brother in the black robe, what do you wish to discuss? Feng Xinting stopped 10 meters behind Chen Fan, cupping his hands in a gesture of courtesy, though his tone carried a hint of wariness. Chen Fan turned around, his voice flat. Have you figured out who I am? A guess is just a guess. Since Brother Black Robe intends to cooperate, why not take off your mask and meet me openly? Chen Fan chuckled lightly and removed his mask. You wanted honesty, and I've given it to you. Now, tell me, how can you help me kill Zhang Feng? A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Xuaning's face. Why are you so determined to kill Zhang Feng? He's the young sect master of the Tianbao Sect. This could lead to... It seems you don't really know who I am, Chen Fan interrupted, his eyes narrowing slightly. Otherwise, you would understand the grudge between me and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng once compiled a list of his enemies. There were 6 names on it. 3 have already been eliminated, and the remaining 3 haven't been found. According to him, none of them bear any deep-seated hatred toward him. Oh, who are these 3? Chen Fan asked. Feng Xuanting's tone grew cautious. Is this the only thing you want to discuss, brother? Not just this. There's also... Before Chen Fan could finish his sentence, his spiritual consciousness surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing into Feng Xinting with overwhelming force. Boom. The air dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, as if burdened with an immense weight. He couldn't even catch his breath. And yet, Chen Fan had held back otherwise. With his mid-stage core formation spiritual power, he could have crushed every bone in Feng Xuanting's body. Spare me. Feng Xinting managed to choke out the words, cold sweat pouring down his face. Chen Fan remained unmoved, stepping closer. I warned you not to provoke me. Since you didn't listen, you'll have to become a trouble-free corpse. Boom. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan forcibly extracted Feng Xuanting's soul. As a high-profile figure, Feng Xuanting's every move was monitored. To ensure that the islander who would take over his body could act convincingly, Chen Fan needed them to understand the heir's identity thoroughly. Though the method was brutal, it was a necessary sacrifice for the safety of the islanders. Feng Wushuang. Chen Fan called out in a low voice, his spiritual presence resonating. In an instant, the shadow of a young man appeared outside the main altar. Island Master, Feng Wushuang is here. Your luck's not bad, you've come across someone who shares your surname. Go to the soul transfer altar. Haha, excellent. Wushuang's been waiting for this day for a long time. Feng Wushuang said excitedly, leaping onto the altar in a flash. Chen Fan flew forward, his sword radiating a deadly aura as he prepared to strike. Island Master, are you really in such a hurry? Feng Wushuang's face twitched. I don't have time to waste. Get to your peak state and take my sword. If one strike wasn't enough, he'd continue. If one strike succeeded, the soul transfer would be completed seamlessly. Feng Wushuang immediately shifted into full defensive mode upon hearing the words. Whirling blade shadow formation, he roared, and in an instant, dozens of blade shadows, forged from concentrated spiritual energy, shot out into the air, swirling around him like a fierce tornado. Each blade shimmered with a chilling light, leaving silver streaks in its wake. This formation was not only a formidable defense, but also carried a devastating power to shred anything within its range when unleashed upon an enemy. The violent blade energy wreaked havoc in the surrounding space, seemingly tearing even the void itself. Such a masterful blade formation made Chen Fan's eyes light up in admiration. This blade formation is incredible. You'll have to teach it to me later, he said with a hint of appreciation. Haha, for the island master to take interest in it is the greatest honor for the Wushuang blade technique of the Feng family. Feng Wushuang laughed heartily. Chen Fan smiled faintly, silently acknowledging the islander's enthusiasm and generosity. His words were casual, with no hint of coercion. Divine punishment, sword of the heavens. Chen Fan suddenly shouted, unleashing his most powerful strike. The violet shadow spirit sword descended with unparalleled might, its sword energy cascading like a violet celestial river, slamming down toward Feng Wushuang's whirling blade shadow formation. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the skies of Sin Immortal Island, and the terrifying shockwaves rippled outward, shaking the void for miles. The whirling blade shadow formation spun frantically, its blade lights weaving tightly as it fought desperately against the overwhelming sword energy. Yet, it held for only 3 breaths before shattering under the devastating power of the divine punishment sword of the heavens. As the formation collapsed, Feng Wushuang's pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body was obliterated by the sword's strike. Half a cup of tea's time later, Feng Xinting slowly sat up from the ground, his eyes still filled with fear. Island Master, the power of that sword. It's terrifying. A sword move derived from the celestial overarching grand evolution technique is truly unmatched. He paused for a moment, then spoke with excitement. Island Master, might I make an unreasonable request? Chen Fan responded with a calm smile. You're hoping that after you teach me the Wushuang blade technique, I could use the celestial overarching grand evolution technique to refine and enhance it for you, aren't you? Feng Zuanting's face flushed instantly, and he quickly replied, the island master is not only peerlessly powerful but also incredibly wise. I know this request is a bit much, but I've always been curious to see how far the Wushuang blade technique could be improved when refined through the celestial overarching grand evolution technique. As long as you handle things well, your request isn't unreasonable, Qin Fan replied with a smile. For now, focus on absorbing this cluster of soul energy. Though I know you follow the righteous path, you must gain access to this person's memories. Feng Xianting grinned. What righteous path or demonic path? From now on, my path is wherever the island master leads. After finishing his flattery, Feng Wushuang immediately activated his spiritual power to begin devouring Feng Xuanting's soul energy. Souls, at their core, are a form of energy and have been consumable since ancient times. While orthodox martial practitioners view the act of consuming another's soul as defying the natural order and akin to demonic sorcery, the truth is that many secretly engage in such practices. As Feng Wushuang worked on absorbing and refining, Qin Fan focused on transferring Feng Wushuang's spiritual essence into Feng Xuanting's body. Time ticked by, and it took a full 2 hours before Qin Fan completed the transfer. The process was particularly lengthy, partly due to the increasing cultivation levels of the islanders being transferred and partly because Qin Fan himself was only at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. If he had reached the nascent soul stage, transferring spiritual energy of a late core formation realm cultivator would have taken no more than a short moment. From this moment on, Wushuang, you are Feng Xianting, Qin Fan said with a smile. You'll need to temporarily forget your own identity and fully immerse yourself in this role. Later, you'll also need to cooperate with me in a grand performance. Rest assured, Island Master, Feng Wushuang grinned. From now on, I am none other than Feng Xianting, the heir of Qingzhou Prefecture. Good. Qin Fan laughed in satisfaction as he stood. It's been quite some time. We should head back and ease the worries of those Qingzhou family followers. Brother in black, Feng shall take his leave first. Feng Xianting clasped his hands in a salute, squinting slightly. Seeing how quickly Feng Wushuang had embraced his role, Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. Here's to a successful partnership. Haha, it will surely be a pleasure. Feng departs now. Feng Xianting laughed heartily, leaping into the distance. Meanwhile, over 10 miles away, the young members of Qingzhou's noble families were anxiously pacing. Although the heir had given them instructions before leaving, they knew that if he truly met with misfortune, their own fates would be grim, even if they managed to return alive. After all, Feng Xianting was the most favored son of the prefect. Why are you all wearing such long faces? Do you think this heir has perished? A teasing voice rang out as a figure descended from the sky. The group's eyes reddened with emotion, and they shouted excitedly, the heir has returned. The heir is back. Haha, didn't I say the heir was blessed by fortune? Of course. Our heir is no ordinary person. That man in black may dare to kill Gou Buyu, but he wouldn't dare touch a single hair on the heir. The crowd erupted in a flurry of compliments. Landing gracefully, Feng Xianting smiled and said, all right, enough flattery. We have important matters to attend to. Sutsong, hand me that list. A man named Sutsong quickly presented the document with both hands. Feng Xianting took it and said, I've come to an agreement with Brother in Black. As long as we assist him in eliminating Jang Fang, he will escort us deeper into the area to seek greater opportunities. Sutsong exclaimed in shock. Heir, are you really planning to help him kill Jang Fang? If word of this reaches the Tianbao Sect, I'll be a serious problem. This is a matter between Brother in Black and the Tianbao Sect. What does it have to do with us? Feng Xianting scoffed. Even if Brother in Black tries to implicate us later, who do you think the Tianbao Sect would believe, him or me, the heir of Qingzhou Prefecture? The other's eyes glimmered with excitement. Heir, we'll follow you all the way. That's right. With the heir, we're bound for great fortune. Jiang Feng is as good as dead. Why not use this opportunity to secure our own gains? If we can venture deeper into the chaotic spirit zone, even a single treasure would greatly enhance our family's foundation. This is a deal worth making. Feng Xianting sneered inwardly, thinking, as expected, they're all opportunists. Outwardly, he said, since everyone agrees, let's head out and find that rat in hiding. Remember, don't reveal your intentions. All we need to do is cooperate with Brother in Black and prevent Jiang Feng from activating his formation disk. There's no need to act personally. Understood. The group responded eagerly. Let's move. Feng Xianting commanded coldly, taking to the skies with the others in tow, spreading out to search for Jiang Feng's whereabouts. Jiang Feng had watched Qin Fan leave over an hour ago, and since then, he had been hiding like a frightened bird, trembling in fear. After ensuring that the mysterious figure in the black robe would not return to take his life, he swiftly packed up the array disk and dashed toward the outskirts of the earthly abyss. At this moment, only one thought consumed his mind. As soon as the trial ended, he had to flee back to the Tianbao Sect. Once he returned to the sect, he would gather powerful allies to avenge the humiliation he suffered today. Meanwhile, both Feng Xining and Chen Fan were searching for Jiang Feng's whereabouts. Since parting ways with Feng Xining, Chen Fan had given up on looking for Chang Lele. The members of the Five Elements sect had already gathered in one place, and their fate was their own. Fiancee had no interest in playing bodyguard for others. Strange. Chen Fan frowned. Could Jiang Feng have fled toward the exit? The young master of Tianbao Sect, such a coward? With nearly 5 days remaining until the end of the trial, would he really hide in a safe zone and waste half the time? After pondering briefly, Chen Fan decided to double back and resume the search. With his speed, he could scour every ravine in a single day. In one of the secluded ravines on the outskirts of the chaotic spirit zone, Su Wenjun, Luo Qingyuan, and Tang Feiyang had somehow formed a temporary alliance. While others flocked to the chaotic spirit zone, the three chose to excavate spiritual materials in this quiet corner. Without any competitors to contend with, they had reaped a bountiful harvest, their faces brimming with satisfaction. Suddenly, a figure streaked past like lightning, followed by a sweeping arc of sword light with terrifying power. The sword energy spanned over 30 meters, enveloping the trio's position entirely. Ambush. Watch out. Luo Qingyuan's expression changed drastically. With no time to execute a proper sword technique, she hastily launched a palm strike imbued with spiritual force to defend herself. Su Wenjun's face turned icy, her spiritual sword trembling as 4 sharp sword beams burst forth in an instant. Boom, boom. The palm strike and sword beams collided with the incoming sword arc, generating deafening explosions as their attacks canceled each other out. Running into 3 people, and 2 of them are in the true spirit realm? Jiang Feng's face darkened. He had intended to silence witnesses, but he had underestimated his opponents. Tang Feiyang recognized the attacker, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Isn't this the young master of Tianbao Sect? You even know who I am? Then you deserve to die. Zhang Feng said coldly. When Luo Qingyuan and Su Wenjun learned that the attacker was none other than the young master of Tianbao Sect, their expressions changed drastically. Young Master Jiang, we have no grievances with you. Why would you resort to such ruthless actions? Su Wenjun demanded angrily, her voice trembling with fury. A flash of hostility crossed Luo Qingyuan's eyes as well. Even if he was the young master of Tianbao Sect, it was no excuse to take lives without reason. Zhang Feng's lips curled into a cold smirk. Simply because you crossed paths with me, your fate is sealed, he replied, his eyes glinting with malice. On another day, I might have enjoyed toying with 2 beauties like you. But unfortunately for you, today is not your lucky day. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Jiang Feng leapt into the air with the grace of a soaring dragon, his sword aimed directly at Tang Feiyang's heart. Young city master move? Su Wenjun cried out in alarm, her face pale. Yet Tang Feiyang stood motionless, as if resigned to meet the blade Hedon. Luo Qingyuan, who possessed a higher cultivation level, sensed something unusual. A peculiar energy field had formed around Tang Feiyang. As the sword's tip came within 2 inches of his chest, a mystical rune suddenly radiated from his body. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted in shock. His seemingly unstoppable strike was abruptly halted, the blade frozen as if ensnared by an invisible force, unable to advance or retreat. What sorcery is this? Jiang Feng roared in fury, his left palm already striking toward Tang Feiyang's face. Tang Feiyang sneered disdainfully, raising his own right palm to meet the attack. The moment their palms collided, an overwhelming force erupted from Tang Feiyang's hand, shattering Jiang Feng's attack and surging directly into his left arm. Boom! Accompanied by a gut-wrenching scream, Jiang Feng's entire left arm exploded, sending him hurtling backward. His sword flew from his grasp, only to be effortlessly caught by Tang Feiyang. Su Wenjun and Luo Qingyuan were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. In their memory, Tang Feiyang's cultivation was merely at the midstage of the true spirit realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, who had reached the pinnacle of the true spirit realm and possessed a rare 4th-grade spiritual vein, was considered far superior in combat strength. Yet everything they had just witnessed completely overturned their understanding. We can't let him escape. If he gets away, I'll spell disaster for us and our families. Luo Qingyuan shouted, preparing to give chase. But the heavily wounded Jiang Feng was already on high alert. The moment he hit the ground, he propelled himself into retreat. Before Luo Qingyuan could take a step, Tang Feiyang stopped her. I'll handle this. I was the one who injured him. This has nothing to do with you two. Take care of yourselves, this place is full of danger. With that, Tang Feiyang's figure vanished in pursuit. He knew he couldn't kill Jiang Feng. That life was reserved for the island master. Still, He hadn't expected that what was supposed to be a leisurely trip to gather spiritual materials with two beauties would lead to an encounter with such an unwelcome guest, forcing him to reveal his strength. Miss Luo, based on the power the young city master just displayed, what level do you think he's at? Su Wenjun asked softly after Tung Fiang's silhouette disappeared. Luo Qingyuan took a deep breath. At least mid-stage spirit lake realm. Otherwise, there's no way he could have deflected that sword so easily, let alone shattered Jang Fang's arm. I never imagined he was hiding such strength, Su Wenjun said with a wry smile. With his cultivation level, if he made it public, he could easily rank within the top 40 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Top 40? Without a doubt, Luo Qingyuan agreed with a resolute nod. Originally, it was thought that Xinjun and Gou Buyu from the Gou family would be the brightest talents in Hupa City. Yet, fate had other plans. Xinjun became consumed by a violent temperament, unable to achieve greatness, while Gou Buyu's spiritual veins were destroyed, rendering her talent useless. Instead, the usually reserved and humble young city lord revealed extraordinary potential, becoming regarded as the most promising prodigy in Hupa City, with the highest likelihood of breaking through to the Bao Dan realm. Miss Luo, your talent is impressive as well, Su Wenjun said with a gentle smile. With just a bit more effort, you could break into the Linghu realm. Entering the Linghu realm before 30 is a rare feat, marking one as a truly exceptional talent. Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Miss Su, are you implying that I'm approaching 30? At 29, the pressure was indeed mounting for her. If she failed to break through soon, she might miss the chance to step into the Linghu realm before 30, a critical milestone for cultivation prodigies. Miss Luo, no need to be so sensitive, Su Wenjun explained with a bitter smile. Luo Qingyuan pressed her lips together, sighing inwardly. She had never cared about her age before, but somehow, this topic had become a thorn in her heart. Let's head over and take a look, Luo Qingyuan said coldly, her tone abruptly shifting. That Jang Fang must die. A glint of frost flashed in her eyes. If we let him leave alive, the Tianbao Sect may hesitate to act against the city lord's manor due to its connections with the imperial court. But crushing the Luo and Su families? That would be as easy as turning a hand. Only by making Jang Fang a dead man can the shaky Luo family avoid total annihilation. Several miles away, Jang Fang was fleeing in desperation. His face was pale, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth and the wound on his severed arm. Despite swallowing 7 or 8 top-grade healing pills in succession, his injuries remained uncontrollable. Blood tears even began to seep from the corners of his eyes. Father, mother, Finger wants to go home. Finger wants to go home. This man, usually arrogant and domineering, finally revealed his vulnerable side in the face of death. His vision blurred, and in the haze, he seemed to see a figure standing ahead. Chun Fan? That wretched Gou Buyu's fiancé? Jiang Feng's bloodshot eyes turned ferocious. Ha ha ha, what a twist of fate. I didn't expect this. Heaven still favors me after all, letting me drag someone down with me before I die. The distance between the two closed rapidly. Jiang Feng's face was filled with murderous intent, but to his astonishment, he found that Chun Fan faced his charge without a trace of fear. Chin Fan, you're clearly tired of living. How dare you show yourself in front of me, the young master of the sect? Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Jiang Feng sneered maliciously. Chun Fan's expression was icy, devoid of even a hint of mockery. With a sudden burst of power, his figure flickered like a phantom, appearing directly in front of Jiang Feng. Smack! A resounding slap landed forcefully on Jiang Feng's face, the sheer strength of it sending him flying into a nearby mountainside with a heavy crash. Arg! Jiang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. You dare hit me? No, how can you be this fast? Lying on the ground, Jiang Feng's arrogance instantly turned to terror. This speed was far beyond what a qi refining cultivator could achieve. When Feng Xianting had asked him to compile a list of suspects, Jiang Feng hadn't even considered Chen Fan, dismissing him as a worthless qi refining cultivator at the peak stage. But now, a horrifying realization dawned upon him. Chen Fan stepped forward coldly, looking down at him from above. Even now, you still haven't figured out who's been hunting you all this time? You're the one in the black robe? Jiang Feng's bloodshot eyes widened in horror. From the moment you harmed Buyu, your fate was sealed. Today is the day you die. Chen Fan raised his hand, pressing it toward Jiang Feng's head. No, don't kill me. Chen Fan, I was wrong. Please, give me a chance. I'll make it up to you and Gou Buyu. My father will personally help restore her spiritual veins. The Tianbao Sect will offer you a fortune in compensation. Jiang Feng cried out desperately. Chen Fan finally allowed a cold smile to surface. No need. Destroying the Tianbao Sect will be far more satisfying. Terrifying spiritual energy gathered in Chun Fan's palm, roaring like thunder in Jiang Feng's ears. Trembling, Jiang Feng fumbled to retrieve a golden formation disc, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't activate its spiritual energy from that slap had already shattered all the meridians in his body. You dare kill me? My father won't let you get away with this. Neither will the Qin family or the Gou family. Jiang Feng stammered, trembling. Your father should want to see you one last time, don't you think? Qin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes. My father would definitely want to see me one last time. Don't kill me yet. Take me to him, and I'll make sure you're properly compensated. Jiang Feng pleaded eagerly. Qin Fan withdrew the spiritual energy from his palm, the corners of his lips curving slightly upward. Just as Jiang Feng's face lit up with hope, Qin Fan unsheathed a long sword. Then I'll bring your head to him myself. Qin Fan you. Slash. With a swift strike, Jiang Feng's head was severed. Qin Fan swiftly sealed it with a spiritual binding mark and stored it in his spatial ring. Island Master, those two young women are catching up. Tang Feiyang's voice echoed in Qin Fan's mind. Although he hadn't met Qin Fan in person, he had already sensed his aura and knew Qin Fan intended to deal with Jiang Feng personally, so he had stopped a few hundred meters away. Is there anything unusual about Luo Qingyuan? Qin Fan asked indifferently. Nothing unusual so far. That woman seems cold on the outside but warm at Hirtan upright personality. It seems good. No abnormalities are best. Shall I send them away? Tang Feiyang chuckled. Jiang Feng is dead, and he'll be leaving soon. Look after those two for me, Qin Fan replied. Taking care of them is no problem, but I accidentally revealed my strength earlier. Will that cause any issues? Tang Feiyang asked cautiously. Qin Fan frowned. How much did you reveal? About the level of a peak spirit lake cultivator, Tang Feiyang confessed sheepishly. A cold glint flashed across Qin Fan's eyes, and a deadly intent surged within him. He calmly pondered, realizing that with Tang Feiyang's talent, it was impossible for someone his age to reach the peak of the Linghu realm. If this information were to spread, it would inevitably raise suspicions about Tang Feiyang's identity. A bold idea emerged in his mind, seizing the bodies of Luo Qingyuan and Su Wenjun. Only by fully converting them to his own use could he ensure that Tang Feiyang's secret remained absolutely safe. Noticing Qin Fan's silence, Tang Feiyang's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. This is my mistake. I understand what needs to be done to fix it. Though the thought of killing the two women stirred some reluctance in his heart after all, their personalities had impressed him during the past few days. She knew that for the sake of avoiding trouble for the island master, he had no choice but to steel himself. At that moment, the voices of Su Wenjun and Luo Qingyuan came from behind. Young city lord, why are you stopping here? Where's Jiang Feng? Is he dead? The two women had finally caught up to Tang Feiyang, only to find him standing alone, with no sign of Jiang Feng. Tang Feiyang narrowed his eyes, and a chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from him. Luo Qingyuan's heart pounded wildly as she quickly pulled Su Wenjun a few steps back, her voice trembling with fear. Young city lord, are you planning to kill us? Su Wenjun's face turned pale instantly, and she stammered, Miss Luo, what are you saying? The young city lord would never want to kill us. Yet, despite her denial, Luo Qingyuan's words made her notice something unsettling in Tang Feiyang's gaze, a peculiar intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. Just as Tang Feiyang was about to make up his mind to act, Qin Fan's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Forget it. Let them go. Just come up with some excuse to brush it off, and give them a warning. Make them swear to keep your secret. Whether they can uphold it or not will be a test of their character. Tang Feiyang exhaled in relief, but kept his gaze cold and fixed on the two women. I was just thinking. It seems I've accidentally revealed the true extent of my strength, which I've been carefully hiding all this time. Tell me, should I deal with you here and now? After all, I'm not yet ready for the world to know my real power. Tang Feiyang's question caused both women to feel a sudden chill in their hearts. In that moment, their worst fears were confirmed. Tang Feiyang indeed harbored the intent to kill them. Su Wenjun quickly spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of flattery. Young city lord, please rest assured. Miss Luo and I will keep your matters strictly confidential. Not a single word will ever leave our lips. That's right. Luo Qingyuan chimed in immediately. Besides, if it weren't for the young city lord earlier, we might already be dead at Jang Fang's hands. We're deeply grateful to you. Why would we ever betray you? Although Tang Feiyang had only revealed a fraction of his strength, it was enough to leave the two women utterly terrified. They knew full well that if he truly intended to kill them, they wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, their only option was to express their sincerity to the fullest, hoping to preserve their lives. Heh, well, they'll trust you then, Tang Feiyang said with a cheerful smile, his expression suddenly becoming warm and friendly. After all, we've had a rather pleasant time together these past few days. I've already considered you both friends. Just make sure you don't do anything to betray a friend. All right? The two women froze, thinking to themselves, how can the young city lord's mood change so quickly? Luo Qingyun spoke earnestly. Since the young city lord trusts us, we will never let you down. Haha, good. Tung Feiyang laughed heartily. So, shall we keep digging, or move forward a bit? Su Wenjun hesitated. But what about Jiang Feng? Don't worry, Jiang Feng is no longer in this world. Tung Feiyang replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, the two women let out a sigh of relief. But they also secretly warned themselves. They had to keep this secret at all costs. If the young city lord could kill the heir of the Tianbao Sect without hesitation, he would certainly have no qualms about turning on them. Half the time has passed. We should head to the chaotic spirit zone. Even if we don't gain much, it's worth seeing, Luo Qingyuan suggested. Agreed. Su Wenjun nodded. With the young city lord here, even if the chaotic spirit zone is dangerous, we'll be much safer. Tung Feiyang smiled. As long as you treat me as a friend, I will protect you both. The three of them then set off toward the chaotic spirit zone. After traveling a few hundred meters, Luo Qingyuan's eyes suddenly narrowed as she darted forward. She had discovered a headless, mutilated corpse. Judging by the clothing, it was none other than Jiang Feng. Young city lord, I used to think you were just a spoiled noble, but I never imagined you'd have the audacity to kill even the heir of the Tianbao Sect. Such boldness, I truly admire you. Su Wenjun remarked sincerely. It wasn't mere flattery. She genuinely meant it. After all, the Tianbao Sect was a colossal force that most families in Tiger Soul City wouldn't dare offend, let alone kill their heir. Tung Feiyang smiled faintly. It's not about boldness. If he wanted to kill us, were we supposed to just stand there and let him? Let's move on. He's just a worthless person, and it's fitting he rots here. Right? We should leave quickly before anyone finds out. It's best if we take a different path through the valley, Luo Qingyuan suggested seriously. Heh, then let's take another route, Tung Feiyang replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, in the chaotic spirit zone, Feng Xinting was still leading his men in a search for Jiang Feng. Where could that guy have gone? Feng Xinting muttered, his face dark with frustration. Young master, do you think he might already be dead? Someone speculated. Maybe he fled deeper into the area to escape pursuit and ended up killed by the dangers there. Feng Xinting raised an eyebrow. It's not impossible. Just then, a figure in a black robe descended from the sky. Feng Xuanting's eyes lit up. Brother Black Robe, you're here. Jiang Feng is dead. There's no need to search further, Chen Fan said calmly. Although you didn't contribute much to this matter, I will still fulfill my promise to you. Let's go deeper. With that, he took the lead and flew deeper into the zone. He thought to himself that ensuring Feng Wushuang's false identity as the heir was secure would require some benefits for these people, keeping their mouths firmly shut. In the following days, the group spent their time exploring and uncovering secrets. With Chen Fan, a masterful expert, among them, opportunities abounded. Those who had once feared the man in the black robe now treated him with gratitude, calling him Brother Black Robe with reverence. Before long, the trial was nearing its end, and the most critical opportunity arrived. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to stir. The spirit tide is finally coming. Ha ha ha, I've made it this far. With this spirit tide, they'll surely break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage and step into the true spirit realm. The crowd was ecstatic. The spirit tide was the highlight of the Earth Spirit Abyss trial. As if by an unspoken rule, on the second to last day of each trial, the entire Earth Spirit Abyss would erupt with a terrifying tide of spiritual energy. Pure, abundant spiritual energy would gush forth from the depths of the earth, free for the taking. The tide lasted for a full day, and how much one could absorb depended entirely on individual capability. Boom. The ground trembled violently as countless strands of spiritual energy, like threads of rain, seeped and surged up from the earth, enveloping everyone in a misty glow. Faced with such an opportunity, no one wasted time. They quickly sat cross-legged, circulating their cultivation techniques, and frantically absorbed the spiritual energy. Naturally, Chen Fan wasn't about to miss out. With a leap, he moved to an isolated area, activating the heaven-deriving great art. Instantly, the terrifying spirit tide swirled like a tsunami, pouring into his body at an astonishing rate. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of spiritual energy surged into Chen Fan's body, swiftly refined into spiritual power and infused into the spiritual form within the Tianhai Pearl. Although the day-long spiritual tide didn't allow him to break through to the next realm, it pushed his cultivation to the peak of the mid-stage Baodan realm. Having only recently entered this stage, progressing further was indeed challenging, but Chen Fan firmly believed that another day of such a spiritual tide would surely propel him into the late stage of the Baodan realm. Cheers erupted from all around. I broke through to the true spirit realm. I'm at the mid-stage of the true spirit realm now. In one corner of the earth abyss, Su Wenjun noticed a sudden surge in Luo Qingyuan's aura and asked excitedly, Miss Luo, did you break through? Luo Qingyuan's face lit up with joy as she nodded. Yes, my Danshan's spiritual energy has transformed into a lake. I finally reached the Linghu realm before turning 30. Congratulations. Congratulations. Heh, and congratulations to you for reaching the midstage of the true spirit realm, Luo Qingyuan replied with a smile. At your rate, you'll probably reach the Linghu realm far younger than I did. Su Wenjun's face twitched. Of course. I'm only 21 this year. You're that young? You don't look it. Miss Luo. Haha, just teasing you. Look at you getting all worked up. Luo Qingyuan, in her good spirits, rarely made jokes, but today she couldn't resist. Elsewhere, Linghu Guanshan's face glowed with delight. Sister, I've broken through to the Linghu realm. Hee, that's amazing, brother. I've reached the late stage of the true spirit realm too. Haha, well done, Tingyu. You're incredible. As the spiritual tide subsided, everyone began their journey back. For most, this would be their last trial here. Someone asked, hey, where's the guy in the black robe? Stop asking questions. We're about to leave. The black-robed guy must have taken off his mask and blended into the crowd. He could be anyone around us. Impossible. I've seen everyone near us before. So those we barely encountered in the Earth Abyss might actually be the black-robed guy in disguise. Even if I knew who he was, I wouldn't say a word. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have had the chance to refine the remnants of 3 Undying Corpses, collect 7 top-tier spiritual weapons, and even obtain an immortal-grade cultivation technique. Exactly. The black-robed guy may be ruthless, but once you collaborate with him, he's absolutely reliable. He even saved me once from an undying corpse. Unknowingly, the fear people once held toward the black-robed figure had transformed into admiration and reverence. At this moment, Chun Fan had seamlessly blended into the crowd, his aura suppressed perfectly, appearing no different from an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. After his trials in the Earth's spirit abyss, such disguises had become second nature to him. Near the 8 shimmering light gates, the surviving trial participants were quietly waiting for their return journey. Compared to the number of people who had entered the abyss, the group was now noticeably smaller. As waves of spiritual energy rippled through the air and a flash of white light illuminated the gates, the portals finally solidified. We can leave now, someone eagerly exclaimed, stepping forward first. The other cultivators quickly followed suit, and Chun Fan blended in unobtrusively. Though he was unfamiliar to most of them, the unmistakable aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator dispelled any doubts. After all, who would suspect that the mysterious black-robed powerhouse would disguise himself as a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Sunlight poured down, warm yet dazzling. An elderly man with a white beard hovered in midair, smiling as he announced, "Congratulations to all of you for making it out of the Earth Spirit Abyss alive. The Qingzhou Prefecture has prepared a banquet in your honor. Please, follow me." For these trial participants, who had been surviving on dry rations in the abyss, this was undoubtedly welcome news. At that moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man dressed in black Shangguan Zhao approached Feng Xianting and whispered, "Your Highness, the prefecture lord is here. Why would my father suddenly come here?" Feng Xianting narrowed his eyes slightly. "I do not know, Your Highness. The prefecture lord only ordered me to summon you." "Very well, lead the way." Feng Wushuang, who now carried Feng Shuanting's memories, naturally recognized this trusted aide of Feng Wangqi, the prefecture lord of Qingzhou. Observing the exchange, Chun Fan silently hoped that Feng Xianting wouldn't give anything away. "Chun Fan," a delighted voice suddenly rang out. Turning around, Chun Fan saw Su Wenjun, Luo Qingyuan, and Teng Feiyang approaching. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "You're all still alive. That's wonderful." The 2 female cultivators looked at him with suspicion. Fully aware of the dangers of the trial, they couldn't help but wonder how Chun Fan had managed to survive. "How did you make it out alive?" Su Wenjun asked as she stepped closer. Chun Fan smiled casually. "I didn't venture too far. I stayed nearby, gathering first and second-grade spiritual materials. My goal was simple, using the power of the spiritual tide to establish my foundation." The 2 women released their spiritual senses to examine him and gasped in astonishment. "You really succeeded in establishing your foundation." As Chun Fan basked in their amazement, 2 enraged roars suddenly echoed from the sky. Who was the black-robed figure? "Show yourself right now." Everyone looked up to see an elderly man and a middle-aged man hovering in the air, their expressions seething with fury. It was Qin Fong of the Tianbao Sect and Elder Pang of the Hudao Sect. Both had just discovered that their sect's disciples had been completely wiped out, all falling victim to the black-robed figure. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Leaders from various sects and cities began searching frantically for their disciples. Even Bai Xuandao, who had been leading the group forward, furrowed his brows in concern who could possess the audacity and strength to annihilate the trial participants from 2 major sects. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd shifted uneasily, each person scrutinizing those around them in an attempt to identify the elusive black-robed figure. Yet, Unsurprisingly, no one stepped forward to claim responsibility for the killings. Qin Fang and Pang Yu bowed deeply to Bai Xuandao, their voices filled with grief and anger. Elder Bai, disciples of our two sects have suffered this great calamity. We implore Qingzhou Prefecture to uphold justice for us, uncover the black robe, and execute him publicly. Bai Xuandao's expression was grave as he shook his head slowly. You both should be well aware of the rules of the trial. Grievances within the Earth Spirit Abyss can only be resolved there. Qingzhou Prefecture ensures fairness for all. If you wish to avenge your sect disciples, you must first identify the black robe yourselves and seek retribution afterward. Today's celebration is for all surviving disciples of Qingzhou. No one is allowed to cause trouble, or Qingzhou Prefecture will not let it slide. Qin Fang and Pang Yu had long known this rule. Their words were merely a test. At the same time, they aimed to let the black robe know of the absolute determination of the Blade Sect and the Tianbao Sect to eliminate him. Pang Yu's gaze turned icy as he shouted toward the crowd, "Black robe, you little wretch, hear me well. Dare to kill a disciple of the Blade Sect, and you will pay with your life. If you have the guts to step forward and reveal yourself now, I will only kill you. But if I find out your identity later, not only will you die without a grave, but I, Pang Yu, will also exterminate your entire clan." Daring to kill the young sect master of the Tianbao Sect, how could wiping out his clan be enough to settle the debt? Qin Fang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I will flay 10 generations of his family alive if I must. Anyone with information on the black robe, share it with me, and if your information proves accurate, the Tianbao Sect will reward you with 200,000 spirit stones. The Blade Sect will also provide generous rewards. However, their threats and bounties elicited no response. Not a single transmitted message reached their ears. Bai Xuandao spoke calmly, "Gentlemen, you've said your piece. You may step back now. No matter who the black robe is, no one can touch him at this moment. That's the rule. If sects were allowed to settle scores here and now, this celebration would devolve into chaos." Qin Fang and Pang Yu's faces darkened. After a curt bow, they leapt away. Bai Xuandao continued to lead the way through the void, with the trial participants following below. Among the crowd, Su Wenjun and Luo Qingyuan looked pale, their hearts gripped with tension. While they had no idea who the black robe was, they knew very well who was responsible for Jang Fang's death. Su Wenjun felt a surge of relief. With the black robe taking the blame for the young city lord's death, the three of them were safe for now. Tung Feiyong crossed his arms, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. To him, the two boisterous figures above were nothing more than ants. Mere cultivators at the peak of the Spirit Lake Realma could crush them effortlessly with a single finger. Chun Fan's expression remained calm, like still water. Ever since he had slain Gou Buyu and Jiang Feng in the Earth Abyss, he had anticipated that the outside world would not remain peaceful. He had already devised strategies to deal with any situation, whether it was his identity being exposed or the attitude of Qingzhou Prefecture. Fortunately, the response from Qingzhou Prefecture had not disappointed him. The victory banquet was modest in scale, merely more lavish than the usual meals. In an elegantly decorated tent, Feng Xinting met his father, Feng Wangqi. "Your son greets you, father," Feng Xinting said respectfully, bowing. Feng Wangqi's expression was full of fatherly affection. How fruitful was this endeavor? "Quite rewarding," Feng Xinting replied with a slight smile. "Not only have I advanced a minor realm in cultivation, but I also acquired over 20 martial arts fragments, including 7 at the celestial grade. Additionally, I obtained 4 celestial grade cultivation techniques and 3 celestial grade weapons." Whoosh! Feng Wangqi abruptly stood up, his smile freezing as his eyes widened. 7 celestial grade martial arts, 4 celestial grade techniques, and 3 celestial grade weapons? Xinting, you're not deceiving your father, are you? His breathing became heavy. "Father, how could I dare lie to you? Once we return to the clan, I will organize these items and contribute them all to the family treasury." Ha ha ha. Feng Wangqi laughed heartily. Never in all the previous trials have such bountiful gains been achieved. My son truly lives up to his title as Qingzhou's foremost prodigy. Your fortune truly defies the heavens. After all, in previous trials, obtaining even 1 or 2 celestial grade items was already considered extraordinary. "Did you come here personally, father, just to inquire about my harvest?" "Not entirely," Feng Wangqi shook his head. "I mainly came to meet someone. However, I cannot go into detail about this matter, and you should not ask further." "I understand, father." Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in white entered the tent. "Have you seen him?" Feng Wangqi squinted and asked. The man in white nodded. Just as the rumors say, his talent is quite ordinary. However, he did manage to establish his foundation after returning from the Earth Abyss. Feng Wangqi smirked. "I didn't expect even you to be fooled by him." The man in white looked puzzled. Feng Wangqi chuckled faintly. "You believed what you saw, but I, even without seeing him in person, have always trusted that he's not some useless failure." Bring him to me when the banquet ends, Feng Wangqi continued. It's said that that person is about to emerge from seclusion and will likely return. While the bloodline here may not necessarily be acknowledged, with that person involved, the Chun family is bound to face changes. Moreover, Chun Chongqing of the Chun family has recently stepped into the core formation realm. This might be a sign of the Chun family's impending rise. A glint of insight flashed in the eyes of the man in white. The prefecture lord has great foresight. I, Song Chuan, am deeply impressed. Feng Wangqi gave a bitter smile. Foresight? Nonsense. If I had my way, I'd rather that person never set foot in Qingzhou Prefecture. I want no part in the affairs of such figures. But since we're already entangled, we must tread carefully. One misstep, and even the position of Prefecture Lord won't save my life. Song Chuan chuckled awkwardly. Then I'll keep an eye on things. As the banquet was nearing its conclusion, Chen Fan, preparing to return to the camp, heard an unfamiliar voice. Chun Fan, head east alone and silently. The Prefecture Lord wishes to see you. Chen Fan was not surprised. So, it was the Prefecture Lord's people who had been observing him. He had already noticed Song Chuan's 2 previous attempts to spy on him, but had pretended to remain unaware. You go on ahead. I'm going to take a walk to digest my food, Chen Fan said to Su Wenjun and Luo Qing'a. Su Wenjun rolled her eyes. You're the second young master of the Chun family, yet you eat so sloppily it's embarrassing to watch. He must have gone through a lot in the earth abyss, Luo Qingyuan said with a smile. Walking eastward for about 100 meters, Chen Fan saw Song Chuan emerge from behind a large tree. The two of them headed toward Feng Wangqi's tent. As soon as they entered, a powerful restrictive force enveloped the space. Chen Fan noted inwardly, core formation realm at its peak. Feng Wangqi studied Chen Fan without using his spiritual sense, as probing someone's essence in this way was considered highly disrespectful in martial circles. Do you know why I've summoned you? I'm afraid I don't, Chen Fan replied. It seems your grandfather hasn't told you anything. If you knew your background, you might have some idea. Chen Fan's heart stirred. Though his lineage wasn't exactly a secret, Feng Wangqi's words hinted that this matter might involve the clan behind his mother. Chen Fan cautiously asked, is there something unusual about my background? Feng Wangqi's lips curved into a faint smile. As for your background, it's better for your grandfather to tell you personally. Had you not come here, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to meet you. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a long redwood box engraved with golden runes appeared out of thin air. This box contains a millennia-old blood ginseng, which will greatly aid your cultivation. Master Feng, this gift is far too valuable. Chen Fan quickly declined. One should never refuse a gift from an elder, Feng Wangqi replied with a smile. Take it. Perhaps, one day, I might need your help in return. Seeing that Master Feng had insisted, Chen Fan no longer refused. He accepted the box with both hands and stored it in his spatial ring. How did the trial go? Feng Wangqi inquired. I managed to successfully establish my foundation, Chen Fan replied. Though late, a solid foundation is more stable. Hard work may lead to delayed success, but greatness can still be achieved. Cultivate diligently, and you may yet accomplish much. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude politely, though he remained wary of Feng Wangqi's true intentions. Sensing this, Feng Wangqi decided not to press further and dismissed him. After Chen Fan left, Song Chuan hurriedly entered the room. Master Feng, the black-robed man has been closely associating with the young prince. After killing disciples of the 2 sects, they've continued exploring the Earth's spirit abyss together. The 2 sects must be aware of this by now. Feng Wangqi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Have you identified the black-robed man's true identity? The young nobles don't know who he truly is. In that case, let them investigate. For now, Shinting and the black-robed man are merely exploring together. The 2 sects won't have grounds to act. The following day, various factions began their return journeys. Of the 10 participants from Tiger Soul City, 7 survived, achieving the highest survival rate. However, Yu Chengqi stood on the ship's bow, frowning deeply as he gazed into the distance. Suddenly, there was a knock on Chen Fan's cabin door. To his surprise, it was Linghu Tingyu. What took you so long to open the door? She asked with an annoyed glare. Do you need something? Chen Fan's tone was indifferent. Now that everyone knows who I am, you still dare speak to me like this? She retorted. Chen Fan sneered. Are you here for compliments? Then you've come to the wrong person. Linghu Tingyu laughed instead. I like your bad attitude. My master will come to pick us up soon, and I want to take you to visit my family. The Linghu family is a powerful clan in Qingzhou Prefecture. Stick with me, and opportunities will abound. How about this? 1 bottle of true spirit elixir in exchange for a month of your company. I have no interest in the deep waters of a powerful family, Chen Fan replied flatly. As he was about to shut the door, a cold voice interrupted him. It was Linghu Guanshan. Since you're so ungrateful, he'll just have to take you back by force, brother. If he doesn't want to, let it be. Linghu Tingyu tried to intervene. Linghu Guanshan affectionately patted his sister's head. No one gets to refuse my little sister, especially not him. Turning to Chan Fan, he said icily, you were lucky to return alive from the Earth Spirit Abyss, but luck doesn't last forever. Survival requires strength. Now, you have two choices. Come with us to the Linghu family, or die here on this flying ship. Brother, let it go. Linghu Tingyu grabbed Linghu Guanshan's arm, her tone pleading. Forcing him to return to the clan won't make him genuinely want to spend time with me. Linghu Guanshan flung his sister's hand away, his expression dark. This is now a matter of our Linghu family's honor. He has no choice but to pick one of the two options. Linghu Tingyi's face shifted slightly. She knew that once her brother got truly angry, even she couldn't persuade him, and the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. She turned to Chun Fan. Why don't you just agree? Life is long, but a month is short. Just then, another cabin door opened, and Luo Qingyuan stepped out. She spoke softly, Chen Fan, maybe you should agree for now. If it were any ordinary power, she would have stepped in to protect Chen Fan. But the Linghu family was not a force she could afford to offend, so she could only advise Chen Fan to temporarily back down. This is the flying vessel of the Tiger Soul City Lord's mansion, not your Linghu family's. Teng Feiyang pushed open the door and strode in coldly. I've tolerated you siblings again and again, but you've gone too far. He turned to Chen Fan, speaking earnestly, Chen Fan, if you don't want to go, no one can force you. Thank you, young city lord. Chen Fan smiled. Then he'll close the door. Teng Feiyang nodded, and Chun Fan shut the door without hesitation. Linghu Guanshan narrowed his eyes coldly and glanced at Teng Feiyang. Very well. Let's see if you can still protect him later. Sister, let's go to the bow. With that, he pulled Linghu Tingyu away. After the siblings left, Luo Qingyuan's face was filled with worry. Young city lord, the Linghu family is not to be trifled with. In martial arts, one cultivates both strength and spirit. How can one yield to coercion? Teng Feiyang replied calmly. No matter how formidable the Linghu family is, they can't act so arrogantly on the flying vessel of my city lord's mansion. Besides, I don't believe the Linghu family would dare provoke me. The young city lord? A flicker of admiration appeared in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. I never thought the young city lord would be so righteous. Actually, it's because of all of you. They say you're shaped by your surroundings, after all. Teng Feiyang smiled and turned to return to his cabin. At the bow, Yu Qingqi was feeling increasingly anxious. The poison pill was still in his stomach. Yet the young city lord had chosen to meddle in this mess. Did his life as a mere guest elder mean less than that of that useless Qin family member? Half an hour later, a figure darted up from below. It was the elderly woman Yu Qingqi had been eagerly awaiting. Master. The Linghu siblings bowed respectfully. Yu Qingqi also hurriedly greeted her with a bow. Senior, your two disciples have returned safely. Please, I beg you, remove the poison pill from my dantian. The elderly woman smiled faintly. Open your mouth. Yu Qingqi quickly complied. With a casual gesture, she drew out the poison pill, now encased in a spiritual orb, from his stomach and flung it downwards with a wave of her hand. Let's go, the elderly woman said to the Linghu siblings. Linghu Tingyu was about to pull her brother away when Linghu Guanshan grabbed her arm. Brother, she pleaded urgently. Linghu Guanshan remained unmoved. Master, I must kill someone. The elderly woman narrowed her eyes. Who? Yu Qingqi, sensing her gaze, quickly clarified. It's not this old man. Linghu Guanshan turned coldly toward the cabin. It's someone who dared to disrespect the Linghu family's authority. If not for the protection of the Tiger Soul City's young city lord, I would have killed him already. Now, with the city lord's mansion involved, I need master to back me up. The elderly woman glanced at Yu Qingqi. Go bring the person out. If I step onto this vessel, it might not survive. Yu Qingqi's face turned pale. Senior, the person the young master wants to kill is backed by a core formation expert. Even I dare not offend him. A core formation expert in Little Tiger Soul City? It's the Qin family's patriarch, Chun Changsheng. He recently broke through just before the trial. Otherwise, the Chun family wouldn't have secured their spot. The elderly woman's expression shifted dramatically. Does this Qin family you speak of have a son named Qinjin? Yes, but Qinjin has been dead for over a decade. The elderly woman fell silent for a moment. Let's go. This person cannot be killed. Why not? Linghu Guanshan's face darkened. He'll explain on the way. Now move. The elderly woman commanded coldly, turning to leave. Linghu Tingyu seized the opportunity to pull her brother along. Brother, let's go. If master says he can't be killed, there must be a good reason. Linghu Guanshan cast a resentful glare at Chen Fan's cabin before storming off with a snort. Watching the three figures leave, Yu Qingqi let out a long sigh of relief and increased the flying vessel's speed. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Why would the Linghu family, whose strength was nearly unmatched in Qingzhou Prefecture, fear the Qin family? Could there be some hidden secret about the Qin family? Inside the cabin, Luo Qingyuan and Su Wenjun finally relaxed, and even Teng Feiyang let out a breath of relief. Only Chen Fan remained unfazed as if nothing had happened. If the elderly woman had truly forced her way in, he wouldn't have hesitated to reveal his strength and eliminate the 3 members of the Linghu family. Although Linghu Tingyu bore him no ill will, all of this had been caused by her domineering family. If it came to that, he wouldn't show any mercy. At last, the flying vessel entered the territory of Tiger Soul City. Qin Fan, come out. We're almost there. Su Wenjun called from outside the door. Qin Fan opened the door to see the 2 women standing outside. He smiled faintly. We haven't been gone that long. Why are you so excited to be back? Maybe it wasn't long, but we faced life and death situations this time. Of course, I'm excited to be home safely, Su Wenjun said, rolling her eyes. You're so calm. It's almost inhuman. Fine. To seem more human, should I pretend to be excited? Hey, it looks like there's a fight going on above Tiger Soul City. Yu Chengqi suddenly shouted from the bow. One of them looks like the Chen family patriarch. Qin Fan, come check if it's your grandfather. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed. Grandfather is fighting someone? Go take a look. Su Wenjun and Luo Qingyuan hurried toward the bow, followed by everyone else rushing out of their cabins. A battle involving core formation experts was a rare sight. Moreover, if Chen Chongqing were to be killed, Qin Fan, the useless son of the Chen family, would lose his most powerful support and truly become a nobody. How could they miss such a spectacle? Qin Fan stood at the bow of the ship, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Though Tiger Soul City was still over 10 miles away, even with Yu Chenqi's Spirit Lake realm-level vision, all that could be seen were 2 blurry black figures flickering in the air. Guest Elder Yu, why not move closer for a better look? Suggested one of the guest disciples, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The flying ship has a protective shield. The aftermath of their battle won't harm us. Besides, we should consider Brother Qin Fan's feelings, and let him see things more clearly. No need. Just head straight to the City Lord's mansion, Qin Fan replied calmly. How can you be so indifferent? That's your grandfather out there. Aren't you even a little worried? Su Wenjun couldn't hold back her frustration. While she could sense the guest disciples' curiosity and eagerness to watch the spectacle, even she wanted to get closer to see what was happening. Qin Fan's lips curved into a slight smile. What's there to worry about? Whoever dares to offend the Qin family will meet certain death. As his words fell, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the distant battlefield. A towering sword shadow descended like a pillar of heaven, instantly shredding the opponent's forceful palm strike. The opponent was crushed under the sword's immense power and fell from the sky. It really is old Master Chen who won, someone exclaimed in awe. Yu Chengqi, stunned, remarked, the power of that sword strike is incredible. Could it be an immortal-grade martial technique? Qin Fan simply smiled without answering. The guest disciples, who had initially been eager to watch the drama unfold, were now silent, astonished by how swiftly the battle had concluded. Just as Yu Chengqi was about to steer the ship back, a figure flashed through the void. Qin Chongsheng, sword in hand, had arrived. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he took Qin Fan and returned directly to the Qin family estate. Upon their return, they saw De Huang pinning down a severely injured old man. Upon inquiry, they learned that the man was Lu Zhanqing, the second elder of the Tianbao Sect. Without hesitation, Qin Fan ordered his execution. As Lu Zhanqing begged for his life, De Huang bit down, severing his throat in one swift motion. Afterward, Qin Chongqing explained the situation to Qin Fan, who then revealed that Hong Yuandao and his men had already been dealt with by his secret allies. This revelation brought Qin Chongqing a sense of relief. It seemed his grandson had considerable influence beyond the Qin family. The news quickly spread throughout Tiger Soul City, shocking the various clans. Many believed the Qin family's actions were too reckless and feared they would provoke the Tianbao Sect into seeking their destruction. At the Su family residence, Su Wenjun was discussing the matter with her mentor, Jia Yuan. Jia Yuan, however, smiled and suggested that she consider marrying Qin Fan, praising him as someone destined for greatness. Su Wenjun blushed deeply, admitting that her heart already belonged to someone else, the mysterious man in the mask. Jia Yuan watched his disciple and sighed inwardly. The masked man you're so infatuated with is none other than Qin Fan himself. In the blink of an eye, half a month quietly passed. Qin Fan spent 10 days in seclusion within the Heaven Sea Pearl, using its abundant celestial energy to break through his bottleneck and advance to the latest stage of the core formation realm. In the remaining 5 days, he distributed the resources obtained from the Earth Abyss to key members of the Qin family and generously shared the martial techniques and cultivation methods he had acquired with the household guards. These guards, overjoyed by this opportunity, became even more steadfast in their loyalty to the Qin family. One day, a figure hurriedly approached the gates of the Qin residence in Tiger Soul City. Excuse me, Could you inform the second young master that Huang Su is here to see him? Huang Su called out anxiously at the gate. The two guards exchanged glances. Isn't this the steward from the Heavenly Treasure Sect? Without delay, one of the guards quickly entered the residence to report. Second young master, someone from the Heavenly Treasure Sect is here again. It's Steward Huang Su from last time. Bring him in immediately, Chen Fan said, raising an eyebrow. When Huang Su arrived, Chen Fan dismissed the guards and asked with a smile, "What brings you here? Is the Heavenly Treasure Sect planning something big?" "Island Master," Huang Su said urgently. Both Hong Yuandao and Lu Zhanqing disappeared without a trace, and the Grand Elder, Dai Songrong, suspects they've met with misfortune. To make matters worse, young sect master Jang Fang and his group perished in the earth abyss. The Heavenly Treasure Sect is furious. Unable to locate the one in black robes, they plan to use the Chun family as an example to assert their authority. Huang Su continued hurriedly, "Before I left, the Heavenly Treasure Sect had already begun mobilizing their forces. This time, they're sending 2 core formation cultivators Dai Songrong, who is at the mid-stage, and Sect Master Zhang Huan, who is at the late stage along with 16 Spirit Lake Realm martial practitioners." "Ha! With just that, they think they can destroy my Chen family?" Chun Fan smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes. "Island Master, Zhang Huan is in the latest stage of the core formation realm," Huang Su said hesitantly. "Do you think his latest stage core formation is stronger than mine?" "Island Master, have you already reached the late stage of the core formation realm?" Huang Su asked in shock. "Crushing him will be as easy as killing a dog," Chen Fan replied coldly. Island Master, wouldn't killing him be even easier than killing a dog?" chuckled De Huang, who stood nearby. During the recent trials, De Huang had successfully condensed his core, advancing to the 5th realm as a demon king. There are too many innocents in Tiger Soul City. The battle will take place outside the city. "Huang Su, De Huang, come with me to greet these fools heading to their deaths," Chen Fan said with a sneer. With Huang Su, a hidden core formation cultivator, and De Huang, the 3 of them were more than enough to annihilate Zhang Huan, Dai Songrong, and their group. "Heh, time to let loose again." De Huang licked his lips with his canine tongue, his eyes gleaming with excitement and bloodlust. As the 2 men and 1 dog left the city, Tong Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared, flying toward them. "Island Master." Right behind her, Jia Yuan and Luo Yuanzhou swiftly approached, bowing to Chen Fan. "No need for formalities. This is Huang Xiu as one of us," Chen Fan said with a faint smile. Although they might have crossed paths on Sin Immortal Island, everyone was now wearing different identities, making it hard to recognize one another without clarification. Chen Fan only summoned these 3 core formation cultivators. He did not call upon Ding Chuanxiu or Yu Ying. This group of 5 individuals and 1 dog was more than sufficient to storm the Heavenly Treasure Sect. Gathering such a formidable team was meant to send a clear message to Zhang Huan and his ilk. Their petty attempts at bullying were meaningless in front of Chen Fan. Under Huang Su's guidance, the group traveled swiftly for about an hour until Chen Fan's divine sense detected a massive warship approaching from the sky. "They're here," Chen Fan said, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk. In a flash, he leaped forward to confront the warship. The steward of the Heavenly Treasure Sect, who was at the helm, froze in shock, unable to even cry out before a terrifying palm strike crashed down onto the ship. Boom! The warship shuddered violently under the impact, its hull creaking and splintering as it began to fall. "Abandoned ship?" A thunderous roar came from within the ship's cabin, followed by a golden-robed figure bursting out, glaring angrily at Chen Fan. "Who are you? Why are you attacking the Heavenly Treasure Sect's warship?" If not for sensing the overwhelming power of that strike, Zhang Huan would have already attacked and torn this insolent youth to pieces. Chen Fan merely sneered, saying nothing. Zhang Huan's pupils suddenly constricted as he watched several shadowy figures dart out like specters, heading straight for the elders and disciples of Tianbao Sect who had just fled the ship. Each figure exuded the aura of a powerful martial artist in the core formation stage, and the sheer intensity of their presence sent shivers down Zhang Huan's spine, filling his heart with dread. "Stop!" Zhang Huan shouted urgently. "I am Zhang Huan, the sect master of Tianbao Sect. I implore you all to show mercy and talk this out." But Huang Su, Jia Yuan, and the others ignored his pleas, unleashing lethal attacks without hesitation. The battle erupted with brutal ferocity as the elders and elite disciples of Tianbao Sect were struck down one after another, their bodies falling from the skies like broken kites. Only the Grand Elder, Dai Songrong, managed to hold his ground, fighting valiantly against overwhelming odds, but even he was suppressed by Tong Xiaoxiao, unable to break free to aid his fellow sect members. "Why? What is the meaning of this? At least let us die knowing the reason," Zhang Huan roared, his voice trembling with anguish as his heart felt as though it were being ripped apart. The flames of hatred burned fiercely within him, yet he dared not act recklessly. For one, Chen Fan's earlier earth-shattering strike had left him deeply shaken, and for another, he clung to a faint hope that this was all some kind of terrible misunderstanding. Huang Su, so it's you, you treacherous scum! The Grand Elder bellowed in fury as he recognized Huang Su amidst the massacre. But Huang Su merely responded with a cold, mocking smile as he continued his slaughter. As Jiang Huan turned his gaze toward Huang Su, his face twisted with anger, Chun Fan casually tossed something in his direction. A round object flew through the air, heading straight for Jiang Huan. Mistaking it for a deadly weapon, Jiang Huan instinctively raised his palm and struck out with a powerful blast. Boom! The object shattered under his attack. But when Jiang Huan saw what it was, his blood ran cold. It was the severed head of his son, Jiang Feng, now reduced to a gory mess. I originally thought to let you see your son one last time, Chun Fan said with a raised brow, his tone laced with mockery. But it seems that's no longer possible. Then again, if it weren't for your useless son, Tianbao Sect wouldn't have met its doom. He truly has no face left to see you, his father. Jiang Huan's face turned ashen, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. That was my son's head? Jiang Feng's? And you the one in the black robe from the abyss of earthly spirits? He stammered, his voice filled with despair. Chun Fan's expression was cold and detached, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I am not just the black robe, I am Chun Fan of the Chun family. Now, you should understand why I must kill you. Jiang Huan's pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed in disbelief. You're Chun Fan? That's impossible. He was well aware of the rumors about Gou Buyu's so-called useless fiancé. It was this very man, unwilling to break off the engagement, who had indirectly caused a series of troubles. But never in his wildest imagination did he think that this rumored useless man would turn out to be such a terrifying prodigy, a monstrous talent younger than his own son, yet already possessing strength comparable to his latest stage Baodan realm cultivation. What was even more chilling was the fact that this young man was surrounded by 4 Baodan level martial cultivators and a fearsome 5-realm demon king. Such a lineup was far beyond what a minor family like the Chen clan from a small city could muster. Chun Fan's voice turned even colder. From the moment your Tianbao Sect crippled my fiancé's spiritual vein, your fate was sealed. The only reason I delayed was because I promised Buyu that we would destroy Tianbao Sect together. Since you've chosen to court death today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before his words had fully fallen, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind. The arm of the Grand Elder, Dai Tsongrong, had been severed by Jia Yuan's sword energy. Sect Master, run. Return to the sect and request the help of the Grand Elder to avenge us. Dai Tsongrong roared hoarsely, his voice filled with desperation. Though he fought with all his might, his eyes were already clouded with despair. In just a few breaths' time, the rest of the Tianbao Sect members had been wiped out, leaving only him and Jiang Huan struggling to hold on. Boom, 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 boom. 5 powerful strikes crashed against the Tianling array shield like thunder. The shield violently trembled on the 4th strike and shattered with a resounding explosion. Jiang Huan suffered a backlash, his body convulsing as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Outnumbering me, you bastards. You disgraced the title of core formation cultivator. His furious curse was abruptly cut off. A sharp claw strike slashed down fiercely from behind, splitting open his back along with his spine. Immediately afterward, a cold flash of light pierced the air. A sword tip shot forward and accurately punctured his throat. Jiang Huan's wide-open eyes were filled with unwillingness. He struggled to lift his hand, trying to land one final blow on Chun Fan's face, but his strength failed him. His arm fell limp, lifeless. Chun Fan, expressionless, removed the Shinkong ring from Jiang Huan's finger and withdrew his spirit sword, letting the corpse fall into the forest below. Clean up the battlefield. The spoils are free for all to collect, he said calmly. The crowd's eyes gleamed as they dove toward the spot where the corpse had landed. Despite being core formation cultivators, most of them excluding Luo Yuanjiu, who controlled the Luo family's well-lacked stable sources of resources, dividing the spoils was their most critical means of income. After slaying Jiang Huan and Dai Tsongrong, Chun Fan felt no particular excitement. Instead, he gazed into the distance, his thoughts wandering. I wonder where my Buyu is now. Once you hear the news of Tianbao Sect's destruction, you should come back to find me, right? What master could possibly compare to your husband? With me as your strongest partner, why bother seeking guidance elsewhere? He let out a helpless chuckle and sighed softly. Moments later, Tong Xiaoxiao and the others returned, beaming with satisfaction. Island Master, we've collected all the rings. What about the bodies? Just leave them there? Tong Xiaoxiao asked with a grin. Leave them, Chun Fan replied indifferently. Huang Su, lead the way. We're heading to Tianbao Sect. 800 miles east of Qingzhou Prefecture stands a remarkable peak known as Xianhu Mountain, towering at a height of 13,000 zhang. Its unique shape broad at the base, narrowing as it ascends, with a horizontal path cutting through the middle resembles a colossal gourd, from which it derives its name. This mountain serves as the stronghold of the Tianbao Sect. Led by Huang Su, the group of 5 people and 1 dog flew through the skies for half a day before finally arriving at the mountain's base. Island Master, this is Xianhu Mountain, home of the Tianbao Sect. I'm familiar with every part of it except the skyward pavilion at the summit, Huang Su quietly explained. Chun Fan surveyed the surroundings and commented calmly. Indeed, this place is rich in natural energy and beauty. Jia Yuan stroked his beard and chuckled. The Tianbao Sect now has only 1 elder left, so knowing every detail isn't crucial. However, Lu Yuanqing is still a formidable expert at the peak of the core formation stage. Even though we have the advantage in numbers, we must remain cautious. Let's rest here for half an hour before making our move. Chen Fan nodded. Well, follow Elder Jia's suggestion. He then turned to the group and instructed, when the battle begins, your task is to assist and contain the enemy. Do not risk your lives unnecessarily. He'll handle the task of eliminating Lu Yuanqing. Among the group, Jia Yuan and Tong Xiaoxiao were at the mid-core formation stage, while Luo Yuanjiao and Huang Su were at the early stage. Only Chun Fan had reached the late core formation stage. Against an opponent at the peak of this level, early-stage cultivators could easily lose their lives if they fought recklessly. Chun Fan had no desire to see any of his companions fall. His words, filled with concern, warmed the hearts of the 4. After half an hour of rest, a sharp glint appeared in Chun Fan's eyes. I am not one to kill indiscriminately, but the enmity between me and the Tianbao Sect cannot be resolved. Lu Yuanqing must die. As for the other disciples, spare those who surrender. Understood, the group replied in unison. Chun Fan rose, his gaze cold and resolute. Let's move. Head straight for the skyward pavilion and take down Lu Yuanqing. 6 figures shot into the sky, racing toward the mountain's summit. Before they reached the peak, an elderly figure seated within the skyward pavilion abruptly opened his eyes. His voice, imbued with spiritual power, reverberated across the heavens. Who dares intrude upon my domain, and for what purpose? Do you really think the 5 of you and a dog can kill me? Lu Yuanqing's cold gaze bore into the young man before him. There's only one way to find out, Chun Fan replied calmly, without a trace of fear. Lu Yuanqing squinted slightly, his tone laced with warning. The cost of trying might be higher than you realize. We have no personal grudge, and if you leave now, I'll let this slide. I'll chalk it up to youthful arrogance. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Chun Fan's lips. Oh? Since when has Tianbao Sect become so magnanimous? Always bullying the weak, yet suddenly so reasonable? No, I came here today to change everything to turn the tides of Tianbao Sect. This battle is inevitable. Lu Yuanqing's brows furrowed deeply. The sheer talent and potential of this young man were far beyond what ordinary forces could cultivate. Killing him recklessly could bring disaster upon Tianbao Sect, and that was why Lu Yuanqing held back his fury, attempting to dissuade him. So be it. Lu Yuanqing's eyes sharpened as his voice turned steely. Let me see if you're as capable as you are audacious. Let's take this fight to the skies. Before the words fully left his lips, Lu Yuanqing's figure vanished, reappearing 3,000 feet above the mountain peak. At Chun Fan's command, he and his companions soared into the air, heading straight for Lu Yuanqing. A scoff escaped Lu Yuanqing. Though the 5 young cultivators and the dog all possessed the power of the core formation realm, he, as a core formation peak cultivator, had no reason to fear them. With a wave of his right hand, a sword shimmering with a flowing green light materialized in his grasp. The flowing cloud immortal sword, gasped the Tianbao Sect disciples below. The elder has summoned the flowing cloud immortal sword. Then, another disciple's voice trembled as they noticed Chun Fan's weapon. That hat's the sect master's chasing wind immortal sword. Lu Yuanqing's eyes widened, locking onto the blade in Chun Fan's hand. You insolent brat. Why is our sect master's immortal sword in your possession? Chun Fan's tone remained indifferent. Do you really need to ask? Naturally, I killed Jiang Huan, took his void ring, and claimed this sword as my own. What? You killed the sect master of my Tianbao Sect? Lu Yuanqing's eyes bulged as his face turned pale. A chill ran down his spine as he instantly realized a terrifying truth: if the sect master was dead, the elders who left with him were likely doomed as well. This meant that, aside from himself, Tianbao Sect no longer had a single expert above the Linghu realm. A surge of blood rushed to his chest, nearly causing him to cough up blood on the spot. But Lu Yuanqing had no time to dwell on his shock, as Chun Fan had already commanded the attack without hesitation. Strike while the enemy is weak, leave no chance for survival. Chun Fan's cold voice echoed. In an instant, 5 individuals and a dog formed a formation, surrounding Lu Yuanqing in a crescent shape with Chun Fan at the center. They had long been prepared, and now they unleashed their most devastating techniques. Jia Yuan executed the Thousand Shadow Sword Stream. Tong Xiaoxiao deployed the soul-piercing needle. Huang Su unleashed the heavenly thunder fist. Luo Yuanji activated the myriad sword immortal technique. Rain of flying blades. De Huang, the dog, released the sky-tearing thousand-claw strike. At last, Chun Fan brandished the heaven's punishment divine sword. The 6 lethal attacks struck simultaneously, converging on Lu Yuansheng. Faced with this group of ruthless young fighters, the elder snapped out of his initial fury. Each attack was a top-tier martial technique that left no room for error. 6-fold Spirit Mountain Shield. Lu Yuansheng hastily conjured a defensive technique. Massive spiritual energy materialized into 6 rectangular shields that surrounded him, barely fending off the first 5 strikes. But when Chun Fan's violet sword energy descended, the already exhausted spiritual shield shattered with a deafening crack. In a desperate moment, Lu Yuansheng activated his black armor for protection and swung his sword in a counterattack. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, his full-strength strike delivered by someone at the peak of the bowed-in realm was utterly crushed by Chun Fan's sword energy. With a thunderous impact, Lu Yuansheng was sent crashing down, demolishing the entire Yingtian pavilion. The disciples of Tianbao Sect cried out in alarm, "Grand Elder!" Some stepped forward to help, only to be stopped by Chun Fan's icy warning. "Today, I will only kill Lu Yuansheng. But if anyone else seeks death, I won't hesitate to grant their wish." From the rubble, a battered and dust-covered Lu Yuansheng rose once more. His sword hand trembled slightly, blood mixed with dirt stained the corner of his mouth. Yet he stubbornly steadied himself to ask one final question. "Before my death, I have but one request. Please tell me, are you targeting the Tianbao Sect so ruthlessly? What did my Tianbao Sect do to offend you, young friend?" The residual force of that sword strike still raged within his body. Though he had barely managed to parry it, it left him with severe internal injuries. Glancing around, his opponent's 5 men and a dog remained full of vigor, their imposing momentum unbroken. As an experienced fighter, he knew all too well that the outcome of a battle was often decided in the first exchange unless the 2 sides were evenly matched. But the current situation was far from balanced. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Each of the 5 men and the dog was a formidable opponent, capable of fighting above their level. Those at the early Bao Dan stage could contend with mid-stage opponents, those at the mid-stage could slay latest-stage foes, and even Chen Fan, at the late Bao Dan stage, was dominating him, a master at the grand completion stage. 1 against 6 it was a hopeless battle. Chun Fan fixed his icy gaze on Lu Yuansheng, who had already lost the will to fight. His voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated in Lu Yuansheng's mind. "I am Chun Fan. Gou Buyu is my fiancé. Now, do you understand why I seek to destroy your Tianbao Sect? If you are willing to take your own life as atonement, I may spare your disciples." Lu Yuansheng's body trembled upon hearing this. He stared at Chen Fan in disbelief, his lips quivering for a long moment, unable to utter a word. So, the calamity that had befallen the Tianbao Sect was all because of that female disciple, Gou Buyu. "Heh heh heh," Lu Yuansheng let out a bitter, hollow laugh, tilting his head back to gaze at the heavens, tears streaming down his weathered face. If he could turn back time, he would never have allowed Jang Fang to harbor ill intentions toward Gou Buyu, nor would he have let the Jiang father and son act with impunity. But there was no remedy for regret. They had provoked someone they should never have crossed, and now, annihilation was inevitable. "Very well," Lu Yuansheng said with a heavy heart. "I am willing to give my life to ensure the safety of the sect's thousands of disciples. I beseech you, young friend, to show mercy and spare the innocent." Seeing Chun Fan nod in agreement, Lu Yuansheng cast one last glance at the sect's mountain gate. In a deep voice, he declared, "Disciples of the Tianbao Sect, heed my words. If there is a chance to preserve our legacy, never again walk the path of unrighteousness. Heaven may forgive natural disasters, but self-inflicted misdeeds are unforgivable. The Jiang father and son are the eternal sinners of our sect. Let this serve as a warning to you all." Before he could finish, the Lu Yun immortal sword swept across his throat. Blood sprayed forth in a crimson arc. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.